Corsica family of Bonaparte Napoleon, born 15th August 1769. His early habits sent to the Royal Military School at Brienne, his great progress in mathematical science deficiency, in classical literature anecdotes removed, to the General School of Paris when in his 17th year appointed second lieutenant of artillery, his early politics promoted to a captaincy Pascal Paoli Napoleon's sides with the French government against Paoli, and is banished from Corsica, visits Marseille and publishes the Super de Beaucaire. The island of Corsica was in ancient times remarkable as the scene of Seneca's exile, and in the last century was distinguished by the memorable stand which the natives made in defense of their liberties against the Genoese and French during a war which tended to show the high and indomitable spirit of the islanders united, as it is with the fiery and vindictive feelings proper to their country and climate. In this island, which was destined to derive its future importance chiefly from the circumstance Napoleon Bonaparte or Bonaparte, one, had his origin, his family was noble, though not of much distinction, and rather reduced in fortune flattery. Two, afterwards endeavored to trace the name which he had made famous into remote ages, and researches were made through ancient records to discover that there was one Bonaparte who had written a book to another, who had signed a treaty, a female of the name, who had given birth to a Pope III, with other minute claims of distinction, which Napoleon justly considered as trivial and unworthy of notice. He answered the Emperor of Austria, who had a fancy of tracing his son-in-law's descent from one of the petty sovereigns of Treviso, that he was the Rodolph of Habsburg of his family, and to a genealogist who made a merit of deducing his descent from some ancient line of Gothic princes, he caused reply to be made that he dated his patent of nobility from the Battle of Montenot, that is, from his first victory for Corsica. All that is known with certainty of Napoleon's family may be told in few words. The Bonapartes were a family of some distinction in the Middle Ages. 5. Their names are inscribed in the Golden Book at Treviso, and their armorial bearings are to be seen on several houses in Florence, but attached during the Civil War to the party of the Ghibellines. They of course were persecuted by the Guelphs, and being exiled from Tuscany, one of the family took refuge in Corsica, and there established himself and his successors, who were regularly enrolled among the noble natives of the island, and enjoyed all the privileges of gentle blood. The father of Napoleon, Charles Bonaparte, was the principal descendant of this exiled family. He was regularly educated at Pisa to the study of the law, and is stated to have possessed a very handsome person, a talent for eloquence, and a vivacity of intellect, which he transmitted to his son. He was a patriot also, and a soldier, and assisted at the gallant stand made by Paoli against the French. It is said he would have emigrated along with Paoli, who was his friend, but was withheld by the influence of his father's brother Lucien Bonaparte, who was archdeacon of the Cathedral of Ajaccio and the wealthiest person of the family. It was in the middle of civil discord, fights, and skirmishes that Charles Bonaparte married Laetitia Ramolini, one of the most beautiful young women of the island, and possessed of a great deal of firmness of character. She partook the dangers of her husband during the years of civil war, and is said to have accompanied him on horseback in some military expeditions, or perhaps hasty flights, shortly before her being delivered of the future Emperor VI. Though left a widow in the prime of life, she had already borne her husband 13 children, of whom 5 sons and 3 daughters survived him. Roman 1. Joseph, the eldest, who, though placed by his brother in an obnoxious situation as intrusive King of Spain, held the reputation of a good and moderate man. Roman 2. Napoleon himself. Roman 3. Lucian, scarce inferior to his brother in ambition and talent. Roman 4. Louis, the merit of whose character consists in its unpretending worth, and who renounced a crown rather than consent to the oppression of his subjects. Roman 5. Jerome, whose disposition is said to have been chiefly marked by a tendency to dissipation. The females were Roman 1. Maria, and afterwards Grand Duchess of Tuscany, by the name of Eliza. 7. Roman 2. Maria Annunziata, who became Maria Pauline, Princess of Borghese. 8. Roman 3. Carlotta, or Caroline, wife of Murat and Queen of Naples. The family of Bonaparte, being reconciled to the French government after the emigration of Pauli, enjoyed the protection of the Count de Marbeuf, the French governor of Corsica, by whose interest Charles was included in a deputation of the nobles of the island sent to Louis Roman XVI in 1779. As a consequence of this mission, he was appointed to a judicial situation, that of assessor of the tribunal of Ajaccio income, of which aided him to maintain his increasing family, which the smallness of his patrimony and some habits of expense would otherwise have rendered difficult. Charles Bonaparte, the father of Napoleon, died at the age of about 40 years of an ulcer in the stomach on the 24th February 1759. His celebrated son fell a victim to the same disease during Napoleon's grandeur. The community of Montpellier expressed a desire to erect a monument to the memory of Charles Bonaparte. His answer was both sensible and in good taste. "Had I lost my father yesterday," he said, "it would be natural to pay his memory some mark of respect consistent with my present situation. But it is 20 years since the event, and it is one in which the public can take no concern. Let us leave the dead in peace." The subject of our narrative was born upon the 15th day of August, 1769, at his father's house in Ajaccio, forming one side of a court, which leads out of the Rue Charles. We read with interest that his mother's good constitution and bold character of mind, having induced her to attend Mass upon the day of his birth, being the festival of the Assumption, she was obliged to return home immediately, and as there was no time to prepare a bed or bedroom, she was delivered of the future victor upon a temporary couch prepared for her accommodation, and covered with an ancient piece of tapestry representing the heroes of the Iliad. The infant was christened by the name of Napoleon, an obscure saint who had dropped to leeward and fallen altogether out of the calendar, so that his namesake never knew which day he was to celebrate as the festival of his patron. When questioned on this subject by the bishop who confirmed him, he answered smartly that there were a great many saints, and only 365 days to divide amongst them. The politeness of the Pope promoted the patron in order to compliment the godchild, and Saint Napoleon des Ursins was accommodated with a festival to render this compliment, which no one but a pope could have paid, still more flattering. The feast of Saint Napoleon was fixed for the 15th August, the birthday of the emperor, and the day on which he signed the Concordat, so that Napoleon had the rare honor of promoting his patron saint. The young Napoleon had, of course, the simple and hardy education proper to the natives of the mountainous island of his birth, and in his infancy was not remarkable for more than that animation of temper and willfulness and impatience of inactivity by which children of quick parts and lively sensibility are usually distinguished. The winter of the year was generally passed by the family of his father at Ajaccio, where they still preserve and exhibit as the ominous plaything of Napoleon's boyhood the model of a brass cannon weighing about 30 pounds. We leave it to philosophers to inquire whether the future love of war was suggested by the accidental possession of such a toy, or whether the tendency of the mind dictated the selection of it, or lastly, whether the nature of the pastime corresponding with the taste which chose it may not have had each their action and reaction, and contributed between them to the formation of a character so warlike. The same traveler who furnishes the above anecdote gives an 5 interesting account of the country retreat of the family of Bonaparte during the summer. Going along the seashore from Ajaccio towards the Isle Sanguinaire, about a mile from the town, occur 2 stone pillars, the remains of a doorway leading up to a dilapidated villa, once the residence of Madame Bonaparte's half-brother on the mother's side, whom Napoleon created Cardinal Fesch. The house is approached by an avenue surrounded and overhung by the cactus and other shrubs, which luxuriate in a warm climate. It has a garden and a lawn showing, amidst neglect, vestiges of their former beauty, and the house is surrounded by shrubberies permitted to run to wilderness. This was the summer residence of Madame Bonaparte and her family. Almost enclosed by the wild olive, the cactus, the clematis, and the almond tree, is a very singular and isolated granite rock called Napoleon's Grotto, which seems to have resisted the decomposition which has taken place around. The remains of a small summer house are visible beneath the rock, the entrance to which is nearly closed by a luxuriant fig tree. This was Bonaparte's frequent retreat when the vacations of the school at which he studied permitted him to visit home how the imagination labors to form an idea of the visions, which in this sequestered and romantic spot must have arisen before the eyes of the future hero of 100 battles. Brienne. The Count de Marbeuf, already mentioned as governor of Corsica, interested himself in the young Napoleon so much as to obtain him an appointment, April 1779, to the Royal Military School at Brienne, which was maintained at the royal expense, in order to bring up youths for the engineer and artillery service. The malignity of contemporary historians has ascribed a motive of gallantry towards Madame Bonaparte as the foundation of this kindness, but Count Marbeuf had arrived at a period of life when such connections are not to be presumed, nor did the scandal receive any currency from the natives of Ajaccio. Nothing could be more suitable to the nature of young Bonaparte's genius than the line of study which thus fortunately was opened before him. His ardor for the abstract sciences amounted to passion, and was combined with a singular aptitude for applying them to the purposes of war, while his attention to pursuits so interesting and exhaustless in themselves was stimulated by his natural ambition and desire of distinction. Almost all the scientific teachers at Brienne, being accustomed to study the character of their pupils, and obliged by their duty to make memoranda and occasional reports on the subject, spoke of the talents of Bonaparte and the progress of his studies with admiration. Circumstances of various kinds, exaggerated or invented, have been circulated concerning the youth of a person so remarkable. The following are given upon good authority. The conduct of Napoleon among his companions was that of a studious and reserved youth, addicting himself deeply to the means of improvement, and rather avoiding than seeking the usual temptations to dissipation of time. He had few friends and no intimates, yet at different times, when he chose to exert it, he exhibited considerable influence over his fellow students, and when there was any joint plan to be carried into effect, he was frequently chosen dictator of the little republic. In the time of winter, Bonaparte, upon one occasion, engaged his companions in constructing a fortress out of the snow, regularly defended by ditches and bastions, according to the rules of fortification. It was considered as displaying the great powers of the juvenile engineer in the way of his profession, and was attacked and defended by the students, who divided into parties for the purpose, until the battle became so keen that their superiors thought it proper to proclaim a truce. The young Bonaparte gave another instance of address and enterprise upon the following occasion. There was a fair held annually in the neighborhood of Brienne, where the pupils of the military school used to find a day's amusement, but on account of a quarrel betwixt them and the country people upon a former occasion, or for some such cause, the masters of the institution had directed that the students should not on the fair day be permitted to go beyond their own precincts, which were surrounded with a wall. Under the direction of the young Corsican, however, the scholars had already laid a plot for securing their usual day's diversion. They had undermined the wall, which encompassed their exercising ground, with so much skill and secrecy that their operations remained entirely unknown till the morning of the fair, when a part of the boundary unexpectedly fell, and gave a free passage to the imprisoned students, of which they immediately took the advantage by hurrying to the prohibited scene of amusement. But although on these and perhaps other occasions Bonaparte displayed some of the frolic temper of youth mixed with the inventive genius and the talent for commanding others by which he was distinguished, in after time his life at school was in general that of a recluse and severe student, acquiring by his judgment and treasuring in his memory that wonderful process of almost unlimited combination, by means of which he was afterwards able to simplify the most difficult and complicated undertakings. His mathematical teacher was proud of the young islander, 7, as the boast of his school, and his other scientific instructors had the same reason to be satisfied. In languages, Bonaparte was less a proficient, and never acquired the art of writing or spelling French, far less foreign languages, with accuracy or correctness, nor had the monks of Brienne any reason to pride themselves on the classical proficiency of their scholar, the full energies of his mind being devoted to the scientific pursuits of his profession, left little time or inclination for other studies. Though of Italian origin, Bonaparte had not a decided taste for the fine arts, and his taste in composition seems to have leaned towards the grotesque and the bombastic. He used always the most exaggerated phrases, and it is seldom, if ever, that his bulletins present those touches of sublimity which are founded on dignity and simplicity of expression. Notwithstanding the external calmness and reserve of his deportment, he who was destined for such great things had, while yet a student at Brienne, a full share of that ambition for distinction and dread of disgrace, that restless and irritating love of fame, which is the spur to extraordinary attempts. Sparkles of this keen temper sometimes showed themselves. On one occasion, a harsh superintendent imposed on the future emperor for some trifling fault. The disgrace of wearing a penitential dress and being excluded from the table of the students and obliged to eat his meal apart, his pride felt the indignity so severely that it brought on a severe nervous attack to which, though otherwise of good constitution, he was subject upon occasions of extraordinary irritation. Father Petrault, the professor of mathematics, hastened to deliver his favorite pupil from the punishment by which he was so much affected. It is also said that an early disposition to the popular side distinguished Bonaparte, even when at Brienne. Pichegru, afterwards so celebrated, who acted as his monitor in the military school, a singular circumstance bore witness to his early principles and to the peculiar energy and tenacity of his temper. He was long afterwards consulted whether means might not be found to engage the commander of the Italian armies in the royal interest. It will be but lost time to attempt it, said Pichegru. I knew him in his youth. His character is inflexible, has taken his side, and he will not change it. In October 1784, Napoleon Bonaparte, then only 15 years old, was, though under the usual age, selected by Roman 1000 de Caralio, the inspector of the 12 military schools, to be sent to have his education completed in the General School of Paris. It was a compliment paid to the precocity of his extraordinary mathematical talent and the steadiness of his application. While at Paris, he attracted the same notice as at Brienne, and among other society, frequented that of the celebrated Abbe Raynal, and was admitted to his literary parties. His taste did not become correct, but his appetite for study in all departments was greatly enlarged, and notwithstanding the quantity which he daily read, his memory was strong enough to retain, and his judgment sufficiently ripe to arrange and digest the knowledge which he then acquired, so that he had it at his command during all the rest of his busy life. Plutarch was his favorite author, upon the study of whom he had so modeled his opinions and habits of thought, that Pauli afterwards pronounced him a young man of an antique cast, and resembling one of the classical heroes. Some of his biographers have about this time ascribed to him the anecdote of a certain youthful pupil of the military school, who desired to ascend in the car of a balloon with the Renaud Blanchard, and was so mortified at being refused that he made an attempt to cut the balloon with his sword. The story has but a flimsy support, and indeed does not accord well with the character of the hero, which was deep and reflective, as well as bold and determined, and not likely to suffer its energies to escape in idle and useless adventure. A better authenticated anecdote states that at this time he expressed himself disrespectfully towards the king in one of his letters to his family. According to the practice of the school, he was obliged to submit the letter to the censorship of Roman 1000, Talleyrand, the professor of belles lettres, who, taking notice of the offensive passage, insisted upon the letter being burnt, and added a severe rebuke. Long afterwards, in 1802, Roman 1000 Talleyrand appeared at Napoleon's levee, when the first consul reminded his old tutor good-humoredly that times had changed considerably since the burning of the letter. Wellington so on. Napoleon Bonaparte, in his 17th year, September 1785, received his first commission as second lieutenant in the regiment of La Fère, or 1st Artillery. Then quartered at Valence 9, he mingled with society when he joined his regiment more than he had hitherto been accustomed to do, mixed in public amusements, and exhibited the powers of pleasing, which he possessed in an uncommon degree when he chose to exert them. His handsome and intelligent features, with his active and neat though slight figure, gave him additional advantages. His manners could scarcely be called elegant, but made up in vivacity and variety of expression, and often in great spirit and energy for what they wanted in grace and polish. In 1786, he became an adventurer for the honors of literature also, and was anonymously a competitor for the prize offered by the Academy of Lyon on Reynolds' question, "What are the principles and institutions, by application of which mankind can be raised to the highest pitch of happiness?" The prize was adjudged to the young soldier. It is impossible to avoid feeling curiosity to know the character of the juvenile theories respecting government, advocated by one who at length attained the power of practically making what experiments he pleased. Probably his early ideas did not exactly coincide with his more mature practice, for when Talleyrand, many years afterwards, got the essay out of the records of the Academy and returned it to the author, Bonaparte destroyed it. After he had read a few pages, he also labored under the temptation of writing a journey from Valence to Mount Cenis after the manner of Sterne, which he was fortunate enough finally to resist. The affectation which pervades Sterne's peculiar style of composition was not likely to be simplified under the pen of Bonaparte. In 1789, Bonaparte, then quartered at Auxonne, had composed a work which might form 2 volumes on the political, civil, and military history of Corsica. He addressed a letter to General Paoli, then residing in London, on the subject of the proposed work and the actual condition of his countrymen. He also submitted it to the Abbé Raynal, who recommended the publication of it. With this view, Bonaparte invited Roman 1000 Joly, a bookseller of Dole, to visit him at Auxonne. He came, he says, and found the future emperor in a naked barrack room, the sole furniture of which consisted of a wretched bed, without curtains, a table placed in the embrasure of a window, loaded with books and papers, and 2 chairs. His brother Louis, whom he was teaching mathematics, lay on a wretched mattress in an adjoining closet. Roman 1000 Joly, and the author agreed on the price of the impression of the book. But Napoleon was at the time in uncertainty whether he was to remain at Auxonne or not. The work was never printed, nor has a trace of it been discovered. In 1790, Bonaparte, still at Auxonne, composed a political tract in the form of a letter to Roman 1000 de Buttafuoco, Major General and Deputy of the Corsican noblesse. In the National Assembly, 100 copies were printed and sent to Corsica, where it was adopted and republished by the Patriotic Society of Ajaccio, who passed a resolution attaching the epithet infamous to the name of their noble deputy. Sterner times were fast approaching, and the nation was now fully divided by those factions which produced the revolution. The officers of Bonaparte's regiment were also divided into royalists and patriots, and it is easily to be imagined that the young and the friendless stranger and adventurer should adopt that side to which he had already shown some inclination, and which promised to open the most free career to those who had only their merit to rely upon. "Were I a general officer," he is alleged to have said, "I would have adhered to the king. Being a subaltern, I joined the patriots." There was a story current that in a debate with some brother officers on the politics of the time, Bonaparte expressed himself so outrageously that they were provoked to throw him into the Seine, where he had nearly perished. But this is an inaccurate account of the accident which actually befell him. He was seized with the cramp when bathing in the river. His comrades saved him with difficulty, but his danger was matter of pure chance. Napoleon has himself recorded that he was a warm patriot during the whole sitting of the National Assembly, but that on the appointment of the Legislative Assembly he became shaken in his opinions. If so, his original sentiments regained force, for we shortly afterwards find him entertaining such as went to the extreme heights of the Revolution. Early in the year 1792, Bonaparte became a captain in the artillery by seniority, and in the same year, being at Paris, he witnessed the 2 insurrections of the 20th June and 10th August. He was accustomed to speak of the insurgents as the most despicable banditti, and to express with what ease a determined officer could have checked these apparently formidable but dastardly and unwieldy masses. But with what a different feeling of interest would Napoleon have looked on that infuriated populace, though still resisting, though overpowered Swiss, and that burning palace, had any seer whispered to him, "Emperor, that shall be all this blood and massacre is but to secure your future empire," little anticipating the potent effect which the passing events were to bear on his own fortune. Bonaparte, anxious for the safety of his mother and family, was now desirous to exchange France for Corsica, where the same things were acting on a less distinguished stage. Pauli Corsica. It was a singular feature in the French Revolution that it brought out from his retirement the celebrated Pascal Pauli, who long banished from Corsica the freedom and independence of which he had so valiantly defended, returned from exile with the flattering hope of still witnessing the progress of liberty in his native land. On visiting Paris, he was received there with enthusiastic veneration, and the National Assembly and royal family contended which should show him most distinction. He was created president of the department and commander of the National Guard of his native island, and used the powers entrusted to him with great wisdom and patriotism. But Pauli's views of liberty were different from those which unhappily began to be popular in France. He was desirous of establishing that freedom which is the protector, not the destroyer of property, and which confers practical happiness instead of aiming at theoretical perfection. In a word, he endeavored to keep Corsica free from the prevailing infection of Jacobinism, and in reward, he was denounced in the assembly. Pauli, summoned to attend for the purpose of standing on his defense, declined the journey on account of his age, but offered to withdraw from the island. A large proportion of the inhabitants took part with the aged champion of their freedom, while the convention sent an expedition at the head of which were Lacombe, St. Michel, and Salisti, one of the Corsican deputies, to the convention, with the usual instructions for bloodshed and pillage issued to their commissaries. Bonaparte was in Corsica upon leave of absence from his regiment when these events were taking place, and although he himself and Pauli had hitherto been on friendly terms, the young artillery officer did not hesitate which side to choose. He embraced that of the convention with heart and hand, and his first military exploit was in the civil war of his native island. In the year 1793, he was dispatched from Bastia in possession of the French party to surprise his native town Ajaccio, then occupied by Pauli, or his adherents. Bonaparte was acting provisionally as commanding a battalion of National Guards. He landed in the Gulf of Ajaccio with about 50 men to take possession of a tower called the Torre di Capitolo on the opposite side of the Gulf, and almost facing the city. He succeeded in taking the place, but as there arose a gale of wind which prevented his communicating with the frigate which had put him ashore, he was besieged in his new conquest by the opposite faction, and reduced to such distress that he and his little garrison were obliged to feed on horseflesh. After 5 days, he was relieved by the frigate, and evacuated the tower, having first in vain attempted to blow it up. The Torre di Capitolo still shows marks of the damage it then sustained, and its remains may be looked on as a curiosity as the first scene of his combats, before whom temple and tower went to the ground. The strength of Pauli increasing, and the English preparing to assist him, Corsica became no longer a safe or convenient residence for the Bonaparte family. Indeed, both Napoleon and his brother Joseph, who had distinguished themselves as partisans of the French, were subjected to a decree of banishment from their native island, and Madame Bonaparte, with 2 of her daughters, set sail under their protection, and settled for a time first at Nice and afterwards at Marseille, where the family remained in obscurity until the dawning prospects of Napoleon afforded him the means of assisting them. One small fountain at Ajaccio is pointed out as the only ornament which in after days his bounty bestowed on his birthplace. He might perhaps think it impolitic to do anything which might remind the country he ruled that he was not a child of her soil, nay, was in fact very near having been born an alien, for Corsica was not united to or made an integral part of France until June 1769, a few weeks only before Napoleon's birth. This stigma was repeatedly cast upon him by his opponents, some of whom reproached the French with having adopted a master from a country from which the ancient Romans were unwilling even to choose a slave, and Napoleon may have been so far sensible to it as to avoid showing any predilection to the place of his birth, which might bring the circumstance strongly under observation of the great nation, with which he and his family seemed to be indissolubly united. But as a traveler already quoted, and who had the best opportunities to become acquainted with the feelings of the proud islanders, has expressed it the Corsicans are still highly patriotic and possess strong local attachment in their opinion. Contempt for the country of one's birth is never to be redeemed by any other qualities. Napoleon, therefore, certainly was not popular in Corsica, nor is his memory cherished there. The feelings of the parties were not unnatural on either side. Napoleon, little interested in the land of his birth, and having such an immense stake in that of his adoption, in which he had everything to keep and lose, observed a policy towards Corsica which his position rendered advisable. And who can blame the high-spirited islanders who, seeing one of their countrymen raised to such exalted eminence, and disposed to forget his connection with them, returned with slight and indifference the disregard with which he treated them? On his return from Corsica, Bonaparte had arrived at Nice, and was preparing to join his regiment when General de Geer, who commanded the artillery of the army of Italy, then encamped round the city, required his services, and employed him in several delicate operations. Shortly after the insurrection of Marseille broke out a movement consequent upon the arrest of the leaders of the Girondist party in the Convention on the 1st Prairial, 31st May, and which extended with violence into the departments. The insurgents of Marseille organized a force of 6,000 men, with which they took possession of Avignon, and thereby intercepted the communications of the army of Italy. The general-in-chief, being much embarrassed by this circumstance, sent Bonaparte to the insurgents to try to induce them to let the convoys pass. In July, he went to Marseille and Avignon, had interviews with the leaders, convinced them that it was their own interest not to excite the resentment of the army of Italy, and in fine, secured the transit of the convoys. During his residence at Marseille, when sent to the insurgents, having, he says, an opportunity of observing all the weakness and incoherence of their means of resistance, he drew up a little pamphlet which he called Le Souper de Beaucaire, and which he published in that city. He endeavored, he says, to open the eyes of these frantic people, and predicted that the only result of their revolt would be to furnish a pretext to the men of blood of the day for sending the principal persons amongst them to the scaffold. It produced, he adds, a very powerful effect, and contributed to calm the agitation which prevailed during these proceedings. Toulon had surrendered to the English. Bonaparte was ordered on service to the siege of that town, and joined the army on the 12th of September. Chapter Roman II, Siege of Toulon. Recapitulation. Bonaparte, appointed to the command of the artillery at Toulon, finds everything in disorder. His plan for obtaining the surrender of the place adopted. Anecdotes. During the siege, Allied troops resolve to evacuate Toulon. Dreadful particulars of the evacuation. England censured on this occasion. Lord Lynedoc. Fame of Bonaparte increases, and he is appointed chief of battalion in the army of Italy. Joins headquarters at Nice. On the fall of Robespierre, Bonaparte superseded in command. Arrives in Paris in May 1795 to solicit employment. He is unsuccessful. Retrospect of the proceedings of the National Assembly. Difficulties in forming a new constitution. Appointment of the Directory of the two councils of elders and of 500 nation at large in Paris, in particular, disgusted with their pretensions. Paris assembles in sections. General Danican appointed their commander-in-chief. Menu appointed by the Directory to disarm the National Guards, but suspended for incapacity. Bonaparte appointed in his room the day of the sections. Conflict betwixt the troops of the Convention under Bonaparte and those of the sections of Paris under Danican, the latter defeated with much slaughter. Bonaparte appointed second in command of the army of the interior. The general-in-chief marries Madame Beauharnais. Her character. Bonaparte immediately afterwards joins the army of Italy. Siege of Toulon. The siege of Toulon was the first incident of importance which enabled Bonaparte to distinguish himself in the eyes of the French government and of the world at large. Bonaparte's professional qualifications were still better vouched than the soundness of his political principles, though these were sufficiently decided. The notes which the inspectors of the military school always preserve concerning their scholars described his genius as being of the first order, and to these he owed his promotion to the rank of a lieutenant colonel of artillery, with the command of the artillery during this siege. We have already mentioned that a general diffidence and dread of the proceedings of the Jacobins, joined to the intrigues of the Girondists, had, after the fall of the latter party, induced several of the principal towns in France to take arms against the Convention, or rather against the Jacobin party, who had attained the complete mastery in that body. We have also said that Toulon, taking a more decided step than either Marseille or Lyon, had declared for the king and the Constitution of 1791, and invited the support of the English and Spanish squadrons who were cruising upon the coast. A disembarkation was made, and a miscellaneous force, hastily collected of Spaniards, Sardinians, Neapolitans, and English, was thrown into the place. This was one of the critical periods when vigorous measures on the part of the Allies might have produced marked effects on the result of the war. Toulon is the arsenal of France, and contained at that time immense naval stores, besides a fleet of 17 sail of the line ready for sea and 13 or 14 more, which stood in need of refitting. The possession of it was of the last importance, and with a sufficiently large garrison, or rather an army strong enough to cover the more exposed points without the town, the English might have maintained their footing at Toulon, as they did at a later period, both at Lisbon and Cadiz. The sea would, by maintaining the defensive lines necessary to protect the roadstead, have been entirely at the command of the besieged, and they could have been supplied with provisions in any quantity from Sicily or the Barbary States, while the besiegers would have experienced great difficulty. Such was the dearth in Provence at the time in supporting their own army, but to have played this bold game, the presence of an army instead of a few battalions would have been requisite, and a general of consummate ability must have held the chief command. This was the more especially necessary as Toulon, from the nature of the place, must have been defended by a war of posts, requiring peculiar alertness, sagacity, and vigilance. On the other hand, there were circumstances very favorable for the defense had it been conducted with talent and vigor. In order to invest Toulon on the right and left side, at once it was necessary there should be two distinct blockading armies, and these could scarce communicate with each other, as a steep ridge of mountains called Faron must interpose betwixt them. This gave opportunity to the besieged to combine their force and choose the object of attack when they sallied, while on the other hand, the two bodies of besiegers could not easily connect their operations, either for attack or defense. Lord Mulgrave, who commanded personally in the place, notwithstanding the motley character of the garrison and other discouraging circumstances, began the defense with spirit. Sir George Keith Elphinstone also defeated the Republicans at the mountain pass, called Ollioules. The English, for some time, retained possession of this important gorge, but were finally driven out from it. Cartox, a Republican general, whom we have already mentioned, now advanced on the west of Toulon at the head of a very considerable army, while General Lapipe blockaded the city on the east with a part of the army of Italy. It was the object of the French to approach Toulon on both sides of the mountainous ridge called Faron, but on the east the town was covered by the strong and regular fort of La Malgue, and on the west side of the road by a less formidable work called Malbosquet to support Malbosquet and to protect the entrance to the roadstead and harbor. The English engineers fortified with great skill an eminence called Hauteur de Grace, the height bent into a sort of bay, the two promontories of which were secured by redoubts named El Aiguillet and Balagnier, which communicated with and supported the new fortification which the English had termed Fort Mulgrave. Several sallies and skirmishes took place, in most of which the Republicans were worsted. Lieutenant General O'Hara arrived from Gibraltar with reinforcements and assumed the chief command. Little could be said for the union of the commanders within Toulon, yet their enterprises were so far successful that the French began to be alarmed at the slow progress of the siege. The dearth of provisions was daily increasing. The discontent of the people of Provence was augmented. The Catholics were numerous in the neighboring districts of Vivarais and Lower Languedoc, and Barras and Freron wrote from Marseille Dec 1 to the Convention, suggesting that the siege of Toulon should be raised, and the besieging army withdrawn beyond the Durance. But while weaker minds were despairing, talents of the first order were preparing to achieve the conquest of Toulon. When Napoleon arrived at the scene of action and had visited the posts of the besieging army, he found so many marks of incapacity that he could not conceal his astonishment. Batteries had been erected for destroying the English shipping, but they were 3 gunshots distance from the point which they were designed to command. Red-hot bowls were preparing, but they were not heated in furnaces beside the guns, but in the country houses in the neighborhood at the most ridiculous distance, as if they had been articles of easy and ordinary transportation. Bonaparte, with difficulty, obtained General Cartoc's permission to make a shot or two by way of experiment, and when they fell more than halfway short of the mark, the general had no excuse but to rail against the aristocrats who had, he said, spoiled the quality of the powder with which he was supplied. The young officer of artillery, with prudence, and at the same time with spirit, made his remonstrances to the member of convention Gasperin, who witnessed the experiment, and explained the necessity of proceeding more systematically if any successful result was expected. At a council of war, where Gasperin presided, the instructions of the Committee of Public Safety were read, directing that the siege of Toulon should be commenced according to the usual forms, by investing the body of the place, in other words, the city itself. The orders of the Committee of Public Safety were no safe subject of discussion or criticism for those who were to act under them, yet Bonaparte ventured to recommend their being departed from. On this important occasion, his comprehensive genius had at once discovered a less direct, yet more certain manner of obtaining the surrender of the place. He advised that, neglecting the body of the town, the attention of the besiegers should be turned to attain possession of the promontory called Hauteur de Grace, by driving the besiegers from the strong work of Fort Mulgrave and the 2 redoubts of l'Aiguillette and Balagnier, by means of which the English had established the line of defense necessary to protect the fleet and harbor the fortress of Malbosquet on the same point. He also recommended, as a principal object of attack, he argued, that if the besiegers succeeded in possessing themselves of these fortifications, they must obtain a complete command of the roads where the English fleet lay, and oblige them to put to sea. They would in the same manner effectually command the entrance of the bay, and prevent supplies or provisions from being thrown into the city if the garrison were thus in danger of being totally cut off from supplies by their vessels being driven from their anchorage. It was natural to suppose that the English troops would rather evacuate Toulon than remain within the place, blockaded on all sides, until they might be compelled to surrender by famine. The plan was adopted by the Council of War after much hesitation, and the young officer, by whom it was projected, received full powers to carry it on. He rallied round him a number of excellent artillery officers and soldiers, assembled against Toulon more than 200 pieces of cannon well served, and stationed them so advantageously that he annoyed considerably the English vessels in the roads, even before he had constructed those batteries on which he depended for reducing Forts Mulgrave and Malbosquet, by which they were, in a great measure, protected. In the meanwhile, General Doppet, formerly a physician, had superseded Cartox, whose incapacity could no longer be concealed by his rhodomontading language, and, wonderful to tell it, had nearly been the fate of the ex-doctor to take Toulon at a time when such an event seemed least within his calculation. A tumultuary attack of some of the young French Carmagnoles on a body of Spanish troops, which garrisoned Fort Mulgrave, had very nearly been successful. Bonaparte galloped to the spot, hurrying. His reluctant commander, along with him and succors, were ordered to advance to support the attack, when an aide-de-camp was shot by Doppet's side, on which the medical general, considering this as a bad symptom, pronounced the case desperate, and to Bonaparte's great indignation, ordered a retreat to be commenced. Doppet, being found as incapable as Cartox, was in his turn superseded by Dugommier, a veteran who had served for 50 years, was covered with scars, and as fearless as the weapon he wore. From this time, the commandant of artillery, having the complete concurrence of his general, had no doubt of success. To ensure it, however, he used the utmost vigilance and exertion, and exposed his person to every risk. One of the dangers which he incurred was of a singular character. An artilleryman being shot at the gun which he was serving, while Napoleon was visiting a battery, he took up the dead man's rammer, and to give encouragement to the soldiers, charged the gun repeatedly with his own hands. In consequence of using this implement, he caught an infectious cutaneous complaint, which, being injudiciously treated and thrown inward, was of great prejudice to his health, until after his Italian campaigns, when he was completely cured by Dr. Corvisart, after which, for the first time, he showed that tendency to embonpoint which marked the latter part of his life. Upon another occasion, while Napoleon was overlooking the construction of a battery, which the enemy endeavored to interrupt by their fire, he called for some person who could write that he might dictate an order. A young soldier stepped out of the ranks, and resting the paper on the breastwork, began to write accordingly. A shot from the enemy's battery covered the letter with earth. The instant it was finished, "Thank thou shall have no occasion for sand this bout," said the military secretary. The gaiety and courage of the remark drew Buonaparte's attention on the young man, who was the celebrated General Junot, afterwards created Duc d'Abrance during this siege. Also, he discovered the talents of Duroc, afterwards one of his most faithful adherents. In these and many other instances, Buonaparte showed his extensive knowledge of mankind by the deep sagacity which enabled him to discover and attach to him those whose talents were most capable of rendering him service. Notwithstanding the influence which the commandant of artillery had acquired, he found himself occasionally thwarted by the members of the convention upon mission to the siege of Toulon, who latterly were Frérot Ricord Salisti, and the younger Robespierre. These representatives of the people, knowing that their commission gave them supreme power over generals and armies, never seemed to have paused to consider whether nature or education had qualified them to exercise it with advantage. The public and credit to themselves, they criticized Buonaparte's plan of attack, finding it impossible to conceive how his operations, being directed against detached fortifications at a distance from Toulon, could be eventually the means of placing the town itself with facility in their hands. But Napoleon was patient and temporizing, and having the good opinion of Salisti and some intimacy with young Robespierre, he contrived to have the works conducted according to his own plan. The presumption of these dignitaries became the means of precipitating his operations. It was his intention to complete his proposed works against Fort Mulgrave before opening a large and powerful battery, which he had constructed with great silence and secrecy against Malbosquet, so that the whole of his meditated assault might confound the enemy, by commencing at the same time the operations being shrouded by an olive plantation had been completed without being observed by the English, whom Buonaparte proposed to attack on the whole line of defense. Simultaneously, Messrs. Frérot and Robespierre, however, in visiting the military posts, stumbled upon this masked battery, and having no notion why 4 mortars and 8 24-pounders should remain inactive, they commanded the fire to be opened on Malbosquet without any farther delay. General O'Hara, confounded at finding this important post exposed to a fire so formidable and unexpected, determined, by a strong effort, to carry the French battery. At once 3,000 men were employed in this sally, and the general himself, rather contrary to what is considered the duty of the governor of a place of importance, resolved to put himself at their head. The sally was at first completely successful, but while the English pursued the enemy too far in all the confidence of what they considered as assured victory, Buonaparte availed himself of some broken ground and a covered way to rally a strong body of troops, bring up reserves, and attack the scattered English both in flank and rear. There was a warm skirmish in which Napoleon himself received a bayonet wound in the thigh, by which, though a serious injury, he was not, however, disabled. The English were thrown into irretrievable confusion and retreated, leaving their general wounded and a prisoner in the hands of the enemy. It is singular that during his long warfare Buonaparte was never personally engaged with the British except in his first, and at Waterloo, his last and fatal battle. The attack upon Acre can scarce be termed an exception as far as his own person was concerned. The loss of their commandant added to the discouragement which began to prevail among the defenders of Toulon, together with the vivacity of the attack which ensued, seem finally to have disheartened the garrison. 5 batteries were opened on Fort Mulgrave, the possession of which Buonaparte considered as ensuring success. After a fire of 24 hours, Dugommier and Napoleon resolved to try the fate of a general attack, for which the representatives of the people showed no particular zeal. The attacking columns advanced before day during a heavy shower of rain. They were at first driven back on every point by the most determined opposition, and Dugommier, as he saw the troops fly in confusion, exclaimed, well knowing the consequences of bad success, to General of the Republic, "I am a lost man." Renewed efforts, however, at last prevailed. The Spanish artillerymen giving way on one point, the fort fell deck 18 into the possession of the French, who showed no mercy to its defenders. 3 hours, according to Buonaparte, after the fort was taken, the representatives of the people appeared in the trenches with drawn swords to congratulate the soldiers on their successful valor, and hear from their commandant of artillery the reiterated assurance that this distant fort being gained Toulon was now their own. In their letter to the convention, the deputies gave a more favorable account of their own exploits, and failed not to represent Ducos Salisti and young Robespierre as leading the attack with saber in hand, and to use their own phrase, showing the troops the road to victory. On the other hand, they ungraciously forgot in their dispatches to mention so much as the name of Bonaparte, to whom the victory was entirely to be ascribed. Evacuation of Toulon. In the meantime, Napoleon's sagacity was not deceived in the event. The officers of the Allied troops, after a hurried council of war, resolved to evacuate Toulon, since the posts gained by the French must drive the English ships from their anchorage and deprive them of a future opportunity of retreating if they neglected the passing moment. Lord Hood alone urged a bolder resolution and recommended the making a desperate effort to regain Fort Mulgrave and the heights which it commanded, but his spirited counsel was rejected, and the evacuation resolved, on which the panic of the foreign troops, especially the Neapolitans, would have rendered still more horrible than it proved, but for the steadiness of the British seamen. The safety of the unfortunate citizens who had invoked their protection was not neglected even amid the confusion of the retreat. The numerous merchant vessels and other craft offered means of transportation to all who, having to fear the resentment of the Republicans, might be desirous of quitting Toulon. Such was the dread of the victors' cruelty that upwards of 14,000 persons accepted this melancholy refuge. Meantime, there was other work to do. It had been resolved that the arsenal and naval stores with such of the French ships as were not ready for sea should be destroyed, and they were set on fire accordingly. This task was in a great measure entrusted to the dauntless intrepidity of Sir Sidney Smith, who carried it through with a degree of order which, everything considered, was almost marvelous. The assistance of the Spaniards was offered and accepted, and they undertook the duty of scuttling and sinking 2 vessels used as powder magazines, and destroying some part of the disabled shipping. The rising conflagration, growing redder and redder, seemed at length a great volcano, amid which were long distinctly seen the masts and yards of the burning vessels, and which rendered obscurely visible the advancing bodies of Republican troops who attempted on different points to push their way into the place. The Jacobins began to rise in the town. Upon the flying royalist horrid screams and yells of vengeance and revolutionary choruses were heard to mingle with the cries and plaintive entreaties of the remaining fugitives who had not yet found means of embarkation. The guns from Malbosquet, now possessed by the French and turned on the bulwarks of the town, increased the uproar. At once a shock, like that of an earthquake occasioned by the explosion of many hundred barrels of gunpowder, silenced all noise save its own, and threw high into the midnight heaven 1,000 blazing fragments, which descended threatening ruin. Wherever they fell, a second explosion took place, as the other magazine blew up with the same dreadful effects. This tremendous addition to the terrors of the scene, so dreadful in itself, was owing to the Spaniards setting fire to those vessels used as magazines, instead of sinking them, according to the plan which had been agreed upon. Either from ill-will, carelessness, or timidity, they were equally awkward in their attempts to destroy the dismantled ships entrusted to their charge, which fell into the hands of the French, but little damaged the British fleet, with the flotilla, crowded with fugitives, which it escorted, left Toulon without loss, notwithstanding an ill-directed fire maintained on them from the batteries which the French had taken. It was upon this night of terror, conflagration, tears, and blood that the star of Napoleon first ascended the horizon, and though it gleamed over many a scene of horror ere it set, it may be doubtful whether its light was ever blended with those of one more dreadful. The capture of Toulon crushed all the hopes of resistance to the Jacobins which had been cherished in the south of France. There was a strong distrust excited against England, who was judged only desirous to avail herself of the insurrection of these unhappy citizens to cripple and destroy the naval power of France without the wish of effectually assisting the Royalists. This was an unjust belief, but it cannot be denied that there were specious grounds for the accusation. The undertaking the protection of a city in such a situation as that of Toulon, if the measure was embraced at all, should have been supported by efforts worthy of the country, whose assistance was implored and granted. Such efforts were not made, and the assistance actually afforded was not directed by talent, and was squandered by disunion. The troops showed gallantry, but the leaders, excepting the naval officers, evinced little military skill or united purpose of defense. One gentleman, then in private life chancing to be in Toulon at the time, distinguished himself as a volunteer, and has since achieved a proud career in the British Army. Had he or such as he been at the head of the garrison, the walls of Toulon might have seen a battle like that of Barossa, and a very different result of the siege might probably have ensued. So many of the citizens of Toulon concerned in the late resistance had escaped by the means provided by the English that republican vengeance could not collect its victims in the usual numbers. Many were shot, however, and it has been said that Bonaparte commanded the artillery, by which, as at Lyon, they were exterminated, and also that he wrote a letter to Freron and the younger Robespierre congratulating them and himself on the execution of these aristocrats, and signed Brutus Bonaparte sans culotte. If he actually commanded at this execution, he had the poor apology that he must do so or himself perish. But had the fact and the letter been genuine, there has been enough of time since his downfall to prove the truth of the accusation, and certainly enough of writers disposed to give these proofs publicity. He himself positively denied the charge, and alleged that the victims were shot by a detachment of what was called the Revolutionary Army, and not by troops of the line. This, we think highly probable. Bonaparte has besides affirmed that far from desiring to sharpen the vengeance of the Jacobins or act as their agent, he hazarded the displeasure of those whose frown was death, by interposing his protection to save the unfortunate family of Chamberlain emigrants and aristocrats, who, being thrown by a storm on the coast of France, shortly after the siege of Toulon, became liable to punishment by the guillotine, but whom he saved by procuring them the means of escape by sea. In the meanwhile, the young general of artillery was rapidly rising in reputation. The praises which were suppressed by the representatives of the people were willingly conferred and promulgated by the frank old veteran Dugommier. Bonaparte's name was placed on the list of those whom he recommended for promotion, with the pointed addition that if neglected he would be sure to force his own way. He was accordingly confirmed in his provisional situation of chief of battalion, and appointed march to hold that rank in the army of Italy. Before joining that army, the genius of Napoleon was employed by the Convention in surveying and fortifying the seacoast of the Mediterranean, a very troublesome task, as it involved many disputes with the local authorities of small towns and villages, and even hamlets, all of whom wished to have batteries erected for their own special protection, without regard to the general safety. It involved him, moreover, as we shall presently see, in some risk with the Convention at home. The chief of battalion discharged his task scientifically. He divided the necessary fortifications into three classes, distinguishing those designed to protect harbors and roadsteads from such as were intended to defend anchorages of less consequence, and both from the third class, which were to be placed on proper situations to prevent insults and partial descents on the coast by an enemy superior at sea. Napoleon dictated to General Gourgaud hints on this subject, which must be of consequence to the seacoasts, which need such military defenses. Having made his report to the Convention, Bonaparte proceeded to join the headquarters of the French army, then lying at Nice, straitened considerably, and hemmed in by the Sardinians and Austrians, who, after some vain attempts of General Brunet to dislodge them, had remained masters of the Col de Tende and lower passes of the Alps, together with the road leading from Turin to Nice by Scorgio. Bonaparte had influence enough to recommend with success to the General Dumouriez and the representatives of the people Ricord and Robespierre a plan for driving the enemy out of this position, forcing them to retreat beyond the higher Alps, and taking Scorgio, all which measures succeeded as he had predicted. Scorgio surrendered April 29 with much stores and baggage, and the French army obtained possession of the chain of the higher Alps, which, being tenable by defending few and difficult passes, placed a great part of the army of Italy, as it was already termed, though only upon the frontier, at disposal for actual service. While directing the means of attaining these successes, Bonaparte at the same time acquired a complete acquaintance with that Alpine country in which he was shortly to obtain victories in his own name, not in that of others, who obtained reputation by acting on his suggestions. But while he was thus employed, he was involved in an accusation before the convention, which, had his reputation been less for approved patriotism, might have cost him dear. In his plans for the defense of the Mediterranean, Napoleon had proposed repairing an old state prison at Marseille called Fort St. Nicholas, that it might serve as a powder magazine. This plan his successor on the station proceeded to execute, and by doing so gave umbrage to the patriots who charged the commandant of artillery, then at Marseille, and superintending the work, with an intention to rebuild this fort, to serve as a bastille for controlling the good citizens. The officer being summoned to the bar of the convention proved that the plan was not his own, but drawn out by Bonaparte. The representatives of the army in Italy, however, not being able to dispense with his services, wrote to the convention in his behalf, and gave such an account of the origin and purpose of the undertaking as divested it of all shade of suspicion, even in the suspicious eye of the Committee of Public Safety. In the remainder of the year 1794, there was little service of consequence in the army of Italy, and the 9th and 10th Thermidor, 27th and 28th July of that year brought the downfall of Robespierre and threatened unfavorable consequences to Bonaparte, who had been in close communication with the tyrant's brother, and was understood to have participated in the tone of exaggerated patriotism affected by his party. He endeavored to shelter himself under his ignorance of the real tendency of the proceedings of those who had fallen, an apology which resolves itself into the ordinary excuse that he found his late friends had not been the persons he took them for. According to this line of defense, he made all haste to disclaim accession to the political schemes of which they were accused. I am somewhat affected, he wrote to a correspondent, at the fate of the younger Robespierre. But had he been my brother, I would have poniarded him with my own hand, had I been aware that he was forming schemes of tyranny. Bonaparte's disclamations do not seem at first to have been favorably received. His situation was now precarious, and when those members were restored to the convention who had been expelled and proscribed by the Jacobins, it became still more so. The reaction of the moderate party, accompanied by horrible recollections of the past and fears for the future, began now to be more strongly felt as their numbers in the convention acquired strength. Those officers who had attached themselves to the Jacobin party were the objects of their animosity, and besides they were desirous to purify the armies as far as possible of those whom they considered as their own enemies, and those of good order, the rather that the Jacobinical principles still continued to be more favored in the armies than in the interior. To the causes of this we have before alluded, but it may not be unnecessary to repeat that the soldiers had experienced all the advantages of the fierce energies of a government which sent them out to conquest and offered them the means of achieving it, and they had not been witnesses to the atrocities of their tyranny in the interior. Before the downfall of Robespierre took place, Bonaparte had received regular but secret instructions to examine the fortifications of Genoa. Roman 1000 record, by whom these instructions had been signed, having now been superseded, and the younger Robespierre guillotined. Albert Salisti and Laporte, the new superintendents of the army of Italy, were pleased to suspect that Bonaparte had engaged in some plot of betraying Genoa to the enemy. He was arrested accordingly early in August, but his papers effectually established his innocence, and after the lapse of a fortnight he was released. In March 1795, he was sent to Toulon to take the command of the artillery in an expedition destined against Rome. But this scheme was not persevered in during his visit to Toulon. However, he had the opportunity of saving from the violence of the populace a party of unfortunate emigrants, including the noble family of Chabrillent, who had been landed from a Spanish prize. His influence with some cannoneers who had served under him during the siege enabled him to rescue these individuals, and he unhesitatingly did so, though at considerable risk to himself. On his rejoining the troops in the Maritime Alps near the end of March, he found the army about to be altered in some parts of its organization and placed under the command of General Kellerman, a recent arrangement had recalled to the service many officers of high rank who had of late been unemployed, and he, as the youngest on the list of generals, could not only not be allowed to retain his command of the artillery in the army of Kellerman, but was removed to the infantry. He repaired therefore to Paris with the view of soliciting professional employment elsewhere, and especially of remonstrating against his permanent removal from the branch of the service in which he had spent so many years. On his way to the capital, he visited his mother at Marseille and found his brother Joseph respectably married in that city. On reaching Paris in May, he found his pretensions thwarted by Aubry, the president of the military committee, who was disposed to treat with little attention his statement respecting the siege of Toulon and his 2 years of successful service in the army of Italy, when in the heat of discussion, Aubry objected his youth. Bonaparte replied that presence in the field of battle ought to anticipate the claim of years. The president, who had not been much in action, considered his reply as a personal insult, and Napoleon, disdaining farther answer, tendered his resignation. It was not, however, accepted, and he still remained in the rank of expectants, but among those whose hopes were entirely dependent upon their merits. It may be observed that at a subsequent period, Aubry, being among those belonging to Pichegru's party who were banished to Cayenne, was excepted from the decree which permitted the return of those unfortunate exiles, and died at Demerara. Meantime, his situation becoming daily more unpleasant, Bonaparte solicited Barras and Freron, who as Thermidorians had preserved their credit for occupation in almost any line of his profession, and even negotiated for permission to go into the Turkish service to train the Mussulmans to the use of artillery. A fanciful imagination may pursue him to the rank of Pacha or higher, for go where he would he could not have remained in mediocrity. His own ideas had a similar tendency. How strange, he said, it would be if a little Corsican officer of artillery were to become king of Jerusalem. He was offered a command in La Vendée, which he declined to accept, and was finally named to command a brigade of artillery in Holland. But it was in a land where there still existed so many separate and conflicting factions, as in France, that he was doomed to be raised amid the struggles of his contending countrymen, and upon their shoulders and over their heads, to the very highest eminence to which fortune can exalt an individual. The times required such talents as his, and the opportunity for exercising them soon arose. Retrospect. The French nation were in general tired of the National Convention, which successive proscriptions had drained of all the talent, eloquence, and energy it had once possessed, and that assembly had become hateful and contemptible to all men by suffering itself to be the passive tool of the terrorists for 2 years, when if they had shown proper firmness, the revolution of the 9th Thermidor might as well have been achieved at the beginning of that frightful anarchy as after that long period of unheard-of suffering. The convention was not greatly improved in point of talent, even by the return of their banished brethren. And in a word, they had lost the confidence of the public entirely. They therefore prepared to gratify the general wish by dissolving themselves. But before they resigned their ostensible authority, it was necessary to prepare some mode of carrying on the government in future. The Jacobin Constitution of 1793 still existed on paper, but although there was an unrepealed law menacing with death anyone who should propose to alter that form of government, no one appeared disposed to consider it as actually in exercise, and notwithstanding the solemnity with which it had been received and ratified by the sanction of the national voice, it was actually passed over and abrogated as a matter of course by a tacit but unanimous consent. Neither was there any disposition to adopt the Girondist Constitution of 1791, or to revert to the democratic monarchy of 1792, the only one of these models which could be said to have had even the dubious endurance of a few months. As at the general change of the world, all former things were to be done away, all was to be made anew. Each of these forms of government had been solemnized by the national oaths and processions customary on such occasions, but the opinion was now universally entertained that not one of them was founded on just principles or contained the power of defending itself against aggression and protecting the lives and rights of the subject. On the other hand, everyone not deeply interested in the late anarchy and implicated in the horrid course of bloodshed and tyranny, which was its very essence, was frightened at the idea of reviving a government which was a professed continuation of the despotism ever attendant upon a revolution, and which in all civilized countries ought to terminate with the extraordinary circumstances by which revolution has been rendered necessary to have continued the revolutionary government indeed longer than this would have been to have imitated the conduct of an ignorant empiric who should persist in subjecting a convalescent patient to the same course of exhausting and dangerous medicines, which a regular physician would discontinue as soon as the disease had been brought to a favorable crisis. It seems to have been in general felt and admitted that the blending of the executive and legislative power together, as both had been exercised by the existing convention, opened the road to the most afflicting tyranny, and that to constitute a stable government, the power of executing the laws and administering the ministerial functions must be vested in some separate individuals or number of individuals who should indeed be responsible to the national legislature for the exercise of this power, but neither subject to their direct control nor enjoying it as emanating immediately from their body. With these reflections arose others on the utility of dividing the legislative body itself into two assemblies, one of which might form a check on the other, tending, by some exercise of an intermediate authority, to qualify the rash rapidity of a single chamber and obstruct the progress of any individual who might, like Robespierre, obtain a dictatorship in such a body, and become in doing so an arbitrary tyrant over the whole authorities of the state. Thus loth and late, the French began to cast an eye on the British Constitution and the system of checks and balances upon which it is founded as the best means of uniting the protection of liberty with the preservation of order. Thinking men had come gradually to be aware that in hopes of getting something better than a system which had been sanctioned by the experience of ages, they had only produced a set of models, which were successively wondered at, applauded, neglected, and broken to pieces, instead of a simple machine capable, in mechanical phrase, of working well. Had such a feeling prevailed during the commencement of the Revolution, as was advocated by Mounier and others, France and Europe might have been spared the bloodshed and distress which afflicted them during a period of more than 20 years of war, with all the various evils which accompanied that great convulsion. France had then a king, nobles out of whom a senate might have been selected, and abundance of able men to have formed a lower house or House of Commons. But the golden opportunity was passed over, and when the architects might perhaps have been disposed to execute the new fabric which they meditated on the plan of a limited monarchy, the materials for the structure were no longer to be found. The legitimate king of France no doubt existed, but he was an exile in a foreign country, and the race of gentry from whom a house of peers or hereditary senate might have been chiefly selected were to be found only in foreign service, too much exasperated by their sufferings to admit a rational hope that they would ever make any compromise with those who had forced them from their native land and confiscated their family property. Saving for these circumstances and the combinations which arose out of them, it seems very likely that at the period at which we have now arrived, the tide, which began to set strongly against the Jacobins, might have been adroitly turned in favor of the Bourbons. But though there was a general feeling of melancholy regret, which naturally arose from comparing the peaceful days of the monarchy with those of the reign of terror, rule of Louis the Roman XVI, with that of Robespierre's memory of former quiet and security, with the more recent recollections of blood and plunder, still, it seems to have existed rather in the state of a predisposition to form a royal party than as the principle of one already existing fuel was lying ready to catch the flame of loyalty. But the match had not yet been applied, and to counteract this general tendency there existed the most formidable obstacles. In the first place, we have shown already the circumstances by which the French armies were strongly attached to the name of the Republic, in whose cause all their wars had been waged, and all their glory won, by whose expeditious and energetic administration the military profession was benefited. while they neither saw nor felt the misery entailed on the nation at large. But the French soldier had not only fought in favor of democracy, but actively and directly against royalty, as Vive la République was his. War cry he was in La Vendée on the Rhine, and elsewhere met encountered, and sometimes defeated and driven back by those who used the opposite signal word, Vive le Roi. The Royalists were indeed the most formidable opponents of the military part of the French nation, and such was the animosity of the latter at this period to the idea of returning to the ancient system, that if a general could have been found capable of playing the part of monk, he would probably have experienced the fate of Lafayette and Dumouriez. A second and almost insuperable objection to the restoration of the Bourbons occurred in the extensive change of property that had taken place. If the exiled family had been recalled, they could not at this very recent period but have made stipulations for their devoted followers and insisted that the estates forfeited in their cause should have been compensated or restored, and such a resumption would have inferred ruin to all the purchasers of national domains, and in consequence a general shock to the security of property through the kingdom. The same argument applied to the church lands. The most Christian king could not resume his throne without restoring the ecclesiastical establishment. In part, if not in whole, it was impossible to calculate the mass of persons of property and wealth, with their various connections, who as possessors of national domains, that is, of the property of the church or of the emigrants, were bound by their own interest to oppose the restoration of the Bourbon family. The revolutionary government had followed the course, but striking and deeply politic admonition of the Scottish reformer pull down the nest, said Knox, when he urged the multitude to destroy churches and abbeys, and the rooks will fly off. The French government, by dilapidating and disposing of the property of the emigrants and clergy, had established an almost insurmountable barrier against the return of the original owners. The Cavaliers in the Great Civil War of England had been indeed fined, sequestrated, impoverished, but their estates were still generally speaking in their possession, and they retained, though under oppression and poverty, the influence of a national aristocracy, diminished, but not annihilated in France. That influence of resident proprietors had all been transferred to other hands tenacious in holding what property they had acquired and determined to make good the defense of it against those who claimed a prior right. Lastly, the fears and conscious recollections of those who held the chief power in France for the time induced them to view their own safety as deeply compromised by any proposition of restoring the exiled royal family. This present sitting and ruling convention had put to death Louis Roman XVI. With what hope of safety could they install his brother on the throne they had formally, and in full conclave, renounced belief in the existence of a deity? With what consistence could they be accessory to restore a national church? Some remained republicans from their heart and upon conviction, and a great many more of the deputies could not abjure democracy without confessing at the same time that all the violent measures which they had carried through for the support of that system were so many great and treasonable crimes. These fears of a retributive reaction were very generally felt in the convention. The Thermidorians in particular, who had killed Robespierre and now reigned in his stead, had more substantial grounds of apprehension from any counter-revolutionary movement than even the body of the representatives at large, many of whom had been merely passive in scenes where Barras and Talleyrand had been active agents. The timid party of the Plain might be overawed by the returning prince, and the members of the Girondists, who could indeed scarce be said to exist as a party, might be safely despised. But the Thermidorians themselves stood in a different predicament. They were of importance enough to attract both detestation and jealousy. They held power, which must be an object of distrust to the restored monarch, and they stood on precarious ground betwixt the hatred of the moderate party, who remembered them as colleagues of Robespierre and Danton, and that of the Jacobins, who saw in Talleyrand and Barras deserters of that party and the destroyers of the power of the sans-culottes. They had therefore just reason to fear that, stripped of the power which they at present possessed, they might become the unpitied and unaided scapegoats to expiate all the offenses of the Revolution. Thus each favorable sentiment towards the cause of the Bourbons was opposed, Roman I, by their unpopularity with the armies, Roman II, by the apprehensions of the confusion and distress, which must arise from a general change of property, and Roman 3, by the conscious fears of those influential persons who conceived their own safety concerned in sustaining the republican model. Still, the idea of monarchy was so generally received as the simplest and best mode of once more re-establishing good order and a fixed government that some statesmen proposed to resume the form, but change the dynasty. With this view, divers persons were suggested by those who supposed that by passing over the legitimate heir to the crown, the dangers annexed to his rights and claims might be avoided, and the apprehended measures of resumption and reaction might be guarded against. The son of the Duke of Orleans was named, but the infamy of his father clung to him in another wild hypothesis. The Duke of York or the Duke of Brunswick were suggested as fit to be named constitutional kings of France. The Abbé Sieyès is said to have expressed himself in favor of the prince last named. But without regarding the wishes or opinions of the people without doors, the convention resolved to establish such a model of government as should be most likely to infuse into a republic something of the stability of a monarchical establishment, and thus repair at once former errors and preserve an appearance of consistency in the eyes of Europe. New Constitution. For this purpose, 11 commissioners, chiefly selected amongst the former Girondists, were appointed April to draw up a new constitution upon a new principle, which was again to receive the universal adhesion of the French by acclamation and oath, and to fall in a short time under the same neglect which had attended every preceding model. This, it was understood, was to be so constructed as to unite the consistency of a monarchical government with the name and forms of a democracy. That the system now adopted by the French commissioners might bear a form corresponding to the destinies of the nation and flattering to its vanity, it was borrowed from that of the Roman Republic, an attempt to imitate which had already introduced many of the blunders and many of the crimes of the Revolution. The executive power was lodged in a council of 5 persons termed directors, to whom were to be consigned the conduct of peace and war, the execution of the laws, and the general administration of the government. They were permitted no share of the legislative authority. This arrangement was adopted to comply with the jealousy of those who, in the individual person of a single director holding a situation similar to that of the stadtholder in Holland or the President of the United States, saw something too closely approaching to a monarchical government. Indeed, it is said, Louvet warned them against establishing such an office by assuring them that when they referred the choice of the individual who was to hold it to the nation at large, they would see the Bourbon heir elected. But the inconvenience of this pentarchy could not be disguised, and it seemed to follow as a necessary consequence of such a numerous executive council either that there would be a schism and a minority and majority established in that preeminent body of the state where unity and vigor were chiefly requisite, or else that some one or two of the ablest and most crafty among the directors would establish a supremacy over the others and use them less as their colleagues than their dependents. The legislators, however, though they knew that the whole Roman Empire was found insufficient to satiate the ambition of 3 men, yet appeared to hope that the concord and unanimity of their 5 directors might continue unbroken, though they had but one nation to govern, and they decided accordingly. The executive power being thus provided for, the legislative body was to consist of 2 councils, one of elders, as it was called, serving as a House of Lords, another of youngers, which they termed from its number the Council of 500. Both were elective, and the difference of age was the only circumstance which placed a distinction betwixt the 2 bodies. The members of the Council of 500 were to be at least 25 years old, a qualification which after the 7th year of the Republic was to rise to 30 years complete. In this assembly, laws were to be first proposed, and having received its approbation, they were to be referred to the Council of Ancients. The requisites to sit in the latter Senate were the age of 40 years complete, and the being a married man or a widower. Bachelors, though above that age, were deemed unfit for legislation, perhaps from want of domestic experience. The Council of Ancients had the power of rejecting the propositions laid before them by the Council of 500, or by adopting and approving them, that of passing them into laws. These regulations certainly gained one great point in submitting each proposed legislative enactment to two separate bodies, and of course to mature and deliberate consideration. It is true that neither of the councils had any especial character or separate interest, which could enable or induce the ancients as a body to suggest to the 500 a different principle of considering any proposed measure from that which was likely to occur to them in their own previous deliberation. No such varied views, therefore, were to be expected as must arise between assemblies composed of persons who differ in rank or fortune, and consequently view the same question in various and opposite lights. Still delay and reconsideration were attained before the irrevocable fiat was imposed upon any measure of consequence, and so far much was gained. An orator was supposed to answer all objections to the system of the two councils thus constituted when he described that of the juniors as being the imagination, that of the ancients as being the judgment of the nation, the one designed to invent and suggest national measures, the other to deliberate and decide upon them. This was, though liable to many objections, an ingenious illustration, indeed, but an illustration is not an argument, though often passing current as such. On the whole, the form of the Constitution of the year 3 Roman 1 E 1795 showed a greater degree of practical efficacy, sense, and consistency than any of those previously suggested, and in the introduction, though there was the usual proclamation of the rights of man, his duties to the laws and to the social system, were for the first time enumerated in manly and forcible language, intimating the desire of the framers of these institutions to put a stop to the continuation of revolutionary violence in future. But the Constitution now promulgated had a blemish common to all its predecessors. It was totally new and unsanctioned by the experience either of France or any other country, a mere experiment in politics, the result of which could not be known until it had been put in exercise, and which for many years at least must be necessarily less the object of respect than of criticism. Wise legislators, even when lapse of time, alteration of manners, or increased liberality of sentiment require corresponding alterations in the institutions of their fathers, are careful as far as possible to preserve the ancient form and character of those laws into which they are endeavoring to infuse principles and a spirit accommodated to the altered exigencies and temper of the age. There is an enthusiasm in patriotism as well as in religion. We value institutions not only because they are ours, but because they have been those of our fathers. And if a new constitution were to be presented to us, although perhaps theoretically showing more symmetry than that by which the nation had been long governed, it would be as difficult to transfer to it the allegiance of the people as it would be to substitute the worship of a Madonna, the work of modern art, for the devotion paid by the natives of Saragossa to their ancient Palladium, Our Lady of the Pillar. But the Constitution of the year 3, with all its defects, would have been willingly received by the nation in general as affording some security from the revolutionary storm, had it not been for a selfish and usurping device of the Thermidorians to mutilate and render it nugatory at the very outset by engrafting upon it the means of continuing the exercise of their own arbitrary authority. It must never be forgotten that these conquerors of Robespierre had shared all the excesses of his party before they became his personal enemies, and that when deprived of their official situations and influence, which they were likely to be by a representative body freely and fairly elected, they were certain to be exposed to great individual danger. Determined, therefore, to retain the power in their own hands, the Thermidorians suffered with an indifference amounting almost to contempt the Constitution to pass through and be approved of by the Convention, but under pretense that it would be highly impolitic to deprive the nation of the services of men accustomed to public business, they procured Aug. 22 two decrees to be passed, the first ordaining the electoral bodies of France to choose as representatives to the two councils under the new Constitution at least 2/3 of the members presently sitting in Convention, and the second declaring that in default of a return of 2/3 of the present deputies, as prescribed the Convention, themselves should fill up the vacancies out of their own body. In other words, should name a large proportion of themselves their own successors in legislative power. These decrees were sent down to the primary assemblies of the people, and every art was used to render them acceptable. But the nation, and particularly the city of Paris, generally revolted at this stretch of arbitrary authority. They recollected that all the members who had sat in the first National Assembly, so remarkable for talent, had been declared ineligible on that single account for the second legislative body, and now men so infinitely the inferiors of those who were the colleagues of Murray Balmaunia and other great names, presumed not only to declare themselves eligible by re-election, but dared to establish two-thirds of their number as indispensable ingredients of the legislative assemblies, which, according to the words alike and spirit of the Constitution, ought to be chosen by the free voice of the people. The electors, and particularly those of the sections of Paris, angrily demanded to know upon what public services the deputies of the Convention founded their title to a privilege so unjust and anomalous among the more active part of them, to whom the measure was chiefly to be ascribed. They saw but a few reformed terrorists who wished to retain the power of tyranny, though disposed to exercise it with some degree of moderation, and the loss of whose places might be possibly followed by that of their heads. In the others, they only beheld a flock of timid and discountenanced helots willing to purchase personal security at the sacrifice of personal honor and duty to the public, while in the Convention, as a body who pronounced so large a proportion of their number as indispensable to the service of the state, judging from their conduct hitherto, they could but discover an image composed partly of iron, partly of clay, deluged with the blood of many thousand victims, a pageant without a will of its own, and which had been capable of giving its countenance to the worst of actions, at the instigation of the worst of mean sort of Moloch, whose name had been used by its priests to compel the most barbarous sacrifices. To sum up the whole, these experienced men of public business, without whose intermediation it was pretended the national affairs could not be carried on, could only shelter themselves from the charge of unbounded wickedness by pleading their unlimited cowardice, and by poorly alleging that for 2 years they had sat, voted, and deliberated under a system of compulsion and terror. So much meanness rendered those who were degraded by it unfit not merely to rule, but to live, and yet two-thirds of their number were, according to their own decrees, to be intruded on the nation as an indispensable portion of its representatives. The sections. Such was the language held in the assemblies of the sections of Paris, who were the more irritated against the domineering and engrossing spirit exhibited in these usurping enactments, because it was impossible to forget that it was their interference and the protection afforded by their National Guard which had saved the Convention from massacre on more occasions than one. In the meanwhile, reports continued to be made from the primary assemblies of their adhesion to the Constitution, in which they were almost unanimous, and of their sentiments concerning the 2 decrees authorizing and commanding the re-election of two-thirds of the Convention, on which there existed a strong difference of opinion. The Convention determined, at all rates, to carry through with a high hand the iniquitous and arbitrary measure which they proposed, failed not to make these reports such as they desired them to be, and announced that the 2 decrees had been accepted by a majority of the primary assemblies. The citizens of Paris challenged the accuracy of the returns, alleged that the reports were falsified, demanded a scrutiny, and openly bid defiance to the Convention. Their power of meeting together in their sections on account of the appeal to the people gave them an opportunity of feeling their own strength and encouraging each other by speeches and applauses. They were further emboldened and animated by men of literary talent, whose power was restored with the liberty of the press. Finally, they declared their sittings permanent, and that they had the right to protect the liberties of France. The greater part of the National Guards were united on this occasion against the existing government, and nothing less was talked of than that they should avail themselves of their arms and numbers, march down to the Tuileries, and dictate law to the Convention with their muskets, as the revolutionary mob of the suburbs used to do with their pikes. The Convention, unpopular themselves and embarked in an unpopular cause, began to look anxiously around for assistance. They chiefly relied on the aid of about 5,000 regular troops who were assembled in and around Paris. These declared for government with the greater readiness that the insurrection was of a character decidedly aristocratical, and that the French armies, as already repeatedly noticed, were attached to the Republic. But besides these, professional troops entertained the usual degree of contempt for the National Guards, and on this account alone were quite ready to correct the insolence of the Pekins or Muscadins, who usurped the dress and character of soldiers. The convention had also the assistance of several hundred artillerymen, who since the taking of the Bastille had been always zealous Democrats still apprehensive of the result. They added to this force another of a more ominous description. It was a body of volunteers consisting of about 1,500 men, whom they chose to denominate the Sacred Band or the Patriots of 1789. They were gleaned out of the suburbs, and from the jails, the remnants of the insurrectional battalions, which had formed the bodyguard of Hebert and Robespierre, and had been the instruments by which they executed their atrocities. The convention proclaimed them men of the 10th of August. Undoubtedly, they were also men of the massacres of September. It was conceived that the beholding such a pack of bloodhounds ready to be let loose might inspire horror into the citizens of Paris, to whom their very aspect brought so many fearful recollections. It did so, but it also inspired hatred, and the number and zeal of the citizens compensating for the fury of the terrorists, and for the superior discipline of the regular troops to be employed against them, promised an arduous and doubtful conflict. Much, it was obvious, must depend on the courage and conduct of the leaders. The sections employed as their commander-in-chief General Daniken, an old officer of no high reputation for military skill, but otherwise a worthy and sincere man. The convention at first made choice of Menou, and directed him, supported by a strong military force, to march into the section Lepelletier and disarm the National Guards of that district. This section is one of the most wealthy and, of course, most aristocratic in Paris, being inhabited by bankers, merchants, the wealthiest class of tradesmen, and the better orders in general. Its inhabitants had formerly composed the battalion of National Guards des Filles St. Thomas, the only one which, taking part in the defense of the Tuileries, shared the fate of the Swiss Guards. Upon the memorable 10th of August, the section continued to entertain sentiments of the same character, and when Menou appeared at the head of his forces, accompanied by Laporte, a member of the convention, he found the citizens under arms and exhibiting such a show of resistance as induced him, after a parley, to retreat, without venturing an attack upon them. Menace indecision showed that he was not a man suited to the times, and he was suspended from his command by the convention, and placed under arrest. The general management of affairs and the direction of the conventional forces was then committed to Barras, but the utmost anxiety prevailed among the members of the committees by whom government was administered to find a general of nerve and decision enough to act under Barras in the actual command of the military force, in a service so delicate and times so menacing. It was then that a few words from Barras, addressed to his colleagues Carnot and Talleyrand, decided the fate of Europe for well nigh 20 years. "I have the man," he said, "whom you want, a little Corsican officer, who will not stand upon ceremony." The acquaintance of Barras and Bonaparte had been, as we have already said, formed at the siege of Toulon, and the former had not forgotten the inventive and decisive genius of the young officer, to whom the conquest of that city was to be ascribed. On the recommendation of Barras, Bonaparte was sent for. He had witnessed the retreat of Menou, and explained with much simplicity the causes of that check and the modes of resistance which ought to be adopted in case of the apprehended attack. His explanations gave satisfaction. Bonaparte was placed at the head of the conventional forces, and took all the necessary precautions to defend the same palace which he had seen attacked and carried by a body of insurgents on the 10th of August. But he possessed far more formidable means of defense than were in the power of the unfortunate Louis. He had 200 pieces of cannon, which his high military skill enabled him to distribute to the utmost advantage. He had more than 5,000 regular forces, and about 1,500 volunteers. He was thus enabled to defend the whole circuit of the Tuileries, to establish posts in all the avenues by which it could be approached, to possess himself of the bridges, so as to prevent cooperation between the sections which lay on the opposite banks of the river, and finally to establish a strong reserve in the place Louis Quinze, or as it was then called Place de la Révolution, Bonaparte had only a few hours to make all these arrangements, for he was named in place of Menou late on the night before the conflict. Merely civic army having no cannon for the field pieces of which each section possessed two had been almost all given up to the convention, after the disarming the suburb of Saint-Antoine, ought to have respected so strong a position as the Tuileries, when so formidably defended their policy, should have been as in the days of Henry Roman II, to have barricaded the streets at every point, and cooped up the conventional troops within the defensive position they had assumed till want of provisions obliged them to sally at disadvantage or to surrender. But a popular force is generally impatient of delay. The retreat of Menou had given them spirit, and they apprehended with some show of reason that the sections, if they did not unite their forces, might be attacked and disarmed separately. They therefore resolved to invest the convention in a hostile manner, require of the members to recall the obnoxious decrees, and allow the nation to make a free and undictated election of its representatives. On the 13th Vendemiaire, corresponding to the 4th October, the civil affray, commonly called the Day of the Sections, took place. The National Guards assembled to the number of 30,000 men and upwards, but having no artillery, they advanced by different avenues in close columns, but everywhere found the most formidable resistance. One large force occupied the quays on the left bank of the Seine, threatening the palace from that side of the river. Another strong division advanced on the Tuileries through the Rue Saint-Honore, designing to debouch on the palace, where the convention was sitting by the Rue de Echelle. They did so without duly reflecting that they were flanked on most points by strong posts in the lanes and crossings defended by artillery. The contest began in the Rue Saint-Honore. Bonaparte had established a strong post with 2 guns at the cul-de-sac Dauphine opposite to the church of Saint-Roch. He permitted the imprudent Parisians to involve their long and dense columns in the narrow street without interruption, until they established a body of grenadiers in the front of the church, and opposite to the position at the cul-de-sac. Each party, as usual, throws on the other the blame of commencing the civil contest, for which both were prepared, but all agree the firing commenced with musketry. It was instantly followed by discharges of grapeshot and canister, which pointed as the guns were upon thick columns of the National Guards arranged on the quays, and in the narrow streets made an astounding carnage. The National Guards offered a brave resistance, and even attempted to rush on the artillery and carry the guns by main force, but a measure which is desperate enough in the open field becomes impossible when the road to assault lies through narrow streets which are swept by the cannon at every discharge. The citizens were compelled to give way by a more judicious arrangement of their respective forces. Different results might have been hoped, but how could Daniken in any circumstances have competed with Bonaparte? The affair, in which several hundred men were killed and wounded, was terminated as a general action in about an hour, and the victorious troops of the convention, marching into the different sections, completed the dispersion and disarming of their opponents, an operation which lasted till late at night. The convention used this victory with the moderation which recollection of the Reign of Terror had inspired. Only 2 persons suffered death for the Day of the Sections. One of them, Lafond, had been a garde du corps, was distinguished for his intrepidity, and repeatedly rallied the National Guard under the storm of grape shot. Several other persons having fled were in their absence capitally condemned, but were not strictly looked after, and deportation was the punishment inflicted upon others. The accused were indebted for this clemency chiefly to the interference of those members of the convention who, themselves exiled on the 31st of May, had suffered persecution and learned mercy. The convention showed themselves at the same time liberal to their protectors. General Berryer, who commanded the volunteers of 1789, and other general officers employed on the Day of the Sections, were loaded with praises and preferment. But a separate triumph was destined to Bonaparte. As the hero of the day, 5 days after the battle, Barras solicited the attention of the convention to the young officer by whose prompt and skillful dispositions the Tuileries had been protected on the 13th Vendemiaire, and proposed that they should approve of General Bonaparte's appointment as second in command of the Army of the Interior, Barras himself still remaining commander-in-chief. The proposal was adopted by acclamation. The convention retained their resentment against Menou, whom they suspected of treachery, but Bonaparte interfering as a mediator, they were content to look over his offense. After this decided triumph over their opponents, the convention ostensibly laid down their authority, and retiring from the scene in their present character, appeared upon it anew in that of a primary assembly, in order to make choice of such of their members, as by virtue of the decrees of two-thirds, as they were called, were to remain on the stage, as members of the legislative councils of elders and 500. After this change of names and dresses resembling the shifts of a strolling company of players, the two-thirds of the old convention, with one-third of members newly elected, took upon them the administration of the new constitution. The two re-elected thirds formed a large proportion of the councils, and were in some respects much like those unfortunate women who, gathered from jails and from the streets of the metropolis, have been sometimes sent out to foreign settlements, and however profligate their former lives, may have been often regained character and become tolerable members of society in a change of scene and situation. The Directory. The Directory consisted of Barras-Sieyès Rouble Latourneur de la Manche and Revalière Lepox, to the exclusion of Talleyrand, who was deeply offended. Four of these directors were reformed Jacobins or Thermidorians. The fifth, Revalière Lepox, was esteemed a Girondist Sieyès, whose taste was rather for speculating in politics than acting in them, declined what he considered a hazardous office, and was replaced by Carnot. The nature of the insurrection of the sections was not ostensibly royalist, but several of its leaders were of that party in secret, and if successful, it would most certainly have assumed that complexion. Thus the first step of Napoleon's rise commenced by the destruction of the hopes of the House of Bourbon, under the reviving influence of which 20 years afterwards he himself was obliged to succumb, but the long path which closed so darkly was now opening upon him in light, and Bonaparte's high services, and the rank which he had obtained rendered him, now a young man of the first hope and expectation, mingling on terms of consideration among the rulers of the state, instead of being regarded as a neglected stranger supporting himself with difficulty and haunting public offices, and bureau in vain, to obtain some chance of preferment or even employment. From second in command, the new general soon became general-in-chief of the Army of the Interior. Barras, having found his duties as a director incompatible with those of military command, he employed his genius, equally prompt and profound, in improving the state of the military forces, and in order to prevent the recurrence of such insurrections as that of the 13th Vendemiaire or Day of the Sections, and as the many others by which it was preceded, he appointed and organized a guard for the protection of the representative body. As the dearth of bread and other causes of disaffection continued to produce commotions in Paris, the General of the Interior was sometimes obliged to oppose them with a military force. On one occasion, it is said that when Bonaparte was anxiously admonishing the multitude to disperse, a very bulky woman exhorted them to keep their ground. "Never mind these coxcombs with the epaulets," she said. "They do not care if we are all starved, so they themselves feed and get fat." "Look at me, good woman," said Bonaparte, who was then as thin as a shadow, "and tell me which is the fatter of us two." This turned the laugh against the Amazon, and the rabble dispersed in good humor. If not among the most distinguished of Napoleon's victories, this is certainly worthy of record as achieved at the least cost. Meantime, circumstances, which we will relate according to his own statement, introduced Bonaparte to an acquaintance which was destined to have much influence on his future fate. A fine boy of 10 or 12 years old presented himself at the levee of the General of the Interior with a request of a nature unusually interesting. He stated his name to be Eugène Beauharnais, son of the Cidevant Vicomte de Beauharnais, who, adhering to the revolutionary party, had been a general in the Republican service upon the Rhine, and falling under the causeless suspicion of the Committee of Public Safety, was delivered to the Revolutionary Tribunal, and fell by its sentence just 4 days before the overthrow of Robespierre. Eugène was come to request of Bonaparte, as General of the Interior, that his father's sword might be restored to him. The prayer of the young supplicant was as interesting as his manners were engaging, and Napoleon felt so much interest in him that he was induced to cultivate the acquaintance of Eugene's mother, afterwards the Empress Josephine. Josephine Beauharnais. This lady was a Creolian, the daughter of a planter in St. Domingo. Her name at full length was Marie Joseph Rose Détacher de la Pagerie. She had suffered her share of revolutionary miseries after her husband, General Beauharnais, had been deprived of his command. She was arrested as a suspected person and detained in prison till the general liberation which succeeded the revolution of 9th Thermidor. While in confinement, Madame Beauharnais had formed an intimacy with a companion in distress, Madame Fontenay, now Madame Talleyrand, from which she derived great advantages after her friend's marriage, with a remarkably graceful person, amiable manners, and an inexhaustible fund of good humor. Madame Beauharnais was formed to be an ornament to society. Barras, the Thermidorian hero himself, an ex-noble, was fond of society, desirous of enjoying it on an agreeable scale, and of washing away the dregs which Jacobinism had mingled with all the dearest interests of life. He loved show too and pleasure, and might now indulge both without the risk of falling under the suspicion of incivism, which in the reign of terror would have been incurred by any attempt to intermingle elegance with the enjoyments of social intercourse. At the apartments which he occupied as one of the Directory in the Luxembourg Palace, he gave its free course to his natural taste, and assembled an agreeable society of both sexes. Madame Talleyrand and her friend formed the soul of these assemblies, and it was supposed that Barras was not insensible to the charms of Madame Beauharnais, a rumor which was likely to arise whether with or without foundation. When Madame Beauharnais and General Bonaparte became intimate, the latter assures us, and we see no reason to doubt him, that although the lady was 2 or 3 years older than himself, yet being still in the full bloom of beauty and extremely agreeable in her manners, he was induced solely by her personal charms to make her an offer of his hand-heart, and fortunes, little supposing, of course, to what a pitch the latter were to arise. Although he himself is said to have been a fatalist, believing in destiny and in the influence of his star, he knew nothing probably of the prediction of a Negro sorceress, who, while Marie Joseph was but a child, prophesied she should rise to a dignity greater than that of a queen, yet fall from it before her death. This was one of those vague auguries delivered at random by fools or impostors, which the caprice of fortune sometimes matches with a corresponding and conforming event, but without trusting to the African Sibyl's prediction, Bonaparte may have formed his match under the auspices of ambition as well as love. The marrying Madame Beauharnais was a mean of uniting his fortune with those of Barras and Talleyrand, the first of whom governed France as one of the directors, and the last, from talents and political connections, had scarcely inferior influence. He had already deserved well of them for his conduct on the day of the sections, but he required their countenance to rise still higher, and without derogating from the bride's merits, we may suppose her influence in their society corresponded with the views of her lover. It is, however, certain that he always regarded her with peculiar affection, that he relied on her fate, which he considered as linked with and strengthening his own, and reposed, besides considerable confidence, in Josephine's tact and address in political business. She had at all times the art of mitigating his temper, and turning aside the hasty determinations of his angry moments, not by directly opposing, but by gradually parrying and disarming them. It must be added to her great praise that she was always a willing and often a successful advocate in the cause of humanity. They were married 9th March 1796, and the dowry of the bride was the chief command of the Italian armies, a scene which opened a full career to the ambition of the youthful General Bonaparte. Remained with his wife only 3 days after his marriage, hastened to see his family, who were still at Marseille, and having enjoyed the pleasure of exhibiting himself as a favorite of fortune in the city which he had lately left in a very subordinate capacity, proceeded rapidly to commence the career to which fate called him by placing himself at the head of the Italian army. Chapter III. The Alps. Feelings and views of Bonaparte on being appointed to the command of the army of Italy. General account of his new principles of warfare. Mountainous countries, peculiarly favorable to them. Retrospect of military proceedings since October 1795, hostility of the French government to the Pope. Massacre of the French envoy Basseville at Rome. Austrian army under Beaulieu. Napoleon's plan for entering Italy. Battle of Montenotte and Buonaparte's first victory again defeats the Austrians at Millesimo. Again, under Cali takes possession of Cherasco, king of Sardinia, requests an armistice, which leads to a peace, concluded on very severe terms. Close of the Piedmontese campaign. Napoleon's character at this period. Napoleon has himself observed that no country in the world is more distinctly marked out by its natural boundaries than Italy. The Alps seem a barrier erected by nature herself, on which she has inscribed in gigantic characters, "Here let ambition be stayed." Yet this tremendous circumvallation of mountains, as it could not prevent the ancient Romans from breaking out to desolate the world, so it has been in like manner found ever since the days of Hannibal unequal to protect Italy herself from invasion. The French nation, in the times of which we treat, spoke indeed of the Alps as a natural boundary, so far as to authorize them to claim all which lay on the western side of these mountains as naturally pertaining to their dominions, but they never deigned to respect them as such. When the question respected their invading on their own part the territories of other states, which lay on or beyond the formidable frontier, they assumed the law of natural limits as an unchallengeable rule when it made in favor of France, but never allowed it to be quoted against her interest. Commander-in-Chief. During the Revolutionary War, the general fortune of battle had varied from time to time in the neighborhood of these mighty boundaries. The King of Sardinia possessed almost all the fortresses which command the passes on these mountains, and had therefore been said to wear the keys of the Alps at his girdle. He had indeed lost his dukedom of Savoy and the county of Nice in the late campaigns, but he still maintained a very considerable army and was supported by his powerful ally, Emperor of Austria, always vigilant regarding that rich and beautiful portion of his dominions which lies in the north of Italy. The frontiers of Piedmont were therefore covered by a strong Austro-Sardinian army opposed to the French, of which Napoleon had been just named commander-in-chief. A strong Neapolitan force was also to be added, so that in general numbers their opponents were much superior to the French, but a great part of this force was cooped up in garrisons which could not be abandoned. It may be imagined with what delight the general, scarce aged 26, advanced to an independent field of glory and conquest, confident in his own powers, and in the perfect knowledge of the country which he had acquired when by his scientific plans of the campaign he had enabled General Dumouriez to drive the Austrians back and obtain possession of the Col di Tensiorgio and the gorges of the higher Alps. Buonaparte's achievements had hitherto been under the auspices of others. He made the dispositions before Toulon, but it was Dugommier who had the credit of taking the place. Dumouriez, as we have just said, obtained the merit of the advantages in Piedmont. Even in the civil turmoil of the 13th Vendemiaire, his actual services had been overshadowed by the official dignity of Barras as commander-in-chief, but if he reaped honor in Italy, the success would be exclusively his own, and that proud heart must have throbbed to meet danger upon such terms that keen spirit have toiled to discover the means of success. For victory, he relied chiefly upon a system of tactics hitherto unpracticed in war, or at least upon any considerable or uniform scale. It may not be unnecessary to pause to take a general view of the principles which he now called into action. Nations in the savage state, being constantly engaged in war, always form for themselves some peculiar mode of fighting suited to the country they inhabit, and to the mode in which they are armed. The North American Indian becomes formidable as a rifleman or sharpshooter lays ambuscades in his pathless forests and practices all the arts of irregular war. The Arab or Scythian maneuvers his clouds of cavalry so as to envelope and destroy his enemy in his deserts by sudden onsets, rapid retreats, and unexpected rallies, desolating the country around, cutting off his antagonist's supplies, and practicing, in short, the species of war proper to a people superior in light cavalry. The first stage of civilization is less favorable to success in war as a nation advances in the peaceful arts, and the character of the soldier begins to be less familiarly united with that of the citizen. This system of natural tactics falls out of practice, and when foreign invasion or civil broils call the inhabitants to arms, they have no idea save that of finding out the enemy rushing upon him, and committing the event to superior strength, bravery, or numbers. An example may be seen in the Great Civil War of England, where men fought on both sides in almost every county of the kingdom, without any combination or exact idea of uniting in mutual support or maneuvering, so as to form their insulated bands into an army of preponderating force. At least what was attempted for that purpose must have been on the rudest plan possible, where even actual fight, that part of an army which obtained any advantage, pursued it as far as they could instead of using their success for the support of their companions, so that the main body was often defeated when a victorious wing was in pursuit of those whom their first onset had broken. Buta's war becomes a profession and a subject of deep study. It is gradually discovered that the principles of tactics depend upon mathematical and arithmetical science, and that the commander will be victorious who can assemble the greatest number of forces upon the same point at the same moment, notwithstanding an inferiority of numbers to the enemy. When the general force is computed on both sides, no man ever possessed in a greater degree than Bonaparte the power of calculation and combination necessary for directing such decisive maneuvers. It constituted indeed his secretas. It was for some time Talleyrand. That secret consisted in an imagination fertile in expedients which would never have occurred to others, clearness and precision in forming his plans, a mode of directing with certainty the separate moving columns, which were to execute them by arranging so that each division should arrive on the destined position at the exact time when their service was necessary, and above all in the knowledge which enabled such a master spirit to choose the most fitting subordinate implements to attach them to his person, and by explaining to them so much of his plan as it was necessary each should execute to secure the exertion of their utmost ability in carrying it into effect. Thus not only were his maneuvers, however daring, executed with a precision which warlike operations had not attained before his time, but they were also performed with a celerity which gave them almost always the effect of surprise. Napoleon was like lightning in the eyes of his enemies, and when repeated experience had taught them to expect this portentous rapidity of movement, it sometimes induced his opponents to wait in a dubious and hesitating posture for attacks, which with less apprehension of their antagonist, they would have thought it more prudent to frustrate and to anticipate. Great sacrifices were necessary to enable the French troops to move with that degree of celerity which Bonaparte's combinations required. He made no allowance for impediments or unexpected obstacles. The time which he had calculated for execution of maneuvers prescribed was on no account to be exceeded. Every sacrifice was to be made of baggage, stragglers, even artillery, rather than the column should arrive too late at the point of its destination. Hence, all that had hitherto been considered as essential not only to the health, but to the very existence of an army, was in a great measure dispensed with in the French service, and for the first time troops were seen to take the field without tents, without camp equipage, without magazines of provisions, without military hospitals. The soldiers, eating as they could, sleeping where they could, dying where they could, but still advancing, still combating, and still victorious. It is true that the abandonment of every object save success in the field augmented frightfully all the usual horrors of war. The soldier with arms in his hands and wanting bread became a marauder in self-defense, and in supplying his wants by rapine did mischief to the inhabitants in a degree infinitely beyond the benefit he himself received. For it may be said of military requisition, as truly as of despotism, that it resembles the proceedings of a savage who cuts down a tree to come at the fruit. Still, though purchased at a high rate, that advantage was gained by this rapid system of tactics, which in a slower progress, during which the soldier was regularly maintained and kept under the restraint of discipline, might have been rendered doubtful. It wasted the army through disease, fatigue, and all the consequences of want and toil, but still the victory was attained, and that was enough to make the survivors forget their hardships and to draw forth new recruits to replace the fallen. Patient of labors, light of heart and temper, and elated by success, beyond all painful recollections, the French soldiers were the very men calculated to execute this desperate species of service, under a chief who their sagacity soon discovered was sure to lead to victory all those who could sustain the hardships by which it was to be won. System of tactics. The character of the mountainous countries among which he was for the first time to exercise his system was highly favorable to Buonaparte's views, presenting many lines and defensible positions. It induced the Austrian generals to become stationary and occupy a considerable extent of ground, according to their old system of tactics, but though abounding in such positions as might at first sight seem absolutely impregnable, and were too often trusted to, as such the mountains also exhibited to the sagacious eye of a great captain gorges defiles, and difficult and unsuspected points of access, by which he could turn the positions that appeared in front so formidable, and by threatening them on the flank, and on the rear compel the enemy to a battle at disadvantage, or to a retreat with loss. The forces which Buonaparte had under his command were between 50 and 60,000 good troops, having many of them been brought from the Spanish campaign, in consequence of the peace with that country, but very indifferently provided with clothing and suffering from the hardships they had endured in those mountainous, barren, and cold regions. The cavalry in particular were in very poor order, but the nature of their new field of action, not admitting of their being much employed, rendered this of less consequence, the misery of the French army, until these Alpine campaigns were victoriously closed by the armistice of Cherasco, could, according to Buonaparte's authority, scarce bear description. The officers for several years had received no more than 8 livres a month, 20 pence sterling a week, in name of pay, and staff officers had not amongst them a single horse berthier, preserved as a curiosity an order of the day dated Albenga, directing an advance of 4 louis d'or to every general of division to enable them to enter on the campaign among the generals to whom this paltry supply was rendered acceptable by their wants were or might have been many, whose names became afterwards the praise and dread of war: Augereau, Massena, Serruria, Joubert, Lasnes, and Murat, all generals of the first consideration, served under Buonaparte in his first Italian campaign. The position of the French army had repeatedly varied since October 1795. After the skirmish at Cairo at that time, the extreme left of the line, which extended from south to north, rested upon the Col d'Argentine, and communicated with the higher Alps. Center was on the Col de Tende, and Mount Bertrand left occupied the heights of Saint Bertrand, Saint Jacques, and other ridges running in the same direction, which terminated on the Mediterranean shore near Finale. The Austrians, strongly reinforced, attacked this line and carried the heights of Mont Saint-Jacques, and Kellerman, after a vain attempt to regain that point of his position, retreated to the line of defense more westward, which rests on Borghetto. Kellerman, an active and good brigade officer, but without sufficient talent to act as commander-in-chief, was superseded, and Scherer was placed in command of the army of Italy. He risked a battle with the Austrians near Lona, in which the talents of Massena and Augereau were conspicuous, and by the victory which ensued the French regained the line of Saint-Jacques and Finale, which Kellerman had been forced to abandon, so that in a general point of view, the relative position of the two opposed armies was not very different from that in which they had been left by Buonaparte. The Pope. But though Scherer had been thus far victorious, he was not the person to whom the Directory desired to entrust the daring plan of assuming the offensive on a grand scale upon the Alpine frontier, and by carrying their arms into Italy, compelling the Austrians to defend themselves in that quarter, and to diminish the gigantic efforts which that power had hitherto continued with varied success, but unabated vigor upon the Rhine. The rulers of France had a farther object in this bold scheme. They desired to intimidate or annihilate and dethrone the Pope. He was odious to them as head of the Church, because the attachment of the French clergy to the Roman See, and the points of conscience which rested upon that dependence, had occasioned the recusancy of the priests, especially of those who were most esteemed by the people, to take the constitutional oath to the Pope, and his claims of supremacy were therefore laid the charge of the great civil war in La Vendée, and the general disaffection of the Catholics in the south of France. But this was not the only cause of the animosity entertained by the Directory against the head of the Catholic Church. They had 3 years before sustained an actual injury from the See of Rome, which was yet unavenged. The people of Rome were extremely provoked that the French residing there, and particularly the young artists, had displayed the 3-colored cockade, and were proposing to exhibit the scutcheon containing the emblems of the Republic over the door of the French consul. The Pope, through his minister, had intimated his desire that this should not be attempted, as he had not acknowledged the Republic as a legitimate government. The French, however, pursued their purpose, and the consequence was that a popular commotion arose which the papal troops did not greatly exert themselves to suppress. The carriage of the French envoy or charge d'affaires named Basville was attacked in the streets and chased home. His house was broken into by the mob, and he himself, unarmed and unresisting, was cruelly assassinated. The French government considered this very naturally as a gross insult, and were the more desirous of avenging it, that by doing so they would approach nearer to the dignified conduct of the Roman Republic, which in good or evil seems always to have been their model. The affair happened in 1793, but was not forgotten in 179,694. The original idea entertained by the French government for prosecuting their resentment had been by a proposed landing at Civita Vecchia, with an army of 10,000 men marching to Rome and exacting from the pontiff complete atonement for the murder of Basville. But as the English fleet rode unopposed in the Mediterranean, it became a matter of very doubtful success to transport such a body of troops to Civita Vecchia by sea, not to mention the chance that even if safely landed, they would have found themselves in the center of Italy, cut off from supplies and succors, assaulted on all hands, and most probably blockaded by the British fleet. Bonaparte, who was consulted, recommended that the north of Italy should be first conquered, in order that Rome might be with safety approached and chastised. And this scheme, though in appearance scarce, a less bold measure, was a much safer one than the Directory had at first inclined to, since Bonaparte would only approach Rome in the event of his being able to preserve his communications with Lombardy and Tuscany, which he must conquer in the first place. The plan of crossing the Alps and marching into Italy suited in every respect the ambitious and self-confident character of the general to whom it was now entrusted. It gave him a separate and independent authority, and the power of acting on his own judgment and responsibility for his countryman. Salisti, the deputy who accompanied him as a commissioner of the government, was not probably much disposed to intrude his opinions. He had been Bonaparte's patron and was still his friend. The young general's mind was made up to the alternative of conquest or ruin, as may be judged from his words to a friend at taking leave of him in 3 months. He said, "I will be either at Milan or at Paris," intimating at once his desperate resolution to succeed, and his sense that the disappointment of all his prospects must be the consequence of a failure. On the 27th of March, Bonaparte reached Nice. The picture of the army which General Scherer laid before him was even worse than he had formed any idea of. The supply of bread was very uncertain. Distributions of meat had long ceased, and for means of conveyance there were only mules, and not above 500 of these could be reckoned upon. The headquarters had never been removed from Nice. Since the commencement of the war, they were instantly ordered to be transferred to Albenga on the march thither, along the rugged and precipitous shore of the Mediterranean. The staff, broken with the rear and baggage of the army, were exposed to the cannonade of Nelson's squadron, but the young commander-in-chief would not allow the columns to halt for the purpose either of avoiding or of returning it. On the 3rd of April, the army reached Port Moni near Wunglia, and on the 4th arrived at Albenga, where, with the view of animating his followers to ambitious hopes, he addressed the army of Italy to the following purpose: "Soldiers, you are hungry and naked. The Republic owes you much, but she has not the means to acquit herself of her debts. The patience with which you support your hardships among these barren rocks is admirable, but it cannot procure you glory. I am come to lead you into the most fertile plains that the sun beholds, rich provinces, opulent towns. All shall be at your disposal. Soldiers, with such a prospect before you, can you fail in courage and constancy?" This was showing the deer to the hound when the leash is about to be slipped. The Austro-Sardinian army, to which Bonaparte was opposed, was commanded by Beaulieu, an Austrian general of great experience and some talent, but no less than 75 years old, accustomed all his life to the ancient rules of tactics, and unlikely to suspect, anticipate, or frustrate those plans formed by a genius so fertile as that of Napoleon. Buonaparte's plan for entering Italy differed from that of former conquerors and invaders who had approached that fine country by penetrating or surmounting at some point or other her alpine barriers. This inventive warrior resolved to attain the same object by turning round the southern extremity of the Alpine range, keeping as close as possible to the shores of the Mediterranean, and passing through the Genoese territory by the narrow pass called the Barchetta, leading around the extremity of the mountains and betwixt these and the sea. Thus he proposed to penetrate into Italy by the lowest level which the surface of the country presented, which must be, of course, where the range of the Alps unites with that of the Apennines, the point of junction where these two immense ranges of mountains touch upon each other is at the heights of Mount Saint Jacques above Genoa, where the Alps running northwestward ascend to Mont Blanc, their highest peak, and the Apennines running to the southeast gradually elevate themselves to Monte Velino, the tallest mountain of the range. To attain his object of turning the Alps in the manner proposed, it was necessary that Buonaparte should totally change the situation of his army, those occupying a defensive line running north and south being to assume an offensive position extending east and west. Speaking of an army as of a battalion, he was to form into column upon the right of the line, which he had hitherto occupied. This was an extremely delicate operation to be undertaken in presence of an active enemy, his superior in numbers, nor was he permitted to execute it uninterrupted. No sooner did Beaulieu learn that the French general was concentrating his forces and about to change his position than he hastened to preserve Genoa, without possession of which, or at least of the adjacent territory, Buonaparte's scheme of advance could scarce have been accomplished. The Austrian divided his army into three bodies. Cali, at the head of a Sardinian division, he stationed on the extreme right at Seva. His center division, under D'Argento, having its head at Sassuolo, had directions to march on a mountain called Montenot, with two villages of the same name near to which was a strong position at a place called Monteligino, which the French had occupied in order to cover their flank during their march towards the east. At the head of his left wing, Beaulieu himself moved from Novi upon Voltri, a small town within 10 miles of Genoa, for the protection of that ancient city, whose independence and neutrality were like to be held in little reverence. Thus it appears that while the French were endeavoring to penetrate into Italy by an advance from Sardinia, by the way of Genoa, their line of march was threatened by three armies of Austro-Sardinians descending from the skirts of the Alps and menacing to attack their flank. But though a skillful disposition Beaulieu's had from the very mountainous character of the country, the great disadvantage of wanting connection between the three separate divisions, neither, if needful, could they be easily united on any point desired, while the lower line on which the French moved permitted constant communication and cooperation. Battle of Montenot. On the 10th of April, D'Argento, with the central division of the Austro-Sardinian army, marched on Montenot, while Beaulieu on the left attacked the van of the French army, which had come as far as Voltri. General Cervoni, commanding the French division, which sustained the attack of Beaulieu, was compelled to fall back on the main body of his countrymen, and had the assault of D'Argento been equally animated or equally successful, the fame of Buonaparte might have been stifled in the birth. But Colonel Rampon, a French officer who commanded the redoubts near Monteligino, stopped the progress of D'Argento by the most determined resistance at the head of not more than 1,500 men, whom he inspired with his own courage, and caused to swear either to maintain their post or die. There he continued to defend the redoubts during the whole of the 11th, until D'Argento, whose conduct was afterwards greatly blamed for not making more determined efforts to carry them, drew off his forces for the evening, intending to renew the attack next morning. But on the morning of the 12th, the Austrian general found himself surrounded with enemies. Cervoni, who retreated before Beaulieu, had united himself with La Harpe, and both advancing northward during the night of the 11th, established themselves in the rear of the redoubts of Monteligino, which Rampon had so gallantly defended. This was not all. The divisions of Augereau and Massena had marched by different routes on the flank and on the rear of D'Argento's column, so that next morning, instead of renewing his attack on the redoubts, the Austrian general was obliged to extricate himself by a disastrous retreat, leaving behind him colors and cannon 1,000 slain and 2,000 prisoners. Such was the Battle of Montenotte, the first of Buonaparte's victories, eminently displaying that truth and mathematical certainty of combination, which enabled him, on many more memorable occasions, even when his forces were inferior in numbers and apparently disunited in position, suddenly to concentrate them and defeat his enemy by overpowering him on the very point where he thought himself strongest. He had accumulated a superior force on the Austrian center and destroyed it, while Kali on the right and Beaulieu himself on the left, each at the head of numerous forces, did not even hear of the action till it was fought and won. In consequence of the success at Montenotte and the close pursuit of the defeated Austrians, the French obtained possession of Cairo, which placed them on that side of the Alps which slopes towards Lombardy, and where the streams from these mountains run to join the Po. Beaulieu had advanced to Voltri, while the French withdrew to unite themselves in the attack upon d'Argenteau. He had now to retreat northward with all haste to Dago in the valley of the river Bormida, in order to resume communication with the right wing of his army, consisting chiefly of Sardinians, from which he was now nearly separated by the defeat of the center General Kali. By a corresponding movement on the right occupied Millesimo, a small town about 9 miles from Dago, with which he resumed and maintained communication by a brigade stationed on the heights of Biastro. From the strength of this position, though his forces were scarce, sufficiently concentrated, Beaulieu hoped to maintain his ground till he should receive supplies from Lombardy and recover the consequences of the defeat at Montenotte. But the antagonist whom he had in front had no purpose of permitting him such respite. Battle of Millesimo. Determined upon a general attack on all points of the Austrian position, the French army advanced in 3 bodies upon a space of 4 leagues in extent. Augereau, at the head of the division, which had not fought at Montenotte, advanced on the left against Millesimo. The center under Massena directed themselves upon Dago by the vale of the Bormida. The right wing commanded by La Harpe proceeded by the heights of Cairo for the purpose of turning Beaulieu's left flank. Augereau, whose division had not engaged at the Battle of Montenotte, was the first who came in contact with the enemy. He attacked General Kali on the 13th April. His troops, emulous of the honor acquired by their companions, behaved with great bravery, rushed upon the outposts of the Sardinian army at Millesimo, forced and retained possession of the gorge, by which it was defended, and thus separated from the Sardinian army a body of about 2,000 men under the Austrian General Provera, who occupied a detached eminence called Caesarea, which covered the extreme left of General Kali's position. But the Austrian showed the most obstinate courage. Although surrounded by the enemy, he threw himself into the ruinous castle of Caesarea, which crowned the eminence, and showed a disposition to maintain the place to the last, the rather that, as he could see from the turrets of his stronghold, the Sardinian troops, from whom he had been separated, preparing to fight on the ensuing day, he might reasonably hope to be disengaged. Bonaparte in person came up, and seeing the necessity of dislodging the enemy from this strong post, ordered 3 successive attacks to be made on the castle. Joubert, at the head of one of the attacking columns, had actually with 6 or 7 others made his way into the outworks, when he was struck down by a wound in the head. General Bainal and Adjutant General Quenin fell each at the head of the column which he commanded, and Bonaparte was compelled to leave the obstinate Provera in possession of the castle for the night. The morning of the 14th brought a different scene. Contenting himself with blockading the castle of Caesarea, Bonaparte now gave battle to General Kali, who made every effort to relieve it. These attempts were all in vain. He was defeated and cut off from Beaulieu. He retired as well as he could upon Sèvres, leaving to his fate the brave General Provera, who was compelled to surrender at discretion. Action of Dago. On the same day, Massena with the center attacked the heights of Biastro, being the point of communication betwixt Beaulieu and Kali, while La Harpe, having crossed the Bormida, where the stream came up to the soldiers' middle, attacked in front, and in flank the village of Dago, where the Austrian commander-in-chief was stationed. The first attack was completely successful. The heights of Biastro were carried, and the Piedmontese routed. The assault of Dago was not less so, although, after a harder struggle, Beaulieu was compelled to retreat, and was entirely separated from the Sardinians who had hitherto acted in combination with him. The defenders of Italy now retreated in different directions, Cali moving westward towards Seva, while Beaulieu, closely pursued through a difficult country, retired upon d'Acqui. Even the morning after the victory, it was nearly wrested out of the hands of the conquerors, a fresh division of Austrians who had evacuated Voltri later than the others, and were approaching to form a junction with their general, found the enemy in possession of Beaulieu's position. They arrived at Dago like men who had been led astray, and were no doubt surprised at finding it in the hands of the French, yet they did not hesitate to assume the offensive, and by a brisk attack drove out the enemy, and replaced the Austrian eagles in the village. Great alarm was occasioned by this sudden apparition, for no one among the French could conceive the meaning of an alarm beginning on the opposite quarter to that on which the enemy had retreated, and without its being announced from the outposts towards d'Acqui. Bonaparte hastily marched on the village. The Austrians repelled 2 attacks. At the third, General Lannes, afterwards killed in Egypt, put his hat upon the point of his sword, and advancing to the charge, penetrated into the place. Lannes, also afterwards Duke of Montebello, distinguished himself on the same occasion by courage and military skill, and was recommended by Bonaparte to the Directory for promotion in this Battle of Dago, more commonly called of Millesimo. The Austro-Sardinian army lost 5,000 or 6,000 men, 30 pieces of cannon, with a great quantity of baggage. Besides, the Austrians were divided from the Sardinians, and the 2 generals began to show not only that their forces were disunited, but that they themselves were acting upon separate motives, the Sardinians desiring to protect Turin, whereas the movements of Beaulieu seemed still directed to prevent the French from entering the Milanese territory. Leaving a sufficient force on the Bormida to keep in check Beaulieu, Bonaparte now turned his strength against Cali, who, overpowered and without hopes of succor, abandoned his line of defense near Seva and retreated to the line of the Tanaro. Napoleon, in the meantime, fixed his headquarters at Seva and enjoyed from the heights of Montezimodo the splendid view of the fertile fields of Piedmont, stretching in boundless perspective beneath his feet, watered by the Po, the Tanaro, and 1,000 other streams, which descend from the Alps before the eyes of the delighted army of victors. Lay this rich expanse like a promised land behind them. Was the wilderness they had passed not indeed a desert of barren sand, similar to that in which the Israelites wandered, but a huge tract of rocks and inaccessible mountains, crested with ice and snow, seeming by nature designed as the barrier and rampart of the blessed regions which stretched eastward beneath them? We can sympathize with the self-congratulation of the general, who had surmounted such tremendous obstacles in a way so unusual. He said to the officers around him, as they gazed upon this magnificent scene, Hannibal took the Alps by storm. We have succeeded as well by taming their flank. The dispirited army of Cali was attacked at Mondovi during his retreat by 2 corps of Bonaparte's army from 2 different points, commanded by Massena and Serurier, the last general. The Sardinian repulsed with loss, but when he found Massena in the meantime was turning the left of his line, and that he was thus pressed on both flanks, his situation became almost desperate. The cavalry of the Piedmontese made an effort to renew the combat. For a time, they overpowered and drove back those of the French, and General Stengel, who commanded the latter, was slain in attempting to get them into order. But the desperate valor of Murat, unrivaled perhaps in the heady charge of cavalry combat, renewed the fortune of the field, and the horse as well as the infantry of Cali's army were compelled to a disastrous retreat. The defeat was decisive, and the Sardinians, after the loss of the best of their troops, their cannon, baggage, and appointments, and being now totally divided from their Austrian allies, and liable to be overpowered by the united forces of the French army, had no longer hopes of effectually covering Turin. Bonaparte, pursuing his victory, took possession of Cherasco within 10 leagues of the Piedmontese capital. Thus fortune, in the course of a campaign of scarce a month, placed her favorite in full possession of the desired road to Italy by command of the mountain passes which had been invaded and conquered with so much military skill. He had gained 3 battles over forces far superior to his own, inflicted on the enemy loss of 25,000 men in killed, wounded, and prisoners, taken 80 pieces of cannon, and 21 stand of colors, reduced to inaction. The Austrian army almost annihilated that of Sardinia, and stood in full communication with France upon the eastern side of the Alps, with Italy lying open before him as if to invite his invasion. But it was not even with such laurels, and with facilities which now presented themselves for the accomplishment of new and more important victories upon a larger scale, and with more magnificent results, that the career of Buonaparte's earliest campaign was to be closed the head of the royal house of Savoy, if not one of the most powerful, still one of the most distinguished in Europe, was to have the melancholy experience that he had encountered with the man of destiny, as he was afterwards proudly called, who for a time had power, in the emphatic phrase of Scripture, to bind kings with chains and nobles with fetters of iron. The shattered relics of the Sardinian army had fallen back, or rather fled to within 2 leagues of Turin, without hope of being again able to make an effectual stand. The sovereign of Sardinia, Savoy, and Piedmont had no means of preserving his capital, nay, his existence on the continent, excepting by an almost total submission to the will of the victor. Let it be remembered that Victor Amadeus III was the descendant of a race of heroes, who, from the peculiar situation of their territories, as constituting a neutral ground of great strength betwixt France and the Italian possessions of Austria, had often been called on to play a part in the general affairs of Europe of importance far superior to that which their condition as a second-rate power could otherwise have demanded. In general, they had compensated their inferiority of force by an ability and gallantry which did them the highest credit both as generals and as politicians. And now Piedmont was at the feet in her turn of an enemy weaker in numbers than her own. Besides the reflections on the past fame of his country, the present humiliating situation of the king was rendered more mortifying by the state of his family connections. Victor Amadeus was the father-in-law of Monsieur Louis Roman XVIII, and of the Comte d'Artois, afterwards Charles Roman X. He had received his sons-in-law at his court at Turin, had afforded them an opportunity of assembling around them their forces consisting of the emigrant noblesse, and had strained all the power he possessed, and in many instances successfully, to withstand both the artifices and the arms of the French republicans. And now so born, so connected, and with such principles, he was condemned to sue for peace on any terms which might be dictated from a general of France aged 26 years, who a few months before was desirous of an appointment in the artillery service of the Grand Signior. Armistice of Cherasco. Under these afflicting circumstances, a suspension of hostilities was requested by the King of Sardinia, and on the 24th April conferences were held at Caru, the headquarters of the French, but an armistice could only be purchased by placing 2 of the king's strongest fortresses, Cona and Tortona, in the hands of the French, and thus acknowledging that he surrendered at discretion. The armistice was agreed on April 28 at Cherasco, but commissioners were sent by the king to Paris to arrange with the Directory the final terms of peace. These were such as victors give to the vanquished. Besides the fortresses already surrendered, the King of Sardinia was to place in the hands of the French 5 others of the first importance. The road from France to Italy was to be at all times open to the French armies, and indeed the king, by surrender of the places mentioned, had lost the power of interrupting their progress. He was to break off every species of alliance and connection with the combined powers at war with France, and become bound not to entertain at his court or in his service any French emigrants whatever, or any of their connections, nor was an exception even made in favor of his own 2 daughters. In short, the surrender was absolute. Victor Amadeus exhibited the utmost reluctance to subscribe this treaty, and did not long survive it. His son succeeded in name to the kingdom of Piedmont, but the fortresses and passes which had rendered him a prince of some importance were, excepting Turin and 1 or 2 of minor consequence, all surrendered into the hands of the French. Viewing this treaty with Sardinia as the close of the Piedmontese campaign, we pause to consider the character which Buonaparte displayed at that period. The talents as a general which he had exhibited were of the very first order. There was no disconnection in his objects. They were all attained by the very means he proposed, and the success was improved to the utmost. A different conduct usually characterizes those who stumble unexpectedly on victory, either by good fortune or by the valor of their troops. When the favorable opportunity occurs to such leaders, they are nearly as much embarrassed by it as by a defeat. But Buonaparte, who had foreseen the result of each operation by his sagacity, stood also prepared to make the most of the advantages which might be derived from it. His style in addressing the convention was at this period more modest and simple, and therefore more impressive than the figurative and bombastic style, which he afterwards used in his bulletins. His self-opinion, perhaps, was not risen so high as to permit him to use the sesquipedalian words and violent metaphors to which he afterwards seems to have given a preference. We may remark also that the young victor was honorably anxious to secure for such officers as distinguished themselves the preferment which their services entitled them to. He urges the promotion of his brethren in arms in almost every one of his dispatches, a conduct not only just and generous, but also highly politic. Were his recommendations successful, their general had the gratitude due for the benefit, were they overlooked, thanks equally belonged to him for his good wishes, and the resentment for the slight attached itself to the government who did not give effect to them. If Bonaparte spoke simply and modestly on his own achievements, the bombast which he spared was liberally dealt out to the convention by an orator named Daubermesnil, who invokes all bards from Tietus and Ossian, down to the author of the Marcellois hymnal, painters from Apelles to David, all musicians, from Orpheus to the author of the chant Du Depart, to sing, paint, and compose music upon the achievements of the general and army of Italy. With better taste, a medal of Bonaparte was struck in the character of the conqueror of the Battle of Montenotte. The face is extremely thin, with lank hair, a striking contrast to the fleshy square countenance exhibited on his later coins on the reverse victory. Bearing a palm branch, a wreath of laurel, and a naked sword, is seen flying over the Alps. This medal we notice as the first of the splendid series, which records the victories and honors of Napoleon, and which was designed by Denon as a tribute to the genius of his patron. Chapter IV. Farther progress of the French army under Bonaparte. He crosses the Po at Plaisance on 7th May. Battle of Lodi takes place on the 10th, in which the French are victorious. Remarks on Napoleon's tactics. In this celebrated action, French take possession of Cremona and Pizzighittone, Milan, deserted by the Archduke Ferdinand, and his Duchess Bonaparte enters Milan on the 15th May. General situation of the Italian states. At this period, Napoleon inflicts fines upon the neutral and unoffending states of Parma and Modena, and extorts the surrender of some of their finest pictures. Remarks upon this novel procedure. Progress of the French army. The ardent disposition of Bonaparte did not long permit him to rest after the advantages which he had secured. He had gazed on Italy with an eagle's eye, but it was only for a moment ere stooping on her with the wing, and pouncing on her with the talons of the king of birds. A general with less extraordinary talent would perhaps have thought it sufficient to have obtained possession of Piedmont, revolutionizing its government, as the French had done that of Holland, and would have awaited fresh supplies and reinforcements from France before advancing to farther and more distant conquests, and leaving the Alps under the dominion of a hostile, though for the present a subdued and disarmed monarchy. But Bonaparte had studied the campaign of Villars in these regions, and was of opinion that it was, by that general's hesitation, to advance boldly into Italy after the victories, which the Marshal de Coigny had obtained at Parma and Guastalla, that the enemy had been enabled to assemble an accumulating force, before which the French were compelled to retreat. He determined, therefore, to give the Republic of Venice, the Grand Duke of Tuscany, and other states in Italy no time to muster forces and take a decided part, as they were likely to do, to oppose a French invasion. Their terror and surprise could not fail to be increased by a sudden eruption, while months, weeks, even days of consideration might afford those states attached, as the rulers must be to their ancient oligarchical forms of government, time and composure to assume, arms to maintain them. A speedy resolution was the more necessary, as Austria, alarmed for her Italian possessions, was about to make every effort for their defense. Orders had already been sent by the Aulic Council of War to detach an army of 30,000 men under Wurmser from the army of the Rhine to the frontiers of Italy. These were to be strengthened by other reinforcements from the interior, and by such forces as could be raised in the mountainous district of the Tyrol, which furnishes perhaps the most experienced and most formidable sharpshooters in the world. The whole was to be united to the fragments of Beaulieu's defeated troops, if suffered to form a junction, and arrange their plans for attack or defense. An army of force so superior to the French in numbers, veterans, in discipline, and commanded by a general like Wurmser, was likely to prevent all the advantages which the French might gain by a sudden eruption ere an opposition so formidable was collected and organized. But the daring scheme which Napoleon contemplated, corresponding to the genius of him who had formed it, required to be executed with caution united with secrecy and celerity. These were the more necessary, as although the thanks of the French government had been voted to the army of Italy 5 times in the course of a month, yet the Directory, alarmed at the more doubtful state of hostilities upon the Rhine, had turned their exertions chiefly in that direction, and trusting to the skill of their general and the courage of his troops, had not transmitted recruits and supplies upon the scale necessary for the great undertakings which he meditated, but Italium 116, the idea of penetrating into a country so guarded and defended by nature, as well as by military skill, the consciousness of having surmounted obstacles of a nature so extraordinary, and the hope that they were approaching the reward of so many labors above all their full confidence in a leader who seemed to have bound victory to his standard made the soldiers follow their general without counting their own deficiencies or the enemy's numbers. To encourage this ardor, Bonaparte circulated an address in which, complimenting the army on the victories they had gained, he desired them at the same time to consider nothing as one so long as the Austrians held Milan, and while the ashes of those who had conquered the Tarquins were soiled by the presence of the assassins of Basseville, it would appear that classical allusions are either familiar to the French soldiers, or that without being more learned than others of their rank, they are pleased with being supposed to understand them. They probably considered the oratory of their great leader as soldier-like words and words of exceeding good command. The English soldier, addressed in such flights of eloquence, would either have laughed at them or supposed that he had got a crazed play-actor put over him instead of a general. But there is this peculiar trait in the French character, that they are willing to take everything of a complimentary kind. In the manner in which it seems to be meant, they appear to have made that bargain with themselves on many points which the audience usually do in a theatrito, except of the appearance of things. For the reality, they never inquire whether a triumphal arch is of stone or of wood, whether a scutcheon is of solid metal or only gilt, or whether a speech of which the tendency is flattering to their national vanity contains genuine eloquence or only tumid extravagance. Tortona. All thoughts were therefore turned to Italy. The fortress of Tortona was surrendered to the French by the King of Sardinia. Bonaparte's headquarters were fixed there. May 4. Massena concentrated another part of the army at Alexandria, menacing Milan and threatening, by the passage of the Po, to invade the territories belonging to Austria on the northern bank of that stream. As Bonaparte himself observed, the passage of a great river is one of the most critical operations in modern war, and Beaulieu had collected his forces to cover Milan and prevent the French, if possible, from crossing the Po. But in order to avert the dangerous consequences of attempting to force his passage on the river, defended by a formidable enemy in front, Bonaparte's subtle genius had already prepared the means for deceiving the old Austrian respecting his intended operations. Passage of the Po. Valenza appeared to be the point of passage proposed by the French. It is one of those fortresses which cover the eastern frontier of Piedmont, and is situated upon the Po. During the conferences previous to the armistice of Cherasco, Bonaparte had thrown out hints as if he were particularly desirous to be possessed of this place, and it was actually stipulated in the terms of the treaty that the French should occupy it for the purpose of effecting their passage over the river. Beaulieu did not fail to learn what had passed, which, coinciding with his own ideas of the route by which Bonaparte meant to advance upon Milan, he hastened to concentrate his army on the opposite bank at a place called Valgio, about 18 miles from Valenza, the point near which he expected the attempt to be made, and from which he could move easily in any direction towards the river before the French could send over any considerable force. Massena also countenanced this report, and riveted the attention of the Austrians on Valenza by pushing strong reconnoitering parties from Alexandria in the direction of that fortress. Besides, Beaulieu had himself crossed the Po at this place, and like all men of routine, for such he was, though a brave and approved soldier, was always apt to suppose that the same reasons which directed himself must needs seem equally convincing to others. In almost all delicate affairs, persons of ordinary talents are misled by their incapacity to comprehend that men of another disposition will be likely to view circumstances and act upon principles with an eye and opinion very different from their own. But the reports which induced the Austrian general to take the position at Villegieu arose out of a stratagem of war. It was never Buonaparte's intention to cross the Po at Valenza. The proposal was a feint to draw Beaulieu's attention to that point, while the French accomplished the desired passage at Placenza, nearly 50 miles lower down the river than Villegieu, where their subtle general had induced the Austrians to take up their line of defense. Marching for this purpose with incredible celerity, Buonaparte, on the 7th of May, assembled his forces at Placenza when their presence was least expected, and where there were none to defend the opposite bank, except 2 or 3 squadrons of Austrians stationed there merely for the purpose of reconnoitring. General Andreassi, for names distinguished during those dreadful wars begin to rise on the narrative, as the stars glimmer out on the horizon, commanded an advance guard of 500 men. They had to pass in the common ferryboats, and the crossing required nearly half an hour, so that the difficulty, or rather impossibility, of achieving the operation, had they been seriously opposed, appears to demonstration. Colonel Lanz threw himself ashore first with a body of grenadiers, and speedily dispersed the Austrian hussars, who attempted to resist their landing the vanguard. Having thus opened the passage, the other divisions of the army were enabled to cross in succession, and in the course of 2 days the whole were in the Milanese territory, and on the left bank of the Po. The military maneuvers by means of which Buonaparte achieved without the loss of a man an operation of so much consequence, and which without such address as he displayed must have been attended with great loss and risk of failure, have often been considered as among his most masterly movements. Beaulieu, informed too late of the real plans of the French general, moved his advanced guard, composed of the division of General Lipthay, from Villegieu towards the Po in the direction of Placenza. But here also the alert general of the French had been too rapid in his movements, for the aged German Buonaparte had no intention to wait an attack from the enemy. With such a river as the Po in his rear, which he had no means of recrossing if the day should go against him, so that a defeat or even a material check would have endangered the total loss of his army, he was therefore pushing forward in order to gain ground on which to maneuver, and the advanced divisions of the 2 armies met at a village called Fombio, not far from Kassel. On the 8th of May, the Austrians threw themselves into the place, fortified, and manned the steeples, and whatever posts else could be made effectual for defense, and reckoned upon defending themselves there, until the main body of Beaulieu's army should come up to support them. But they were unable to sustain the vivacity of the French onset, to which so many successive victories had now given a double impulse. The village was carried at the bayonet's point. The Austrians lost their cannon, and left behind 1/3 of their men in slain, wounded, and prisoners. The wreck of Lipthay's division saved themselves by crossing the Adda at Pizzighittone, while they protected their retreat by a hasty defense of that fortress. Another body of Austrians having advanced from Kassel to support, it may be supposed, the division of Lipthay, occasioned a great loss to the French army in the person of a very promising officer. This was General La Harpe, highly respected and trusted by Buonaparte, and repeatedly mentioned in the campaigns of Piedmont. Hearing the alarm given by the outposts when the Austrian patrols came in contact with them, La Harpe rode out to satisfy himself concerning the nature and strength of the attacking party. On his return to his own troops, they mistook him and his attendants for the enemy, fired upon, and killed him. He was a Swiss by birth, and had been compelled to leave his country on account of his democratical opinions. A grenadier, says Buonaparte, in stature and in courage, but of a restless disposition. The soldiers, with the superstition belonging to their profession, remarked that during the Battle of Fombio on the day before he was less animated than usual, as if an obscure sense of his approaching fate already overwhelmed him. The Austrian regiment of cavalry, which occasioned this loss after some skirmishing, was content to escape to Lodi, a point upon which Beaulieu was again collecting his scattered forces for the purpose of covering Milan by protecting the line of the Adda. Battle of Lodi. The passage of the Po, said Bonaparte in his report to the Directory, had been expected to prove the boldest and most difficult maneuver of the campaign, nor did we expect to have an action of more vivacity than that of Dago. But we have now to recount the Battle of Lodi, as the conqueror deservedly congratulated himself on this hard-won victory, and as it has become, in a manner especially connected with his name and military character, we must, according to our plan, be somewhat minute in our details respecting it. The Adder, a large and deep river, though fordable at some places, and in some seasons, crosses the valley of the Milanese, rising in the Tyrolese Alps, and joining the Po at Pizzighittone, so that if the few points at which it can be crossed are fortified or defended, it forms a line covering all the Milanese territory to the eastward from any force approaching from the direction of Piedmont. This line Beaulieu proposed to make against the victor before whom he had so often retreated, and he conjectured on this occasion rightly that to prosecute his victory by marching upon Milan, Bonaparte would first desire to dislodge the covering army from the line of the Adda, as he could not safely advance to the capital of Lombardy, leaving the enemy in possession of such a defensive line upon their flank. He also conjectured that this attempt would be made at Lodi. This is a large town containing 12,000 inhabitants. It has old Gothic walls, but its chief defense consists in the river Adda, which flows through it, and is crossed by a wooden bridge about 500 feet in length. When Beaulieu, after the affair of Fombio, evacuated Casal, he retreated to this place with about 10,000 men. The rest of his army was directed upon Milan, and Cassano, a town situated like Lodi upon the Adda. Bonaparte calculated that if he could accomplish the passage of the Adda at Lodi, he might overtake and disperse the remainder of Beaulieu's army without allowing the veteran time to concentrate them for farther resistance in Milan, or even for rallying under the walls of the strong fortress of Mantua. The judgment of the French general was in war not more remarkable for seizing the most advantageous moment of attack than for availing himself to the very uttermost of success when obtained the quick-sighted faculty and power of instant decision with which nature had endowed him, had, it may be supposed, provided beforehand for the consequences of the victory ere it was yet won, and left no room for doubt or hesitation. When his hopes had become certainties, we have already remarked that there have been many commanders who, after an accidental victory, are so much at a loss what is next to be done, that while they are hesitating, the golden moments pass away unimproved. But Bonaparte knew as well how to use advantages as to obtain them. Upon the 10th day of May, attended by his best generals, and heading the choicest of his troops, Napoleon pressed forward towards Lodi, about a league from Casal. He encountered the Austrian rearguard, who had been left, it would appear, at too great a distance from the main body. The French had no difficulty in driving these troops before them into the town of Lodi, which was but slightly defended by the few soldiers whom Beaulieu had left on the western or right side of the Adda. He had also neglected to destroy the bridge, although he ought rather to have supported a defense on the right bank of the river, for which the town afforded many facilities, till the purpose of destruction was completed, than have allowed it to exist if his rearguard had been actually stationed in Lodi. Instead of being so far in the rear of the main body, they might, by a protracted resistance from the old walls and houses, have given time for this necessary act of demolition. But though the bridge was left standing, it was swept by 20 or 30 Austrian pieces of artillery, whose thunders menaced death to any who should attempt that pass of peril. The French, with great alertness, got as many guns in position on the left bank, and answered this tremendous fire with equal spirit. During this cannonade, Bonaparte threw himself personally amongst the fire, in order to station 2 guns loaded with grape-shot in such a position as rendered it impossible for anyone to approach for the purpose of undermining or destroying the bridge, and then calmly proceeded to make arrangements for a desperate attempt. His cavalry was directed to cross, if possible, at a place where the Adda was said to be fordable, a task which they accomplished with difficulty. Meantime, Napoleon observed that the Austrian line of infantry was thrown considerably behind the batteries of artillery, which they supported in order that they might have the advantage of a bending slope of ground, which afforded them shelter from the French fire. He therefore drew up a close column of 3,000 grenadiers, protected from the artillery of the Austrians by the walls and houses of the town. and yet considerably nearer to the enemy's line of guns on the opposite side of the Adda than were their own infantry, which ought to have protected them. The column of grenadiers, thus secured, waited in comparative safety until the appearance of the French cavalry, who had crossed the ford, began to disquiet the flank of the Austrians. This was the critical moment, which Bonaparte expected. A single word of command wheeled the head of the column of grenadiers to the left and placed it on the perilous bridge. The word was given to advance, and they rushed on with loud shouts of Vive la République. But their appearance upon the bridge was the signal for a redoubled shower of grape shot, while from the windows of the houses on the left side of the river, the soldiers who occupied them poured volley after volley of musketry on the thick column as it endeavored to force its way over the long bridge. At one time, the French grenadiers, unable to sustain this dreadful storm, appeared for an instant to hesitate, but Berthier, the chief of Bonaparte's staff, with Massena, Lemegny, and Corvini, hurried to the head of the column, and by their presence and gallantry renewed the resolution of the soldiers who now poured across the bridge. The Austrians had but one resource left: to rush on the French with the bayonet, and kill or drive back into the Adda those who had forced their passage before they could deploy into line or receive support from their comrades who were still filing along the bridge. But the opportunity was neglected, either because the troops who should have executed the maneuver had been, as we have already noticed, withdrawn too far from the river, or because the soldiery, as happens when they repose too much confidence in a strong position, became panic-struck when they saw it unexpectedly carried. Or it may be that General Beaulieu, so old and so unfortunate, had somewhat lost that energy and presence of mind which the critical moment demanded. Whatever was the cause, the French rushed on the artillerymen, from whose fire they had lately suffered so tremendously, and unsupported as they were, had little difficulty in bayoneting them. The Austrian army now completely gave way and lost in their retreat, annoyed as it was by the French cavalry, upwards of 20 guns, 1,000 prisoners, and perhaps 2,000 more wounded and slain. Such was the famous passage of the Bridge of Lodi, achieved with such skill and gallantry as gave the victor the same character for fearless intrepidity and practical talent in actual battle, which the former part of the campaign had gained him as a most able tactician. Yet this action, though successful, has been severely criticized by those who desire to derogate from Bonaparte's military talents. It has been said that he might have passed over a body of infantry at the same ford where the cavalry had crossed, and that thus, by maneuvering on both sides of the river, he might have compelled the Austrians to evacuate their position on the left bank of the Adda without hazarding an attack upon their front, which could not but cost the assailants very dearly. Bonaparte had perhaps this objection in his recollection when he states that the column of grenadiers was so judiciously sheltered from the fire until the moment when their wheel to the left brought them on the bridge, that they only lost 200 men during the storm of the passage. We cannot but suppose that this is a very mitigated account of the actual loss of the French army. So slight a loss is not to be easily reconciled with the horrors of the battle, as he himself detailed them in his dispatches, nor with the conclusion in which he mentions that of the sharp contests which the army of Italy had to sustain during the campaign. None was to be compared with that terrible passage of the Bridge of Lodi. In fact, as we may take occasion to prove hereafter, the memoranda of the great general, dictated to his officers at St. Helena, have a little too much the character of his original bulletins, and while they show a considerable disposition to exaggerate the difficulties to be overcome, the fury of the conflict, and the exertions of courage by which the victory was attained, show a natural inconsistency from the obvious wish to diminish the loss which was its unavoidable price. But admitting that the loss of the French had been greater on this occasion than their general cared to recollect or acknowledge, his military conduct seems not the less justifiable. Bonaparte appears to have had two objects in view in this daring exploit. The first was to improve and increase the terror into which his previous successes had thrown the Austrians, and to impress on them the conviction that no position, however strong, was able to protect them against the audacity and talent of the French. This discouraging feeling, exemplified by so many defeats, and now by one in circumstances where the Austrians appeared to have every advantage, it was natural to suppose, would hurry Beaulieu's retreat induce him to renounce all subsequent attempts to cover Milan, and rather to reunite the fragments of his army, particularly that part of Liptay's division, which after being defeated at Fombio had thrown themselves into Pizzighittone to have maneuvered slowly and cautiously, would not have struck that terror and confusion which was inspired by the desperate attack on the position at Lodi. Supposing these to have been his views, the victor perfectly succeeded, for Beaulieu, after his misadventure, drew off without any farther attempt to protect the ancient capital of Lombardy, and threw himself upon Mantua with the intention of covering that strong fortress, and at the same time of sheltering under it the remains of his army until he could form a junction with the forces which Wurmser was bringing to his assistance from the right. Bonaparte himself has pointed out a second object, in which he was less successful. He had hoped the rapid surprise of the bridge of Lodi might enable him to overtake or intercept the rest of Beaulieu's army, which, as we have said, had retreated by Cassano. He failed indeed in this object, for these forces also made their way into the Mantuan territory and joined Beaulieu, who by crossing the classical Mincio placed another strong line of military defense betwixt him and his victor. But the prospect of intercepting and destroying so large a force was worth the risk he encountered at Lodi, especially taking into view the spirit which his army had acquired from a long train of victory, together with the discouragement which had crept into the Austrian ranks from a uniform series of defeats. It should also be remembered, in considering the necessity of forcing the bridge of Lodi, that the ford over the Adda was crossed with difficulty even by the cavalry, and that when once separated by the river, the communication between the main army and the detachment of infantry which his censors say Napoleon should have sent across in the same manner being in a great degree interrupted, the latter might have been exposed to losses from which Bonaparte, situated as he was on the right bank, could have had no means of protecting them. Pizzighittone. Leaving the discussion of what might have been to trace that which actually took place, the French cavalry pursued the retreating Austrians as far as Cremona, of which they took possession. Pizzighittone was obliged to capitulate, the garrison being cut off from all possibility of succor. About 500 prisoners surrendered in that fortress. The rest of Liptay's division and other Austrian corps could no otherwise escape than by throwing themselves into the Venetian territory. It was at this time that Bonaparte had some conversation with an old Hungarian officer, made prisoner in one of the actions, whom he met with at a bivouac by chance, and who did not know him. The veteran's language was a curious commentary on the whole campaign, nay, upon Bonaparte's general system of warfare, which appeared so extraordinary to those who had long practiced the art on more formal principles. Things are going on as ill and as irregularly as possible, said the old martinet. The French have got a young general who knows nothing of the regular rules of war. He is sometimes on our front, sometimes on the flank, sometimes on the rear. There is no supporting such a gross violation of rules. This somewhat resembles the charge which foreign tacticians have brought against the English, that they gained victories by continuing with their insular ignorance and obstinacy to fight on long after the period, when if they had known the rules of war they ought to have considered themselves as completely defeated. A peculiar circumstance is worth mentioning. The French soldiers had a mode at that time of amusing themselves by conferring an imaginary rank upon their generals. When they had done some remarkable exploit, they showed their sense of the bravery displayed by Bonaparte at the Battle of Lodi by creating him a corporal, and by this phrase of the little corporal he was distinguished in the intrigues formed against him, as well as those which were carried on in his favor, in the language of Georges Cadoudal, who laid a scheme for assassinating him, and in the secret consultation of the old soldiers and others who arranged his return from Elba. We are now to turn for a time from war to its consequences, which possess an interest of a nature different from the military events we have been detailing. The movements which had taken place since the King of Sardinia's defeat had struck terror into the government of Milan and the Archduke Ferdinand, by whom Austrian Lombardy was governed. But while Beaulieu did his best to cover the capital by force of arms, the measures resorted to by the government were rather of a devotional than warlike character. Processions were made relics exposed, and rites resorted to which the Catholic religion prescribes as an appeal to heaven in great national calamities. But the saints they invoked were deaf or impotent for the passage of the bridge of Lodi, and Beaulieu's subsequent retreat to Mantua left no possibility of defending Milan. The Archduke and his Duchess immediately left Milan, followed by a small retinue, and leaving only a moderate force in the citadel, which was not in a very defensible condition. Their carriages passed through a large crowd, which filled the streets as they moved slowly along. The royal pair were observed to shed natural tears at leaving the capital of these princely possessions of their house. The people observed a profound silence, only broken by low whispers. They showed neither joy nor sorrow at the event, which was passing. All thoughts were bent in anxious anticipation upon what was to happen next. When the Archduke had departed, the restraint which his presence had imposed from habit and sentiment, as much as from fear of his authority, was of course removed, and many of the Milanese citizens began with real or affected zeal for republicanism to prepare themselves for the reception of the French. The three-colored cockade was at first timidly assumed, but the example being shown, it seemed as if these emblems had fallen like snow into the caps and hats of the multitude. The imperial arms were removed from the public buildings, and a placard was put on the palace of the government with an inscription: "This house is to be let aptly for the keys to the French Commissioner Salisti." The nobles hastened to lay aside their armorial bearings, their servants' liveries, and other badges of aristocracy. Meantime, the magistrates caused order to be maintained in the town by regular patrols of the burgher guard. A deputation of the principal inhabitants of Milan, with Melzi at its head, was sent to the victorious general with offers of full submission, since there was no longer room for resistance or for standing upon terms. On the 15th of May, Bonaparte made his public entry into Milan under a triumphal arch prepared for the occasion, which he traversed surrounded by his guards, and took up his residence in the archiepiscopal palace. The same evening, a splendid entertainment was given, and the tree of liberty, of which the aristocrats observed that it was a bare pole without either leaves or fruit roots or branches, was erected with great form in the principal square. All this affectation of popular joy did not disarm the purpose of the French general to make Milan contribute to the relief of his army. He imposed upon the place requisition of 20 millions of livres, but offered to accept of goods of any sort in kind, and at a rateable valuation. For it may be easily supposed that specie, the representative of value, must be scarce in a city circumstanced as Milan was. The public funds of every description, even those dedicated to the support of hospitals, went into the French military chest. The church plate was seized as a part of the requisition, and when all this was done, the citizens were burdened with the charge of finding rations for 15,000 men daily, by which force the citadel, with its Austrian garrison, was instantly to be blockaded. Situation of the Italian states. While Lombardy suffered much, the neighboring countries were not spared. The reader must be aware that for more than a century, Italy had been silently declining into that state of inactivity which succeeds great exertion, as a rapid and furious blaze sinks down into exhaustion and ashes. The keen judgment of Napoleon had seen that the geographical shape of Italy, though presenting in many respects advantages for a great and commercial nation, offered this main impediment to its separate existence as one independent state, that its length being too great in proportion to its breadth, there was no point sufficiently central to preserve the due influence of a metropolis in relation to its extreme northern and southern provinces, and that the inhabitants of Naples and Lombardy, being locally so far divided and differing in climate habits and the variety of temper which climate and habits produce, could hardly be united under the same government. From these causes, Italy was, after the demolition of the great Roman Empire, early broken up into different subdivisions, which, more civilized than the rest of Europe, at the time attracted in various degrees the attention of mankind, and at length, from the sacerdotal power of Rome, the wealth and extensive commerce of Venice, and Genoa, the taste and splendor of Florence, and the ancient fame of the metropolis of the world, became of importance much over proportion to their actual extent of territory. But this time had passed away, and the Italian states rich in remembrances were now comparatively poor in point of immediate consequence in the scale of nations. They retained their oligarchical or monarchical forms and constitutions as in the more vigorous state of their existence, but appeared to have lost their energies both for good and evil. The proud and jealous love which each Italian used to bear towards his own province was much abated. The hostility of the factions which divided most of their states and induced the citizens to hazard their own death or exile in the most trifling party quarrel had subsided into that calm selfish indifference which disregards public interests of all kinds. They were ill-governed in so far as their rulers neglected all means of benefiting the subjects or improving the country, and they were thus far well-governed that, softened by the civilization of the times and perhaps by a tacit sense of their own weakness, their rulers had ceased in a great measure to exercise with severity the despotic powers with which they were in many cases invested, though they continued to be the cause of petty vexations to which the natives had become callous. The Vatican slept like a volcano which had exhausted its thunders, and Venice, the most jealous and cruel of oligarchies, was now shutting her wearied eyes and closing her ears against informers and spies of state. The Italian state stood therefore like a brotherhood of old trees, decayed at heart and root, but still making some show of branches and leaves, until the French invasion rushed down like the whirlwind, which lays them prostrate. In the relations between France and Italy, it must be observed that two of the most considerable of these states, Tuscany and Venice, were actually in league with the former country, having acknowledged the Republic and done nothing to deserve the chastisement of her armies. Others might be termed neutral, not having perhaps deemed themselves of consequence sufficient to take part in the quarrel of the coalesced powers against France. The Pope had given offense by the affair of Basseville and the encouragement which his countenance afforded to the nonconforming clergy of France. But excepting Naples and Austrian Lombardy, no state in Italy could be exactly said to be at open war with the new republic. Bonaparte was determined, however, that this should make no difference in his mode of treating them. Seizure of works of art. The first of these slumbering potentates with whom he came in contact was the Duke of Parma. This petty sovereign, even before Bonaparte entered Milan, had deprecated the victor's wrath, and although neither an adherent of the coalition nor at war with France, he found himself obliged to purchase an armistice by heavy sacrifices. He paid a tribute of 2 millions of livres, besides furnishing horses and provisions to a large amount, and agreeing to deliver up 20 of the finest paintings in his cabinet to be chosen by the French general. The next of these sufferers was the Duke of Modena. This prince was a man of moderate abilities. His business was hoarding money, and his pleasure consisted in nailing up with his own princely hands the tapestry which ornamented churches on days of high holiday, from which he acquired the nickname of the royal upholsterer. But his birth was illustrious, as the descendant of that celebrated hero of Est, the patron of Tasso and of Ariosto, and his alliance was no less splendid, having married the sister of the unfortunate Marie Antoinette and of Joseph II. Then his daughter was married to the Archduke Ferdinand, the governor of Milan. Notwithstanding his double connection with the imperial family, the Principality of Modena was so small that he might have been passed over as scarce worthy of notice, but for the temptation of his treasures in the works of art, as well as in specie. On the approach of a column of the French army to Modena, the Duke fled from his capital, but sent his brother, the Chevalier d'Este, to capitulate with Napoleon, May 20,135. It might have been urged in his favor that he was no avowed partner in the coalition, but Bonaparte took for granted his goodwill towards his brother-in-law, the Emperor of Austria, and esteemed it a crime deserving atonement. Indeed, it was one which had not been proved by any open action, but neither could it admit of being disproved. The Duke was therefore obliged to purchase the privilege of neutrality, and to expiate his supposed good inclination for the House of Austria, 5 millions and a half of French livres, with large contributions in provisions and accoutrements, perhaps cost the Duke of Modena more anxious thoughts than he had bestowed on the misfortunes of his imperial relatives. To levy on obnoxious states or princes the means of paying or accommodating troops would have been only what has been practiced by victors in all ages, but an exaction of a new kind was now, for the first time, imposed on these Italian princes. The Duke of Modena, like the Duke of Parma, was compelled to surrender 20 of his choicest pictures to be selected at the choice of the French general, and the persons of taste with whom he might advise. This was the first time that a demand of this nature had been made in modern times in a public and avowed manner, and we must pause to consider the motives and justice of such a requisition. Works of art. Hitherto works of art had been considered as sacred even during the utmost extremities of war. They were judged to be the property not so much of the nation or individuals who happened to possess them as of the world in general, who were supposed to have a common interest in these productions, which, if exposed to become the ordinary spoils of war, could hardly escape damage or destruction. To take a strong example of forbearance, Frederick of Prussia was a passionate admirer of the fine arts and no scrupulous investigator of the rights conferred by conquest, but rather disposed to stretch them to the uttermost. Yet, when he obtained possession of Dresden under circumstances of high irritation, Frederick respected the valuable gallery cabinets and museums of the capital of Saxony and preserved their contents inviolate as a species of property which could not and ought not to fall within the rights of a conqueror. He considered the elector as only the keeper of the gallery, and regarded the articles which it contained as belonging to the civilized world at large. There are persons who demand the cause of this distinction and require to know why works of art, the value of which is created solely by the opinion of those who pretend to understand them, and is therefore to be regarded as merely imaginary, or, as it is called by lawyers, a mere pretium affectionis, should be exempted from that martial law which disposes at pleasure of the real property of the vanquished. It might easily be shown in reply that the respect due to genius of the highest order attaches with a sort of religious zeal to the objects of our admiration in the fine arts, and renders it a species of sacrilege to subject them to the chances of war. It has, besides, already been hinted that these chefs-d'œuvre, being readily liable to damage, scarcely admitting of being repaired, and absolutely incapable of being replaced, their existence is hazarded by rendering them the objects of removal according to the fluctuation of victory. But it is surely sufficient to say that wherever the progress of civilization has introduced rules to qualify and soften the extremities of war, these should be strictly adhered to. In the rudest ages of society, man avails himself of the right of the strongest. In the fullest extent, the victor of the Sandwich Islands devours his enemy, the North American Indian, tortures him to death. Almost all savage tribes render their prisoners slaves and sell them as such. As society advances, these inhumanities fall out of practice, and it is unnecessary to add that, as the victorious general deserves honorable mention in history, who by his clemency relaxes in any respect the rigorous laws of conquest, so he must be censured in proportion whose conduct tends to retrograde towards the brutal violence of primitive hostility. Bonaparte cannot be exempted from this censure. He, as the willing agent of the Directory under whose commands he acted, had resolved to disregard the neutrality which had hitherto been considered as attaching to the productions of the fine arts, and for the first time had determined to view them as the spoils of conquest. The motive is more easily discovered than justified. In the reign of terror and equality, the fine arts, with everything connected with cultivated feelings, had been regarded as inconsistent with the simplicity of the republican character, and like the successful fanatics of England and the first enthusiastic votaries of the Koran, the true sans-culottes were disposed to esteem taste, which could not generally exist without a previous superior education, as something aristocratic and alien from the imaginary standard of equality, to which it was their purpose to lower. All the exertions of intellect, as well as the possession of property. Palaces were therefore destroyed, and monuments broken to pieces. But this brutal prejudice, with the other attempts of these frantic democrats to bring back the world to a state of barbarism equally in moral and in general feeling, was discarded at the fall of the Jacobin authority. those who succeeded to the government exerted themselves laudably in endeavoring, rather to excite men's minds to a love of those studies and tastes which are ever found to humanize and soften the general tone of society, and which teach hostile nations that they have points of friendly union, even because they unite in admiring the same masterpieces of art. A museum was formed at Paris for the purpose of collecting and exhibiting to public admiration paintings and statues, and whatever was excellent in art, for the amusement of the citizens whose chief scene of pleasure hitherto had been a wild and ill-regulated civic festival, to vary the usual exhibition of the procession of a train of victims moving towards the guillotine. The substitution of such a better object of popular attention was honorable, virtuous, and politic in itself, and speedily led the French people, partly from taste, partly from national vanity, to attach consequence to the fine arts and their productions. Unfortunately, there were no ordinary measures by which the French as purchasers could greatly augment the contents of their museum, and more unfortunately for other nations, and ultimately for themselves, they had the power and the will to increase their possessions of this kind, without research or expense, by means of the irresistible progress of their arms. We have no right to say that this peculiar species of spoliation originated with Bonaparte. Personally, he probably obeyed the orders of the Directory, and besides instances might no doubt be found in the history of all nations of interesting articles of this nature having been transferred by the chance of war from one country to another, as in cases of plunder of an ordinary description, which though seldom avowed or defended, are not the less occasionally practiced. But Napoleon was unquestionably the first and most active agent who made such exactions a matter of course, and enforced them upon principle, and that he was heartily engaged in this scheme of general plunder is sufficiently proved from his expressions to the Directory upon transmitting those paintings, which the Duke of Modena, the first sufferer on this system, was compelled to surrender, and which were transferred to Paris as the legitimate spoils of war. But before copying the terms in which Napoleon announces the transmission of masterpieces of art to the National Museum, it ought to be remarked that the celebrated Saint Jerome by Correggio, which he mentions with a sort of insulting triumph, was accounted so valuable that the Duke of Modena offered 2 millions of livres as the ransom of that picture alone. This large sum the French general, acting on the principle which many in his situation were tempted to recognize, might have safely converted to his own use, under the certainty that the appropriation, indispensable as his services were to the government, would neither have been inquired into nor censured. But avarice cannot be the companion, far less the controller, of ambition. The feelings of the young victor were of a character too elevated to stoop to the acquisition of wealth, nor was his career at that or any other period sullied by this particular and most degrading species of selfishness. When his officers would have persuaded him to accept the money as more useful for the army, he replied that the 2 millions of livres would soon be spent, but the Correggio would remain an ornament of the city of Paris for ages, and inspire the production of future masterpieces. In his dispatch to the Directory of 17th Floreal 8th of May, Napoleon desires to have some artists sent to him who might collect the monuments of art, which shows that the purpose of seizing upon them had been already formed in the letter which accompanied the transmission of the pictures. He has these remarkable expressions: "You will receive the articles of the suspension of arms which I have granted to the Duke of Parma. I will send you as soon as possible the finest pictures of Correggio, amongst others a Saint Jerome, which is said to be his masterpiece. I must own that the saint takes an unlucky time to visit Paris, but I hope you will grant him the honors of the museum." The same system was followed at Milan, where several of the most valuable articles were taken from the Ambrosian collection. The articles were received in the spirit with which they were transmitted. The most able critics were dispatched to assist the general in the selection of the monuments of the fine arts to be transferred to Paris, and the Secretary General of the Lyceum, confounding the possession of the production of genius with the genius itself, which created them, congratulated his countrymen on the noble dispositions which the victors had evinced. It is no longer blood, said the orator, which the French soldier thirsts for he desires to lead no slaves in triumph behind his chariot, is the glorious spoils of the arts and of industry with which he longs to decorate his victorious cherishes, that devouring passion of great souls, the love of glory, and the enthusiasm for high talents, too, which the Greeks owed their astonishing successes. It was the defense of their temples, their monuments, their statues, their great artists that stimulated their valor. It was from such motives they conquered at Salamis, and at Marathon. It is thus that our armies advance escorted by the love of arts, and followed by sweet peace from Coni to Milan, and soon to proceed from thence to the proud Basilic of St. Peter's. The reasoning of the secretary of the Lyceum is lost amidst his eloquence, but the speech, if it means anything, signifies that the seizing on those admired productions placed the nation which acquired the forcible possession of them in the same condition as if she had produced the great men by whom they were achieved, just as the ancient Scythians believed they became inspired with the talents and virtues of those whom they murdered, or according to another interpretation, it may mean that the French who fought to deprive other nations of their property had as praiseworthy motives of action as the Greeks who made war in defense of that which was their own. But however their conduct might be regarded by themselves, it is very certain that they did by no means resemble those whose genius set the example of such splendid success in the fine arts. On the contrary, the classical prototype of Bonaparte in this transaction was the Roman consul Mummius, who violently plundered Greece of those treasures of art, of which he himself and his countrymen were insensible to the real and proper value. It is indeed little to the purpose, in a moral point of view, whether the motive for this species of rapine were or were not genuine love of the art. The fingering connoisseur who secretes a gem cannot plead in mitigation that he stole it not on account of the value of the stone, but for the excellence of the engraving, any more than the devotee who stole a Bible could shelter herself under a religious motive. But in truth, we do not believe that the French or their general were actuated on this occasion by the genuine love of art. This taste leads men to entertain respect for the objects which it admires, and feeling its genuine influence, a conqueror would decline to give an example of a species of rapine, which, depriving those objects of admiration of the protection with which the general sentiment of civilized nations had hitherto invested them, must hold them up, like other ordinary property, as a prey to the strongest soldier. Again, we cannot but be of opinion that a genuine lover of the arts would have hesitated to tear those paintings from the churches or palaces for the decoration of which they had been expressly painted, and where they must always have been seen to the best effect, whether from the physical advantages of the light size of apartment and other suitable localities connected with their original situation, or from the moral feelings which connect the works themselves with the place for which they were primarily designed, and which they had occupied for ages. The destruction of these mental connections, which give so much additional effect to painting and statuary merely to gratify the selfish love of appropriation, is like taking a gem out of the setting, which in many cases may considerably diminish its value. We cannot therefore believe that this system of spoliation was dictated by any sincere and manly love of the arts. Though this was so much talked of in France at the time, it must on the contrary be ascribed to the art and ambition of the Directory who ordered and the general who obeyed, both of whom being sensible that the national vanity would be flattered by this species of tribute, hastened to secure it an ample gratification. Bonaparte, in particular, was at least sufficiently aware that with however little purity of taste the Parisians might look upon these exquisite productions, they would be sufficiently alive to the recollection that, being deemed by all civilized people the most admirable specimens in the world, the valor of the French armies and the skill of their unrivaled general had sent them to adorn the metropolis of France, and might hope that once brought to the prime city of the great nation, such chefs-d'oeuvre could not again be subject to danger by transportation, but must remain there fixed as household gods for the admiration of posterity. So hoped, as we have seen the victor himself, and doubtless with the proud anticipation that in future ages the recollection of himself and of his deeds must be inseparably connected with the admiration which the museum, ordained and enriched by him, was calculated to produce. But art and ambition are apt to estimate the advantages of a favorite measure somewhat too hastily by this breach of the law of nations, as hitherto acknowledged and acted upon the French degraded their own character, and excited the strongest prejudice against their rapacity among the Italians whose sense of injury was in proportion to the value which they set upon those splendid works, and to the dishonor which they felt at being forcibly deprived of them. Their lamentations were almost like those of Micah the Ephraimite when robbed of the graven image, and the teraphim, and the ephod, and the molten image. By the armed and overbearing Danites ye have taken away my gods that I have made, and what have I more? Again, by this unjust proceeding Buonaparte prepared for France, and her capital, the severe moral lesson inflicted upon her by the Allies in 1815. Victory has wings as well as riches, and the abuse of conquest as of wealth becomes frequently the source of bitter retribution. Had the paintings of Correggio and other great masters been left undisturbed in the custody of their true owners, there could not have been room at an after period when looking around the Louvre for the reflection here, once, were disposed the treasures of art which won by violence were lost by defeat. Chapter Roman 5 Directory proposes to divide the army of Italy betwixt Buonaparte and Kellerman. Buonaparte resigns, and the Directory give up the point insurrection against the French at Pavia Crescedend. The leaders shot also at the imperial fiefs and Lugo quelled, and punished, in the same where afflictions Austrians defeated at Borghetto, and retreat behind the Adige. Buonaparte narrowly escapes being made prisoner at Valeggio. Mantua blockaded. Verona, occupied by the French king of Naples, secedes from Austria. Armistice purchased by the Pope. The neutrality of Tuscany violated, and Leghorn, occupied by the French troops. Views of Buonaparte respecting the revolutionizing of Italy. He temporizes conduct of the Austrian government. At this crisis Beaulieu, displaced and succeeded by Wurmser. Buonaparte sits down before Mantua. Occupying Milan and conqueror in so many battles, Buonaparte might be justly considered as in absolute possession of Lombardy, while the broken forces of Beaulieu had been compelled to retreat under that sole remaining bulwark of the Austrian power, the strong fortress of Mantua, where they might await such support as should be detached to them through the Tyrol, but could undertake no offensive operations to secure his position. The Austrian general had occupied the line formed by the Mincio, his left flank, resting upon Mantua, his right upon Peschiera, a Venetian city and fortress, but of which he had taken possession against the reclamation of the Venetian government, who were desirous of observing a neutrality between such powerful belligerents, not perhaps altogether aware how far the victor in so dreadful a strife might be disposed to neglect the general law of nations. The Austrian defense on the right was prolonged by the Lago di Garda, a large lake out of which the Mincio flows, and which, running 35 miles northward into the mountains of the Tyrol, maintained uninterrupted Beaulieu's communication with Germany. Buonaparte, in the meantime, permitted his forces only the repose of 4 or 5 days ere he again summoned them to active exertion. He called on them to visit the capital there, to re-establish, he ought to have said, to carry away the statues of the great men of antiquity, and to change, or rather renovate, the destinies of the finest district of Europe. But while thus engaged, he received orders from Paris respecting his farther proceedings, which must have served to convince him that all his personal enemies, all who doubted and feared him, were not to be found in the Austrian ranks. The Directory themselves had begun to suspect the prudence of suffering the whole harvest of success, which Italy afforded, to be reaped by the adventurous and haughty character who had first thrust in the sickle. They perhaps felt already an instinctive distrust of the waxing influence, which was destined one day to overpower their own. Under some such impression, they resolved May 7 to divide the army of Italy betwixt Buonaparte and Kellerman, directing the former general to pass the Po and advance southward on Rome and Naples with 20,000 men, while Kellerman, with the other moiety of the Italian army, should press the siege of Mantua and make head against the Austrians. This was taking Buonaparte's victory out of his grasp, and he resented the proposal accordingly by transmitting his resignation May 14 and declining to have any concern in the loss of his army and the fruits of his conquests. he affirmed that Kellerman with an army reduced to 20,000 men could not face Beaulieu but would be speedily driven out of Lombardy, and that in consequence the army which advanced southward would be overwhelmed, and destroyed one bad general, he said, was better than two good ones. The Directory must have perceived from such a reply the firm and inflexible nature of the man. They had made the leader of their armies, but they dared not. Such was his reputation proceed in the plan they had formed for the diminution of his power, and perhaps for the first time since the Revolution the executive government of France was compelled to give way to a successful general and adopt his views instead of their own. The campaign was left to his sole management. He obtained an ascendancy which he took admirable care not to relinquish, and it became the only task of the Directory, so far as Italy was concerned, to study phrases for intimating their approbation of the young general's measures. Whatever were the ultimate designs of Buonaparte against Rome, he thought it prudent to suspend them until he should be free from all danger of the Austrians by the final defeat of Beaulieu. For this object, he directed the divisions of his army towards the right bank of the Mincio, with a view of once more forcing Beaulieu's position after having taken precautions for blockading the citadel of Milan, where the Austrians still held out, and for guarding Pavia and other points which appeared necessary to secure his conquests. Revolt of Pavia. Napoleon himself fixed his headquarters at Lodi upon the 24th of May, but he was scarcely arrived there when he received the alarming intelligence that the city of Pavia, with all the surrounding districts, were in arms in his rear, that the tocsin was ringing in every village, and that news was circulated that the Prince of Con's army, united with a strong Austrian force, had descended from the Tyrol into Italy. Some commotions had shown themselves in Milan, and the Austrian garrison there made demonstrations towards favoring the insurrection in Pavia, where the insurgents were completely successful, and had made prisoners a French corps of 300 men. Buonaparte represents these disturbances as effected by Austrian agents, but he had formerly assured us that the Italians took little interest in the fate of their German masters. The truth is that, having entered Italy with the most flattering assurances of observing respect for public and private property, the French had alienated the inhabitants by exacting the contributions which they had imposed on the country with great severity. As Catholics, the Italians were also disgusted with the open indignities thrown on the places and objects of public worship, as well as on the persons and character of their priests. The nobles and the clergy naturally saw their ruin in the success of the French, and the lower classes joined them for the time from dislike to foreigners' love of national independence, resentment of the exactions made, and the acts of sacrilege committed by the ultramontane invaders. About 30,000 insurgents were in arms, but having no regular forces on which to rest as a rallying point, they were ill calculated to endure the rapid assault of the disciplined French. Buonaparte, anxious to extinguish a flame so formidable, instantly returned from Lodi to Milan at the head of a strong division, took order for the safety of the capital of Lombardy, and moved next morning towards Pavia, the center of the insurrection. The village of Benasco, which was defended against lands, was taken by storm, the inhabitants put to the sword, and the place plundered and burnt. Napoleon himself arrived before Pavia blew the gates open with his cannon, dispersed with ease the half-armed insurgents, and caused the leaders of the insurrection to be put to death for having attempted to defend the independence of their country. He then seized on the persons of many inhabitants and sent them to Paris as hostages for the subjection of their fellow citizens. The French general published a proclamation in the Republican style in which he reproaches the insurgents for presuming to use arms in defense of their country and menaces with fire and sword whatever individuals should in future prosecute the same daring course. He made his threat good some weeks afterwards, when a similar insurrection took place in those districts called the imperial fiefs, and still later when an effort at resistance was attempted in the town of Lugo. On both occasions, the leaders of the armed inhabitants were tried by a military commission, condemned and shot. On the last, indeed, to revenge the defeat sustained by a squadron of French dragoons, Lugo was taken by storm, pillaged, burnt, and the men put to the sword, while some credit seems to be taken by Buonaparte in his dispatches for the clemency of the French, which spared the women and children. It is impossible to read the account of these barbarities without contrasting them with the opinions professed on other occasions, both by the republican and imperial governments of France. The first of these exclaimed, as at an unheard-of cruelty, when the Duke of Brunswick, in his celebrated proclamation, threatened to treat as a brigand every Frenchman not being a soldier whom he should find under arms, and to destroy such villages as should offer resistance to the invading army. The French at that time considered with justice that if there is one duty more holy than another, it is that which calls on men to defend their native country against invasion. Napoleon, being emperor, was of the same opinion in the years 1813 and 1814, when the Allies entered the French territories, and when in various proclamations he called on the inhabitants to rise against the invaders with the implements of their ordinary labor when they had no better arms, and to shoot a foreigner as they would a wolf. It would be difficult to reconcile these invitations with the cruel vengeance taken on the town of Lugo for observing a line of conduct which in similar circumstances Bonaparte so keenly and earnestly recommended to those whom fortune had made his own subjects. The brief insurrection of Pavia, suppressed by these severities, Bonaparte once more turned his thoughts to the strong position of the Austrians with the purpose of reducing Beaulieu to a more decided state of disability before he executed the threatened vengeance of the Republic on the sovereign pontiff. For this purpose, he advanced to Brescia and maneuvered in such a manner as induced Beaulieu, whom repeated surprises of the same kind had not put upon his guard, to believe that either the French general intended to attempt the passage of the Mincio at the small but strong town of Peschiera, where that river issues from the Lago di Garda, or else that marching northward along the eastern bank, he designed to come round the head of the lake and thus turn the right of the Austrian position. While Beaulieu disposed his forces as expecting an attack on the right of his line, Bonaparte, with his usual celerity, proposed to attack him on the center at Borghetto, a town situated on the Mincio and commanding a bridge over it, above 10 miles lower than Peschiera. Battle of Borghetto. On the 30th May, the French general attacked with superior force and repulsed across the Mincio an Austrian corps, who endeavored to cover the town. The fugitives attempted to demolish the bridge and did break down one of its arches, but the French, rushing forward with impetuosity under cover of a heavy fire upon the retreating Austrians, repaired the broken arch so as to effect a passage, and the Mincio passed, as the Po and the Adda had been before, ceased in its turn to be a protection to the army drawn up behind it. Beaulieu, who had his headquarters at Valeggio, a village nearly opposite to Borghetto, hastened to retreat, and evacuating Peschiera, marched his dismayed forces behind the Adige, leaving 500 prisoners with other trophies of victory in the hands of the French. Bonaparte had designed that this day of success should have been still more decisive, for he meditated an attack upon Peschiera at the moment when the passage at Borghetto was accomplished. But ere Augereau, to whom this maneuver was committed, had time to approach Peschiera, it was evacuated by the Austrians, who were in full retreat by Castelnuovo, protected by their cavalry. The left of the Austrian line, cut off from the center by the passage of the French, had been stationed at Pozzuolo lower on the Mincio, when Sebetendorf, who commanded the imperial troops stationed on the left bank, heard the cannonade. He immediately ascended the river to assist his commander-in-chief to repel the French or to take them in flank. If it was already crossed, the retreat of Beaulieu made both purposes impossible, and yet this march of Sebetendorf had almost produced a result of greater consequence than would have been the most complete victory. The French division, which first crossed the Mincio, had passed through Valeggio without halting in pursuit of Beaulieu, by whom the village had been just before abandoned. Bonaparte, with a small retinue, remained in the place, and Massena's division were still on the right bank of the Mincio, preparing their dinner. At this moment, the advanced guard of Sebetendorf, consisting of Uhlans and Hussars, pushed into the village of Valeggio. There was but barely time to cry to arms, and shutting the gates of the inn, to employ the general's small escort in its defense, while Buonaparte, escaping by the garden, mounted his horse and galloped towards Massina's division. The soldiers threw aside their cookery and marched instantly against Sebastendorf, who with much difficulty, and not without loss, effected a retreat in the same direction as his commander-in-chief Beaulieu. This personal risk induced Buonaparte to form what he called the Corps of Guides, veterans of 10 years' service. These two were perpetually near his person, and like the triarii of the Romans, were employed only when the most desperate efforts of courage were necessary. Bessières, afterwards Duke of Istria and Marshal of France, was placed at the head of this chosen body, which gave rise to the formation of the celebrated Imperial Guards of Napoleon. Fortress of Mantua. The passage of the Mincio obliged the Austrians to retire within the frontier of the Tyrol, and they might have been considered as completely expelled from Italy had not Mantua and the citadel of Milan still continued to display the imperial banners. The castle of Milan was a place of no extraordinary strength, the surrender of which might be calculated on so soon as the general fate of war had declared itself against the present possessors. But Mantua was by nature one of those almost impregnable fortresses which may, long relying on its own resources, defy any compulsion but that of famine. The town and fortress of Mantua are situated on a species of island 5 or 6 leagues square, called the Seraglio, formed by 3 lakes, which communicate with, or rather, are formed by the Mincio. This island has access to the land by 5 causeways, the most important of which was in 1796, defended by a regular citadel called from the vicinity of a ducal palace. La Favorita, another, was defended by an entrenched camp, extending between the fortress and the lake. The third was protected by a hornwork. The remaining 2 causeways were only defended by gates and drawbridges. Mantua, low in situation and surrounded by water in a warm climate, is naturally unhealthy, but the air was likely to be still more destructive to a besieging army which necessarily lay in many respects more exposed to the elements, and were besides in greater numbers and less habituated to the air of the place than to a garrison who had been seasoned to it and were well accommodated within the fortress. To surprise a place so strong by a coup de main was impossible, though Buonaparte represents his soldiers as murmuring that such a desperate feat was not attempted. But he blockaded Mantua June 4 with a large force, and proceeded to take such other measures to improve his success as might pave the way to future victories. The garrison was numerous, amounting to from 12 to 14,000 men, and the deficiencies of the fortifications, which the Austrians had neglected in over-security, were made up for by the natural strength of the place. Yet of the 5 causeways Buonaparte made himself master of 4, and thus the enemy lost possession of all beyond the walls of the town and citadel, and had only the means of attaining the mainland through the citadel of La Favorita. Lines of circumvallation were formed, and Serrurier was left in blockade of the fortress, which the possession of 4 of the accesses enabled him to accomplish with a body of men inferior to the garrison. To complete the blockade, it was necessary to come to some arrangement with the ancient Republic of Venice. With this venerable government Napoleon had the power of working his own pleasure, for, although the state might have raised a considerable army to assist the Austrians, to whom its Senate or aristocratic government certainly bore good will, yet having been in amity with the French Republic, they deemed the step too hazardous, and vainly trusting that their neutrality would be respected, they saw the Austrian power completely broken for the time before they took any active measures either to stand in their defense or to deprecate the wrath of the victor. But when the line of the Mincio was forced, and Buonaparte occupied the Venetian territory on the left bank, it was time to seek by concessions that deference to the rights of an independent country, which the once haughty aristocracy of Venice had lost a favorable opportunity of supporting by force. Veron Louis Roman 18, there was one circumstance which rendered their cause unfavorable. Louis Roman 18, under the title of a private person, the Comte de Lille, had received the hospitality of the Republic, and was permitted to remain at Verona, living in strict seclusion. The permission to entertain this distinguished exile the Venetian government had almost mendicated from the French revolutionary rulers in a manner which we would term mean, were it not for the goodness of the intention, which leads us to regard the conduct of the ancient mistress of the Adriatic with pity rather than contempt. But when the screen of the Austrian force no longer existed between the invading armies of France and the Venetian territories, when the final subjugation of the north of Italy was resolved on directory peremptorily demanded, and the Senate of Venice were obliged to grant an order removing the Comte de Lille from the boundaries of the Republic. The illustrious exile protested against this breach of hospitality and demanded before parting that his name, which had been placed on the Golden Book of the Republic, should be erased, and that the armor presented by Henry Roman IV to Venice should be restored to his descendant. Both demands were evaded, as might have been expected in the circumstances, and the future monarch of France left Verona on the 21st of April 1796 for the army of the Prince of Condé, in whose ranks he proposed to place himself without the purpose of assuming any command, but only that of fighting as a volunteer in the character of the first gentleman in France. Other less distinguished emigrants, to the number of several hundreds, who had found an asylum in Italy, were by the successes at Lodi and Borghetto compelled to fly to other countries. Bonaparte, immediately after the Battle of Borghetto and the passage of the Mincio, occupied the town of Verona June 3, and did not fail to intimate to its magistrates that if the pretender, as he termed him, to the throne of France had not left Verona before his arrival, he would have burnt to the ground a town which, acknowledging him as King of France, assumed, in doing so, the air of being itself the capital of that republic. This might no doubt sound gallant in Paris, but Bonaparte knew well that Louis of France was not received in the Venetian territory as the successor to his brother's throne, but only with the hospitality due to an unfortunate prince, who, suiting his claim and title to his situation, was content to shelter his head, as a private man might have done, from the evils which seemed to pursue him. The neutrality of Venice was, however, for the time admitted, though not entirely from respect for the law of nations, for Bonaparte is at some pains to justify himself for not having seized without ceremony on the territories and resources of that republic. Although a neutral power, as far as her utmost exertions could preserve neutrality, he contented himself for the time with occupying Verona and other dependencies of Venice upon the line of the Adige. "You are too weak," he said to the Proveditore Foscari, "to pretend to enforce neutrality with a few hundred Sclavonians on two such nations as France and Austria. The Austrians have not respected your territory where it suited their purpose, and I must in requital occupy such part as falls within the line of the Adige." But he considered that the Venetian territories to the westward should in policy be allowed to retain the character of neutral ground, which the government, as that of Venice was emphatically called, would not for their own sakes permit them to lose, while otherwise, if occupied by the French as conquerors, these timid neutrals might upon any reverse have resumed the character of fierce opponents, and at all events, in order to secure a territory as a conquest, which if respected as neutral would secure itself, there would have been a necessity for dividing the French forces, which it was Bonaparte's wish to concentrate from interested motives. Therefore, if not from respect to justice, Bonaparte deferred seizing the territory of Venice, when within his grasp, conscious that the total defeat of the Austrians in Italy would, when accomplished, leave the prey as attainable and more defenseless than ever. Having disposed his army in its position, and prepared some of its divisions for the service which they were to perform as movable columns, he returned to Milan to reap the harvest of his successes. The first of these consisted in the defection of the King of Naples from the cause of Austria, to which from family connection he had yet remained attached, though of late with less deep devotion. His cavalry had behaved better during the engagements on the Mincio than has been of late the custom with Neapolitan troops, and had suffered accordingly. The king, discouraged with the loss, solicited an armistice, which he easily obtained June 5, for his dominions being situated at the lower extremity of Italy, and his force extending to 60,000 men. At least it was of importance to secure the neutrality of a power who might be dangerous, and who was not, as matters stood, under the immediate control of the French. A Neapolitan ambassador was sent to Paris to conclude a final peace. In the meanwhile, the soldiers of the King of the Two Sicilies were withdrawn from the army of Beaulieu and returned to their own country. The dispositions of the court of Naples continued nevertheless to vacillate as opportunity of advantage joined with the hatred of the Queen's sister of Marie Antoinette, or the fear of the French military superiority seemed to predominate. The storm now thickened round the devoted head of the Pope Ferrara, and Bologna, the territories of which belonged to the Holy See, were occupied by the French troops in the latter place. 400 of the papal troops were made prisoners, with a cardinal who acted as their officer. The latter was dismissed on his parole, but when summoned to return to the French headquarters, His Eminence declined to obey and amused the Republican officers a good deal by alleging that the Pope had dispensed with his engagement afterwards. However, there were officers of no mean rank in the French service who could contrive to extricate themselves from the engagement of a parole without troubling the Pope for his interference. On the occasion, influenced by the approaching danger, the court of Rome sent Azara, the Spanish minister, with full powers to treat for an armistice. It was a remarkable part of Buonaparte's character that he knew as well when to forbear as when to strike. Rome, it was true, was an enemy whom France, or at least its present rulers, both hated and despised. But the moment was then inopportune for the prosecution of their resentment. To have detached a sufficient force in that direction would have weakened the French army in the north of Italy, where fresh bodies of German troops were already arriving, and might have been attended with great ultimate risk, since there was a possibility that the English might have transported to Italy the forces which they were about to withdraw from Corsica, amounting to 6,000 men. But though these considerations recommended to Napoleon a negotiation with the Pope, His Holiness was compelled to purchase the armistice June 23 at a severe rate, 21 millions of francs in actual specie, with large contributions in forage and military stores, the cession of Ancona, Bologna, and Ferrara, not forgetting 100 of the finest pictures, statues, and similar objects of art to be selected according to the choice of the committee of artists who attended the French army, with the price of a respite which was not of long duration. It was particularly stipulated, with republican ostentation, that the busts of the elder and younger Brutus were to be among the number of ceded articles, and it was in this manner that Buonaparte made good his vaunt of establishing in the Roman capital the statues of the illustrious and classical dead. Leghorn violated. The Archduke of Tuscany was next to undergo the republican discipline. It is true that Prince had given no offense to the French Republic. On the contrary, he had claims of merit with them from having been the very first power in Europe who acknowledged them as a legal government, and having ever since been in strict amity with them. It seemed also that while justice required he should be spared the interest of the French themselves, did not oppose the conclusion his country could have no influence on the fate of the impending war, being situated on the western side of the Apennines. In these circumstances, to have seized on his museum, however tempting, or made requisitions on his territories, would have appeared unjust towards the earliest ally of the French Republic. So Buonaparte contented himself with seizing on the Grand Duke's seaport of Leghorn June 27, confiscating the English goods, which his subjects had imported, and entirely ruining the once flourishing commerce of the dukedom. It was a principle object with the French to seize the British merchant vessels who, confiding in the respect due to a neutral power, were lying in great numbers in the harbor. But the English merchantmen had such early intelligence as enabled them to set sail for Corsica, although a very great quantity of valuable goods fell into the possession of the French. While the French general was thus violating the neutrality of the Grand Duke, occupying by surprise his valuable seaport, and destroying the commerce of his state, the unhappy prince was compelled to receive him at Florence with all the respect due to a valued friend, and profess the utmost obligation to him for his lenity, while Manfredini, the Tuscan minister, endeavored to throw a veil of decency over the transactions at Leghorn, by allowing that the English were more masters in that port than was the Grand Duke himself. Buonaparte disdained to have recourse to any paltry apologies. The French flag, he said, has been insulted in Leghorn. You are not strong enough to cause it to be respected. The Directory has commanded me to occupy the place. Shortly after Buonaparte, during an entertainment given to him by the Grand Duke at Florence, received intelligence that the citadel of Milan had at length surrendered. He rubbed his hands with self-congratulation, and turning to the Grand Duke, observed that the emperor his brother had now lost his last possession in Lombardy. When we read of the exactions and indignities to which the strong reduce the weak, it is impossible not to remember the simile of Napoleon himself, who compared the alliance of France and an inferior state to a giant embracing a dwarf. The poor dwarf, he added, may probably be suffocated in the arms of his friend, but the giant does not mean it and cannot help it. While Bonaparte made truce with several of the old states in Italy, or rather, adjourned their destruction in consideration of large contributions, he was far from losing sight of the main object of the French Directory, which was to cause the adjacent governments to be revolutionized and new-modeled on a republican form corresponding to that of the great nation herself. This scheme was in every respect an exceedingly artful one. In every state which the French might overrun or conquer, there must occur, as we have already repeatedly noticed, men fitted to form the members of revolutionary government, and who, from their previous situation and habits, must necessarily be found eager to do so. Such men are sure to be supported by the rabble of large towns, who are attracted by the prospect of plunder and by the splendid promises of liberty, which they always understand as promising the equalization of property, thus provided with materials for their edifice. The bayonets of the French army were of strength sufficient to prevent the task from being interrupted, and the French Republic had soon to greet sister states under the government of men who held their offices by the pleasure of France, and who were obliged therefore to comply with all her requisitions, however unreasonable. This arrangement afforded the French government an opportunity of deriving every advantage from the subordinate republics which could possibly be drained out of them, without at the same time incurring the odium of making the exactions in their own name. It is a custom in some countries, when a cow who has lost her calf will not yield her milk freely, to place before the refractory animal the skin of her young one stuffed so as to have some resemblance to life. The cow is deceived by this imposture and yields to be milked upon seeing this representative of her offspring. In like manner, the show of independence assigned to the Batavian and other associated republics enabled France to drain these countries of supplies, which, while they had the appearance of being given to the governments of those who granted the supplies, passed in fact into the hands of their engrossing ally. Bonaparte was sufficiently aware that it was expected from him to extend the same system to Italy and to accelerate in the conquered countries of that fertile land this species of political regeneration. But it would appear that, upon the whole, he thought the soil scarcely prepared for a republican harvest. He mentions, no doubt, that the natives of Bologna and Reggio and other districts were impatient to unite with the French as allies and intimate friends. But even these expressions are so limited as to make it plain that the feelings of the Italians in general were not as yet favorable to that revolution which the Directory desired, and which he endeavored to forward. He had indeed, in all his proclamations, declared to the inhabitants of the invaded countries that his war was not waged with them, but with their governments, and had published the strictest orders for the discipline to be observed by his followers. But though this saved the inhabitants from immediate violence at the hand of the French soldiery, it did not diminish the weight of the requisitions with which the country at large was burdened, and to which poor and rich had to contribute their share. They were pillaged with regularity and by order, but they were not the less pillaged, and Bonaparte himself has informed us that the necessity of maintaining the French army at their expense very much retarded the march of French principles in Italy. You cannot, he says, with much truth, at the same moment strip a people of their substance, and persuade them, while doing so, that you are their friend and benefactor. He mentions also in the St. Helena manuscripts the regret expressed by the wise and philosophical part of the community that the revolution of Rome, the source and director of superstitious opinions, had not been commenced, but frankly admits that the time was not come for going to such extremities, and that he was contented with plundering the Roman see of its money and valuables, waiting until the fit moment should arrive of totally destroying that ancient hierarchy. Views against Italy. It was not without difficulty that Bonaparte could bring the Directory to understand and relish these temporizing measures. They had formed a false idea of the country and of the state and temper of the people, and were desirous at once to revolutionize Rome, Naples, and Tuscany. Napoleon more prudently left these extensive regions under the direction of their old and feeble governments, whom he compelled in the interim to supply him with money and contributions in exchange for a protracted existence, which he intended to destroy so soon as the fit opportunity should offer itself. What may be thought of this policy in diplomacy, we pretend not to say, but in private life it would be justly branded as altogether infamous. In point of morality, it resembles the conduct of a robber who, having exacted the surrender of the traveller's property as a ransom for his life, concludes his violence by murder. It is alleged, and we have little doubt with truth, that the Pope was equally insincere, and struggled only by immediate submission to prepare for the hour when the Austrians should strengthen their power in Italy. But it is the duty of the historian loudly to proclaim that the bad faith of one party in a treaty forms no excuse for that of the other, and that national contracts ought to be, especially on the stronger side, as pure in their intent, and executed as rigidly as if those with whom they were contracted were held to be equally sincere in their propositions. If the more powerful party judge otherwise, the means are in their hand to continue the war, and they ought to encounter their more feeble enemy by detection and punishment of his fraud, not by anticipating the same deceitful course which their opponent has resorted to in the consciousness of his weakness, like a hare which doubles before the hounds when she has no other hope of escape. It will be well with the world when falsehood and finesse are as thoroughly exploded in international communication as they are among individuals in all civilized countries. But though those states whose sovereigns could afford to pay for forbearance were suffered for a time to remain under their ancient governments, it might have been thought that Lombardy, from which the Austrians had been almost totally driven, and where, of course, there was no one to compound with on the part of the old government, would have been made an exception. Accordingly, the French faction in these districts, with all the numerous class who were awakened by the hope of national independence, expected impatiently the declaration of their freedom from the Austrian yoke, and their erection under the protection of France into a republic on the same model with that of the great nation. But although Bonaparte encouraged men who held these opinions and writers who supported them, he had two weighty reasons for procrastinating on this point. First, if France manumitted Lombardy and converted her from a conquered province into an ally, she must in consistency have abstained from demanding of the liberated country those supplies by which Bonaparte's army was entirely paid and supported. Again, if this difficulty could be got over, there remained the secret purpose of the Directory to be considered. They had determined, when they should make peace with the Emperor of Austria, to exact the cession of Belgium and the territory of Luxembourg as provinces lying convenient to France, and had resolved that under certain circumstances they would even give up Lombardy again to his dominion, rather than not obtain these more desirable objects. To erect a new republic in the country which they were prepared to restore to its former sovereign would have been to throw a bar in the way of their own negotiation. Bonaparte had therefore the difficult task of at once encouraging on the part of the Republicans of Lombardy the principles which induced them to demand a separate government, and of soothing them to expect with patience events which he was secretly conscious might possibly never come to pass. The final issue shall be told elsewhere. It may be just necessary to observe that the conduct of the French towards the Republicans whom they had formed no predetermination to support was as uncandid as towards the ancient governments whom they treated with. They sold to the latter false hopes of security, and encouraged the former to express sentiments and opinions which must have exposed them to ruin in case of the restoration of Lombardy to its old rulers, an event which the Directory all along contemplated in secret. Such is in almost all cases the risk incurred by a domestic faction who trust to carry their peculiar objects in the bosom of their own country by means of a foreign nation. Their too powerful auxiliaries are ever ready to sacrifice them to their own views of emolument. Having noticed the effect of Bonaparte's short but brilliant campaign on other states, we must observe the effects which his victories produced on Austria herself. These were entirely consistent with her national character. The same tardiness which has long made the government of Austria slow in availing themselves of advantageous circumstances, cautious in their plans, and unwilling to adopt or, indeed, to study to comprehend a new system of tactics, even after having repeatedly experienced its terrible efficacies, is combined with the better qualities of firm determination, resolute endurance, and unquenchable spirit, the Austrians' slowness and obstinacy, which have sometimes threatened them with ruin, have on the other hand often been compensated by their firm perseverance and courage in adversity. Upon the present occasion, Austria showed ample demonstration of the various qualities we have ascribed to her. The rapid and successive victories of Buonaparte appeared to her only the rash flight of an eaglet whose juvenile audacity had overestimated the strength of his pinion. The imperial council resolved to sustain their diminished force in Italy with such reinforcements as might enable them to reassume the complete superiority over the French, though at the risk of weakening their armies on the Rhine. Fortune in that quarter, though of a various complexion, had been on the whole more advantageous to the Austrians than elsewhere, and seemed to authorize the detaching considerable reinforcements from the eastern frontier, on which they had been partially victorious, to Italy, where since Buonaparte had descended from the Alps, they had been uniformly unfortunate. Beaulieu displaced. Beaulieu, aged and unlucky, was no longer considered as a fit opponent to his inventive young and active adversary. He was as full of displeasure, it is said, against the Aulic Council for the associates whom they had assigned him, as they could be with him for his bad success. He was recalled, therefore, in that species of disgrace which misfortune never fails to infer, and the command of his remaining forces, now drawn back and secured within the passes of the Tyrol, was provisionally assigned to the veteran Malaz. Meanwhile Wurmser, accounted one of the best of the Austrian generals, was ordered to place himself at the head of 30,000 men from the imperial forces on the Rhine, and traversing the Tyrol, and collecting what recruits he could in that warlike district, to assume the command of the Austrian army, which expelled from Italy now lay upon its frontiers, and might be supposed eager to resume their national supremacy in the fertile climate out of which they had been so lately driven. Aware of the storm which was gathering, Buonaparte made every possible effort to carry Mantua before arrival of the formidable Austrian army, whose first operation would doubtless be to raise the siege of that important place, a scheme to take the city and castle by surprise by a detachment which should pass to the seraglio or islet on which Mantua is situated by night, and in boats. Having totally failed, Buonaparte was compelled to open trenches and proceed as by regular siege. The Austrian general Canto de Earls, when summoned to surrender, it replied that his orders were to defend the place to extremity. Napoleon, on his side, assembled all the battering ordnance which could be collected from the walls of the neighboring cities and fortresses, and the attack and defense commenced in the most vigorous manner on both sides, the French making every effort to reduce the city before Wurmser should open his campaign. The governor determined to protract his resistance, if possible, until he was relieved by the advance of that general, but although red-hot balls were expended in profusion, and several desperate and bloody assaults and sallies took place, many more battles were to be fought, and much more blood expended before Buonaparte was fated to succeed in this important object. Chapter VI. Campaign on the Rhine. General plan. Wartensleben and the Archduke Charles retire before Jourdan and Moreau. The Archduke forms a junction with Wartensleben and defeats Jourdan, who retires. Moreau also makes his celebrated retreat through the Black Forest. Buonaparte raises the siege of Mantua and defeats the Austrians at Salo and Lenato. Misbehavior of the French general Valette at Castiglione. Lenato, taken with the French artillery on 3 August, retaken by Massena and Augereau. Singular escape of Buonaparte from being captured at Lenato. Wurmser, defeated between Lenato and Castiglione, and retreats on Trent and Roveredo. Buonaparte resumes his position before Mantua. Effects of the French victories on the different Italian states. Inflexibility of Austria. Wurmser recruited. Battle of Roveredo. French victorious, and Massena occupies Trent. Buonaparte defeats Wurmser at Primilano and at Bassano. 8th September. Wurmser flies to Vicenza. Battle of St. George. Wurmser finally shut up within the walls of Mantua. Campaign on the Rhine. The reader must of course be aware that Italy, through which we are following the victorious career of Napoleon, was not the only scene of war betwixt France and Austria, but that a field of equally strenuous and much more doubtful contest was opened upon the Rhine, where the high military talents of the Archduke Charles were opposed to those of Moreau and Jourdan. The plan which the Directory had adopted for the campaign of 1796 was of a gigantic character and menaced Austria, their most powerful enemy upon the continent, with nothing short of total destruction. It was worthy of the genius of Carnot, by whom it was formed, and of Napoleon and Moreau, by whom it had been revised and approved. Under sanction of this general plan, Bonaparte regulated the Italian campaign, in which he had proved so successful, and it had been schemed that to allow Austria no breathing space, Moreau, with the army of the Sambre and Meuse, should press forward on the eastern frontier of Germany, supported on the left by Jourdan at the head of the army of the Rhine, and that both generals should continue to advance until Moreau should be in a position to communicate with Bonaparte through the Tyrol. When this junction of the whole forces of France in the center of the Austrian dominions was accomplished, it was Carnot's ultimate plan that they should advance upon Vienna and dictate peace to the emperor under the walls of his capital. Of this great project, the part entrusted to Bonaparte was completely executed, and for some time the fortune of war seemed equally auspicious to France upon the Rhine, as in Italy Moreau and Jourdan crossed that great national boundary at Neuilly and Cail, and moved eastward through Germany, forming a connected front of more than 60 leagues in breadth, until Moreau had actually crossed the river Lech, and was almost touching with his right flank the passes of the Tyrol, through which he was, according to the plan of the campaign, to have communicated with Bonaparte. During this advance of two hostile armies, amounting each to 75,000 men, which filled all Germany with consternation, the Austrian leader Wartensleben was driven from position to position by Jourdan, while the Archduke Charles was equally unable to maintain his ground before Moreau. The imperial generals were reduced to this extremity by the loss of the army, consisting of from 30 to 35,000 men, who had been detached under Wurmser to support the remains of Beaulieu's forces and reinstate the Austrian affairs in Italy, and who were now on their march through the Tyrol for that purpose. But the Archduke was an excellent and enterprising officer, and at this important period he saved the Empire of Austria by a bold and decided maneuver, leaving a large part of his army to make head against Moreau, or at least to keep him in check. The Archduke moved to the right with the rest, so as to form a junction with Wartensleben, and overwhelmed Jourdan, with a local superiority of numbers being the very principle on which the French themselves achieved so many victories. Jourdan was totally defeated, and compelled to make a hasty and disorderly retreat, which was rendered disastrous by the insurrection of the German peasantry around his fugitive army. Moreau, also unable to maintain himself in the heart of Germany, when Jourdan with the army which covered his left flank was defeated, was likewise under the necessity of retiring, but conducted his retrograde movement with such dexterity that his retreat through the Black Forest, where the Austrians hoped to cut him off, has been always judged worthy to be compared to a great victory. Such were the proceedings on the Rhine, and in the interior of Germany, which must be kept in view as influencing at first by the expected success of Moreau and Jourdan, and afterwards by their actual failure, the movements of the Italian army. Advance of Wurmser. As the divisions of Wurmser's army began to arrive on the Tyrolese district of Trent, where the Austrian general had fixed his headquarters, Bonaparte became urgent either that reinforcements should be dispatched to him from France, or that the armies of the Rhine should make such a movement in advance towards the point where they might cooperate with him, as had been agreed upon at arranging the original plan of the campaign. But he obtained no succors, and though the campaign on the Rhine commenced, as we have seen, in the month of June, yet that period was too late to afford any diversion in favor of Napoleon Wurmser, and his whole reinforcements being already either by that time arrived, or on the point of arriving at the place where they were to commence operations against the French army of Italy. The thundercloud which had been so long blackening on the mountains of the Tyrol seemed now about to discharge its fury. Wurmser, having under his command perhaps 80,000 men, was about to march from Trent against the French, whose forces, amounting to scarce half so many, were partly engaged in the siege of Mantua, and partly dispersed in the towns and villages on the Adige and Chisse for covering the division of Serruria, which carried on the siege the Austrian veteran. Confident in his numbers, was only anxious so to regulate his advance as to derive the most conclusive consequences from the victory, which he doubted not to obtain with an imprudence which the misfortunes of Beaulieu ought to have warned him against. He endeavored to occupy with the divisions of his army so large an extent of country as rendered it very difficult for them to maintain their communications with each other. This was particularly the case with his right wing under Quastanoich, the Prince of Rus, and General Oxkay, who were detached down the valley of the river Chis, with orders to direct their march on Brescia. This division was destined to occupy Brescia and cut off the retreat of the French. In the direction of Milan, the left wing of Wurmser's army under Melas was to descend the Adige by both banks at once and maneuver on Verona, while the center, commanded by the Austrian field marshal in person, was to march southward by the left bank of the Lago di Garda, take possession of Peschiera, which the French occupied, and descending the Mincio relieved the siege of Mantua. There was this radical error in the Austrian plan, that by sending the right wing by the valley of Chis, Wurmser placed the broad lake of Garda, occupied by a French flotilla, between that division and the rest of his army, and of course made it impossible for the center, and left to support Quastanoich, or even to have intelligence of his motions or his fate. The active invention of Buonaparte, sure as he was to be seconded by the zeal and rapidity of the French army, speedily devised the means to draw advantage from this dislocation of the Austrian forces. He resolved not to await the arrival of Wurmser and Melas, but concentrating his whole strength to march into the valley of Chis and avail himself of the local superiority, thus obtained to attack and overpower the Austrian division left under Quastanoich, who was advancing on Brescia down the eastern side of the lake. For this purpose, one great sacrifice was necessary. The plan inevitably involved the raising of the siege of Mantua. Napoleon did not hesitate to relinquish this great object at whatever loss, as it was his uniform system to sacrifice all secondary views, and to incur all lesser hazards to secure what he considered as the main object of the campaign. Serurier, who commanded the blockading army, was hastily ordered to destroy as much as possible of the cannon and stores which had been collected with so much pains for the prosecution of the siege. 100 guns were abandoned in the trenches, and Wurmser, on arriving at Mantua, found that Buonaparte had retired with a precipitation resembling that of fear. On the night of the 31st July this operation took place, and leaving the division of Augereau at Borghetto and that of Massena at Peschiera to protect, while it was possible, the line of the Mincio, Buonaparte rushed at the head of an army, which his combinations had rendered superior, upon the right wing of the Austrians, which had already directed its march to Lonato near the bottom of the Lago di Garda, in order to approach the Mincio and resume its communication with Wurmser. But Buonaparte, placed by the celerity of his movements between the two hostile armies, defeated one division of the Austrian right at Salo upon the lake, and another at Lonato. At the same time Augereau and Massena, leaving just enough of men at their posts of Borghetto and Peschiera to maintain a respectable defense against Wurmser, made a forced march to Brescia, which they supposed to be still occupied by a third division of the Austrian right wing. But that body, finding itself insulated and conceiving that the whole French army was debouching on them from different points, was already in full retreat towards the Tyrol, from which it had advanced, with the expectation of turning Buonaparte's flank and destroying his retreat upon Milan. Some French troops were left to accelerate their flight and prevent their again making head, while Massena and Augereau, rapidly countermarching, returned to the banks of the Mincio to support their respective rearguards, which they had left at Borghetto and Peschiera on the line of that river. Battle of Lonato. They received intelligence, however, which induced them to halt upon this countermarch. Both rearguards had been compelled to retire from the line of the Mincio, of which river the Austrians had forced the passage. The rearguard of Massena, under General Pigeon, had fallen back in good order, so as to occupy Lonato. That of Augereau fled with precipitation and confusion, and failed to make a stand at Castiglione, which was occupied by Austrians who entrenched themselves. Their valet, the officer who commanded this body, was deprived of his commission, in presence of his troops, for misbehavior and example, which the gallantry of the French generals rendered extremely infrequent in their service. Wurmser became now seriously anxious about the fate of his right wing and determined to force a communication with Quastenoich at all risks, but he could only attain the valley of the Chis and the right bank of the Lago di Garda by breaking a passage through the divisions of Massena. And Augereau, on the 3d of August, at break of day 2 divisions of Austrians who had crossed the Mincio in pursuit of Pigeon and Valette, now directed themselves with the most determined resolution on the French troops in order to clear the way between the commander-in-chief and his right wing. The late rearguard of Massena, which by his countermarch had now become his advanced guard, was defeated, and Lonato, the place which they occupied, was taken by the Austrians with the French artillery and the general officer who commanded them. But the Austrian general, thus far successful, fell into the great error of extending his line too much towards the right in order, doubtless, if possible, to turn the French position on their left flank, thereby the sooner to open a communication with his own troops on the right bank of the Lago di Garda to force which had been his principal object in the attack. But in thus maneuvering, he weakened his center, an error of which Massena instantly availed himself. He formed 2 strong columns under Augereau, with which he redeemed the victory by breaking through and dividing the Austrian line, and retaking Lonato at the point of the bayonet. The maneuver is indeed a simple one, and the same by which 10 years afterwards Bonaparte gained the Battle of Austerlitz, but it requires the utmost promptitude and presence of mind to seize the exact moment for executing such a daring measure to advantage. If it is but partially successful, and the enemy retains steadiness, it is very perilous, since the attacking column, instead of flanking the broken divisions of the opposite line, may be itself flanked by decided officers and determined troops, and thus experience the disaster which it was their object to occasion to the enemy. On the present occasion, the attack on the center completely succeeded, the Austrians, finding their line cut asunder and their flanks pressed by the victorious columns of the French, fell into total disorder. Some who were farthest to the right pushed forward in hopes to unite themselves to Quastenoich and what they might find remaining of the original right wing, but these were attacked in front by General Sauret, who had been active in defeating Quastenoich upon the 30th July, and were at the same time pursued by another detachment of the French, which had broken through their center. Such was the fate of the Austrian right at the Battle of Lonato, while that of the left was no less unfavorable. They were attacked by Augereau with the utmost bravery, and driven from Castiglione, of which they had become masters, by the bad conduct of Valette. Augereau achieved this important result at the price of many brave men's lives, but it was always remembered as an essential service by Bonaparte, who afterwards, when such dignities came in use, bestowed on Augereau the title of Duke of Castiglione after their defeat. There can be nothing imagined more confused or calamitous than the condition of the Austrian divisions, who, having attacked without resting on each other, found themselves opposed and finally overwhelmed by an enemy who appeared to possess ubiquity simply from his activity and power of combining his forces. A remarkable instance of their lamentable state of disorder and confusion, resembling in its consequences more than one example of the same sort, occurred at Lonato. It might, with any briskness of intelligence or firmness of resolution, have proved a decisive advantage to their arms. It was in its result a humiliating illustration how completely the succession of bad fortune had broken the spirit of the Austrian soldiers. The reader can hardly have forgotten the incident at the Battle of Millesimo, when an Austrian column which had been led astray retook, as if it were by chance, the important village of Dago, or the more recent instance, when a body of Beaulieu's advanced guard alike, unwittingly, had nearly made Bonaparte prisoner in his quarters. The present danger arose from the same cause, the confusion and want of combination of the enemy, and now, as in the former perilous occurrences, the very same circumstances which brought on the danger served to ward it off. Escape at Lonato. A body of 4,000 or 5,000 Austrians, partly composed of those who had been cut off at the Battle of Lonato, partly of stragglers from Quastenoich, received information from the peasantry. The French troops, having departed in every direction to improve their success, had only left a garrison of 1,200 men in the town of Lonato. The commander of the division resolved instantly to take possession of the town, and thus to open his march to the Mincio to join Wurmser. Now, it happened that Bonaparte himself, coming from Castiglione, with only his staff for protection, had just entered Lonato. He was surprised, when an Austrian officer was brought before him blindfolded, as is the custom on such occasions, who summoned the French commandant of Lonato to surrender to a superior force of Austrians who he stated were already forming columns of attack to carry the place by irresistible force of numbers. Bonaparte, with admirable presence of mind, collected his numerous staff around him, caused the officer's eyes to be unbandaged, that he might see in whose presence he stood, and upbraided him, with the insolence of which he had been guilty, in bringing a summons of surrender to the French commander-in-chief in the middle of his army. The credulous officer, recognizing the presence of Bonaparte, and believing it impossible that he could be there without at least a strong division of his army, stammered out an apology, and returned to persuade his dispirited commander to surrender himself and the 4,000 men and upwards, whom he commanded, to the comparatively small force which occupied Lonato. They grounded their arms accordingly to 1/5 of their number, and missed an inviting and easy opportunity of carrying Bonaparte prisoner to Wurmser's headquarters. The Austrian general himself, whose splendid army was thus destroyed in detail, had been hitherto employed in revictualling Mantua and throwing in supplies of every kind, besides which a large portion of his army had been detached in the vain pursuit of Serruria, and the troops lately engaged in the siege, who had retreated towards Marcaria. When Wurmser learned the disasters of his right wing and the destruction of the troops dispatched to form a communication with it, he sent to recall the division which we have mentioned and advanced against the French position between Lonato and Castiglione, with an army still numerous notwithstanding the reverses which it had sustained. But Bonaparte had not left the interval unimproved. He had recalled Serruria from Marcaria to assail the left wing and the flank of the Austrian field marshal. The opening of Serruria's fire was a signal for a general attack. On all points of Wurmser's line he was defeated and nearly made prisoner, and it was not till after suffering great losses in the retreat and pursuit that he gained with difficulty Trent and Roveredo, the positions adjacent to the Tyrol, from which he had so lately sallied with such confidence of victory. He had lost perhaps 1/2 of his fine army, and the only consolation which remained was that he had thrown supplies into the fortress of Mantua. His troops also no longer had the masculine confidence which is necessary to success in war. They were no longer proud of themselves and of their commanders, and those especially who had sustained so many losses under Beaulieu could hardly be brought to do their duty in circumstances where it seemed that destiny itself was fighting against them. The Austrians are supposed to have lost nearly 40,000 men in these disastrous battles. The French must have at least suffered the loss of 1/5 of the number, though Bonaparte confesses only to 7,000 men, and their army desperately fatigued by so many marches, such constant fighting, and the hardships of a campaign where even the general for 7 days never laid aside his clothes or took any regular repose, required some time to recover their physical strength. Meantime Napoleon resumed his position before Mantua, but the want of battering cannon and the commencement of the unhealthy heats of autumn amid lakes and inundations, besides the great chance of a second attack on the part of Wurmser, induced him to limit his measures to a simple blockade, which however was so strict as to retain the garrison within the walls of the place, and cut them off even from the islet called the Seraglio. The events of this hurried campaign threw light on the feelings of the different states of Italy. Lombardy in general remained quiet, and the citizens of Milan seemed so well affected to the French that Bonaparte, after the victory of Castiglione, returned them his thanks in name of the Republic. But at Pavia and elsewhere a very opposite disposition was evinced, and at Ferrara the Cardinal Mattei, Archbishop of that town, made some progress in exciting an insurrection. His apology, when introduced to Bonaparte's presence to answer for his conduct, consisted in uttering the single word peccavi, and Napoleon, soothed by his submission, imposed no punishment on him for his offense, but on the contrary used his mediation in some negotiations with the court of Rome. Yet though the Bishop of Ferrara, overawed and despised, was permitted to escape the conduct of his superior, the Pope, who had shown vacillation in his purposes of submission when he heard of the temporary raising of Mantua, was carefully noted and remembered for animadversion when a suitable moment should occur. Inflexibility of Austria. Nothing is more remarkable during these campaigns than the inflexibility of Austria, which reduced to the extremity of distress by the advance of Moreau and Jourdan into her territories, stood nevertheless on the defensive at every point, and by extraordinary exertions again recruited Wurmser with fresh troops to the amount of 20,000 men, which reinforcement enabled that general, though under no more propitious star again, to resume the offensive by advancing from the Tyrol Wurmser with less confidence than before hoped now to relieve the siege of Mantua a second time, and at a less desperate cost, by moving from Trent towards Mantua through the defiles formed by the river Brenta. This maneuver he proposed to execute with 30,000 men, while he left 20,000 under General Davidowich in a strong position at or near Roveredo for the purpose of covering the Tyrol, an invasion of which district on the part of the French must have added much to the general panic, which already astounded Germany from the apprehended advance of Moreau and Jourdan from the banks of the Rhine. Bonaparte penetrated the design of the veteran general and suffered him without disturbance to march towards Bassano upon the Brenta, in order to occupy the line of operations on which he intended to maneuver, with the secret intention that he would himself assume the offensive and overwhelm Davidowich as soon as the distance betwixt them precluded a communication betwixt that general and Wurmser. He left General Culminate, an officer of Irish extraction, in whom he reposed confidence, with about 3,000 men to cover the siege of Mantua, by posting himself under the walls of Verona, while concentrating a strong body of forces. Napoleon marched upon the town of Roveredo, situated in the valley of the Adige, and having in its rear the strong position of Cagliano. The town is situated on the high road to Trent, and Davidowich lay there with 25,000 Austrians intended to protect the Tyrol, while Wurmser moved down the Brenta, which runs in the same direction with the Adige, but at about 30 miles distance, so that no communication for mutual support could take place betwixt Wurmser and his lieutenant general. It was upon Davidowich that Bonaparte first meant to pour his thunder. The Battle of Roveredo, fought upon the 4th of September, was one of that great general's splendid days. Before he could approach the town, one of his divisions had to force the strongly entrenched camp of Mori, where the enemy made a desperate defense. Another attacked the Austrians on the opposite bank of the Adige, for the action took place on both sides of the river, until the enemy at length retreated, still fighting desperately. Napoleon sent his orders to General Dubois to charge with the 1st Regiment of Hussars, did so, and broke the enemy, but fell mortally wounded with 3 balls. I die, he said, for the Republic bring me but tidings that the victory is certain. The retreating enemy were driven through the town of Roveredo without having it in their power to make a stand. The extreme strength of the position of Cagliano seemed to afford them rallying ground. The Adige is there bordered by precipitous mountains, approaching so near its course as only to leave a pass of 40 toises breadth between the river and the precipice, which opening was defended by a village, a castle, and a strong defensive wall resting upon the rock, all well garnished with artillery. The French, in their enthusiasm of victory, could not be stopped even by these obstacles. 8 pieces of light artillery were brought forward under cover of which the infantry charged and carried this strong position. So little do natural advantages avail when the minds of the assailants are influenced with an opinion that they are irresistible, and those of the defenders are depressed by a uniform and uninterrupted course of defeat. 6,000 or 7,000 prisoners and 15 pieces of cannon captured were the fruits of this splendid victory, and Massena the next morning took possession of Trent in the Tyrol, so long the stronghold where Wurmser had maintained his headquarters. The wrecks of Davidowich's army fled deeper into the Tyrol and took up their position at Lavassa, a small village on a river of a similar name about 3 leagues to the northward of Trent, and situated in the principal road, which communicates with Brixen, and Inspruck. Bonaparte instantly pursued them with a division of his army, commanded by Vaubois, and passed the Lavassa with his cavalry, while the enemy were amused with an assault upon the bridge. Thus he drove them from their position, which being the entrance of one of the chief defiles of the Tyrol, it was of importance to secure, and it was occupied accordingly by Vaubois with his victorious division. The Tyrol. Bonaparte, in consequence of his present condition, became desirous to conciliate the martial inhabitants of the Tyrol, and published a proclamation in which he exhorted them to lay down their arms and return to their homes, assuring them of protection against military violence, and laboring to convince them that they had themselves no interest in the war which he waged against the emperor and his government, but not against his subjects, that his conduct might appear to be of a piece with his reasoning. Napoleon issued an edict disuniting the Principality of Trent from the German Empire, and annexing it in point of sovereignty to the French Republic, while he entrusted, or seemed to entrust, the inhabitants themselves with the power of administering their own laws and government. Bounties which depended on the gift of an armed enemy appeared very suspicious to the Tyrolese, who were aware that in fact the order of a French officer would be more effectual law whenever that nation had the power than that of any administrator of civil affairs, whom they might themselves be permitted to choose. As for the proclamation, the French general might as well have wasted his eloquence on the rocks of the country, the Tyrol, one of the earliest possessions of the House of Austria, had been uniformly governed by those princes with strict respect to the privileges of the inhabitants, who were possessed already of complete personal freedom, secured in all the immunities which were necessary for their comfort. These sagacious peasants saw nothing to expect from the hand of a stranger general, excepting what Bonaparte himself has termed those vexations necessarily annexed to a country which becomes the seat of war, and which in more full detail include whatever the avarice of the general, the necessities of the soldiers, not to mention the more violent outrage of marauders and plunderers, may choose to exact from the inhabitants. But besides this prudent calculation of consequences, the Tyrolese felt the generous spirit of national independence, and resolved that their mountains should not be dishonored by the march of an armed enemy if the unerring rifle-guns of their children were able to protect their native soil from such indignity. Every mode of resistance was prepared, and it was then that those piles of rocks, stones, and trunks of trees were collected on the verge of the precipices, which line the valley of the Inn and other passes of the Tyrol, but which remained in grim repose till rolled down to the utter annihilation of the French and Bavarian invaders in 1809 under the direction of the valiant Hofer and his companions in arms. More successful with the sword than the pen, Bonaparte had no sooner disposed of Davidovich and his army than he began his operations against Wurmser himself, who had by this time learned the total defeat of his subordinate division, and that the French were possessed of Trent. The Austrian field marshal immediately conceived that the French general, in consequence of his successes, would be disposed to leave Italy behind, and advanced to Innsbruck in order to communicate with the armies of Moreau and Jourdan, which were now on the full advance into Germany. Instead, therefore, of renouncing his own scheme of relieving Mantua, Wurmser thought the time favorable for carrying it into execution, and in place of falling back with his army on Friuli, and thus keeping open his communication with Vienna, he committed the great error of involving himself still deeper in the Italian passes to the southward by an attempt with a diminished force to execute a purpose which he had been unable to accomplish when his army was double the strength of the French. With this ill-chosen plan, he detached Mazzaros with a division of his forces to maneuver on Verona, whereas we have seen Bonaparte had stationed Culminate to cover the siege, or rather the blockade of Mantua. Mazzaros departed accordingly, and leaving Wurmser at Bassano on the Brenta, marched southwestward towards the collateral valley of the Adige and attacked Culminate, who, by drawing his men under cover of the fortifications of Verona, made a resolute defense. The Austrian general, finding it impossible to carry the place by a coup de main, was meditating to cross the Adige when he was recalled by the most urgent commands to rejoin Wurmser with all possible dispatch. As soon as Bonaparte learned this new separation of Wurmser from a large division of his army, he anticipated the possibility of defeating the field marshal himself, driving him from his position at Bassano, and of consequence cutting off at his leisure the division of Mazzaros, which had advanced so far to the southward as effectually to compromise its safety. To execute this plan required the utmost rapidity of movement, for should Wurmser learn that Bonaparte was advancing towards Bassano in time to recall Mazzaros, he might present a front too numerous to be attacked with hope of success. There are 20 leagues distance betwixt Trent and Bassano, and that ground was to be traversed by means of very difficult roads in the space of 2 days at farthest. But it was in such circumstances that the genius of Napoleon triumphed through the enthusiastic power which he possessed over the soldiery, and by which he could urge them to the most incredible exertions. He left Trent on the 6th September at break of day, and reached in the course of the evening Borgo di Val Lugano, a march of 10 French leagues. A similar forced march of 5 leagues and upwards brought him up with Wurmser's advanced guard, which was strongly posted at Primilano. The effect of the surprise and the impetuosity of the French attack surmounted all the advantages of position. The Austrian double lines were penetrated by a charge of 3 French columns. Cavalry occupied the highroad and cut off the enemy's retreat on Bassanoine. A word Wurmser's vanguard was totally destroyed, and more than 4,000 men laid down their arms from Primilano, the French dislodging whatever enemies they encountered. Advanced to Sismona village, where a river of the same name unites with the Brenta. There they halted exhausted with fatigue, and on that evening no sentinel in the army endured more privations than Napoleon himself, who took up his quarters for the night without either staff officers or baggage, and was glad to accept a share of a private soldier's ration of bread, of which the poor fellow lived to remind his general when he was become emperor. Battle of Bassano. Sismone is only about 4 leagues from Bassano, and Wurmser heard with alarm that the French leader, whom he conceived to be already deeply engaged in the Tyrolese passes, had destroyed his vanguard and was menacing his own position. It was under this alarm that he dispatched expresses, as already mentioned, to recall Mazzaro's and his division, but it was too late for that general. Was under the walls of Verona, nigh 15 leagues from Wurmser's position, on the night of the 7th September, when the French army was at Sismone, within a third part of that distance. The utmost exertions of Mazzaro's could only bring his division as far as Montebello upon the 8th September, when the Battle of Bassano seemed to decide the fate of his unfortunate commander-in-chief. This victory was as decisive as any which Buonaparte had hitherto obtained. The village of Salagna was first carried by main force, and then the French army, continuing to descend the defiles of the Brenta, attacked Wurmser's main body, which still lay under his own command in the town of Bassano. Augereau penetrated into the town upon the right, Messina upon the left. They bore down all opposition and seized the cannon by which the bridge was defended, in spite of the efforts of the Austrian grenadiers, charged with the duty of protecting Wurmser and his staff, who were now in absolute flight. The field marshal himself, with the military chest of his army, nearly fell into the hands of the French, and though he escaped for the time, it was after an almost general dispersion of his troops. 6,000 Austrians surrendered to Buonaparte. Quastanoich, with 3,000 or 4,000 men, effected a retreat to the northeast and gained Friuli, while Wurmser himself, finding it impossible to escape otherwise, fled to Vicenza in the opposite direction, and there united the scattered forces which still followed him with the division of Mazzaro's. When this junction was accomplished, the aged marshal had still the command of about 16,000 men out of 60,000, with whom he had scarce a week. Before commenced the campaign, the material part of his army, guns, wagons, and baggage, was all lost. His retreat upon the hereditary states of Austria was entirely cut off. Flower of his army was destroyed. Courage and confidence were gone. There seemed no remedy but that he should lay down his arms to the youthful conqueror, by whose forces he was now surrounded on all sides, without, as it appeared, any possibility of extricating himself. But fate itself seemed to take some tardy compassion on this venerable and gallant veteran, and not only adjourned his final fall, but even granted him leave to gather some brief-dated laurels, as the priests of old were wont to garland their victims before the final sacrifice. Surrounded by dangers and cut off from any other retreat, Wurmser formed the gallant determination to throw himself and his remaining forces into Mantua and share the fate of the beleaguered fortress, which he had vainly striven to relieve. But to execute this purpose it was necessary to cross the Adige, nor was it easy to say how this was to be accomplished. Verona, one point of passage, was defended by Culminate, who had already repulsed Mazzaro's Legnago, where there was a bridge, was also garrisoned by the French, and Wurmser had lost his bridge of pontoons at the Battle of Bassano, At the village of Alvarado, however, there was an established ferry totally insufficient for passing over so considerable a force with the necessary dispatch, but which Wurmser used for the purpose of sending across 2 squadrons of cavalry in order to reconnoiter the blockade of Mantua and the facilities which might present themselves for accomplishing a retreat on that fortress. This precaution proved for the time the salvation of Wurmser and what remained of his army. Fortune, which has such influence in warlike affairs, had so ordered it that Culminate, apprehending that Wurmser would attempt to force a passage at Verona and desirous to improve his means of resistance against so great a force, had sent orders that the garrison of 400 men who guarded the bridge at Legnago should join him at Verona, and that an equal number should be detached from the blockade of Mantua to supply their place on the lower Adige. The former part of his command had been obeyed, and the garrison of Legnago were on their march for Verona, but the relief, which was designed to occupy their post, though on their way to Legnago, had not yet arrived. The Austrian cavalry, who had passed over at Alvarado, encountering this body on its march from the vicinity of Mantua, attacked them with spirit, and sabred a good many. The commander of the French battalion, confounded at this appearance, concluded that the whole Austrian army had gained the right bank of the Adige, and that he should necessarily be cut off if he prosecuted his march to Legnago. Thus the passage at that place was left altogether undefended, and Wurmser, apprised of this unhoped-for chance of escape, occupied the village and took possession of the bridge. Bonaparte, in the meantime, having moved from Bassano to Arcola in pursuit of the defeated enemy, learned at the latter place that Wurmser still lingered at Legnago, perhaps to grant his troops some indispensable repose, perhaps to watch whether it might be even yet possible to give the slip to the French divisions by which he was surrounded, and by a rapid march back upon Padua to regain his communication with the Austrian territories. Instead of enclosing himself in Mantua, Bonaparte hastened to avail himself of these moments of indecision. Augereau was ordered to march upon Legnago by the road from Padua so as to cut off any possibility of Wurmser's retreat in that direction, while Massina's division was thrown across the Adige by a ferry at Ronco to strengthen General Culminate, who had already occupied the line of a small river called the Malinella, which intersects the country between Legnago and Mantua. If this position could be made good, it was concluded that the Austrian general, unable to reach Mantua or to maintain himself at Legnago, must even yet surrender himself and his army. Action of Soria. On the 12th September, Wurmser began his march. He was first opposed at Soria, where Murat and Pigeon had united their forces, but Wurmser made his dispositions and attacked with a fury which swept out of the way both the cavalry and infantry of the enemy, and obtained possession of the village in the heat of the skirmish. And just when the French were giving way, Bonaparte himself entered Soria with the purpose of personally superintending the dispositions made for intercepting the retreat of Wurmser when, but for the speed of his horse, he had nearly fallen as a prisoner into the hands of the general, whose destruction he was laboring to ensure. Wurmser arrived on the spot a few minutes afterwards, and gave orders for a pursuit in every direction, commanding, however, that the French general should if possible be taken alive, a conjunction of circumstances worthy of remark, since it authorized the Austrian general for the moment to pronounce on the fate of him who before and after was the master of his destiny. Having again missed this great prize, Wurmser continued his march all night, and turning aside from the great road, where the blockading army had taken measures to intercept him, he surprised a small bridge over the Malinella at a village called Villa Impenta, by which he eluded encountering the forces of Culminate. A body of French horse sent to impede his progress was cut to pieces by the Austrian cavalry. On the 14th, Wurmser obtained a similar success at Duc Caselli, where his cuirassiers destroyed a body of French infantry, and having now forced himself into a communication with Mantua, he encamped between the suburb of St. George and the citadel, and endeavored to keep open the communication with the country for the purpose of obtaining a supply of forage and provisions. Sept. 19. But it was not Bonaparte's intention to leave him undisturbed in so commodious a position having received the surrender of an Austrian corps, which was left in Porto Legnago, and gleaned up such other remnants of Wurmser's army as could not accompany their general in his rapid march to Mantua, he resolved once more to force his way into the islet of the Seraglio, upon which Mantua is built, and confine the besieged within the walls of their garrison on the 19th. After a very severe and bloody action, the French obtained possession of the suburb of St. George and the citadel termed La Favorita, and a long series of severe sallies and attacks took place, which although gallantly fought by the Austrians generally tended to their disadvantage, so that they were finally again blockaded within the walls of the city and castle. The woes of war now appeared among them in a different and even more hideous form than when inflicted with the sword alone. When Wurmser threw himself into Mantua, the garrison might amount to 26,000 men, yet ere October was far advanced, there were little above the half of the number fit for service. There were nearly 9,000 sick in the hospitals, infectious diseases, privations of every kind, and the unhealthy air of the lakes and marshes with which they were surrounded had cut off the remainder. The French also had lost great numbers, but the conquerors could reckon up their victories and forget the price at which they had been purchased. It was a proud vaunt and a cure in itself for many losses that the Minister of War had a right to make the following speech to the Directory at the formal introduction of Marmont, then aide-de-camp of Bonaparte, and commissioned to present on his part the colors and standards taken from the enemy in the course of a single campaign. He truly said Italy had been entirely conquered. 3 large armies had been entirely destroyed. More than 50 stand of colors had been taken by the victors. 40,000 Austrians had laid down their arms, and, what was not the least surprising part of the whole, these deeds had been accomplished by an army of only 30,000 Frenchmen, commanded by a general scarce 26 years old. Chapter Roman 7. Corsica, reunited with France. Critical situation of Bonaparte. In Italy, at this period the Austrian general Alvinzi, placed at the head of a new army, various contests, attended with no decisive result. Want of concert among the Austrian generals. French army begin to murmur. First battle of Arcola. Napoleon in personal danger. No decisive result. Second battle of Arcola. The French victorious. Fresh want of concert among the Austrian generals. General views of military and political affairs. After the conclusion of the 4th Italian campaign, Austria commences a 5th campaign but has not profited by experience. Battle of Rivoli and victory of the French. Further successful at La Favorita. French regain their lost ground in Italy. Surrender of Mantua. Instances of Napoleon's generosity. Corsica reunited with France. About this period the reunion of Corsica with France took place. Bonaparte contributed to this change in the political relations of his native country, indirectly, in part, by the high pride which his countrymen must have originally taken in his splendid career, and he did so more immediately by seizing the town and port of Leghorn and assisting those Corsicans who had been exiled by the English party to return to their native island. He intimated the event to the Directory and stated that he had appointed Gentili, the principal partisan of the French, to govern the island provisionally, and that the Commissioner Salisti was to set sail for the purpose of making other necessary arrangements. The communication is coldly made, nor does Bonaparte's love of his birthplace induce him to expatiate upon its importance, although the Directory afterwards made the acquisition of that island a great theme of exultation. But his destinies had called him to too high an elevation to permit his distinguishing the obscure islet which he had arisen from. Originally, he was like the young lion who, while he is scattering the herds and destroying the hunters, thinks little of the forest cave in which he first saw the light. Indeed, Bonaparte's situation, however brilliant, was at the same time critical and required his undivided thoughts. Mantua still held out, and was likely to do so. Wurmser had caused about 3/4 of the horses belonging to his cavalry to be killed and salted for the use of the garrison, and thus made a large addition, such as it was, to the provisions of the place. His character for courage and determination was completely established, and being now engaged in defending a fortress by ordinary rules of art, which he perfectly understood, he was in no danger of being overreached and outmaneuvered by the new system of tactics, which occasioned his misfortunes in the open field. Alvinzi. While therefore the last pledge of Austria's dominions in Italy was confided to such safe custody, the emperor and his ministers were eagerly engaged in making a new effort to recover their Italian territories. The defeat of Jourdan and the retreat of Moraux before the Archduke Charles had given the imperialists some breathing time, and enabled them by extensive levies in the warlike province of Illyria, as well as drafts from the army of the Rhine, to take the field with a new army for the recovery of the Italian provinces and the relief of Mantua. By orders of the Aulic Council, two armies were assembled on the Italian frontier, one at Friuli, which was partly composed of that portion of the army of Wurmser, which cut off from their main body at the Battle of Bassano had effected under Quastanoich a retreat in that direction. The other was to be formed on the Tyrol. They were to operate in conjunction, and both were placed under the command of Marshal Alvinzi, an officer of high reputation, which was then thought merited. Thus, for the fourth time, Buonaparte was to contest the same objects on the same ground, with new forces belonging to the same enemy. He had indeed himself received from France reinforcements to the number of 12 battalions from those troops, which had been formerly employed in La Vendée. The army in general, since victory had placed the resources of the rich country, which occupied at the command of their leader, had been well supplied with clothes, food, and provisions, and were devotedly attached to the chief, who had conducted them from starving on the barren Alps into this land of plenty, and had directed their military efforts with such skill that they could scarce ever be said to have failed of success in whatever they undertook under his direction. Napoleon had also on his side the good wishes, if not of the Italians in general, of a considerable party, especially in Lombardy, and friends and enemies were alike impressed with belief in his predestined success during the former attempts of Wurmser. Contrary opinion had prevailed, and the news that the Austrians were in motion had given birth to insurrections against the French in many places, and to the publication of sentiments unfavorable to them almost everywhere. But now, when all predicted the certain success of Napoleon, the friends of Austria remained quiet, and the numerous party who desire in such cases to keep on the winning side added weight to the actual friends of France by expressing their opinions in her favor. It seems, however, that victory, as if displeased that mortals should presume to calculate the motives of so fickle a deity, was on this occasion disposed to be more coy than formerly, even to her greatest favorite, and to oblige him to toil harder than he had done, even when the odds were more against him. Davidowich commanded the body of the Austrians, which was in the Tyrol, and which included the fine militia of that martial province. There was little difficulty in prevailing on them to advance into Italy, convinced, as they were, that there was small security for their national independence, while the French remained in possession of Lombardy. Buonaparte, on the other hand, had placed Vaubois in the passes upon the river Lavisa above Trent, to cover that new possession of the French Republic and check the advance of Davidowich. It was the plan of Alvinzi to descend from Friuli and approach Vicenza, to which place he expected Davidowich might penetrate by a corresponding movement down the Adige. Having thus brought his united army into activity, his design was to advance on Mantua, the constant object of bloody contention. He commenced his march in the beginning of October 1796. As soon as Buonaparte heard that Alvinzi was in motion, he sent orders to Vaubois to attack Davidowich, and to Massena to advance to Bassano upon the Brenta and make head against the Austrian commander-in-chief. Both measures failed in effect. Nav 5. Vaubois indeed made his attack, but so unsuccessfully that after 2 days' fighting he was compelled to retreat before the Austrians, to evacuate the city of Trent, and to retreat upon Caliano, already mentioned as a very strong position in the previous account of the Battle of Roveredo. A great part of his opponents being Tyrolese and admirably calculated for mountain warfare, they forced Vaubois from a situation which was almost impregnable, and their army, descending the Adige upon the right bank, appeared to maneuver with the purpose of marching on Montebaldo and Rivoli, and thus opening the communication with Alvinzi. On the other hand, though Massena had sustained no loss, for he avoided an engagement, the approach of Alvinzi with a superior army compelled him to evacuate Bassano and to leave the enemy in undisputed possession of the valley of the Brenta. Bonaparte, therefore himself, saw the necessity of advancing with Augereau's division, determined to give battle to Alvinzi and force him back on the Piave before the arrival of Davidovich, but he experienced unusual resistance, and it is amid complaints of the weather, of misadventures and miscarriages of different sorts, that he faintly claims the name of a victory for his first encounter with Alvinzi. It is clear that he had made a desperate attempt to drive the Austrian general from Bassano, that he had not succeeded, but on the contrary was under the necessity of retreating to Vicenza. It is further manifest that Bonaparte was sensible this retreat did not accord well with his claim of victory, and he says with a consciousness which is amusing that the inhabitants of Vicenza were surprised to see the French army retire through their town as they had been witnesses of their victory on the preceding day. No doubt there was room for astonishment if the Vicenzans had been as completely convinced of the fact as Bonaparte represents them. The truth was, Bonaparte was sensible that Vaubois, being in complete retreat, was exposed to be cut off unless he was supported, and he hasted to prevent so great a loss by meeting and reinforcing him. His own retrograde movement, however, which extended as far as Verona, left the whole country betwixt the Brenta and Adige open to the Austrians, nor does there occur to those who read the account of the campaign any good reason why Davidovich and Alvinzi, having no body of French to interrupt their communication, should not instantly have adjusted their operations on a common basis. But it was the bane of the Austrian tactics through the whole war to neglect that connection and cooperation betwixt their separate divisions, which is essential to secure the general result of a campaign. Above all, as Bonaparte himself remarked of them, their leaders were not sufficiently acquainted with the value of time in military movements. Napoleon, having retreated to Verona, where he could at pleasure assume the offensive by means of the bridge or place the Adige between himself and the enemy, visited, in the first place, the positions of Rivoli and Corona, where were stationed the troops which had been defeated by Davidovich. Murmurs of the troops. They appeared before him with dejected countenances, and Napoleon upbraided them with their indifferent behavior. "You have displeased me," he said. "You have shown neither discipline nor constancy nor bravery. You have suffered yourselves to be driven from positions where a handful of brave men might have arrested the progress of a large army. You are no longer French soldiers. Let it be written on their colors, they are not of the army of Italy." Tears and groans of sorrow and shame answered this harangue. Rules of discipline could not stifle their sense of mortification, and several of the grenadiers who had deserved and wore marks of distinction called out from the ranks, "General, we have been misrepresented. Place us in the advance, and you may then judge whether we do not belong to the army of Italy." Bonaparte, having produced the necessary effect, spoke to them in a more conciliatory tone, and the regiments who had undergone so severe a rebuke redeemed their character in the subsequent part of the campaign. While Napoleon was indefatigable in concentrating his troops on the right bank of the Adige and inspiring them with his own spirit of enterprise, Alvinzi had taken his position on the left bank, nearly opposite to Verona. His army occupied a range of heights called Caldiro, on the left of which, and somewhat in the rear, is the little village of Arcola, situated among marshes which extend around the foot of that eminence. Here the Austrian general had stationed himself with a view, it may be supposed, to wait until Davidovich and his division should descend the right bank of the Adige, disquiet the French leader's position on that river, and give Alvinzi himself the opportunity of forcing a passage. Bonaparte, with his usual rapidity of resolution, resolved to drive the Austrian from his position on Caldiro before the arrival of Davidovich, but neither on this occasion was fortune propitious to him. A strong French division under Massena attacked the heights amid a storm of rain, but their most strenuous exertions proved completely unsuccessful and left to the general only his usual mode of concealing a check by railing at the elements. The situation of the French became critical, and what was worse, the soldiers perceived it, and complained that they had to sustain the whole burden of the war, had to encounter army after army, and must succumb at last under the renewed and unwearied efforts of Austria. Bonaparte parried these natural feelings as well as he could, promising that their conquest of Italy should be speedily sealed by the defeat of this Alvinzi, and he applied his whole genius to discover the means of bringing the war to an effective struggle, in which he confided that in spite of numbers, his own talents, and the enterprising character of an army so often victorious might assure him a favorable result. But it was no easy way to discover a mode of attacking with even plausible hopes of success. If he advanced northward on the right bank to seek out and destroy Davidovich, he must weaken his line on the Adige by the troops withdrawn to effect that purpose, and during his absence, Alvinzi would probably force the passage of the river at some point, and thus have it in his power to relieve Mantua. The heights of Caldiro, occupied by the Austrian main body and lying in his front, had by dire experiment been proved impregnable. In these doubtful circumstances, the bold scheme occurred to the French general that the position of Caldiro, though it could not be stormed, might be turned, and that by possessing himself of the village of Arcola, which lies to the left, and in the rear of Caldiro, the Austrians might be compelled to fight to disadvantage. But the idea of attacking Arcola was one which would scarce have occurred to any general save Buonaparte. Arcola is situated upon a small stream called the Alpin, which, as already hinted, finds its way into the Adige through a wilderness of marshes, intersected with ditches, and traversed by dikes in various directions. In case of an unsuccessful attack, the assailants were like to be totally cut off in the swamps. Then to debouch from Verona and move in the direction of Arcola would have put Alvinzi and his whole army on their guard. Secrecy and celerity are the soul of enterprise. All these difficulties gave way before Napoleon's genius. Verona, it must be remembered, is on the left bank of the Adige, the same with the point which was the object of Buonaparte's attack at nightfall. The whole forces at Verona were under arms, and leaving 1,500 men under Culminate to defend the place from any assault, with strict orders to secure the gates and prevent all communication of his nocturnal expedition to the enemy. Buonaparte commenced his march at first to the rear in the direction of Peschiera, which seemed to imply that his resolution was at length taken to resign the hopes of gaining Mantua and perhaps to abandon Italy. The silence with which the march was conducted, the absence of all the usual rumors which used in the French army to precede a battle, and the discouraging situation of affairs appeared to presage the same issue. But after the troops had marched a little way in this direction, the heads of columns were wheeled to the left out of the line of retreat, and descended the Adige as far as Ronco, which they reached before day. Here, a bridge had been prepared by which they passed over the river, and were placed on the same bank with Arcola, the object of their attack, and lower than the heights of Caldiro. First Battle of Arcolanov, 15. There were 3 causeways by which the marsh of Arcola is traversed. Each was occupied by a French column. The central column moved on the causeway which led to the village. So named, the dikes and causeways were not defended, but Arcola and its bridge were protected by 2 battalions of Croats with 2 pieces of cannon which were placed in a position to enfilade the causeway. These received the French column with so heavy a fire on its flank that it fell back in disorder. Augereau rushed forward upon the bridge with his chosen grenadiers, but enveloped as they were in a destructive fire, they were driven back on the main body. Alvinzi, who conceived it only an affair of light troops, sent however forces into the marsh by means of the dikes, which traversed them to drive out the French. These were checked by finding that they were to oppose strong columns of infantry, yet the battle continued with unabated vigor. It was essential to Buonaparte's plan that Arcola should be carried, but the fire continued tremendous. At length, to animate his soldiers to a final exertion, he caught a stand of colors, rushed on the bridge, and planted them there with his own hand. A fresh body of Austrians arrived at that moment, and the fire on flank blazed more destructively than ever. The rear of the French column fell back. The leading files, finding themselves unsupported, gave way, but still careful of their general, bore him back in their arms through the dead and dying the fire and the smoke. In the confusion, he was at length pushed into the marsh. The Austrians were already betwixt him and his own troops, and he must have perished or been taken, had not the grenadiers perceived his danger. The cry instantly arose, "Forward, forward!" Save the general, their love to Buonaparte's person did more than even his commands and example had been able to accomplish, they returned to the charge, and at length pushed the Austrians out of the village, but not till the appearance of a French corps under General Guia had turned the position, and he had thrown himself in the rear of it. These succors had passed at the ferry of Alborado, and the French remained in possession of the long-contested village. It was at the moment a place of the greatest importance, for the possession of it would have enabled Bonaparte, had the Austrians remained in their position, to operate on their communications with the Brenta interposed between Alvinzi and his reserves, and destroy his park of artillery, but the risk was avoided by the timely caution of the Austrian field marshal. Alvinzi was no sooner aware that a great division of the French army was in his rear than, without allowing them time for farther operations, he instantly broke up his position on Coldero and evacuated these heights. By a steady and orderly retreat, Bonaparte had the mortification to see the Austrians effect this maneuver by crossing a bridge in their rear over the Alpine, and which could he have occupied, as was his purpose, he might have rendered their retreat impossible or at least disastrous. As matters stood, however, the village of Arcola came to lose its consequence as a position, since after Alvinzi's retreat it was no longer in the rear, but in the front of the enemy. Bonaparte remembered he had enemies on the right as well as the left of the Adige, and that Davidovich might be once more routing Vaubois, while he was too far advanced to afford him assistance. He therefore evacuated Arcola and the village of Porcels situated near it, and retreating to Ronco, recrossed the river, leaving only 2 demi-brigades in advance upon the left bank. First battle of Arcola, famous for the obstinacy with which it was disputed, and the number of brave officers and men who fell, was thus attended with no decisive result, but it had checked the inclination of Alvinzi to advance on Veronate, had delayed all communication betwixt his army and that of the Tirolabov. All it had renewed the Austrians' apprehensions of the skill of Bonaparte and the bravery of his troops, and restored to the French soldiery the usual confidence of their national character. Nov 16. Bonaparte remained stationary at Ronco until next morning at 5 o'clock, by which time he received intelligence that Davidovich had lain quiet in his former position, that he had no cause to be alarmed for Vaubois' safety, and might therefore operate in security against Alvinzi. This was rendered the more easy 16th November, as the Austrian general, not aware of Bonaparte's having halted his army at Ronco, imagined he was on his march to concentrate his forces nearer Mantua, and hastened therefore to overwhelm the rearguard whom he expected to find at the ferry. Bonaparte spared them the trouble of a close advance to the Adige. He again crossed to the left side and again advanced his columns upon the dikes and causeways which traversed the marshes of Arcola on such ground where it was impossible to assign to the columns more breadth than the causeways could accommodate. The victorious soldiers of France had great advantage over the recent levies of Austria, for though the latter might be superior in number, on the whole success must in such a case depend on the personal superiority of the front or leading files. Only the French therefore had the first advantage, and drove back the Austrians upon the village of Arcola. But here, as on the former day, Alvinzi constituted his principal point of defense, and maintained it with the utmost obstinacy. After having repeatedly failed, when attacking in front, a post so difficult of approach, Napoleon endeavored to turn the position by crossing the little river Alpine near its union with the Adige. He attempted to effect a passage by means of fascines, but unsuccessfully, and the night approached without anything effectual being decided. Both parties drew off, the French to Ronco, where they recrossed the Adige, the Austrians to a position behind the well-contested village of Arcola. The battle of the 16th November was thus far favorable to the French that they had driven back the Austrians and made many prisoners in the commencement of the day. But they had also lost many men, and Napoleon, if he had gained ground in the day, was fain to return to his position at night, lest Davidovich, by the defeat of Vaubois, might either relieve Mantua or move on Verona. The 17th was to be a day more decisive. Second Battle of Arcolanov, 17. The field of battle and the preliminary maneuvers were much the same as on the preceding day, but those of the French were nearly disconcerted by the sinking of one of the boats, which constituted their bridge over the Adige. The Austrians instantly advanced on the demi-brigade, which had been stationed on the left bank to defend the bridge, but the French, having repaired the damage, advanced in their turn, and compelled the Austrians to retreat upon the marsh. Massena directed his attack on Porcel. General Robert pressed forward on Arcola, but it was at the point where he wished to cross the Alpin that Bonaparte chiefly desired to attain a decided superiority, and in order to win it, he added stratagem to audacity, observing one of his columns repulsed and retreating along the causeway. He placed the 32d Regiment in ambuscade in a thicket of willows which bordered the rivulet, and saluting the pursuing enemy with a close, heavy, and unexpected fire, instantly rushed to close with the bayonet, and attacking the flank of a column of nearly 3,000 Croats, forced them into the marsh, where most of them perished. It was now that, after a calculation of the losses sustained by the enemy, Napoleon conceived their numerical superiority so far diminished, and their spirit so much broken, that he need no longer confine his operations to the dikes, but meet his enemy on the firm plain which extended beyond the Alpin. He passed the brook by means of a temporary bridge which had been prepared during night, and the battle raged as fiercely on the dry level as it had done on the dikes and amongst the marshes. The Austrians fought with resolution, the rather that their left, though stationed on dry ground, was secured by a marsh which Bonaparte had no means of turning. But though this was the case, Napoleon contrived to gain his point by impressing on the enemy an idea that he had actually accomplished, that which he had no means of doing. This he effected by sending a daring officer with about 30 of the guides, his own bodyguards, they may be called, with 4 trumpets, and directing these determined cavaliers to charge and the trumpets to sound, as if a large body of horse had crossed the marsh. Augereau attacked the Austrian left at the same moment, and a fresh body of troops advancing from Legnago compelled them to retreat, but not to fly. Alvinzi was now compelled to give way and commence his retreat on Montebello. He disposed 7,000 men in echelon to cover this movement, which was accomplished without very much loss, but his ranks had been much thinned by the slaughter of the 3 battles of Arcola. 8,000 men has been stated as the amount of his losses. The French, who made so many and so sanguinary assaults upon the villages, must also have suffered a great deal. Bonaparte acknowledges this in energetic terms. Never, he writes to Carnot, was field of battle so disputed. I have almost no generals remaining. I can assure you that the victory could not have been gained at a cheaper expense. The enemy were numerous and desperately resolute. The truth is that Bonaparte's mode of striking terror by these bloody and desperate charges in front upon strong positions was a blemish in his system. They cost many men and were not uniformly successful. That of Arcola was found a vain waste of blood, till science was employed instead of main force, when the position was turned by Guia on the first day, and on the third by the troops who crossed the Alpin. The tardy conduct of Davidovich during these 3 undecided days of slaughterous struggle is worthy of notice and censure. It would appear that from the 10th November that general had it in his power to attack the division which he had hitherto driven before him, and that he had delayed doing so till the 16th, and on the 18th, just the day after Alvinzi had made his retreat, he approached Verona on the right bank. Had these movements taken place before Alvinzi's defeat, or even during any of the 3 days preceding, when the French were engaged before Arcola, the consequences must have been very serious. Finding, however, that Alvinzi had retreated, Davidovich followed the same course and withdrew into the mountains, not much annoyed by the French, who respected the character of his army, which had been repeatedly victorious, and felt the weakness incident to their own late losses. Another incidental circumstance tends equally strongly to mark the want of concert and communication among the Austrian generals. Wurmser, who had remained quiet in Mantua during all the time when Alvinzi and Davidovich were in the neighborhood, made a vigorous sally on the 23d November, when his doing so was of little consequence, since he could not be supported. Thus ended the 4th campaign undertaken for the Austrian possessions in Italy. The consequences were not so decidedly in Bonaparte's favor as those of the 3 former. Mantua, it is true, had received no relief, and so far the principal object of the Austrians had miscarried, but Wurmser was of a temper to continue the defense till the last moment, and had already provided for a longer defense than the French counted upon, by curtailing the rations of the garrison. The armies of Friuli and the Tyrol had also, since the last campaign, retained possession of Bassano and Trent, and removed the French from the mountains through which access is gained to the Austrian hereditary dominions. Neither had Alvinzi suffered any such heavy defeat as his predecessors Beaulieu or Wurmser, while Davidovich, on the contrary, was uniformly successful. Had he known how to avail himself of his victories, still the Austrians were not likely, till reinforced again, to interrupt Buonaparte's quiet possession of Lombardy. During 2 months, following the Battle of Arcola and the retreat of the Austrians, the war which had been so vigorously maintained in Italy experienced a short suspension, and the attention of Buonaparte was turned towards civil matters, the arrangement of the French interests with the various powers of Italy, and with the Congress of Lombardy, as well as the erection of the districts of Bologna, Ferrara Reggio, and Modena, into what was called the Transpadane Republic. These we shall notice elsewhere, as it is not advisable to interrupt the course of our military annals until we have recounted the last struggle of the Austrians for the relief of Mantua. French and Austrian armies. It must be in the first place observed that whether from jealousy or from want of means, supplies, and recruits were very slowly transmitted from France to their Italian army about 7,000 men, who were actually sent to join Buonaparte, scarcely repaired the losses which he had sustained in the late bloody campaigns. At the same time, the treaty with the Pope being broken off, the Supreme Pontiff threatened to march a considerable army towards Lombardy. Buonaparte endeavored to supply the want of reinforcements by raising a defensive legion among the Lombards, to which he united many Poles. This body was not fit to be brought into line against the Austrians, but was more than sufficient to hold at bay the troops of the Papal See, who have never enjoyed of late years a high degree of military reputation. Meantime, Austria, who seemed to cling to Italy with the tenacity of a dying grasp, again and now, for the 5th time, recruited her armies on the frontier, and placing Alvinzi once more at the head of 60,000 men, commanded him to resume the offensive against the French in Italy. The spirit of the country had been roused instead of discouraged by the late defeats. The Volant corps, consisting of persons of respectability and consideration, took the field for the redemption, if their blood could purchase it, of the national honor. Vienna furnished 4 battalions, which were presented by the Empress with a banner that she had wrought for them with her own hands. The Tyrolese also thronged once more to their sovereign's standard, undismayed by a proclamation made by Buonaparte after the retreat from Arcola, and which paid homage, though a painful one, to these brave marksmen. Whatever Tyrolese said, this atrocious document is taken with arms in his hand, shall be put to instant death. Alvinzi sent abroad a counter-proclamation that for every Tyrolese put to death as threatened, he would hang up a French officer. Buonaparte again replied that if the Austrian general should use the retaliation he threatened, he would execute in his turn officer for officer out of his prisoners, commencing with Alvinzi's own nephew, who was in his power. A little calmness on either side brought them to reflect on the cruelty of aggravating the laws of war, which are already too severe, so that the system of military execution was renounced on both sides. Austrian plan of operations. But notwithstanding this display of zeal and loyalty on the part of the Austrian nation, its councils do not appear to have derived wisdom from experience. The losses sustained by Wurmser and by Alvinzi proceeded in a great measure from the radical error of having divided their forces and commenced the campaign on a double line of operation which could not, or at least were not made to correspond and communicate with each other. Yet they commenced this campaign on the same unhappy principles, one army descending from the Tyrol upon Montebaldo. The other was to march down by the Brenta on the Paduan territory, and then to operate on the lower Adige, the line of which, of course, they were expected to force for the purpose of relieving Mantua. The Aulic Council ordered that these 2 armies were to direct their course, so as to meet, if possible, upon the beleaguered fortress. Should they succeed in raising the siege, there was little doubt that the French must be driven out of Italy, but even were the scheme only partially successful, still it might allow Wurmser with his cavalry to escape from that besieged city and retreat into the Romagna, where it was designed that he should, with the assistance of his staff and officers, organize and assume the command of the Papal army. In the meantime, an intelligent agent was sent to communicate, if possible, with Wurmser. This man fell into the hands of the besiegers. It was in vain that he swallowed his dispatches which were enclosed in a ball of wax means, were found to make the stomach render up its trust, and the document which the wax enclosed was found to be a letter signed by the emperor's own hand, directing Wurmser to enter into no capitulation, but to hold out as long as possible in expectation of relief, and if compelled to leave Mantua, to accept of no conditions, but to cut his way into the Romagna and take upon himself the command of the papal army. Thus Buonaparte became acquainted with the storm which was approaching, and which was not long of breaking. Alvinzi, who commanded the principal army, advanced from Bassano to Roveredo upon the Adige Provera, distinguished for his gallant defense of Caesarea during the action of Millesimo, commanded the divisions which were to act upon the lower Adige. He marched as far as Bevy-el-Aqua, while his advanced guard under Prince Hohenzollern compelled a body of French to cross to the right bank of the Adige. Jan 12. Buonaparte, uncertain which of these attacks he was to consider as the main one, concentrated his army at Verona, which had been so important a place during all these campaigns, as a central point from which he might at pleasure march either up the Adige against Alvinzi or descend the river to resist the attempts of Provera. He trusted that Joubert, whom he had placed in defense of La Corona, a little town which had been strongly fortified for the purpose, might be able to make a good temporary defense. He dispatched troops for Joubert's support to Castelnuovo, but hesitated to direct his principal force in that direction until 10 in the evening of 13th January, when he received information that Joubert had been attacked at La Corona by an immense body which he had resisted with difficulty during the day, and was now about to retreat in order to secure the important eminence at Rivoli, which was the key of his whole position. Judging from this account that the principal danger occurred on the upper part of the Adige, Buonaparte left only Augereau's division to dispute with Provera the passage of that river on the lower part of its course. He was especially desirous to secure the elevated and commanding position of Rivoli before the enemy had time to receive his cavalry and cannon, as he hoped to bring on an engagement ere he was united with those important parts of his army by forced marches. Napoleon arrived at Rivoli at 2 in the morning of the 14th, and from that elevated situation, by the assistance of a clear moonlight, he was able to discover that the bivouac of the enemy was divided into 5 distinct and separate bodies, from which he inferred that their attack the next day would be made in the same number of columns. The distance at which the bivouacs were stationed from the position of Joubert made it evident to Napoleon that they did not mean to make their attack before 10 in the morning, meaning probably to wait for their infantry and artillery. Joubert was at this time in the act of evacuating the position, which he only occupied by a rearguard. Buonaparte commanded him instantly to countermarch and resume possession of the important eminence of Rivoli. Battle of Rivoligion 14. A few Croats had already advanced so near the French line as to discover that Joubert's light troops had abandoned the chapel of St. Mark, of which they took possession. It was retaken by the French, and the struggle to recover and maintain it brought on a severe action, first with the regiment to which the detachment of Croats belonged, and afterwards with the whole Austrian column, which lay nearest to that point, and which was commanded by Oxkay. The latter was repulsed, but the column of Cobbler pressed forward to support them, and having gained the summit, attacked 2 regiments of the French, who were stationed there, each protected by a battery of cannon. Notwithstanding this advantage, one of the regiments gave way, and Buonaparte himself galloped to bring up reinforcements. The nearest French were those of Massena's division, which, tired with the preceding night's march, had lain down to take some rest. They started up, however, at the command of Napoleon, and suddenly arriving on the field in half an hour, the column of Cobbler was beaten and driven back. That of Liptay advanced in turn, and Quastanoich, observing that Joubert, in prosecuting his success over the division of Oxkay, had pushed forward and abandoned the chapel of St. Mark, detached 3 battalions to ascend the hill and occupy that post, while the Austrians scaled on one side the hill on which the chapel is situated. 3 battalions of French infantry, who had been countermarched by Joubert to prevent Quastanoich's purpose, struggled up the steep ascent on another point. The activity of the French brought them first to the summit, and having then the advantage of the ground, it was no difficult matter for them to force the advancing Austrians headlong down the hill which they were endeavoring to climb. Meantime, the French batteries thundered on the broken columns of the enemy. Their cavalry made repeated charges, and the whole Austrians who had been engaged fell into inextricable disorder. The columns which had advanced were irretrievably defeated. Those who remained were in such a condition that to attack would have been madness. Amid this confusion, the division of Lusignan, which was the most remote of the Austrian columns, being entrusted with the charge of the artillery and baggage of the army, had, after depositing these according to order, mounted the heights of Rivoli and assumed a position in rear of the French. Had this column attained the same ground, while the engagement continued in front, there can be no doubt that it would have been decisive against Napoleon, even as it was. Their appearance in the rear would have startled troops, however brave, who had less confidence in their general. But those of Buonaparte only exclaimed, "There arrive farther supplies to our market," in full reliance that their commander could not be outmaneuvered. The Austrian division, on the other hand, arriving after the battle was lost, being without artillery or cavalry, having been obliged to leave a proportion of their numbers to keep a check upon a French brigade, felt that instead of being in a position to cut off the French by attacking their rear, while their front was engaged, they themselves were cut off by the intervention of the victorious French betwixt them, and their defeated army. Lusignan's division was placed under a heavy fire of the artillery in reserve, and was soon obliged to lay down its arms. So critical are the events of war that a military movement, which executed at one particular period of time would have ensured victory, is not unlikely, from the loss of a brief interval, to occasion only more general calamity. The Austrians on this, as on some other occasions, verified too much Napoleon's allegation that they did not sufficiently consider the value of time in military affairs. The field of Rivoli was one of the most desperate that Buonaparte ever won, and was gained entirely by superior military skill, and not by the overbearing system of mere force of numbers to which he has been accused of being partial. He himself had his horses repeatedly wounded in the course of the action, and exerted to the utmost his personal influence to bring up the troops into action where their presence was most required. Alvinzi's error, which was a very gross one, consisted in supposing that no more than Joubert's inconsiderable force was stationed at Rivoli, and in preparing therefore to destroy him at his leisure, when his acquaintance with the French celerity of movement ought to have prepared him for the possibility of Buonaparte's night march, by which, bringing up the chosen strength of his army into the position where the enemy only expected to find a feeble force, he was enabled to resist and defeat a much superior army brought to the field at different points without any just calculation on the means of resistance, which were to be opposed without the necessary assistance of cavalry and artillery, and above all, without a preconcerted plan of cooperation and mutual support. The excellence of Napoleon's maneuvers was well supported by the devotion of his generals and the courage of his soldiers. Massena, in particular, so well seconded his general that afterwards, when Napoleon as emperor conferred on him the title of Duke, he assigned him his designation from the Battle of Rivoli. Almost before this important and decisive victory was absolutely gained, news arrived, which required the presence of Buonaparte elsewhere. On the very same day of the battle, Provera, whom we left maneuvering on the lower Adige, threw a bridge of pontoons over that river, where the French were not prepared to oppose his passage, and pushed forward to Mantua, the relief of which fortress he had by stratagem nearly achieved. A regiment of his cavalry, wearing white cloaks, and resembling in that particular the first regiment of French hussars, presented themselves before the suburb of St. George, then only covered by a mere line of circumvallation. The barricades were about to be opened without suspicion, when it occurred to a sagacious old French sergeant, who was beyond the walls gathering wood, that the dress of this regiment of white cloaks was fresher than that the French corps called Bertini's, for whom they were mistaken. He communicated his suspicions to a drummer who was near him. They gained the suburb, and cried to arms, and the guns of the defenses were opened on the hostile cavalry, whom they were about to have admitted in the guise of friends. Jan 16. About the time that this incident took place, Buonaparte himself arrived at Roverbella, within 12 miles of Mantua, to which he had marched with incredible dispatch from the field of battle, at Rivoli, leaving to Massena Murat, and Joubert the task of completing his victory by the close pursuit of Alvinzi and his scattered forces. Battle of La Favorita. In the meanwhile, Pravara communicated with the garrison of Mantua across the lake and concerted the measures for its relief with Wurmser on the 16th of January, being the morning after the Battle of Rivoli and the unsuccessful attempt to surprise the suburb of St. George. The garrison of Mantua sallied from the place in strength and took post at the causeway of La Favorita, being the only one which is defended by an enclosed citadel or independent fortress. Napoleon, returning at the head of his victorious forces, surrounded and attacked with fury the troops of Pravara, while the blockading army compelled the garrison, at the bayonet's point, to re-enter the besieged city of Mantua. Pravara, who had in vain, though with much decision and gallantry, attempted the relief of Mantua, which his imperial master had so much at heart, was compelled to lay down his arms with a division of about 5,000 men, whom he had still united under his person. The detached corps, which he had left to protect his bridge and other passes in his rear, sustained a similar fate. Thus one division of the army, which had commenced the campaign of January only on the 7th of that month, were the prisoners of the destined conqueror. Before 10 days had elapsed, the larger army commanded by Alvinzi had no better fortune. They were closely pursued from the bloody field of Rivoli and never were permitted to draw breath or to recover their disorder. Large bodies were intercepted and compelled to surrender, a practice now so frequent among the Austrian troops that it ceased to be shameful. Nevertheless, one example is so peculiar as to deserve commemoration as a striking instance of the utter consternation and dispersion of the Austrians after this dreadful defeat, and of the confident and audacious promptitude which the French officers derived from their unvaried success. René, a young officer, was in possession of the village called Garda on the lake of the same name, and in visiting his advanced posts, he perceived some Austrians approaching, whom he caused his escort to surround and make prisoners. Advancing to the front to reconnoiter, he found himself close to the head of an imperial column of 1,800 men, which a turning in the road had concealed, till he was within 20 yards of them. "Down with your arms," said the Austrian commandant, to which René answered with the most ready boldness, "Do you lay down your arms? I have destroyed your advanced guard. As witness, these prisoners ground your arms, or no quarter." And the French soldiers, catching the hint of their leader, joined in the cry of "Ground your arms." The Austrian officer hesitated and proposed to enter into capitulation. The Frenchman would admit of no terms but instant and immediate surrender. The dispirited imperialist yielded up his sword and commanded his soldiers to imitate his example. But the Austrian soldiers began to suspect the truth. They became refractory and refused to obey their leader, whom René addressed with the utmost apparent composure. "You are an officer, sir, and a man of honor. You know the rules of where you have surrendered. You are therefore my prisoner. But I rely on your parole. Here I return your sword. Compel your men to submission, otherwise I direct against you the division of 6,000 men, who are under my command." The Austrian was utterly confounded betwixt the appeal to his honor and the threat of a charge from 6,000 men. He assured René he might rely on his punctilious compliance with the parole he had given him, and speaking in German to his soldiers, persuaded them to lay down their arms, a submission which he had soon afterwards the satisfaction to see had been made to 1/12th part of their number. Amid such extraordinary success, the ground which the French had lost in Italy was speedily resumed. Trent and Bassano were again occupied by the French. They regained all the positions and strongholds which they had possessed on the frontiers of Italy before Alvinzi's first descent, and might perhaps have penetrated deeper into the mountainous frontier of Germany, but for the snow which choked up the passes. Surrender of Mantua. One crowning consequence of the victories of Rivoli and of La Favorita was the surrender of Mantua itself, that prize which had cost so much blood and had been defended with such obstinacy. Feb 2. For several days after the decisive actions which left him without a shadow of hope of relief, Wurmser continued the defense of the place in a sullen yet honorable despair natural to the feelings of a gallant veteran, who to the last hesitated between the desire to resist and the sense that his means of subsistence being almost totally expended resistance was absolutely hopeless, at length he sent his aide-de-camp Clanau, afterwards a name of celebrity, to the headquarters of Serrurier, who commanded the blockade, to treat of a surrender. Clanau used the customary language. On such occasions he expatiated on the means which he said Mantua still possessed of holding out, but said that as Wurmser doubted whether the place could be relieved, in time he would regulate his conduct as to immediate submission or farther defense, according to the conditions of surrender to which the French generals were willing to admit him. A French officer of distinction was present, muffled in his cloak, and remaining apart from the two officers, but within hearing of what had passed. When their discussion was finished, this unknown person stepped forward, and taking a pen, wrote down the conditions of surrender to which Wurmser was to be admitted, conditions more honorable and favorable by far than what his extremity could have exacted. These, said the unknown officer to Clanau, are the terms which Wurmser may accept at present, and which will be equally tendered to him at any period when he finds farther resistance impossible. We are aware he is too much a man of honor to give up the fortress and city so long and honorably defended, while the means of resistance remain in his power. If he delays accepting the conditions for a week, for a month, for 2 months, they shall be equally his when he chooses to accept them tomorrow. I pass the Po and march upon Rome. Clanau, perceiving that he spoke to the French commander-in-chief, frankly admitted that the garrison could not longer delay surrender, having scarce 3 days' provisions unconsumed. This trait of generosity towards a gallant but unfortunate enemy was highly favorable to Bonaparte. The taste which dictated the stage effect of the cloak may indeed be questioned, but the real current of his feeling towards the venerable object of his respect, and at the same time compassion, is ascertained. Otherwise, he wrote to the Directory on the subject that he had afforded to Wurmser such conditions of surrender as became the generosity of the French nation towards an enemy who, having lost his army by misfortune, was so little desirous to secure his personal safety that he threw himself into Mantua, cutting his way through the blockading army, thus voluntarily undertaking the privations of a siege which his gallantry protracted until almost the last morsel of provisions was exhausted. But the young victor paid still a more delicate and noble-minded compliment in declining to be personally present when the veteran Wurmser had the mortification to surrender his sword with his garrison of 20,000 men, 10,000 of whom were fit for service. This self-denial did Napoleon as much credit nearly as his victory, and must not be omitted in a narrative which often called to stigmatize his ambition, and its consequences should not be the less ready to observe marks of dignified and honorable feeling. The history of this remarkable man more frequently reminds us of the romantic and improbable victories imputed to the heroes of the Romantic ages than of the spirit of chivalry attributed to them. But in this instance, Napoleon's conduct towards Wurmser may be justly compared to that of the Black Prince to his royal prisoner King John of France. Serrurier, who had conducted the Liga, had the honor to receive the surrender of Wurmser after the siege of Mantua had continued for 6 months, during which the garrison is said by Napoleon to have lost 27,000 men by disease, and in the various numerous and bloody sallies which took place. This decisive event put an end to the war in Italy. The contest with Austria was hereafter to be waged on the hereditary dominions of that haughty power. The French, possessed of this grand object of their wishes, were not long in displaying their national characteristics. Their military and prescient sagacity was evinced in employing one of the most celebrated of their engineers to improve and bring nearly to perfection the defense of a city which may be termed the citadel of Italy. They set afoot, besides civic feasts and ceremonies, and among others, one in honor of Virgil, who, being the panegyrist of an emperor, was indifferently selected as the presiding genius of an infant republic. Their cupidity was evinced by their artists exercising their ingenuity in devising means to cut from the wall and carry off the fresco paintings by Titian of the wars between the gods and the giants, at all risks of destroying what could never be replaced. Luckily, the attempt was found totally unadvisable. Chapter Roman 8. Situation and views of Bonaparte at this period. His politic conduct towards the Italians' popularity. Severe terms of peace proposed to the Pope rejected. Napoleon differs from the Directory and negotiations are renewed but again, rejected the Pope, raises his army to 40,000 men. Napoleon invades the papal territories. The papal troops defeated near Emmeland at Ankenohich, is captured. Loreto taken. Clemency of Buonaparte to the French recusant clergypiece of Tolentino. Napoleon's letter to the Pope. San Marino view of the situation of the different Italian states. Rome, Naples, Tuscany, Venice. Preeminence of Napoleon. The eyes of all Europe were now riveted on Napoleon Bonaparte, whose rise had been so sudden that he was become the terror of empires, and the founder of states, the conqueror of the best generals and most disciplined troops in Europe, within a few months after he had been a mere soldier of fortune, rather seeking for subsistence than expecting honorable distinction. Such sudden elevations have occasionally happened amid semi-barbarous nations where great popular insurrections, desolating and decisive revolutions are common occurrences, but were hitherto unheard of in civilized Europe. The preeminence which he had suddenly obtained had besides been subjected to so many trials as to afford every proof of its permanence. Napoleon stood aloft like a cliff, on which successive tempests had expended their rage in vain. The means which raised him were equally competent to make good his greatness. He had infused into the armies which he commanded the firmest reliance on his genius and the greatest love for his person, so that he could always find agents ready to execute his most difficult commands. He had even inspired them with a portion of his own indefatigable exertion, and his commanding intelligence, the maxim which he inculcated upon them when practicing those long and severe marches which formed one essential part of his system, was, "I would rather gain victory at the expense of your legs than at the price of your blood." The French, under his training, seemed to become the very men he wanted, and to forget in the excitation of war and the hope of victory even the feelings of weariness and exhaustion. The following description of the French soldier by Napoleon himself occurs in his dispatches to the Directory during his first campaign in Italy. Were I to name all those who have been distinguished by acts of personal bravery, I must send the muster roll of all the grenadiers and carabineers of the advanced guard. They jest with danger and laugh at death, and if anything can equal their intrepidity, it is the gaiety with which, singing alternately songs of love and patriotism, they accomplish the most severe forced marches. When they arrive at their bivouac, it is not to take their repose as might be expected, but to tell each his story of the battle of the day and produce his plan for that of tomorrow. And many of them think with great correctness on military subjects. The other day I was inspecting a demi-brigade, and as it filed past me, a common chasseur approached my horse and said, "General, you ought to do so, and so hold your peace, you rogue." I replied. He disappeared immediately, nor have I since been able to find him out, but the maneuver which he recommended was the very same which I had privately resolved to carry into execution. To command this active, intelligent, and intrepid soldiery, Bonaparte possessed officers entirely worthy of the charge, men young, or at least not advanced in years, to whose ambition the revolution and the wars which it had brought on had opened an unlimited career, and whose genius was inspired by the plans of their leader and the success which attended them. Bonaparte, who had his eye on every man, never neglected to distribute rewards and punishments, praise and censure with a liberal hand, or omitted to press for what latterly was rarely, if ever, denied to him, promotion of such officers as particularly distinguished themselves. He willingly assumed the task of soothing the feelings of those whose relations had fallen under his banners. His letter of consolation to General Clarke upon the death of young Clarke, his nephew who fell at Arcola, is affecting as showing that amid all his victories he felt himself the object of reproach and criticism. His keen sensitiveness to the attacks of the public press attended him through life, and like the slave in the triumphal car, seemed to remind him that he was still a mortal man. It should farther be remarked that Napoleon withstood instantly and boldly all the numerous attempts made by commissaries and that description of persons to encroach upon the fund destined for the use of the army. Much of his public and more of his private correspondence is filled with complaints against these agents, although he must have known that in attacking them he disobliged men of the highest influence who had frequently some secret interest in their wealth. But his military fame made his services indispensable and permitted him to set at defiance the enmity of such persons who are generally as timid as they are sordid. Towards the general officers, there took place a gradual change of deportment, as the commander-in-chief began to feel gradually more and more the increasing sense of his own personal importance. We have been informed by an officer of the highest rank that during the earlier campaigns Napoleon used to rejoice with and embrace them as associates nearly on the same footing, engaged in the same tasks. After a period his language and carriage became those of a frank soldier who, sensible of the merit of his subordinate assistants, yet makes them sensible by his manner that he is their commander-in-chief. When his infant fortunes began to come of age, his deportment to his generals was tinctured with that lofty courtesy which princes use towards their subjects, and which plainly intimated that he held them as subjects in the war, not as brethren. Conduct to the Italians. Napoleon's conduct towards the Italians individually was in most instances in the highest degree prudent and political, while at the same time it coincided, as true policy usually does, with the rules of justice and moderation, and served in a great measure to counterbalance the odium which he incurred by despoiling Italy of the works of art, and even by his infringements on the religious system of the Catholics. On the latter subject, the general became particularly cautious, and his dislike or contempt of the Church of Rome was no longer shown in that gross species of satire which he had at first given loose to. On the contrary, it was veiled under philosophical indifference, and while relieving the clergy of their worldly possessions, Napoleon took care to avoid the error of the Jacobins, never proposing their tenets as an object of persecution, but protecting their persons and declaring himself a decided friend to general toleration on all points of conscience. In point of politics, as well as religion, the opinions of Bonaparte appear to have experienced a great change. It may be doubted indeed if he ever in his heart adopted those of the outrageous Jacobins. At all events, his clear and sound good sense speedily made him aware that such a violence on the established rules of reason and morality, as an attempt to make the brutal strength of the multitude the forcible controller of those possessed of the wisdom, property, and education of a country, is too unnatural to remain long, or to become the basis of a well-regulated state. Being at present a republican of the Thermidorian party, Bonaparte, even though he made use of the established phrases liberty and equality, acknowledged no dignity superior to citizen, and theed and thou'd whomsoever he addressed was permitted to mix many grains of liberality with those democratic forms. Indeed, the republican creed of the day began to resemble the leathern apron of the brazier who founded a dynasty in the Easth's descendants, continued to display it as their banner, but enriched it so much with gems and embroidery that there was little of the original stuff to be discovered. Jacobinism, for example, being founded on the principle of assimilating the national character to the gross ignorance of the lower classes, was the natural enemy of the fine arts and of literature, whose productions the sans-culottes could not comprehend, and which they destroyed for the same enlightened reasons that Jack Cad's followers hanged the Clerk of Chatham with his pen and inkhorn about his neck. Bonaparte, on the contrary, saw that knowledge of whatever kind was power, and therefore he distinguished himself honorably amidst his victories by seeking the conversation of men distinguished for literary attainments, and displaying an interest in the antiquities and curiosities of the towns which he visited that could not but seem flattering to the inhabitants. In a letter addressed publicly to Oriani, a celebrated astronomer, he assures him that all men of genius, all who had distinguished themselves in the Republic of Letters, were to be accounted natives of France, whatever might be the actual place of their birth hitherto. He said the learned in Italy did not enjoy the consideration to which they were entitled. They lived, retired in their laboratories and libraries, too happy if they could escape the notice, and consequently the persecution of kings and priests. It is now no longer thus. There is no longer religious inquisition, nor despotic power. Thought is free in Italy. I invite the literary and scientific persons to consult together and propose to me their ideas on the subject of giving new vigor and life to the fine arts and sciences. All who desire to visit France will be received with distinction by the government. The people of France have more pride in enrolling among their citizens a skillful mathematician, a painter of reputation, a distinguished man in any class of literature, than in adding to their territories a large and wealthy city. I request, citizen, that you will make my sentiments known to the most distinguished literary persons in the state of Milan, to the municipality of Pavia. He wrote, desiring that the professors of their celebrated university should resume their course of instruction under the security of his protection, and inviting them to point out to him such measures as might occur for giving a more brilliant existence to their ancient seminaries. The interest which he thus took in the literature and literary institutions of Italy was shown by admitting men of science or letters freely to his person. Their communication was the more flattering that, being himself of Italian descent and familiar with the beautiful language of the country from his infancy, his conversation with men of literary eminence was easily conducted. It may be mentioned episodically that Napoleon found a remnant of his family in Italy in the person of the Abbate Gregorio Buonaparte, the only remaining branch of that Florentine family of whom the Corsican line were cadets. He resided at San Miniato, of which he was canon, and was an old man, and said to be wealthy. The relationship was eagerly acknowledged, and the general with his whole staff dined with the canon Gregorio. The whole mind of the old priest was wrapped up in a project of obtaining the honors of regular canonization for one of the family called Bonaventura, who had been a Capuchin in the 17th century, and was said to have died in the odor of sanctity. Though his right to divine honors had never been acknowledged, it must have been ludicrous enough to have heard the old man insist upon a topic so uninteresting to Napoleon and press the French Republican general to use his interest with the Pope. There can be little doubt that the Holy Father, to have escaped other demands, would have canonized a whole French regiment of Carmagnoles and ranked them with the old militia of the calendar, the Theban legion, but Napoleon was sensible that any request on such a subject coming from him would be only ludicrous. Politic conduct. The progress which Buonaparte made personally in the favor of the Italians was doubtless a great assistance to the propagation of the new doctrines which were connected with the French Revolution, and was much aided by the trust which he seemed desirous to repose in the natives of the country. He retained no doubt in his own hands the ultimate decision of everything of consequence, but in matters of ordinary importance he permitted and encouraged the Italians to act for themselves in a manner they had not been accustomed to under their German masters. The internal government of their towns was entrusted to provisional governors chosen without respect to rank, and the maintenance of police was committed to the armed burghers or national guards. Conscious of the importance annexed to these privileges, they already became impatient for national liberty. Napoleon could hardly rein back the intense ardor of the large party among the Lombards who desired an immediate declaration of independence, and he had no other expedient left than to amuse them with procrastinating excuses which enhanced their desire of such an event, while they delayed its gratification. Other towns of Italy. It was among the citizens of the towns that these sentiments would chiefly cultivate, began to evince the same wish to new model their governments on the revolutionary system, and this ardor was chiefly shown on the southern side of the Po. It must be remembered that Napoleon had engaged in treaty with the Duke of Modena, and had agreed to guarantee his principality on payment of immense contributions in money and stores, besides the surrender of the most valuable treasures of his museum. In consequence, the Duke of Modena was permitted to govern his states by a regency, he himself fixing his residence in Venice. But his two principal towns, Reggio and Modena, especially the former, became desirous of shaking off his government, anticipating in doing so the approbation of the French general and government. The citizens of Reggio rose in insurrection, expelled from their town a body of the ducal troops, and planted the tree of liberty, resolved, as they said, to constitute themselves a free state under the protection of the French Republic. The ducal regency, with a view of protecting Modena from a similar attempt, mounted cannon on their ramparts and took other defensive measures. Buonaparte affected to consider these preparations as designed against the French, and marching a body of troops, took possession of the city without resistance, deprived the Duke of all the advantages which he had purchased by the mediation of the celebrated Saint Jerome, and declared the town under protection of France. Bologna and Ferrara legations, appertaining to the Papal See, had been already occupied by French troops, and placed under the management of a committee of their citizens. They were now encouraged to coalesce with Reggio and Modena. A congress of 100 delegates from the 4 districts was summoned to effect the formation of a government which should extend over them. All the Congress met, accordingly engaged their constituents in a perpetual union under title of the Cispadane Republic from their situation on the right of the river Po, thus assuming the character of independence, while in fact they remained under the authority of Buonaparte like clay in the hands of the potter, who may ultimately model it into any shape he has a mind. In the meantime, he was careful to remind them that the liberty which it was desirable to establish ought to be consistent with due subjection to the laws. Never forget, he said in reply to their address, announcing their new form of government, that laws are mere nullities without the force necessary to support them. Attend to your military organization, which you have the means of placing on a respectable footing. You will be more fortunate than the people of France, for you will arrive at liberty without passing through the ordeal of revolution. This was not the language of a Jacobin, and it fortifies the belief that even now, while adhering ostensibly to the republican system, Buonaparte anticipated considerable changes in that of France. Meanwhile, the Lombards betrayed much uneasiness at seeing their neighbors outstrip them in the path of revolution and of nominal independence. The municipality of Milan proceeded to destroy all titles of honor as a badge of feudal dependence, and became so impatient that Buonaparte was obliged to pacify them by a solemn assurance that they should speedily enjoy the benefits of a republican constitution, and to tranquilize their irritation, placed them under the government of a provisional council, selected from all classes, laborers included. Jan 3. This measure made it manifest that the motives which had induced the delay of the French government to recognize the independence, as they termed it, of Lombardy were now of less force, and in a short time the Provisional Council of Milan, after some modest doubts on their own powers, revolutionized their country and assumed the title of the Transpadane Republic, which they afterwards laid aside when on their union with the Cispadane both were united under the name of the Cisalpine Commonwealth. This decisive step was adopted 3d January 1797. Decrees of a popular character had preceded the declaration of independence, but an air of moderation was observed in the revolution itself. The nobles, deprived of their feudal rights and titular dignities, were subjected to no incapacities. The reformation of the Church was touched upon gently, and without indicating any design of its destruction. In these particulars, the Italian Commonwealth stopped short of their Gallic prototype. Negotiations with the Pope. If Buonaparte may be justly charged with want of faith in destroying the authority of the Duke of Modena, after having accepted of a price for granting him peace and protection, we cannot object to him the same charge for acceding to the Transpadane Republic, in so far as it detached the legations of Ferrara and Bologna from the Roman See. These had been in a great measure reserved for the disposal of the French, as circumstances should dictate, when a final treaty should take place betwixt the Republic and the Sovereign Pontiff. But many circumstances had retarded this pacification, and seemed at length likely to break it off without hope of renewal. If Buonaparte is correct in his statement, which we see no reason to doubt, the delay of a pacification with the Roman See was chiefly the fault of the Directory, whose avaricious and engrossing spirit was, at this period, its most distinguishing characteristic. An armistice purchased by treasure, by contributions, by pictures and statues, and by the cession of the 2 legations of Bologna and Ferrara, having been mediated for His Holiness by the Spanish ambassador Azara, the Pope sent 2 plenipotentiaries to Paris to treat of a definitive peace. But the conditions proposed were so severe that, however desperate his condition, the Pope found them totally inadmissible. His Holiness was required to pay a large contribution in grain for 10 years, a regular tribute of 6 millions of Roman crowns for 6 years, to cede to France in perpetuity the ports of Ancona and Civita Vecchia, and to declare the independence of Ferrara, Bologna, and Ravenna. to add insult to oppression the total cession of the Clementine Museum was required, and it was stipulated that France should have under management of her minister at Rome a separate tribunal for judging her subjects, and a separate theatre for their amusement. Lastly, the secular sovereignty of the dominions of the Church was to be executed by a Senate and a popular body. These demands might have been complied with, although they went the length of entirely stripping His Holiness of the character of a secular prince. But there were others made on him in his capacity of head of the Church, which he could not grant if he meant in future to lay claim to any authority under that once venerable title. The sovereign pontiff was required to recall all the briefs which he had issued against France since 1789, to sanction the constitutional oath which released the French clergy from the dominion of the Holy See, and to ratify the confiscation of the churchland's treasures might be expended, secular dignities resigned, and provinces ceded. But it was clear that the sovereign pontiff could not do what was expressly contrary to the doctrines of the Church, which he represented. There were but few clergymen in France who had hesitated to prove their devotion to the Church of Rome by submitting to expulsion rather than take the constitutional oath. It was now for the head of the Church to show in his own person a similar disinterested devotion to her interests. Accordingly, the College of Cardinals, having rejected the proposals of France as containing articles contrary to conscience, the Pope declared his determination to abide by the utmost extremity rather than accede to conditions destructive, degrading, and in his opinion impious. The Directory instantly determined on the total ruin of the Pope and of his power, both spiritual and temporal. Napoleon dissented from the opinion of the government in point of moral effect. A reconciliation with the Pope would have been of great advantage to France, and have tended to reunite her with other Catholic nations, and diminish the horror with which she was regarded as sacrilegious and atheistical. Even the army of the Holy See was not altogether to be despised in case of any reverse taking place in the war with the Austrians. Under these considerations, he prevailed on the Directory to renew the negotiations at Florence, but the French commissioners, having presented as preliminaries 60 indispensable conditions containing the same articles which had been already rejected as contrary to the conscience of the pontiff, the conferences broke up, and the Pope in despair resolved to make common cause with the House of Austria and have recourse to the secular force which the Roman See had disused for so many years. It was a case of dire necessity, but the arming of the Pope's government, whose military force had been long the subject of ridicule against the victorious conqueror of 5 Austrian armies, reminds us of Priam, when in extremity of years and despair he buckled on his rusty armor to oppose age and decrepitude to the youthful strength of Pyrrhus. Yet the measures of Sextus indicated considerable energy. He brought back to Rome an installment of 16 millions of stipulated tribute, which was on the road to Buonaparte's military chest, took every measure to increase his army, and by the voluntary exertions of the noble families of Rome, he actually raised it to 40,000 men, and placed at its head the same General Colli who had commanded with credit the troops of Sardinia during the campaign on the Alps. The utmost pains were taken by the clergy, both regular and secular, to give the expected war the character of a crusade, and to excite the fierce spirit of those peasantry who inhabit the Apennines, and were doubly disposed to be hostile to the French as foreigners, and as heretics. The Pope endeavored also to form a close alliance with the King of the Two Sicilies, who promised in secret to cover Rome with an army of 30,000 men. Little reliance was indeed to be placed in the good faith of the court of Naples, but the Pope was compared by the French envoy Cacault to a man who, in the act of falling, would grasp for support at a hook of red-hot iron. Invasion of the papal territories. While the court of Rome showed this hostile disposition, Napoleon reproached the French government for having broken off the negotiation which they ought to have protracted till the event of Alvinzi's march into Italy was known, at all events, until their general had obtained possession of the 16 millions so much wanted to pay his forces. In reply to his remonstrances, he received permission to renew the negotiations upon modified terms, but the Pope had gone too far to recede even the French victory of Arcola, and the instant threats of Bonaparte to march against him at the head of a flying column, were unable to move his resolution. "Let the French general march upon Rome," said the papal minister. "The Pope, if necessary, will quit his capital. The farther the French are drawn from the Adige, the nearer they are to their ultimate destruction." Napoleon was sensible, on receiving a hostile answer, that the Pope still relied on the last preparations which were made for the relief of Mantua, and it was not safe to attempt his chastisement until Alvinzi and Pravera should be disposed of. But the decisive battles of Rivoli and La Favorita having ruined these armies, Napoleon was at leisure to execute his purpose of crushing the power, such as it was of the Holy See. For this purpose he dispatched Victor with a French division of 4,000 men, and an Italian army of nearly the same force supplied by Lombardy and by the Transpadane Republic, to invade the territories of the Church on the eastern side of Italy by the route of Imola. Feb. 3. Meantime, the utmost exertions had been made by the clergy of Romagna to raise the peasants in a mass, and a great many obeyed the sound of the tocsin. But an insurrectionary force is more calculated to embarrass the movements of a regular army by alarms on their flanks and rear, by cutting off their communications and destroying their supplies, defending passes and skirmishing in advantageous positions, than by opposing them in the open field. The papal army, consisting of about 7,000 or 8,000 men, were encamped on the river Senio, which runs on the southward of the town of Imola. To dispute the passage, the banks were defended with cannon, but the river being unusually low, the French crossed about a league and a half higher up than the position of the Roman army, which, taken in the rear, fled in every direction. After a short resistance, a few hundreds were killed, among whom were several monks, who, holding the crucifix in their hand, had placed themselves in the ranks to encourage the soldiers. Faenza stood out and was taken by storm, but the soldiers were withheld from pillage by the generosity or prudence of Napoleon, and he dismissed the prisoners of war to carry into the interior of the country the news of their own defeat, of the irresistible superiority of the French army, and of the clemency of their general. Feb. 4. Next day, 3,000 of the papal troops, occupying an advantageous position in front of Ancona, and commanded by Colli, were made prisoners without firing a shot, and Ancona was taken after slight resistance, though a place of some strength. A curious piece of priestcraft had been played off in this town to encourage the people to resistance. A miraculous image was seen to shed tears, and the French artists could not discover the mode in which the trick was managed until the image was brought to headquarters, when a glass shrine by which the illusion was managed was removed. The Madonna was sent back to the church which owned her, but apparently had become reconciled to the foreign visitors, and dried her tears in consequence of her interview with Bonaparte. Capture of Loreto. On the 10th of February, the French, moving with great celerity, entered Loreto, where the celebrated Santa Casa is the subject of the Catholic's devotional triumph, or secret scorn, according as his faith or his doubts predominate. The wealth which this celebrated shrine is once supposed to have possessed by gifts of the faithful had been removed by Collier. Indeed, it had not been transported to Rome long before the period of which we treat, yet precious metal and gems, to the amount of 1,000,000 of livres, fell into the possession of the French, whose capture was also enriched by the holy image of Our Lady of Loreto with the sacred porringer, and a bedgown of dark-colored camlet warranted to have belonged to the Blessed Virgin. This image, said to have been of celestial workmanship, was sent to Paris, but was restored to the Pope in 1802. We are not informed that any of the treasures were given back along with the Madonna, to whom they had been devoted. As the French army advanced upon the Roman territory, there was a menace of the interference of the King of Naples, worthy to be mentioned both as expressing the character of that court, and showing Napoleon's readiness in anticipating and defeating the arts of indirect diplomacy. The Prince of Belmont, Pignatelli, who attended Bonaparte's headquarters in the capacity perhaps of an observer as much as of ambassador for Naples, came to the French general in secrecy to show him under strict confidence a letter of the Queen of the Two Sicilies, proposing to march an army of 30,000 men towards Rome. Your confidence shall be repaid, said Bonaparte, who at once saw through the spirit of the communication. You shall know what I have long since settled to do in case of such an event taking place. he called for the portfolio containing the papers respecting Naples, and presented to the disconcerted prince the copy of a dispatch written in November preceding, which contained this passage: "The approach of Alvinzi would not prevent my sending 6,000 men to chastise the court of Rome. But as the Neapolitan army might march to their assistance, I will postpone this movement till after the surrender of Mantua, in which case, if the King of Naples should interfere, I shall be able to spare 25,000 men to march against his capital and drive him over to Sicily." Prince Pignatelli was quite satisfied with the result of this mutual confidence, and there was no more said of Neapolitan armed interference. From Ancona, the division commanded by Victor turned westward to Foligno to unite itself with another column of French, which penetrated into the territories of the Church by Perugia, which they easily accomplished. Resistance seemed now unavailing. The Pope in vain solicited his subjects to rise against the second Alaric, who was approaching the Holy City. They remained deaf to his exhortations, though made in the names of the Blessed Virgin and of the Apostles Peter and Paul, who had of old been the visible protectors of the metropolis of the Christian world. In a similar emergency, all was dismay and confusion in the patrimony of St. Peter's, which was now the sole territory remaining in possession of his representative. But there was an unhappy class of persons who had found shelter in Rome rather than disown whose allegiance they had left their homes and resigned their means of living. These were the recusant French clergy who had refused to take the constitutional oath, and who now, recollecting the scenes which they witnessed in France, expected little else than that on the approach of the Republican troops, they would, like the Israelitish captain, be slain between the horns of the very altar at which they had taken refuge. It is said that one of their number, frantic at the thoughts of the fate which he supposed awaited them, presented himself to Buonaparte, announced his name and condition, and prayed to be led to instant death. Napoleon took the opportunity to show once more that he was acting on principles different from the brutal and persecuting spirit of Jacobinism. He issued a proclamation in which, premising that the recusant priests, though banished from the French territory, were not prohibited from residing in countries which might be conquered by the French arms, he declares himself satisfied with their conduct. The proclamation goes on to prohibit, under the most severe penalty, the French soldiery and all other persons from doing any injury to these unfortunate exiles. The convents are directed to afford them lodging, nourishment, and 15 French livres, 12 shillings, and 6 British monthly to each individual, for which the priest was to compensate by saying masses ad valorem, assigning the Italian convents payment for their hospitality in the same coin with which they themselves requited the laity. Perhaps this liberality might have some weight with the Pope in inducing him to throw himself upon the mercy of France, as had been recommended to him by Buonaparte in a confidential communication through the superior of the monastic order of Camaldoli, and more openly in a letter addressed to Cardinal Mattei. The King of Naples made no movement to his assistance. In fine, after hesitating what course to take, and having had at one time his equipage ready harnessed to leave Rome and fly to Naples, the pontiff judged resistance and flight alike unavailing, and chose the humiliating alternative of entire submission to the will of the conqueror. It was the object of the Directory entirely to destroy the secular authority of the Pope, and to deprive him of all his temporalities, but Buonaparte foresaw that whether the Roman territories were united with the new Cispadane Republic or formed into a separate state, it would alike bring on prematurely a renewal of the war with Naples ere the north of Italy was yet sufficiently secure to admit the marching of French force into the southern extremities of the Italian peninsula, exposed to descents of the English and insurrections in the rear. These Napoleon foresaw would be the more dangerous and difficult to subdue, that though he might strip the Pope of his temporalities, he could not deprive him of the supremacy assigned him in spiritual matters by each Catholic, which, on the contrary, was, according to the progress of human feeling, likely to be the more widely felt and recognized in favor of a wanderer and a sufferer for what would be accounted conscience's sake, than of one who, submitting to circumstances, retained as much of the goods of this world as the clemency of his conqueror would permit. Treaty of Tolentino. Influenced by these considerations, Bonaparte admitted the Pope to a treaty which terminated in the Peace of Tolentino, by which Sextus purchased such a political existence as was left to him at the highest rate, which he had the least chance of discharging. Napoleon mentions as a curious instance of the crafty and unscrupulous character of the Neapolitans that the same Pignatelli, whom we have already commemorated, attached himself closely to the plenipotentiaries during the whole Treaty of Tolentino, and in his ardor to discover whether there existed any secret article betwixt the Pope and Bonaparte, which might compromise the interests of his master, was repeatedly discovered listening at the door of the apartment in which the discussions were carried on. Feb 19. The articles which the Pope was obliged to accept at Tolentino included the cession of Avignon and its territories, the appropriation of which by France had never yet been recognized, the resigning the legations of Bologna, Ferrara, and Romagna, the occupation of Ancona, the only port excepting Venice which Italy has in the Adriatic, the payment of 30 millions of livres in specie or in valuable effects, the complete execution of the article in the armistice of Bologna, respecting the delivery of paintings, manuscripts, and objects of art, and several other stipulations of similar severity. Bonaparte informs us that it was a principal object in this treaty to compel the abolition of the Inquisition, from which he had only departed in consequence of receiving information that it had ceased to be used as a religious tribunal, and subsisted only as a court of police. The conscience of the Pope seemed also so tenderly affected by the proposal that he thought it safe to desist from it. The same dispatch in which Bonaparte informs the Directory that his committee of artist-collectors had made a good harvest of paintings in the papal dominions, and which, with the objects of art ceded by the Pope, included almost all that was curious and valuable, excepting some few objects at Turin, and Naples conveyed to them a document of a very different kind. This was a respectful and almost reverential letter from Napoleon to the Pope, recommending to His Holiness to distrust such persons as might excite him to doubt the good intentions of France, assuring him that he would always find the Republic most sincere and faithful, and expressing in his own name the perfect esteem and veneration which he entertained for the person of His Holiness, and the extreme desire which he had to afford him proofs to that effect. This letter furnished much amusement at the time, and seemed far less to intimate the sentiments of a sansculotte general than those of a civilized highwayman of the old school of Macheath, who never dismissed the travelers whom he had plundered without his sincere good wishes for the happy prosecution of their journey. Republic of San Marino. A more pleasing view of Bonaparte's character was exhibited about this time in his conduct towards the little interesting Republic of San Marino, that state which only acknowledges the Pope as a protector, not as a sovereign, had maintained for very many years an independence which conquerors had spared either in contempt or in respect. It consists of a single mountain and a single town, and boasts about 7,000 inhabitants governed by their own laws. Citizen Monge, the chief of the committee of collecting artists, was sent deputy to San Marino to knit the bands of amity between the two republics, which might well resemble a union between Lilliput and Brobdingnag. There were no pictures in the little republic, or they might have been a temptation to the citizen collector. The people of San Marino conducted themselves with much sagacity, and although more complimentary to Bonaparte than Diogenes to Alexander the Great, when he came to visit the philosopher in his tub, they showed the same judgment in eschewing too much courtesy. They respectfully declined an accession of territory, which could but have involved them in subsequent quarrels with the sovereign from whom it was to be wrested, and only accepted as an honorary gift the present of 4 field pieces, being a train of artillery upon the scale of their military force, and of which it is to be hoped the captain regents of the little contented state will never have any occasion to make use. Rome might for the present at least be considered as completely subjugated. Naples was at peace. If the signature of a treaty can create peace, at any rate so distant from Rome, and so controlled by the defeat of the papal Armsby, the fear that the English fleet might be driven from the Mediterranean and, by their distance, from the scene of action, the king of the two Sicilies or rather his wife, the high-spirited daughter of Maria Theresa, dared not offer the least interference with the purposes of the French general. Tuscany had apparently consented to owe her political existence to any degree of clemency or contempt which Buonaparte might extend to her, and entertaining hopes of some convention betwixt the French and English, by which the Grand Duke's port of Leghorn might be restored to him, remained passive, as the dead the Republic of Venice alone, feeling still the stimulus arising from her ancient importance, and yet painfully conscious of her present want of power, strained every exertion to place herself in a respectable attitude. That city of lofty remembrances, the Tyre of the Middle Ages, whose traders were princes, and her merchants the honorable of the earth, fallen as she was from her former greatness, still presented some appearance of vigor. Her oligarchical government, so long known, and so dreaded for jealous precautions, political sagacity, the impenetrability of their plans, and the inflexibility of their rigor, still preserved the attitude of independence, and endeavored, by raising additional regiments of Sclavonians, disciplining their peasantry, who were of a very martial character, and forming military magazines of considerable extent, to maintain such an aspect as might make their friendship to be courted and their enmity to be feared. It was already evident that the Austrians, notwithstanding all their recent defeats, were again about to make head on their Italo-German frontier, and France, in opposing them, could not be indifferent to the neutrality of Venice, upon whose territories to all appearance Buonaparte must have rested the flank of his operations in case of his advancing towards Friuli so circumstanced, and when it was recollected that the mistress of the Adriatic had still 50,000 men at her command, and those of a fierce and courageous description, chiefly consisting of Sclavonians. Venice, even yet, was an enemy not to be lightly provoked, but the inhabitants were not unanimous, especially those of the terra firma or mainland, who, not being enrolled in the Golden Book of the insular nobility of Venice, were discontented and availed themselves of the encouragement and assistance of the new-created republics on the Po to throw off their allegiance. Brescia and Bergamo in particular were clamorous for independence. Napoleon saw in this state of dissension the means of playing an adroit game, and while on the one hand he endeavored to restrain, till a more favorable opportunity, the ardor of the patriots, he attempted on the other to convince the Senate that they had no safe policy but in embracing at once the alliance of France, offensive and defensive, and joining their forces to those of the army with which he was about to move against the Austrians. He offered on these conditions to guarantee the possessions of the Republic, even without exacting any modification of their oligarchical constitution. But Venice declared for an impartial neutrality. It had been, they said, their ancient and sage policy, nor would they now depart from it. Remain. Then neuter, said Napoleon, I consent to it. I march upon Vienna, yet will leave enough of French troops in Italy to control your republic, but dismiss these new levies, and remark that if while I am in Germany my communications shall be interrupted, my detachments cut off, or my convoys intercepted in the Venetian territories, the date of your republic is terminated. She will have brought on herself annihilation. Lest these threats should be forgotten while he was at a distance, he took the best precautions in his power by garrisoning advantageous points on the line of the Adige, and trusting partly to this defense, partly to the insurgents of Bergamo and Brescia, who for their own sakes would oppose any invasion of the mainland by their Venetian masters, whose yoke they had cast aside. Napoleon again unfurled his banners and marched to new triumphs over yet untried opponents. Chapter Roman 9. Archduke Charles compared with Napoleon. Fettered by the Aulic Council, Napoleon, by a stratagem, passes the Tagliamento, and compels the Archduke to retreat. Gradisca, carried by storm. Chusa Veneta, taken Trieste, and Fiume occupied. Venice breaks the neutrality, terrified on learning that an armistice had taken place betwixt France and Austria. The Archduke retreats by hasty marches on Vienna. The government, irresoluting the Treaty of Leoben signed. Venice makes humiliating submissions. Napoleon's speech to her envoys. He declares war against Venice, and evades obeying the orders of the Directory to spare it. The Great Council on 31st May concede everything to Buonaparte. Terms granted. Archduke Charles The victories of the Archduke Charles on the Rhine and his high credit with the soldiery seemed to point him out as the commander falling most naturally to be employed against the young general of the French Republic, who, like a gifted hero of romance, had borne down successively all opponents who had presented themselves in the field. The opinions of Europe were suspended concerning the probable issue of the contest. Both generals were young, ambitious, enthusiastic in the military profession, and warmly beloved by their soldiers. The exploits of both had filled the trumpet of fame, and although Bonaparte's success had been less uninterrupted, yet it could not be denied that if the Archduke's plans were not equally brilliant and original with those of his great adversary, they were just and sound, and had been attended repeatedly with great results, and by the defeat of such men as Moreau and Jourdan. But there were two particulars in which the Austrian prince fell far short of Napoleon. First, in that ready, decided, and vigorous confidence which seizes the favorable instant for the execution of plans resolved upon, and secondly, in having the disadvantage to be subjected, notwithstanding his high rank, to the interference of the Aulic Council, who, sitting at Vienna and ignorant of the changes and vicissitudes of the campaign, were yet by the ancient and jealous laws of the Austrian Empire entitled to control his opinion and prescribe beforehand the motions of the armies, while the generals entrusted with the execution of their schemes had often no choice left but that of adherence to their instructions, however emerging circumstances might require a deviation. But although the encounter betwixt these two distinguished young generals be highly interesting, our space will not permit us to detail the campaigns of Austria at the same length as those of Italy. The latter formed the commencement of Bonaparte's military career, and at no subsequent period of his life did he achieve the same wondrous victories against such immense odds, or with such comparatively inadequate means. It was also necessary, in the outset of his military history, to show in minute detail the character of his tactics, and illustrate that spirit of energetic concentration which, neglecting the extremities of an extended line of operations, combined his whole strength like a bold and skillful fencer for one thrust at a vital part, which if successful must needs be fatal. The astonishing rapidity of his movements, the audacious vivacity of his attack, having been so often described in individual cases, may now be passed over with general allusions, nor will we embarrass ourselves and our readers with minute details of positions, or encumber our pages with the names of obscure villages, unless when there is some battle calling for a particular narrative, either from its importance or its singularity. By the direction of the Aulic Council, the Archduke Charles had taken up his position at Friuli, where it had been settled that the 6th Austrian Army, designed to act against Bonaparte for the defense of the Italo-German frontier, should be assembled. This position was strangely preferred to the Tyrol, where the Archduke could have formed a junction 10 days sooner with an additional force of 40,000 men from the Army of the Rhine, marching to reinforce his own troopsmen, accustomed to fight and conquer under their leader's eye, whilst those with whom he occupied Friuli and the line of the Piave belonged to the hapless imperial forces, which under Beaulieu-Wurmser and Alvinzi had never encountered Bonaparte without incurring some notable defeat. French plan of the campaign. While the Archduke was yet expecting those reinforcements which were to form the strength of his army, his active adversary had been joined by more than 20,000 men sent from the French armies on the Rhine, and which gave him at the moment a numerical superiority over the Austrian general. Instead, therefore, of waiting, as on former occasions, until the imperialists should commence the war by descending into Italy, Napoleon resolved to anticipate the march of the succors expected by the Archduke, drive him from his position on the Italian frontiers, and follow him into Germany, even up to the walls of Vienna. No scheme appeared too bold for the general's imagination to form, or his genius to render practicable, and his soldiers, with the view before them of plunging into the midst of an immense empire and placing chains of mountains betwixt them and every possibility of reinforcement or communication, were so confident in the talents of their leader as to follow him under the most undoubting expectation of victory. The Directory had induced Bonaparte to expect a cooperation by a similar advance on the part of the armies of the Rhine, as had been attempted in the former campaign. Bonaparte took the field in the beginning of March, advancing from Bassano. The Austrians had an army of observation under Lusignan on the bank of the Piave, but their principal force was stationed upon the Tagliamento, a river whose course is nearly 30 miles more to the eastward, though collateral with the Piave. The plains on the Tagliamento afforded facilities to the Archduke to employ the noble cavalry who have always been the boast of the Austrian army, and to dislodge him from the strong country which he occupied, and which covered the road that penetrates between the mountains and the Adriatic, and forms the mode of communication in that quarter betwixt Vienna and Italy through Carinthia. It was not only necessary that he should be pressed in front of service, which Bonaparte took upon himself, but also that a French division occupying the mountains on the prince's right should precipitate his retreat by maintaining the perpetual threat of turning him on that wing. With this view Massena had Bonaparte's orders, which he executed with equal skill and gallantry. He crossed the Piave about the 11th March, and ascending that river directed his course into the mountains towards Belluno, driving before him Lusignan's little corps of observation, and finally compelling his rearguard to the number of 500 men to surrender. The Archduke Charles, in the meantime, continued to maintain his position on the Tagliamento, and the French approached the right bank with Napoleon at their head, determined, apparently, to force a passage. Artillery and sharpshooters were disposed in such a manner as to render this a very hazardous attempt, while two beautiful lines of cavalry were drawn up, prepared to charge any troops who might make their way to the left bank, while they were yet in the confusion of landing. A very simple stratagem disconcerted this fair display of resistance. After a distant cannonade and some skirmishing, the French army drew off, as if despairing to force their passage, moved to the rear, and took up apparently their bivouac. For the night the Archduke was deceived. He imagined that the French who had marched all the preceding night were fatigued, and he also withdrew from the bank of the river to his camp. But 2 hours afterwards, when all seemed profoundly quiet, the French army suddenly got under arms and, forming in 2 lines, marched rapidly to the side of the river, ere the astonished Austrians were able to make the same dispositions as formerly for defense. Arrived on the margin, the first line instantly broke up into columns, which, throwing themselves boldly into the stream protected on the flanks by the cavalry, passed through and attained the opposite bank. They were repeatedly charged by the Austrian cavalry, but it was too late. He had gotten their footing and kept it. The Archduke attempted to turn their flank, but was prevented by the second line of the French, and by their reserve of cavalry. He was compelled to retreat, leaving prisoners and cannon in the hands of the enemy. Such was the first disastrous meeting between the Archduke Charles and his future relative. March 16. The Austrian prince had the farther misfortune to learn that Massena had, at the first sound of the cannonade, pushed across the Tagliamento higher up than his line of defense, and, destroying what troops he found before him, had occupied the passes of the Julian Alps at the sources of that river, and thus interposed himself between the imperial right wing and the nearest communication with Vienna. Sensible of the importance of this obstacle, the Archduke hastened, if possible, to remove it. He brought up a fine column of grenadiers from the Rhine, which had just arrived at Klagenfurt, in his rear, and, joining them to other troops, attacked Massena with the utmost fury, venturing his own person like a private soldier, and once or twice narrowly escaping being made prisoner. It was in vain. All in vain. He charged successively and repeatedly, even with the reserve of the grenadiers, but no exertion could change the fortune of the day. March 19. Still the Archduke hoped to derive assistance from the natural or artificial defenses of the strong country through which he was thus retreating, and in doing so was involuntarily introducing Bonaparte, after he should have surmounted the border frontier, into the most fertile provinces of his brother's empire, the Lyssons. Usually a deep and furious torrent, closed in by a chain of impassable mountains, seemed to oppose an insurmountable barrier to his daring pursuers, but nature as well as events fought against the Austrians. The stream, reduced by frost, was fordable in several places. The river thus passed the town of Gradisca, which had been covered with fieldworks to protect the line of the Lyssons, was surprised and carried by storm, and its garrison of 2,500 men made prisoners by the divisions of Bernadotte and Serruria. Pushed in every direction, the Austrians sustained every day additional and more severe losses. The strong fort of Chiusa Veneta was occupied by Massena, who continued his active and indefatigable operations on the right of the retreating army. This success caused the envelopment and dispersion or surrender of a whole division of Austrians, 5,000 of whom remained prisoners, while their baggage, cannon colors, and all that constituted them, an army fell into the hands of the French. 4 generals were made prisoners on this occasion, and many of the mountaineers of Carniola and Croatia, who had joined the Austrian army from their natural love of war, seeing that success appeared to have abandoned the imperial cause, became despondent, broke up their corps, and retired as stragglers to their villages. Trieste and Fiume. Bonaparte availed himself of their loss of courage, and had recourse to proclamations, a species of arms which he valued himself as much upon using to advantage as he did upon his military fame. He assured them that the French did not come into their country to innovate on their rights, religious customs, and manners. He exhorted them not to meddle in a war with which they had no concern, but encouraged them to afford assistance and furnish supplies to the French army, in payment of which he proposed to assign the public taxes which they had been in the habit of paying to the emperor. His proposal seems to have reconciled the Corinthians to the presence of the French, or more properly speaking, they submitted to the military exactions which they had no means of resisting in the meanwhile. The French took possession of Trieste and Fiume, the only seaports belonging to Austria, where they seized much English merchandise, which was always a welcome prize, and of the quicksilver mines of Idria, where they found a valuable deposit of that mineral. Napoleon repaired the fortifications of Klagenfurt and converted it into a respectable place of arms, where he established his headquarters. In a space of scarce 20 days, he had defeated the Austrians in 10 combats, in the course of which Prince Charles had lost at least 1/4 of his army. The French had surmounted the southern chain of the Julian Alps. The northern line could, it was supposed, offer no obstacle sufficient to stop their irresistible general, and the Archduke, the pride and hope of the Austrian armies, had retired behind the river Meher, and seemed to be totally without the means of covering Vienna. There were, however, circumstances less favorable to the French, which require to be stated. When the campaign commenced, the French general Joubert was posted with his division in the gorge of the Tyrol above Trent, upon the same river Levisa, the line of which had been lost and won during the preceding winter. He was opposed by the Austrian generals Kirpin and Laudon, who, besides some regular regiments, had collected around them a number of the Tyrolese militia, who among their own mountains were at least equally formidable. They remained watching each other during the earlier part of the campaign, but the gaining of the battle of the Tagliamento was the signal for Joubert to commence the offensive. His directions were to push his way through the Tyrol to Brixen, at which place Napoleon expected he might hear news of the advance of the French armies from the Rhine, to cooperate in the march upon Vienna, but the Directory, fearing perhaps to trust nearly the whole force of the Republic in the hands of a general so successful and so ambitious as Napoleon, had not fulfilled their promises in this respect. The army of Moreau had not as yet crossed the Rhine. Joubert, thus disappointed of his promised object, began to find himself in an embarrassing situation. The whole country was in insurrection around him, and a retreat in the line by which he had advanced might have exposed him to great loss, if not to destruction. He determined, therefore, to elude the enemy, and by descending the river Drave, to achieve a junction with his commander-in-chief Napoleon. He accomplished his difficult march by breaking down the bridges behind him, and thus arresting the progress of the enemy, but it was with difficulty and not without loss that he effected his proposed union, and his retreat from the Tyrol gave infinite spirits not only to the Marshal Tyrolese, but to all the favors of Austria in the north of Italy. The Austrian general Laudon sallied from the Tyrol at the head of a considerable force, and compelled the slender body of French under Balland to shut themselves up in garrisons, and their opponents were for the moment again lords of a part of Lombardy. They also reoccupied Trieste and Fiume, which Bonaparte had not been able sufficiently to garrison, so that the rear of the French army seemed to be in danger. The Venetians at this crisis, fatally for their ancient republic, if indeed its doom had not, as is most likely, been long before sealed, received with eager ears the accounts, exaggerated as they were by rumor, that the French were driven from the Tyrol, and the Austrians about to descend the Adige and resume their ancient empire in Italy. The Senate were aware that neither their government nor their persons were acceptable to the French general, and that they had offended him irreconcilably by declining the intimate alliance and contribution of troops which he had demanded. He had parted from them with such menaces as were not easily to be misunderstood. They believed, if his vengeance might not be instant, it was only the more sure, and conceiving him now deeply engaged in Germany and surrounded by the Austrian levies en masse from the warlike countries of Hungary and Croatia, they imagined that throwing their own weight into the scale at so opportune a moment must weigh it down. For ever to chastise their insurgent subjects of Bergamo and Brescia was an additional temptation. April 16. Their mode of making war savored of the ancient vindictive temper ascribed to their countrymen. An insurrection was secretly organized through all the territories which Venice still possessed on the mainland, and broke out like the celebrated Sicilian Vespers in blood and massacre. In Verona, they assassinated more than 100 Frenchmen, many of them sick soldiers, in the hospitals 272. An abominable cruelty, which could not fail to bring a curse on their undertaking. Fioravante, a Venetian general, marched at the head of a body of Sclavonians to besiege the forts of Verona, into which the remaining French had made their retreat, and where they defended themselves. Laudon made his appearance with his Austrians and Tyrolese, and it seemed as if the fortunes of Bonaparte had at length found a check. Overtures of peace. But the awakening from this pleasing dream was equally sudden, and dreadful news arrived that preliminaries of peace had been agreed upon, and an armistice signed between France and Austria. Laudon, therefore, and the auxiliaries on whom the Venetians had so much relied retired from Verona. The Lombards sent an army to the assistance of the French. The Sclavonians, under Fioravante, after fighting vigorously, were compelled to surrender. The insurgent towns of Vicenza, Treviso, and Padua were again occupied by the Republicans. Rumor proclaimed the terrible return of Napoleon and his army, and the ill-advised Senate of Venice were lost in stupor, and scarce had sense left to decide betwixt unreserved submission and hopeless defense. It was one of the most artful rules in Bonaparte's policy that when he had his enemy at decided advantage, by some point having been attained, which seemed to give a complete turn to the campaign in his favor, he seldom failed to offer peace, and peace upon conditions much more favorable than perhaps the opposite party expected. By doing this, he secured such immediate and undisputed fruits of his victory as the treaty of peace contained, and he was sure of means to prosecute farther advantages at some future opportunity. He obtained, moreover, the character of generosity, and in the present instance he avoided the great danger of urging to bay so formidable a power as Austria, whose despair might be capable of the most formidable efforts. March 31. With this purpose, and assuming for the first time that disregard for the usual ceremonial of courts and etiquette of politics, which he afterwards seemed to have pleasure in displaying, he wrote a letter in person to the Archduke Charles on the subject of peace. This composition affects that abrupt, laconic severity of style, which cuts short argument by laying down general maxims of philosophy of a trite character, and breaks through the usual labored, paraphrastic introductions with which ordinary politicians preface their proposals. When desirous of entering upon a treaty, it is the part of a brave soldier, he said, to make war, but to wish for peace. The present strife has lasted 6 years. Have we not yet slain enough of men, and sufficiently outraged humanity? Peace is demanded on all sides. Europe at large has laid down the arms assumed against the French Republic. Your nation remains alone in hostility, and yet blood flows faster than ever. This sixth campaign has commenced under ominous circumstances, and how it will some thousands of men more will be slain on either side. And at length, after all, we must come to an agreement, for everything must have an end at last, even the angry passions of men. The executive directory made known to the emperor their desire to put a period to the war which desolates both countries, but the intervention of the Court of London opposed it. Is there then no means of coming to an understanding? and must we continue to cut each other's throats, for the interests or passions of a nation herself, a stranger to the miseries of war, you, the general-in-chief, who approach by birth so near to the crown, and are above all those petty passions which agitate ministers and the members of government, will you resolve to be the benefactor of mankind and the true savior of Germany? Do not suppose that I mean by that expression to intimate that it is impossible for you to defend yourself by force of arms, but under the supposition that fortune were to become favorable to you, Germany would be equally exposed to ravage. With respect to my own feelings, General, if this proposition should be the means of saving one single man's life, I should prefer a civic crown so merited to the melancholy glory attending military success. The whole tone of the letter is ingeniously calculated to give the proposition the character of moderation, and at the same time to avoid the appearance of too ready an advance towards his object. The Archduke, after a space of 2 days, returned this brief answer, in which he stripped Buonaparte's proposal of its gilding and treated it upon the footing of an ordinary proposal for a treaty of peace made by a party who finds it convenient for his interest. Unquestionably, sir, in making war, and in following the road prescribed by honor and duty, I desire, as much as you, the attainment of peace for the happiness of the people and of humanity. Considering, however, that in the situation which I hold it is no part of my business to inquire into and determine the quarrel of the belligerent powers, and that I am not furnished, on the part of the Emperor, with any plenipotentiary powers for treating you. Excuse me, General, if I do not enter into negotiation with you touching a matter of the highest importance, but which does not lie within my department. Whatever shall happen, either respecting the future chances of the war or the prospect of peace, I request you to be equally convinced of my distinguished esteem. The Archduke would willingly have made some advantage of this proposal by obtaining an armistice of 5 hours sufficient to enable him to form a junction with the corps of Kirpin, which, having left the Tyrol to come to the assistance of the commander-in-chief, was now within a short distance. But Buonaparte took care not to permit himself to be hampered by any such ill-timed engagement, and after some sharp fighting, in which the French as usual were successful, he was able to interpose such a force as to prevent the junction taking place. 2 encounters followed at Neumark and at Unsmark. Both gave rise to fresh disasters, and the continued retreat of the Archduke Charles and the imperial army, the French general, then pressed forward on the road to Vienna through mountain passes and defiles which could not have been opened otherwise than by turning them on the flank. But these natural fastnesses were no longer defenses. Gutenberg, the capital of Upper Styria, was abandoned to the French without a blow, and shortly after Buonaparte entered Graz, the principal town of Lower Styria, with the same facility. The Archduke's retreat. The Archduke now totally changed his plan of warfare. He no longer disputed the ground foot by foot, but began to retreat by hasty marches towards Vienna, determined to collect the last and utmost strength which the extensive states of the Emperor could supply, and fight for the existence it might be of his brother's throne under the walls of his capital. However perilous this resolution might appear, it was worthy of the high-spirited prince by whom it was adopted, and there were reasons perhaps besides those arising from soldierly pride and princely dignity which seemed to recommend it. The army with which the enterprising French general was now about to debouch from the mountains and enter the very center of Germany had suffered considerably since the commencement of the campaign, not only by the sword, but by severity of weather and the excessive fatigue which they endured in executing the rapid marches by which their leader succeeded in securing victory, and the French armies on the Rhine had not, as the plan of the campaign dictated, made any movement in advance corresponding with the march of Buonaparte. Nor in the country which they were about to enter with diminished forces could Buonaparte trust to the influence of the same moral feeling in the people invaded, which had paved the way to so many victories on the Rhine. The citizens of Austria, though living under a despotic government, are little sensible of its severities, and are sincerely attached to the Emperor, whose personal habits incline him to live with his people without much form and mix in public amusements, or appear in the public walks like a father in the midst of his family. The nobility were as ready as in former times to bring out their vassals, and a general knowledge of discipline is familiar to the German peasant. As a part of his education, Hungary possessed still the high-spirited race of barons and cavaliers who, in their great convocation in 1740, rose at once, and drawing their sabres joined in the celebrated exclamation Moriamur pro Regia Nostro Maria Theresa. The Tyrol was in possession of its own warlike inhabitants, all in arms, and so far successful as to have driven Joubert out of their mountains. Trieste and Fiume were retaken in the rear of the French army. Bonaparte had no line of communication when separated from Italy and no means of obtaining supplies, but from a country which would probably be soon in insurrection in his rear as well as on his flanks, a battle lost when there was neither support reserve nor place of arms nearer than Klagenfurt would have been annihilation. To add to these considerations, it was now known that the Venetian Republic had assumed a formidable and hostile aspect in Italy, by which, joined to a natural explosion of feeling religious and national, the French cause was considerably endangered in that country. There were so many favorers of the old system, together with the general influence of the Catholic clergy, that it seemed not unlikely this insurrection might spread fast and far. Italy, in that case, would have been no effectual place of refuge to Bonaparte or his army. The Archduke enumerated all these advantages to the cabinet of Vienna, and exhorted them to stand the last cast of the bloody die. But the terror, grief, and confusion natural in a great metropolis, whose peace for the first time for so many years was alarmed with the approach of the unconquered and apparently fated general, who, having defeated and destroyed 5 of their choicest armies, was now driving under its walls the remnants of the last, though commanded by that prince whom they regarded as the hope and flower of Austrian warfare, opposed this daring resolution. The alarm was general, beginning with the court itself, and the most valuable property and treasure were packed up to be carried into Hungary, where the royal family determined to take refuge. It is worthy of mention that among the fugitives of the imperial house was the Archduchess Maria Louisa, then between 5 and 6 years old, whom our imagination may conceive agitated by every species of childish terror derived from the approach of the victorious general, on whom she was at a future and similar crisis destined to bestow her hand. The cries of the wealthy burghers were, of course, for peace. The enemy were within 14 or 15 days' march of their walls, nor had the city perhaps fortunately any fortifications which in the modern state of war could have made it defensible even for a day. They were moreover seconded by a party in the cabinet, and in short, whether it chanced for good or for evil, the selfish principle of those who had much to lose and were timid in proportion predominated against that which desired at all risks the continuance of a determined and obstinate defense. It required many lessons to convince both sovereign and people that it is better to put all on the hazard, better even to lose all than to sanction the being pillaged at different times and by degrees under pretense of friendship and amity. A bow which is forcibly strained back will regain its natural position, but if supple enough to yield of itself to the counter-direction, it will never recover its elasticity. Peace of Leoben. The affairs, however, of the Austrians were in such a condition that it could hardly be said whether the party who declared for peace to obtain some respite from the distresses of the country, or those who wished to continue war with the chances of success which we have indicated, advised the least embarrassing course. The court of Vienna finally adopted the alternative of treaty, and that of Leoben was set on foot. Generals Bellegarde and Murfield, on the part of the emperor, presented themselves at the headquarters of Bonaparte 13th April 1797, and announced the desire of their sovereign for peace. Bonaparte granted a suspension of arms to endure for 5 days only, which was afterwards extended when the probability of the definitive treaty of peace was evident. It is affirmed that in the whole discussions respecting this most important armistice, Napoleon, as a conqueror whose victories had been in a certain degree his own, whose army had been supported and paid from the resources of the country which he conquered, who had received reinforcements from France only late and reluctantly, and who had recruited his army by new levies among the republicanized Italians, maintained an appearance of independence of the government of France. He had even at this period assumed a freedom of thought and action. The 10th part of the suspicion attached to which would have cost the most popular general his head in the times of Danton and Robespierre, but though acquired slowly, and in counteraction to the once overpowering and still powerful democratic influence, the authority of Bonaparte was great, and indeed the power which a conquering general attains by means of his successes in the bosom of his soldiers becomes soon formidable to any species of government, where the soldier is not intimately interested in the liberties of the subject. Yet it must not be supposed that Napoleon exhibited publicly any of that spirit of independence which the Directory appear to have dreaded, and which, according to the opinion which he himself intimates, seems to have delayed the promised cooperation which was to be afforded by the Eastern armies on the banks of the Rhine. Far from testifying such a feeling, his assertion of the rights of the Republic was decidedly striking, of which the following is a remarkable instance. The Austrian commissioner, in hopes to gain some credit for the admission, had stated in the preliminary articles of the convention, as a concession of consequence, that His Imperial Majesty acknowledged the French government in its present state. Strike out that condition, said Bonaparte sternly. The French Republic is like the sun in heaven. The misfortune lies with those who are so blind as to be ignorant of the existence of either. It was gallantly spoken, but how strange to reflect that the same individual in 3 or 4 years afterwards was able to place an extinguisher on one of those suns without even an eclipse being the consequence. It is remarkable also that while asserting to foreigners this supreme dignity of the French Republic, Bonaparte should have departed so far from the respect he owed its rulers. The preliminaries of peace were proposed for signature on the 18th April, but General Clark, to whom the Directory had committed full powers to act in the matter, was still at Turin. He was understood to be the full confidant of his masters, and to have instructions to watch the motions of Bonaparte, nay, to place him under arrest, should he see cause to doubt his fealty to the French government. Napoleon, nevertheless, did not hesitate to tender his individual signature and warrantry, and these were readily admitted by the Austrian plenipotentiaries, an ominous sign of the declension of the powers of the Directory, considering that a military general, without the support even of the commissioners from the government, or proconsuls as they were called, was regarded as sufficient to ratify a treaty of such consequence. No doubt seems to have been entertained that he had the power to perform what he had guaranteed, and the part which he acted was the more remarkable considering the high commission of General Clark. Treaty of Leoben. The articles in the Treaty of Leoben remained long secret, the cause of which appears to have been that the high contracting parties were not willing comparisons should be made between the preliminaries, as they were originally settled, and the strange and violent altercations which occurred in the definitive Treaty of Campo Formio. These two treaties of pacification differed the one from the other in relation to the degree and manner how a meditated partition of the territory of Venice, of the Cisalpine Republic, and other smaller powers was to be accomplished for the mutual benefit of France and Austria. It is melancholy to observe, but it is nevertheless an important truth, that there is no moment during which independent states of the second class have more occasion to be alarmed for their security than when more powerful nations in their vicinity are about to conclude peace. It is so easy to accommodate these differences of the strong at the expense of such weaker states, as if they are injured have neither the power of making their complaints heard nor of defending themselves by force, that in the iron age in which it has been our fate to live, the injustice of such an arrangement has never been considered as offering any counterpoise to its great convenience, whatever the law of nations might teach to the contrary. It is unnecessary to enter upon the subject of the preliminaries of Leoben until we notice the Treaty of Campo Formio, under which they were finally modified, and by which they were adjusted and controlled. It may be, however, the moment to state that Bonaparte was considerably blamed by the Directory and others for stopping short in the career of conquest, and allowing the House of Austria terms which left her still formidable to France, when, said the censors, it would have cost him but another victory to blot the most constant and powerful enemy of the French Republic out of the map of Europe, or at least to confine her to her hereditary states in Germany to such criticism, he replied in a dispatch to the Directory from Leoben during the progress of the treaty, if at the commencement of these Italian campaigns I had made a point of going to Turin, I should never have passed the Pohid. I insisted prematurely on advancing to Rome. I could never have secured Milan now. Had I made an indispensable object of reaching Vienna, I might have destroyed the Republic. Such was his able and judicious defense of a conduct which, by stopping short of some ultimate and extreme point apparently within his grasp, extracted every advantage from fear, which despair perhaps might not have yielded him if the enemy had been driven to extremity. And it is remarkable that the catastrophe of Napoleon himself was a corollary of the doctrine which he now laid down, for had he not insisted upon penetrating to Moscow, there is no judging how much longer he might have held the empire of France. The contents of the Treaty of Leoben, so far as they were announced to the representatives of the French nation by the Directory, only made known as part of the preliminaries that the cession of the Belgic provinces, and of such a boundary as France might choose to demand upon the Rhine, had been admitted by Austria, and that she had consented to recognize a single republic in Italy to be composed out of those which had been provisionally established. But shortly afterwards it transpired that Mantua, the subject of so much and such bloody contest, and the very citadel of Italy as had appeared from the events of these sanguinary campaigns, was to be resigned to Austria, from whose tenacious grasp it had been wrenched with so much difficulty. This measure was unpopular, and it will be found that Bonaparte had the ingenuity in the definitive treaty of peace to substitute an indemnification which he ought not to have given, and which was certainly the last which the Austrians should have accepted. Venice, April 9. It was now the time for Venice to tremble. She had declared against the French. In their absence, her vindictive population had murdered many of them. The resentment of the French soldiers was excited to the utmost, and the Venetians had no right to reckon upon the forbearance of their general. The Treaty of Leoben left the Senate of that ancient state absolutely without support. Nay, as they afterwards learned, Austria, after pleading their cause for a certain time, had ended by stipulating for a share of their spoils, which had been assigned to her by a secret article of the treaty. The doom of the oligarchy was pronounced ere Bonaparte had yet traversed the Noric and Julian Alps for the purpose of enforcing it by a letter to the Doge, dated from the capital of Upper Styria. Napoleon, bitterly upbraiding the Senate for requiting his generosity with treachery and ingratitude, demanded that they should return by his aide-de-camp, who bore the letter, their instant choice betwixt war and peace, and allowing them only 24 hours to disperse their insurgent peasantry and submit to his clemency. Junot, introduced into the Senate, made the threats of his master ring in the astounded ears of the members, and by the blunt and rough manner of a soldier who had risen from the ranks, added to the dismay of the trembling nobles. The Senate returned a humble apology to Bonaparte and dispatched agents to deprecate his wrath. These envoys were doomed to experience one of those scenes of violence which were in some degree natural to this extraordinary man, but to which in certain cases he seems to have designedly given way in order to strike consternation into those whom he addressed. "Are the prisoners at liberty?" he said with a stern voice, and without replying to the humble greetings of the terrified envoys, they answered with hesitation that they had liberated the French, Polish, and the Brescians who had been made captive in the insurrectionary war. "I will have them all," exclaimed Bonaparte, "who are in prison on account of their political sentiments. I will go myself to destroy your dungeons on the bridge of Tircepinians. Shall be free. I will have no inquisition. If all the prisoners are not set at instant liberty." The English envoy dismissed the people disarmed. "I declare instant war. I might have gone to Vienna. If I had listed, I have concluded a peace with the Emperor. I have 80,000 men, 20 gunboats. I will hear of no inquisition, and no Senate either. I will dictate the law to you. I will prove an Attila to Venice. If you cannot disarm your population, I will do it in your stead. Your government is antiquated, must crumble to pieces." While Bonaparte, in these disjointed yet significant threats, stood before the deputies like the Argantes of Italy's heroic poet, and gave them the choice of peace and war with the air of a superior being capable at once to dictate their fate, he had not yet heard of the massacre of Verona, or of the batteries of a Venetian fort on the Lido having fired upon a French vessel which had run into the port to escape the pursuit of two armed Austrian ships. The vessel was alleged to have been sunk, and the master and some of the crew to have been killed. The news of these fresh aggressions did not fail to aggravate his indignation to the highest pitch. The terrified deputies ventured to touch with delicacy on the subject of pecuniary atonement. Buonaparte's answer was worthy of a Roman. If you could proffer me, he said, the treasures of Peru, if you could strew the whole district with gold, it could not atone for the French blood which has been treacherously spilt. May 3. Accordingly, on the 3d of May, Buonaparte declared war against Venice and ordered the French minister to leave the city. The French troops and those of the new Italian republics were at the same time commanded to advance and to destroy in their progress, wherever they found it displayed, the winged lion of Saint Mark, the ancient emblem of Venetian sovereignty. The declaration is dated at Palma Nova. It had been already acted upon by the French, who were on the Venetian frontier, and by La Hozzi, a remarkable character, who was then at the head of the army of the Italian republics of the new model, and the forces of the towns of Brescia and Bergamo, which aspired to the same independence. This commander was of Swiss extraction, an excellent young officer, and at that time enamored of liberty on the French system, though he afterwards saw so much reason to change his opinions that he lost his life, as we may have occasion to mention, fighting under the Austrian banners. The terrified Senate of Venice proved unworthy descendants of the Zenos, Dandalos, and Morosinis as the defenders of Christendom, and the proud opposers of papal oppression. The best resource they could imagine to themselves was to employ at Paris those golden means of intercession which Buonaparte had so sturdily rejected. Napoleon assures us that they found favor by means of these weighty arguments. The Directory moved, we are informed, by the motives of 10 millions of French francs transmitted from Venice in bills of exchange sent to the General of Italy, orders to spare the ancient Senate and aristocracy. But the account of the transaction with the manner in which the remittances were distributed fell into the hands of Napoleon by dispatches intercepted at Milan. The members of the French government, whom these documents would have convicted of peculation and bribery, were compelled to be silent, and Buonaparte, availing himself of some chicanery as to certain legal solemnities, took it on him totally to disregard the orders he had received. The Senate of Venice, rather stupefied than stimulated by the excess of their danger, were holding on the 30th April a sort of privy council in the apartments of the Doge, when a letter from the commandant of their flotilla informed them that the French were erecting fortifications on the low grounds contiguous to the lagoons, or shallow channels which divide from the mainland, and from each other the little isles on which the amphibious mistress of the Adriatic holds her foundation, and proposing in the blunt style of a gallant sailor to batter them to pieces about their ears before the works could be completed. Indeed, nothing would have been more easy than to defend the lagoons against an enemy who, notwithstanding Napoleon's bravado, had not even a single boat. But the proposal, had it been made to an abbess and a convent of nuns, could scarce have appeared more extraordinary than it did to these degenerate nobles. Yet the sense of shame prevailed, and though trembling for the consequences of the order which they issued, the Senate directed that the admiral should proceed to action immediately after the order was received. Their deliberations were interrupted by the thunder of the cannon on either side of the Venetian gunboats, pouring their fire on the van of the French army, which had begun to arrive at Fucine. To interrupt these ominous sounds, 2 plenipotentiaries were dispatched to make intercession with the French general, and to prevent delay the Doge himself undertook to report the result. The Grand Council was convoked on the 1st of May, when the Doge, pale in countenance and disconcerted in demeanor, proposed, as the only means of safety, the admission of some democratic modifications into their forms under the direction of General Buonaparte, or in other words, to lay their institutions at the feet of the conqueror, to be remodeled at his pleasure. Of 619 patricians, only 21 dissented from a vote, which inferred the absolute surrender of their constitution. The conditions to be agreed on were indeed declared subject to the revision of the council. But this, in the circumstances, could only be considered as a clause intended to save appearances. The surrender must have been regarded as unconditional and total. Amidst the dejection and confusion which possessed the government, some able intriguer, the secretary, it was said of the French ambassador at Venice, whose principle had been recalled, contrived to induce the Venetian government to commit an act of absolute suicide, so as to spare Bonaparte the trouble and small degree of scandal which might attach to totally destroying the existence of the Republic. On the 9th of May, as the committee of the Great Council were in close deliberation with the Doge, two strangers intruded upon those councils, which heretofore such was the jealous severity of the oligarchy, like those of supernatural beings. Those who looked on them died, but now affliction, confusion, and fear had withdrawn the guards from these secret and mysterious chambers, and laid open to the intrusion of strangers those stern haunts of a suspicious oligarchy, where in other days an official or lictor of the government might have been punished with death even for too loud a footfall, far more for the fatal crime of having heard more than was designed to come to his knowledge. All this was now ended, and without check or rebuke, the two strangers were permitted to communicate with the Senate by writing their advice, which had the terms of a command, was to anticipate the intended reforms of the French, to dissolve the present government, throw open their prisons, disband their Sclavonian soldier, splint the tree of liberty on the place of St. Mark, and to take other popular measures of the same nature, the least of which proposed but a few months before would have been a signal of death to the individual who had dared to hint at it. An English satirist has told us a story of a man persuaded by an eloquent friend to hang himself in order to preserve his life. The story of the fall of Venice vindicates the boldness of the satire. It does not appear that Bonaparte could have gone farther, nay, it seems unlikely he would have gone so far as was now recommended. As the friendly advisers had hinted that the utmost speed was necessary, the committee scarce interposed an interval of 3 days between receiving the advice and recommending it to the Great Council, and began in the meanwhile to anticipate the destruction of their government and surrender of their city by dismantling their fleet and disbanding their soldiers. At length the Great Council assembled on the 12th of May. The Doge had commenced a pathetic discourse on the extremities to which the country was reduced, when an irregular discharge of firearms took place under the very windows of the council house. All started up in confusion. Some supposed the Sclavonians were plundering the citizens, some that the lower orders had risen on the nobility, others that the French had entered Venice and were proceeding to sack and pillage it. The terrified and timid councillors did not wait to inquire what was the real cause of the disturbance, but hurried forward like sheep in the path which had been indicated to them. They hastened to despoil their ancient government of all authority to sign in a manner its sentence of civil death, added everything which could render the sacrifice more agreeable to Bonaparte, separated in confusion, but under the impression that they had taken the best measure in their power for quelling the tumult by meeting the wishes of the predominant party. But this was by no means the case. On the contrary, they had the misfortune to find that the insurrection of which the firing was the signal was directed not against the aristocrats, but against those who proposed the surrender of the national independence. Armed bands shouted, "Long live St. Mark, and perish foreign domination." Others, indeed, there were who displayed in opposition three-colored banners with the warcry of liberty. Forever the disbanded and mutinous soldiers mixed among these hostile groups and threatened the town with fire and pillage. Amid this horrible confusion, and while the parties were firing on each other, a provisional government was hastily named. Boats were dispatched to bring 3,000 French soldiers into the city. These took possession of the place of St. Mark, while some of the inhabitants shouted, but the greater part, who were probably not the less sensible of the execrable tyranny of the old aristocracy, saw it fall in mournful silence, because there fell along with the ancient institutions of their country, however little some of these were to be regretted, the honor and independence of the state itself. The terms which the French granted, or rather imposed, appeared sufficiently moderate so far as they were made public. They announced that the foreign troops would remain so long and no longer than might be necessary to protect the peace of Venice. 288. They undertook to guarantee the public debt, and the payment of the pensions allowed to the impoverished gentry. They required, indeed, the continuance of the prosecution against the commander of that fort of Luco, who had fired on the French vessel, but all other offenders were pardoned, and Bonaparte afterwards suffered even this affair to pass into oblivion, which excited doubt whether the transaction had ever been so serious as had been alleged. 5 secret and less palatable articles attended these avowed conditions. One provided for the various exchanges of territory which had been already settled at the Venetian expense betwixt Austria and France. The second and third stipulated the payment of 3 millions of francs in specie and as many in naval stores. Another prescribed the cession of 3 ships of war and of 2 frigates armed and equipped. A fifth ratified the exaction in the usual style of French cupidity of 20 pictures and 500 manuscripts. It will be seen hereafter what advantages the Venetians purchased by all these unconscionable conditions. At the moment they understood that the stipulations were to imply a guarantee of the independent existence of their country as a democratical state. In the meanwhile, the necessity for raising the supplies to gratify the rapacity of the French obliged the provisional government to have recourse to forced loans, and in this manner they inhospitably plundered the Duke of Modena, who had fled to Venice for refuge, when Bonaparte first entered Lombardy, of his remaining treasure, amounting to 190,000 sequins. Chapter Roman 10. Napoleon's amatory correspondence with Josephine. His court at Montebello negotiations and pleasure mingled their Genoa revolutionary spirit of the Genoese. They rise in insurrection, but are quelled by the government, and the French plundered and imprisoned. Bonaparte interferes and appoints the outlines of a new government. Sardinia, Naples, the Cispadane, Transpadane, and Emilian republics united under the name of the Cisalpine Republic. The Valtelline, the Grisons, the Valtelline united to Lombardy. Great improvement of Italy and the Italian character from these changes. Difficulties in the way of pacification betwixt France and Austria. The Directory and Napoleon take different views. Treaty of Campo Formio. Bonaparte takes leave of the army of Italy to act as French plenipotentiary at Rastatt. When peace returns, it brings back the domestic affections and affords the means of indulging them. Bonaparte was yet a bridegroom, though he had now been 2 years married and upwards. A part of his correspondence with his bride has been preserved, and gives a curious picture of a temperament as fiery in love as in war. The language of the conqueror who was disposing of states at his pleasure, and defeating the most celebrated commanders of the time, is as enthusiastic as that of an Arcadian. We cannot suppress the truth that in passages which we certainly shall not quote it carries a tone of indelicacy which, notwithstanding the intimacy of the married state, an English husband would not use nor an English wife consider as the becoming expression of connubial affection. There seems no doubt, however, that the attachment which these letters indicate was perfectly sincere, and on one occasion at least it was chivalrously expressed. Wormser shall buy dearly the tears which he makes you shed. It appears from this correspondence that Josephine had rejoined her husband under the guardianship of Junot when he returned from Paris, after having executed his mission of delivering to the Directory and representatives of the French people the banners and colors. Taken from Beaulieu in December 1796, Josephine was at Genoa, where she was received with studied magnificence by those in that ancient state who adhered to the French interest, and where, to the scandal of the rigid Catholics, the company continued assembled at a ball given by Roman 1000 de Serva till a late hour on Friday morning, despite the presence of a senator having in his pocket, but not venturing to enforce a decree of the Senate for the better observation of the fast day upon the occasion. These, however, were probably only occasional visits, but after the signature of the Treaty of Leoben, and during the various negotiations which took place before it was finally adjusted as ratified at Campo Formio, Josephine lived in domestic society with her husband at the beautiful seat, or rather palace, of Montebello. This villa, celebrated from the important negotiations of which it was the scene, is situated a few leagues from Milan, on a gently sloping hill, which commands an extensive prospect over the fertile plains of Lombardy. The ladies of the highest rank as well as those celebrated for beauty and accomplishments, all, in short, who could add charms to society, were daily paying their homage to Josephine, who received them with a felicity of address, which seemed as if she had been born for exercising the high courtesies that devolved upon the wife of so distinguished a person as Napoleon. Court at Montebello. Negotiations proceeded amid gaiety and pleasure. The various ministers and envoys of Austria, of the Pope, of the kings of Naples and Sardinia, of the Duke of Parma, of the Swiss cantons, of several of the princes of Germany, throng of generals of persons, in authority of deputies of Townswith, the daily arrival and dispatch of numerous couriers, the bustle of important business, mingled with fetes and entertainments, with balls and with hunting. Partis gave the picture of a splendid court, and the assemblage was called accordingly by the Italians the Court of Montebello. It was such in point of importance, for the deliberations agitated. They were to regulate the political relations of Germany, and decide the fate of the King of Sardinia, of Switzerland, of Venice, of Genoa, all destined to hear from the voice of Napoleon the terms on which their national existence was to be prolonged or terminated. Montebello was not less the abode of pleasure. The sovereigns of this diplomatic and military court made excursions to the Lago Maggiore, to Lago di Como, to the Borromean Islands, and occupied at pleasure the villas which surround those delicious regions. Every town, every village desired to distinguish itself by some peculiar mark of homage and respect to him whom they then named the liberator of Italy. These expressions are in a great measure those of Napoleon himself, who seems to have looked back on this period of his life with warmer recollections of pleasurable enjoyment than he had experienced on any other occasion. It was probably the happiest time of his life. Honor beyond that of a crowned head was his own, and had the full relish of novelty to a mind which 2 or 3 years before was pining in obscurity. Power was his, and he had not experienced its cares and risks. High hopes were formed of him by all around, and he had not yet disappointed them. He was in the flower of youth, and married to the woman of his heart. Above all, he had the glow of hope, which was marshalling him even to more exalted dominion, and he had not yet become aware that possession brings satiety, and that all earthly desires and wishes terminate when fully attained in vanity and vexation of spirit. The various objects which occupied Buonaparte's mind during this busy yet pleasing interval were the affairs of Genoa, of Sardinia, of Naples, of the Cisalpine Republic, of the Grisons, and lastly, and by far the most important of them, the definitive treaty with Austria, which involved the annihilation of Venice as an independent state. Genoa, the proud rival of Venice, had never attained the same permanent importance with that sister republic, but her nobility, who still administered her government according to the model assigned them by Andrew Doria, preserved more national spirit and a more warlike disposition. The neighborhood of France and the prevalence of her opinions had stirred up among the citizens of the middling class a party taking the name of Morandists from a club so termed, whose object it was to break down the oligarchy and revolutionize the government. The nobles were naturally opposed to this, and a large body of the populace, much employed by them and strict Catholics, were ready to second them in their defense. The establishment of 2 Italian democracies upon the Po made the Genoese revolutionists conceive the time was arrived when their own state ought to pass through a similar ordeal of regeneration. They mustered their strength and petitioned the Doge for the abolition of the government as it existed and the adoption of a democratic model. The Doge condescended so far to their demand as to name a committee of 9 persons, 5 of them of plebeian birth, to consider and report on the means of infusing a more popular spirit into the Constitution. The 3 chief inquisitors of state, or censors, as the actual rulers of the oligarchy, were entitled, opposed the spirit of religious enthusiasm to that of democratic zeal. They employed the pulpit and the confessional as the means of warning good Catholics against the change demanded by the Morandists. They exposed the Holy Sacrament and made processions and public prayers, as if threatened with a descent of the Algerines. May 22. Meanwhile, the Morandists took up arms, displayed the French colors, and conceiving their enterprise was on the point of success, seized the gate of the arsenal and that of the harbor. but their triumph was short. 10,000 armed laborers started as from out of the earth, under the command of their syndics or municipal officers, with cries of Viva Maria, and declared for the aristocracy. The insurgents, totally defeated, were compelled to shut themselves up in their houses, where they were assailed by the stronger party, and finally routed. The French residing in Genoa were maltreated by the prevailing party, their houses pillaged, and they themselves dragged to prison. The last circumstance gave Bonaparte an ostensible right to interfere, which he would probably have done even had no such violence been committed. He sent his aide-de-camp, La Valette, to Genoa, with the threat of instantly moving against the city a division of his army, unless the prisoners were set at liberty. The aristocratic party disarmed, and such alterations, or rather such a complete change of government, adopted, as should be agreeable to the French commander-in-chief. Against this there was no appeal. The inquisitors were laid under arrest for having defended, with the assistance of their fellow citizens, the existing institutions of the state, and the Doge with 2 other magistrates of the first rank went to learn at Montebello, the headquarters of Napoleon, what was to be the future fate of the city proudly called of palaces. They received the outlines of such a democracy as Napoleon conceived suitable for them, and he appears to have been unusually favorable to the state, which, according to the French affectation of doing everything upon a classical model, now underwent revolutionary baptism, and was called the Ligurian Republic. It was stipulated that the French who had suffered should be indemnified, but no contributions were exacted for the use of the French army, nor did the collections and cabinets of Genoa pay any tribute to the Parisian Museum. 11. Shortly after, the Democratic Party, having gone so far as to exclude the nobles from the government, and from all offices of trust, called down, by doing so, a severe admonition from Bonaparte. He discharged them to offend the prejudices or insult the feelings of the more scrupulous Catholics, declaring farther that to exclude those of noble birth from public functions is a revolting piece of injustice, and in fact as criminal as the worst of the errors of the patricians. Bonaparte says he felt a partiality for Genoa, and the comparative liberality with which he treated the state on this occasion furnishes a good proof that he did so. The King of Sardinia had been prostrated at the feet of France by the armistice of Cherasco, which concluded Napoleon's first campaign, and that sagacious leader had been long desirous that the Directory should raise the royal supplicant, for he could be termed little else, into some semblance of regal dignity, so as to make his power available as an ally. Nay, General Clarke had 5th April 1797, subscribed with the representative of his Sardinian Majesty a treaty offensive and defensive, by which Napoleon expected to add to the army under his command 4,000 Sardinian or Piedmontese infantry and 500 cavalry, and he reckoned much on this contingent in case of the war being renewed with Austria. But the Directory shifted and evaded his solicitations, and declined confirming this treaty, probably because they considered the army under his command as already sufficiently strong, being as the soldiers were so devoted to their leader. At length, however, the treaty was ratified, but too late to serve Bonaparte's object. Naples, whose conduct had been vacillating and insincere, as events seemed to promise victory or threaten defeat, to the French general, experienced, notwithstanding, when he was in the height of triumph, the benefit of his powerful intercession with the government, and retained the full advantage secured to her by the Treaty of Paris of 10th October 1796. A most important subject of consideration remained after the pacification of Italy respecting the mode in which the new republics were to be governed, and the extent of territory which should be assigned to them. On this subject there had been long discussions, and as there was much animosity and ancient grudge betwixt some of the Italian cities and provinces, it was no very easy matter to convince them that their true interest lay in, as many of them being united under one energetic and active government, as should render them a power of some importance, instead of being divided as heretofore into petty states, which could not offer effectual resistance even to invasion on the part of a power of the second class, much more if attacked by France or Austria. The formation of a compact and independent state in the north of Italy was what Napoleon had much at heart, but the Cispadane and Transpadane republics were alike averse to a union, and that of Romagna had declined on its part a junction with the Cispadane Commonwealth and set up for a puny and feeble independence under the title of the Emilian Republic. Bonaparte was enabled to overcome these grudgings and heartburnings by pointing out to them the general republic, which it was now his system to create, as being destined to form the kernel of a state which should be enlarged from time to time as opportunities offered, until it should include all Italy under one single government. This flattering prospect, in assigning to Italy, though at some distant date, the probability of forming one great country united in itself and independent of the rest of Europe, instead of being as now parceled out into petty states, naturally overcame all the local dislikes and predilections which might have prevented the union of the Cispadane, Transpadane, and Emilian republics into one, and that important measure was resolved upon accordingly. Cisalpine Republic. The Cisalpine Republic was the name fixed upon to designate the United Commonwealth. The French would more willingly have named it with respect to Paris the Transalpine Republic, but that would have been innovating upon the ancient title which Rome has to be the central point with reference to which all other parts of Italy assume their local description. It would have destroyed all classical propriety and have confused historical recollections if what had hitherto been called the ultramontane side of the Alps had, to gratify Parisian vanity, been termed the hither side of the same chain of mountains. The constitution assigned to the Cisalpine Republic was the same which the French had last of all adopted in what they called the year 5, having a directory of executive administrators and 2 councils. They were installed upon the 30th of June, 1797. 4 members of the directory were named by Bonaparte, and the addition of a 5th was promised with all convenient speed on the 14th of July. Following, a review was made of 30,000 National Guards. The fortresses of Lombardy and the other districts were delivered up to the local authorities, and the French army, retiring from the territories of the new republic, took up cantonments in the Venetian states. Proclamation had already been made that the states belonging to the Cisalpine Republic, having been acquired by France by the right of conquest, she had used her privilege to form them into their present free and independent government, which already recognized by the emperor, and the directory could not fail to be acknowledged within a short time by all the other powers of Europe. Treaty of Campo Formio. Bonaparte soon after showed that he was serious in his design of enlarging the Cisalpine Republic, as opportunity could be made to serve. There are 3 valleys termed the Valtelline districts, which run down from the Swiss mountains towards the Lake of Como. The natives of the Valtelline are about 160,000 souls. They speak Italian and are chiefly of the Catholic persuasion. These valleys were at this period the subjects of the Swiss cantons, called the Grisons, not being a part of their league or enjoying any of their privileges, but standing towards the Swiss community generally and individually in the rank of vassals to sovereigns. This situation of thraldom and dependence was hard to endure and dishonorable in itself, and we cannot be surprised that when the nations around them were called upon to enjoy liberty and independence, the inhabitants of the Valtelline should have driven their Swiss garrisons out of their valleys, adopted the symbol of Italian freedom, and carried their complaints against the oppression of their German and Protestant masters to the feet of Bonaparte. The inhabitants of the Valtelline unquestionably had a right to assert their natural liberty, which is incapable of suffering prescription, but it is not equally clear how the French could, according to the law of nations, claim any title to interfere between them and the Grisons, with whom, as well as with the whole Swiss Union, they were in profound peace. This scruple seems to have struck Bonaparte's own mind. He pretended, however, to assume that the Milanese government had a right to interfere, and his mediation was so far recognized that the Grisons pleaded before him. In answer to their contumacious vassals, Bonaparte gave his opinion by advising the canton of the Grisons, which consists of 3 leagues, to admit their Valtelline subjects to a share of their franchises in the character of a 4th association. The moderation of the proposal may be admitted to excuse the irregularity of the interference. The representatives of the Grey League were notwithstanding profoundly hurt at a proposal which went to make their vassals their brother freemen, and to establish the equality of the Italian serf who drank of the adder with the freeborn Switzer who quaffed the waters of the Rhine. As they turned a deaf ear to his proposal, deserted his tribunal, and endeavored to find support at Bern, Paris, Vienna, and elsewhere, Napoleon resolved to proceed against them in default of appearance, and declaring that, as the Grisons had failed to appear before him or to comply with his injunctions by admitting the people of the Valteline to be parties to their league, he therefore adjudged the state or district of the Valteline in time coming to belong to and be part of the Cisalpine Republic. The Grisons in vain humbled themselves when it was too late, and protested their readiness to plead before a mediator too powerful to be declined under any ground known in law, and the Valteline territory was adjudged October 10, inalienably annexed to, and united with Lombardy, of which doubtless it forms from manners and contiguity a natural portion. The existence of a state having free institutions, however imperfect, seemed to work an almost instant amelioration on the character of the people of the north of Italy. The effeminacy and trifling habits, which resigned all the period of youth to intrigue and amusement, began to give place to firmer and more manly virtusto, the desire of honorable minds, to distinguish themselves in arts and arms. Bonaparte had himself said that 20 years would be necessary to work a radical change on the national character of the Italians, but even already those seeds were sown among a people hitherto frivolous, because excluded from public business, and timorous, because they were not permitted the use of arms, which afterwards made the Italians of the north equal the French themselves in braving the terrors of war, besides producing several civil characters of eminence. Amid those subordinate discussions, as they might be termed in comparison to the negotiations betwixt Austria and France, these two high contracting parties found great difficulty in agreeing as to the pacific superstructure which they should build upon the foundation, which had been laid by the preliminaries exchanged at Liébanon. It seemed as if some of the principal stipulations which had been there agreed upon as the cornerstones of their treaty were even already beginning to be unsettled. It will be remembered that in exchange for the cession of Flanders and of all the countries on the left side of the Rhine, including the strong city of Mayence, which she was to yield up to France in perpetuity, Austria stipulated an indemnification on some other frontier. The original project bore that the Lombardic Republic, since termed the Cisalpine, should have all the territories extending from Piedmont to the river Oglio. Those to the eastward of that river were to be ceded to Austria as an equivalent for the cession of Belgium, and the left bank of the Rhine, the Oglio rising in the Alps, descends through the fertile districts of Brescia and Cremasco, and falls into the Po near Borgaforte, enclosing Mantua on its left bank, which strong fortress, the citadel of Italy, was by this allocation to be restored to Austria. There were farther compensations assigned to the emperor by the preliminaries of Liébanon. Venice was to be deprived of her territories on the mainland, which were to be confiscated to augment the indemnity destined for the empire, and this although Venice, as far as Bonaparte yet knew, had been faithful to the neutrality she had adopted to redeem this piece of injustice. Another was to be perpetrated. The state of Venice was to receive the legations of Bologna, Ferrara, and Romagna in lieu of the dominions which she was to cede to Austria, and these legations, it must not be forgotten, were the principal materials of the Cispadane Republic founded by Bonaparte himself. These, however, with their population, which he had led to hope for a free popular government, he was now about to turn over to the dominion of Venice, the most jealous oligarchy in the world, which was not likely to forgive those who had been forward in expressing a desire of freedom. This was the first concoction of the Treaty of Liébanon, from which it appears that the negotiators of the two great powers regarded the secondary and weaker states, whether ancient or of modern erection, merely as makeweights to be thrown into either scale, as might be necessary to adjust the balance. It is true the infant Cispadane Republic escaped the fate to which its patron and founder was about to resign it, for after this arrangement had been provisionally adjusted. News came of the insurrection of Venice, the attack upon the French through her whole territory, and the massacre at Verona. This aggression placed the ancient republic, so far as France was concerned, in the light of a hostile power, and entitled Bonaparte to deal with her as a conquered one, perhaps to divide or altogether to annihilate her. But on the other hand, he had received their submission, ratified the establishment of their popular constitution, and possessed himself of the city under pretense of assigning it a free government according to the general hope which he had held out to Italy at large. The right of conquest was limited by the terms on which surrender had been accepted. Austria, on the other hand, was the more deeply bound to have protected the ancient republic, for it was in her cause that Venice so rashly assumed arms. But such is the gratitude of nations, such the faith of politicians, that she appears from the beginning to have had no scruple in profiting by the spoils of an ally who had received a death wound in her cause. By the time the negotiators met for finally discussing the preliminaries, the Directory of France, either to thwart Bonaparte, whose superiority became too visible, or because they actually entertained the fears they expressed, were determined that Mantua, which had been taken with such difficulty, should remain the bulwark of the Cisalpine Republic, instead of returning to be once more that of the Austrian territories. In Italy, the imperial plenipotentiaries insisted, on the other hand, that Mantua was absolutely necessary to the safety of their Italian possessions, and became more so from the peculiar character of their new neighbor, the Cisalpine Republic, whose example was likely to be so perilous to the adjacent dependencies of an ancient monarchy. To get over this difficulty, the French general proposed that the remaining dominions of Venice should be also divided betwixt Austria and France, the latter obtaining possession of the Albanian territories and the Ionian islands belonging to the Republic, of which the high contracting powers signed the death warrant, while Istria, Dalmatia, Venice herself, and all her other dominions should be appropriated to Austria. The latter power, through her minister, consented to this arrangement with as little scruple as to the former appropriation of her forlorn allies' possessions on the terra firma. But as fast as obstacles were removed on one side, they appeared to start up on another, and a sort of pause ensued in the deliberations which neither party seemed to wish to push to a close. In fact, both Napoleon Plenipotentiary for France and Count Cobenzl, a man of great diplomatic skill and address, who took the principal management on the part of Austria, were sufficiently aware that the French government, long disunited, was in the act of approaching to a crisis. This accordingly took place under circumstances to be hereafter noticed on the 18th of Fructidor, creating by a new revolutionary movement a total change of administration. When this revolution was accomplished, the Directory, who accomplished it feeling themselves more strong, appeared to lay aside the idea of peace, and showed a strong disposition to push their advantages to the utmost. Bonaparte was opposed to this. He knew that if war was resumed, the difficulties of the campaign would be thrown on him, and the blame also if the results were not happy. He was determined, therefore, in virtue of his full powers, to bring the matter to a conclusion, whether the Directory would or not. For this purpose, he confronted Cobenzl, who still saw his game in gaining delay, with the sternness of a military envoy. On the 16th October, the conferences were renewed upon the former grounds, and Cobenzl went over the whole subject of the indemnifications, insisting that Mantua and the line of the Adige should be granted to the emperor, threatening to bring down the Russians in case the war should be renewed, and insinuating that Bonaparte sacrificed the desire of peace to his military fame, and desired a renewal of the war. Napoleon, with stern but restrained indignation, took from a bracket an ornamental piece of china on which Cobenzl set some value as being a present from the Empress Catherine. The truce, he said, is then ended, and war declared. But beware, before the end of autumn, I will break your empire into as many fragments as this potsherd. He dashed the piece of china against the hearth, and withdrew abruptly. Again, we are reminded of the Argantes of Tasso. The Austrian plenipotentiaries no longer hesitated to submit to all Napoleon's demands, rather than again see him commence his tremendous career of irresistible invasion. The Treaty of Campo Formio, therefore, was signed on the following day, not the less promptly perhaps, that the affairs at Paris appeared so doubtful as to invite an ambitious and aspiring man like Napoleon to approach the scene where honors and power were distributed, and where jarring factions seemed to await the influence of a character so distinguished and so determined. The fate of Venice, more from her ancient history than either the value of her institutions, which were execrable, or the importance of her late existence, still dwells somewhat on the memory. The ancient republic fell as a fool dieth. The aristocrats cursed the selfishness of Austria, by whom they were swallowed up, though they had periled themselves in her cause. The republicans hastened to escape from Austrian domination, grinding their teeth with rage, and cursing no less the egotistic policy of the French, who, making a convenient pretext of their interest, had pretended to assign them a free constitution, and then resigned them to become the vassals of a despotic government. The French Secretary of Legation, who had played a remarkably active part during the Revolution, hazarded a remonstrance to Bonaparte on the surrender of Venice to Austria, instead of its being formed into a free democracy or united with the Cisalpine Republic. Bonaparte laughed to scorn a man whose views were still fixed on diffusing and propagating the principles of Jacobinism. "I have received your letter," was the stern and contemptuous reply, "and cannot comprehend it. The Republic of France is not bound by any treaty to sacrifice its interests and advantages to the Committee of Public Safety in Venice, or to any other class of individuals. France does not make war in behalf, and for the benefit of others, I know, it costs nothing. Few chattering declaimers, whom I might better describe as madmen, to talk of a universal republic. I wish they would try a winter campaign. The Venetian Republic exists no longer, effeminate, corrupted, treacherous, and hypocritical. The Venetians are unfit for liberty. If she has the spirit to appreciate or courage to assert it, the time is not unfavorable. Let her stand up for it." Thus, with insult added to misery and great contempt thrown by Napoleon on the friends of liberty all over the world, the fate of Venice was closed. The most remarkable incident of the final transfer to the Austrians was that the aged Doge Marini dropped down senseless as he was about to take the oath of allegiance to the imperial commissioner, and died shortly after. Congress of Rasdnov 12. Napoleon Bonaparte had now finished for the present his career of destiny in Italy, which country first saw his rising talents, and was always a subject of peculiar interest to him. He took an affecting leave of the soldiers, who could scarce hope ever to see him replaced by a general of merits so transcendent, and made a moderate and judicious address to the Cisalpine Republic. Finally, he departed to return through Switzerland to Rastatt, where a congress was sitting for the settlement and pacification of the German Empire, and where he was to act as a plenipotentiary on the part of France. On the journey, he was observed to be moody and deeply contemplative. The separation from 100,000 men whom he might call his own, and the uncertainty of the future destinies to which he might be summoned, are enough to account for this, without supposing, as some have done, that he already had distinctly formed any of those projects of ambition which time opened to him. Doubtless, however, his ardent ambition showed him remote and undefined visions of greatness. He could not but be sensible that he returned to the capital of France in a situation which scarce admitted of any mediocrity. He must either be raised to a yet more distinguished height, or altogether broken down, leveled with the mass of subjects, and consigned to comparative obscurity. There was no middle station for the conqueror and liberator of Italy. Chapter Roman 11. Retrospect. The directorate become unpopular. Causes of their unpopularity also at enmity among themselves. State of public feeling in France in point of numbers favorable to the Bourbons, but the army and moneyed interest against them. Pichegru, head of the Royalists, appointed president of the Council of 500. Barbe Marbois, another Royalist, president of the Council of Ancients. Directory throw themselves upon the succor of Hoche and Bonaparte. Bonaparte's personal politics discussed Pichegru's correspondence with the Bourbons known to Bonaparte. He dispatches Augereau to Paris. Directory arrest their principal opponents in the councils on the 18th Fructidor, and banish them to Guyana. Narrow and impolitic conduct of the Directory to Bonaparte projected invasion of England. While the conqueror of Italy was pursuing his victories beyond the Alps, the French Directory, in whose name he achieved them, had become to the conviction of all men as unlikely to produce the benefits of a settled government as any of their predecessors vested with the supreme rule. Retrospect. It is with politics, as with mechanics, ingenuity is not always combined with utility. Someone observed to the late celebrated Mr. Watt that it was wonderful for what a number of useless inventions illustrated by the most ingenious and apparently satisfactory models' patents were yearly issued. He replied that he had often looked at them with interest and had found several the idea of which had occurred to himself in the course of his early studies. But said he with his natural masculine sagacity, it is one thing to make an ingenious model, and another to contrive an engine which shall work its task. Most of these pretty toys, when they are applied to practical purposes, are found deficient in some point of strength or correctness of mechanism, which destroys all chance of their ever becoming long or generally useful. Some such imperfection seems to have attended the works of these speculative politicians, who framed the various ephemeral constitutions of France, however well they looked upon paper, and however reasonable they sounded to the ear. No one ever thought of them as laws which required veneration and obedience. Did a constitutional rule preclude a favorite measure to break it down or leap over it? Was the French statesman's unhesitating practice a rule was always devised applicable to circumstances, and before that the theory of the Constitution was uniformly made to give way. The Directory. The Constitution of the year 3 was not more permanent than those by which it had been preceded for some time. The Directory, which contained men of considerable talent, conducted themselves with great prudence. The difficulty and danger of their situation served to prevent their separating, as the weight put above an arch keeps the stones in their places. Their exertions in the attempt to redeem the finances, support the war, and re-establish the tranquility of the country were attended at first with success. The national factions also sunk before them for a season. They had defeated the aristocratic citizens of Paris on the 13th Vendémiaire, and when the original revolutionists or Democrats attempted a conspiracy under the conduct of Gracchus Babeuf, their endeavors to seduce the troops totally failed, and their lives paid the forfeit of their rash attempt to bring back the reign of terror. Thus the Directory, or executive power, under the Constitution of the year 3, were for a season triumphant over the internal factions, and belonging to neither, were in a situation to command both. But they had few who were really and on principle attached to their government, and most endured it only as something better than a new revolutionary movement, and otherwise, in no respect, eligible to have rendered their authority permanent. The Directory must have had great unanimity in their own body, and also brilliant success abroad, and they enjoyed neither one nor the other. The very concoction of their body included the principles of disunion. They were a sort of 5 kings, retiring from office by rotation, inhabiting each his separate class of apartments in the Luxembourg Palace, having each his different establishments, classes of clients, circles of courtiers, flatterers, and instruments. The republican simplicity of late, so essential to a patriot, was laid aside. Entirely new costumes of the most splendid kind were devised for the different office-bearers of the state. This change took its rise from the weakness and vanity of bearers who loved show and used to go a-hunting with all the formal attendance of a prince. But it was an indulgence of luxury which gave scandal to both the great parties in the stateth republicans, who held it altogether in contempt, and the royalists, who considered it as an usurpation of the royal dress and appendages. The finances became continually more and more a subject of uneasiness. In the days of terror, money was easily raised, because it was demanded under pain of death, and assignats were raised to par by guillotining those who bought or sold them at less than their full value. But the powerful argument of violence and compulsion being removed, the paper money fell to a ruinous discount, till its depression threatened, unless remedied altogether, to stop the course of public business. It perhaps arose from the difficulty of raising supplies that the Directory assumed towards other countries a greedy, grasping, and rapacious character, which threw disgrace at once upon the individuals who indulged it, and the state whom they represented. They loaded with exactions the trade of the Bavarian Republic, whose freedom they had pretended to recognize and treated. With most haughty superiority, the ambassadors of independent states, some of these high officers and bearers in particular, were supposed accessible to gross corruption, and believed to hold communication with those agents and stockbrokers who raised money by jobbing in the public funds, a more deservedly unpopular accusation than which can hardly be brought against a minister. It was indeed a great error in the Constitution that though 100,000 livres were yearly allowed to each director while in office, yet he had no subsequent provision, after he had retired from his fractional share of sovereignty. This penury on the part of the public opened a way to temptation, though of a kind to which mean minds only are obnoxious, and such men as bearers were tempted to make provision for futurity by availing themselves of present opportunity. Their 5 majesties, sires of the Luxembourg, as people called them in ridicule, had also their own individual partialities and favorite objects, which led them in turn to tease the French people with unnecessary legislation. La Réveilleur Lepox was that inconsistent, yet not uncommon character, an intolerant philosopher and an enthusiastic deist. He established a priesthood and hymns and ceremonies for deism, and taking up the hopeful project of substituting a deistical worship for the Christian faith, just where Robespierre had laid it down, he harassed the nation with laws to oblige them to observe the decades of their new calendar as holidays, and to work at their ordinary trades on the Christian Sabbath. At La Réveilleur's theory, freethinkers laughed and religious men shuddered, but all were equally annoyed by the legislative measures adopted on a subject so ridiculous as this new ritual of heathenism. Another cause of vexation was the philosophical arrangement of weights and measures upon a new principle which had in the meantime the inconvenience of introducing doubt and uncertainty into all the arrangements of internal commerce, and deranging, entirely such as France continued to hold with countries who were only acquainted with the ordinary standard. It might have been thought that the distinguished success of the French arms under the auspices of the Directory would have dazzled the eyes of the French attached, as they have always been to military glory, and blinded them to other less agreeable measures of their government. But the public were well aware that the most brilliant share of these laurels had been reaped by Bonaparte on his own account, that he had received but slender reinforcements from France's magnitude of his achievements considered, and that in regard to the instructions of government, much of his success was owing to his departure from them, and following his own course. It was also whispered that he was an object of suspicion to the directors, and on his part undervalued their talents, and despised their persons. On the Rhine again, though nothing could have been more distinguished than the behavior of the Republican armies, yet their successes had been checkered with many reverses, and contrasted with the Italian campaigns, lost their impression on the imagination. While they were thus becoming unpopular in the public opinion, the Directory had the great misfortune to be at enmity among themselves. From the time that Letourneur retired from office, in terms of the Constitution, and Barthélemy was elected in his stead, there was a majority and an opposition in the Directory, the former consisting of Barras Rubel and La Réveilleur, latter of Carnot and Barthélemy. Of the two last, Carnot, who had been, it may be remembered, a member of the Committee of Public Safety under Robespierre, was a determined Republican, and Barthélemy, a royalist. So strangely do revolutionary changes, like the eddies and currents of a swollen river, bring together and sweep down side by side in the same direction. Objects the most different and opposed. Barthélemy, of course, dissented from the majority of the directors, because secretly and warmly he desired the restoration of the Bourbonson event, which must have been fraught with danger to his colleagues, all of whom had voted for the death of Louis Roman XVI. Carnot also differed from the majority, certainly with no such wish or view, but his temper being as overbearing as his genius was extensive, he was impatient of opposition, especially in such cases where he knew he was acting wisely. He advised strongly, for example, ratification of the Articles of Lisbon, instead of placing all which France had acquired, and all which she might lose on the last fatal cast, with an enemy strong in his very despair, and who might raise large armies, while that of Bonaparte could neither be reinforced nor supported. In case of a reverse, Barras' anger on the occasion was so great that he told Carnot at the council board it was to him they owed that infamous Treaty of Lisbon. While the Directory were thus disunited among themselves, the nation showed their dissatisfaction openly and particularly in the two bodies of representatives. The majority, indeed, of the Council of Elders adhered to the Directory, many of that body belonging to the old Republican partisans. But in the more popularly composed Council of 500, the opposition to the government possessed a great majority, all of whom were decidedly against the Directory, and most of them impressed with the wish of restoring upon terms previously to be adjusted the ancient race of legitimate monarchs. This body of persons, so thinking, was much increased by the number of emigrants who obtained on various grounds permission to return to their native country after the fall of Robespierre. The forms of civil life began now to be universally renewed, and as had been the case in France at all times, excepting during the bloody reign of terror, women of rank, beauty, talent, and accomplishments began again to resume their places in society, and their saloons or boudoirs were often the scene of deep political discourse of a sort which in Britain is generally confined to the cabinet library or dining parlor. The wishes of many or most of these coteries were in favor of royalty. The same feelings were entertained by the many thousands who saw no possible chance of settling the nation on any other model, and there is little doubt that had France been permitted at that moment an uninfluenced choice, the Bourbon family would have been recalled to the throne by the great majority of the French people. But for reasons mentioned elsewhere, the military were the decided opponents of the Bourbons, and the purchasers of national domains through every successive sale which might have taken place were deeply interested against their restoration. Numbers might be on the side of the royalists, but physical force and the influence of wealth and of the moneyed interest were decidedly against them. Pichegru might now be regarded as chief of the royal party. He was an able and successful general to whom France owed the conquest of Holland. Like Lafayette and Dumouriez, he had been disgusted with the conduct of the revolution, and like the last of the two generals named, had opened a communication with the Bourbons. He was accused of having suffered his army to be betrayed in a defeat by Clerfayt, and the government, in 1796, removed him from the command of the army of the Sambre and Meuse, offering him in exchange the situation of ambassador to Sweden. He declined this species of honorable exile, and retiring to Franche-Comté, continued his correspondence with the imperial generals. The royalists expected much from the countenance of a military man of a name so imposing, but we have seen more than once in the course of these memoirs that a general without an army is like a hilt without the blade which it should wield and direct. An opportunity, however, offered Pichegru the means of serving his party in a civil capacity, and that a most important one, the elections of May 1797, made to replace that proportion of the councils which retired by rotation, terminated generally in favor of the royalists, and served plainly to show on which side the balance of popular feeling now leaned. Pichegru, who had been returned as one of the deputies, was chosen by acclamation president of the Council of 500, and Barbe Marbois, another royalist, was elected to the same office by the Council of Ancients, while, as we have already said, Barthélemy, likewise friendly to monarchy, was introduced into the Directory. These elections were evil signs for the Directory, who did not fail soon to be attacked on every side and upbraided with the continuance of the war and the financial distresses. Various journals were at the disposal of the party opposed to the majority of the directors, and hostilities were commenced between the parties, both in the assemblies, where the royalists had the advantage, and in the public papers, where they were also favorably listened to. The French are of an impatient temper and could not be long brought to carry on their warfare within the limits assigned by the Constitution. Each party, without much regard to the state of the law, looked about for the means of physical force with which they might arm themselves. The Directory, that is the majority of that body, sensible of their unpopularity and the predominance of the opposite party, which seemed for a time to have succeeded to the boldness and audacity of the revolutionary class, had in their agony of extremity recourse to the army, and threw themselves upon the succor of Hoche and of Buonaparte. We have elsewhere said that Buonaparte at this period was esteemed a steady republican. Pichegru believed him to be such when he dissuaded the royalists from any attempt to gain over the general of Italy, and as he had known him at school at Brienne, declared him of too stubborn a character to afford the least hope of success. Augereau, was of the same opinion, and mistook his man so much, that when Madame de Staël asked whether Buonaparte was not inclined to make himself king of Lombardy, he replied with great simplicity that he was a young man of too elevated a character. Perhaps Buonaparte himself felt the same for a moment, when in a dispatch to the Directory he requests their leave to withdraw from the active service of the Republic, as one who had acquired more glory than was consistent with happiness. Calumny, he said, may torment herself in vain, with ascribing to me treacherous designs. My civil, like my military career, shall be conforming to republican principles. The public papers, also those we mean on the side of the Directory, fell into a sort of rapture on the classical republican feelings by which Buonaparte was actuated, which they said rendered the hope of his return a pleasure pure and unmixed, and precluded the possibility of treachery or engrossing ideas on his side. The factious of every class, they said, cannot have an enemy more steady, or the government a friend more faithful, than he who, invested with the military power, of which he has made so glorious a use, sighs only to resign a situation so brilliant, prefers happiness to glory, and now that the Republic is graced with triumph and peace, desires for himself only a simple and retired. But though such were the ideas then entertained of Buonaparte's truly republican character, framed doubtless on the model of Cincinnatus in his classical simplicity, we may be permitted to look a little closer into the ultimate views of him who was admitted by his enemies and friends, avouched by himself, and sanctioned by the journals as a pure and disinterested republican, and we think the following changes may be traced. Whether Buonaparte was ever at heart a real Jacobin, even for the moment, may be greatly doubted. Whatever mask his situation obliged him to wear, he himself always repelled the charge. As an aspersion, his engagement in the affair of the sections probably determined his opinions as republican, or rather Thermidorian at the time, as became him by whom the republican army had been led and commanded on that day. Besides, at the head of an army zealously republican, even his power over their minds required to be strengthened for some time at least by an apparent correspondence in political sentiments betwixt the troops and the general, but in the practical doctrines of government which he recommended to the Italian republics, his ideas were studiously moderate, and he expressed the strongest fear of and aversion to revolutionary doctrines. He recommended the granting equal rights and equal privileges to the nobles, as well as to the indignant vassals and plebeians who had risen against them. In a word, he advocated a free set of institutions without the intermediate purgatory of a revolution. He was therefore at this period far from being a Jacobin. But though Buonaparte's wishes were thus wisely moderated by practical views, he was not the less likely to be sensible that he was the object of fear, of hatred, and of course of satire and misrepresentation to that side of the opposed parties in France, which favored royalty. Unhappily for himself, he was peculiarly accessible to every wound of this nature, and anxiously jealous of his fame, suffered as much under the puny attacks of the journalists as a noble steer or a gallant horse does amid his rich pasture under the persecutions of insects, which in comparison to himself are not only impotent, but nearly invisible. In several letters to the Directory he exhibits feelings of this nature which would have been more gracefully concealed, and evinces an irritability against the opposition prince, which we think likely to have increased the zeal with which he came forward on the Republican side at this important crisis. Intrigues of Pichegru. Another circumstance which, without determining Buonaparte's conduct, may have operated in increasing his goodwill to the cause which he embraced, was his having obtained the clue of Pichegru's correspondence with the House of Bourbon. To have concealed this would have been but a second-rate merit with the exiled family, whose first thanks must have been due to the partisan whom he protected. This was no part for Buonaparte to play. Not that we have a right to say he would have accepted the chief character had it been offered to him, but his ambition could never have stooped to any inferior place in the drama. In all probability, his ideas fluctuated betwixt the example of Cromwell and of Washington to be the actual liberator or the absolute governor of his country. His particular information respecting Pichegru's negotiations was derived from an incident at the capture of Venice, when the degenerate Venetians, more under the impulse of vague terror than from any distinct plan, adopted in haste and tumult the measure of totally surrendering their constitution, and writes to be new modeled by the French general after his pleasure they were guilty of a gross and aggravated breach of hospitality in seizing the person and papers of the Comte d'Intrigues, agent or envoy of the exiled Bourbons, who was then residing under their protection. The envoy himself, as Bonaparte alleges, was not peculiarly faithful to his trust, but besides his information, his portfolio contained many proofs of Pichegras' correspondence with the allied generals and with the Bourbons, which placed his secret absolutely in the power of the general of Italy and might help to confirm the line of conduct which he had already meditated to adopt. Possessed of these documents, and sure that in addressing a French army of the day he would swim with the tide, if he espoused the side of republicanism, Bonaparte harangued his troops on the anniversary of the taking the Bastille in a manner calculated to awake their ancient democratic enthusiasm. Soldiers, this is the 14th July. You see before you the names of our companions in arms dead in the field of honor. For the liberty of their country, they have set you an example. You owe your lives to 30 millions of Frenchmen, and to the national name, which has received new splendor from your victories. Soldiers, I am aware you are deeply affected by the dangers which threaten the country, but she can be subjected to none which are real. The same men who made France triumph over united Europe still live. Mountains separate us from France, but you would traverse them with the speed of eagles were it necessary to maintain the Constitution, defend liberty, protect the government, and the Republicans. Soldiers, the government watches over the laws as a sacred deposit committed to them. The Royalists shall only show themselves to perish. Dismiss all inquietude, and let us swear by the manes of those heroes who have died by our sides for liberty. Let us swear too on our standards war to the enemies of the Republic and of the Constitution of the year 3. It is needless to remark that under the British Constitution or any other existing on fixed principles, the haranguing an armed body of soldiers with the purpose of inducing them to interfere by force in any constitutional question would be in one point of view mutiny, in another high treason. The hint so distinctly given by the general was immediately adopted by the troops. Deep called to deep, and each division of the army, whatever its denomination, poured forth its menaces of military force and compulsion against the opposition party in the councils, who held opinions different from those of their military chief, but which they had at least hitherto only expressed and supported by those means of resistance which the Constitution placed in their power. In other words, the soldiers' idea of a republic was that the sword was to decide the constitutional debates, which give so much trouble to ministers in a mixed or settled government. The Praetorian bands, the Strelitzes, the Janissaries have all in their turn entertained this primitive and simple idea of reforming abuses in a state and changing by the application of military force an unpopular dynasty or an obnoxious ministry. Augereau dispatched to Paris. It was not by distant menaces alone that Bonaparte served the Directory at this important crisis. He dispatched Augereau to Paris ostensibly for the purpose of presenting the standards taken at Mantua, but in reality to command the armed force which the majority of the Directory had determined to employ against their dissentient colleagues and the opponents of their measures in the national councils. Augereau was a blunt, bold, stupid soldier, a devoted Jacobin, whose principles were sufficiently well known to warrant his standing upon no constitutional delicacies, but in case the Directory failed, Bonaparte kept himself in readiness to march instantly to Lyon at the head of 15,000 men, there rallying the Republicans and all who were attached to the revolution. He would, according to his own well-chosen expression, like Caesar, have crossed the Rubicon at the head of the popular party and ended doubtless, like Caesar, by himself, usurping the supreme command which he pretended to assert in behalf of the people. But Bonaparte's presence was not so essentially necessary to the support of the Directory as he might have expected, or as he perhaps hoped. They had military aid nearer at hand, disregarding a fundamental law of the Constitution, which declared that armed troops should not be brought within a certain distance of the legislative bodies. They moved towards Paris, a part of General Hoch's army, the majority of the councils becoming alarmed, prepared means of defense by summoning the National Guards to arms, but Augereau allowed them no time. He marched to their place of meeting at the head of a considerable armed force. The guards stationed for their protection, surprised or faithless, offered no resistance, and proceeding as men possessed of the superior strength, the Directory treated their political opponents as state prisoners, arrested Barthélemy Carnot, having fled to Genevond, made prisoners in the hall of the Assembly and elsewhere. Willot, president of the Council of Ancients, Pichegru, president of that of the 500, and above 150 deputies, journalists, and other public characters. As an excuse for these arbitrary and illegal proceedings, the Directory made public the intercepted correspondence of Pichegru, although few of the others involved in the same accusation were in the secret of the royalist conspiracy. Indeed, though all who desired an absolute repose from the revolutionary altercations, which tore the country to pieces, began to look that way, he must have been a violent partisan of royalty, indeed, that could have approved of the conduct of a general who, like Pichegru commanding an army, had made it his business to sacrifice his troops to the sword of the enemy by disappointing and deranging those plans which it was his duty to have carried into effect. Few would at first believe Pichegru's breach of faith, but it was suddenly confirmed by a proclamation of Moreau, who in the course of the war had intercepted a baggage wagon belonging to the Austrian general Klinglin, and became possessed of the whole secret correspondence, which nevertheless he had never mentioned until it came out by the seizure of the Comte d'Entraigues' portfolio. Then indeed, fearing perhaps the consequences of having been so long silent, Moreau published what he knew Regnier had observed, the same suspicious silence, which seems to infer that if these generals did not precisely favor the royal cause, they were not disposed to be active in detecting the conspiracies formed in its behalf. The 18th Fructidor. The Directory made a tyrannical use of the power which they obtained by their victory of the 18th Fructidor. As this epoch was called, they spilt indeed no blood, but otherwise their measures against the defeated party were of the most illegal and oppressive character. A law passed in the heat of animosity condemned 2 directors, 50 deputies, and 148 individuals of different classes, most of whom were persons of some character and influence, to be transported to the scorching and unhealthy deserts of Guyana, which to many was a sentence of lingering but certain death. They were barbarously treated both on the passage to that dreadful place, and after they arrived there. It was a singular part of their fate that they found several of the fiercest of their ancient enemies, the Jacobins, still cursing God and defying man in the same land of wretchedness and exile. Besides these severities, various elections were arbitrarily dissolved, and other strong measures of public safety, as they were called, adopted to render the power of the Directory more indisputable. During this whole revolution, the lower portion of the population, which used to be so much agitated upon like occasions, remained perfectly quiet. The struggle lay exclusively between the middle classes, who inclined to a government on the basis of royalty, and the Directory, who, without having any very tangible class of political principles, had become possessed of the supreme power, desired to retain it, and made their point good by the assistance of the military. Bonaparte was much disappointed at the result of the 18th Fructidor, chiefly because, if less decisive, it would have added more to his consequence, and have given him an opportunity of crossing, as he termed it, the Rubicon, as it was the majority of the Directors 3 men of no particular talent, undistinguished alike by birth, by services to their country, or even by accidental popularity, and cast as it were by chance upon supreme power, remained by the issue of the struggle still the masters of the bold and ambitious conqueror, who probably already felt his own vocation to be for command rather than obedience. Napoleon appears by his memoirs to have regretted the violence with which the victorious directors prosecuted their personal revenge, which involved many for whom he had respect. He declares his own idea of punishment would have gone no farther than imprisoning some of the most dangerous conspirators, and placing others under the watchful superintendence of the police. He must have taken some painful interest in the fate of Carnot in particular, whom he seems to have regarded as one of his most effective patrons. Indeed, it is said that he was so much displeased with the Directory even prior to the 18th Fructidor that he refused to remit a sum of money with which he had promised to aid them for the purpose of forwarding that event. Barras' secretary was sent to task him with this contumacy, which he did so unceremoniously that the general, unused to contradiction, was about to order this agent to be shot, but on consideration put him off with some insignificant reply. The Directory. It followed from the doubtful terms on which Bonaparte stood with the Directory that they must have viewed his return to Paris with some apprehension when they considered the impression likely to be made on any capital, but especially on that of Paris, by the appearance there of one who seemed to be the chosen favorite of fortune and to deserve her favors by the use which he made of them. The mediocrity of such men as Barras never gives them so much embarrassment, as when being raised to an elevation above their desert, they find themselves placed in comparison with one to whom nature has given the talents which their situation requires in themselves. The higher their condition, their demeanor is the more awkward, for the factious advantages which they possess cannot raise them to the natural dignity of character, unless in the sense in which a dwarf, by the assistance of crutches, may be said to be as tall as a giant. The Directory had already found Bonaparte on several occasions a spirit of the sort, which would not be commanded. Undoubtedly, they would have been well pleased had it been possible to have found him employment at a distance. But as that seemed difficult, they were obliged to look round for the means of employing him at home, or abide the tremendous risk of his finding occupation for himself. It is surprising that it did not occur to the Directory to make at least the attempt of conciliating Bonaparte by providing for his future fortune largely and liberally at the expense of the public. He deserved that attention to his private affairs, for he had himself entirely neglected them, while he drew from the dominions which he conquered or overawed in Italy immense sums in behalf of the French nation, which he applied in part to the support of the army and in part remitted to the Directory. He kept no accounts, nor were any demanded of him, but according to his own account, he transmitted 60 millions of francs to Paris, and had not remaining of his own funds when he returned from Italy more than 300,000. It is no doubt true that to raise these sums Bonaparte had pillaged the old states, thus selling to the newly formed commonwealths their liberty and equality at a very handsome rate, and probably leaving them in very little danger of corruption from that wealth which is said to be the bane of republican virtue. But on the other hand, it must be acknowledged that if the French general plundered the Italians as Cortés did the Mexicans, he did not reserve any considerable share of the spoil for his own use, though the opportunity was often in his power. The commissary Salisti, his countryman, recommended a less scrupulous line of conduct. Soon after the first successes in Italy, he acquainted Napoleon that the Chevalier d'Este, the Duke of Modena's brother and envoy, had 4 millions of francs in gold, contained in 4 chests, prepared for his acceptance. The Directory and the legislative bodies will never, he said, acknowledge your service. Your circumstances require the money, and the Duke will gain a protector. I thank you, said Bonaparte, but I will not for 4 millions place myself in the power of the Duke of Modena. The Venetians, in the last agony of their terrors, offered the French general a present of 7 millions, which was refused. In the same manner, Austria also had made her proffers, and they were nothing less than a principality in the empire to be established in Napoleon's favor, consisting of 250,000 inhabitants, at least a provision which would have put him out of danger of suffering by the proverbial ingratitude of a republic. The general transmitted his thanks to the emperor for this proof of the interest which he took in his fortune, but added he could accept of no wealth or preferment which did not proceed from the French people, and that he should be always satisfied with the amount of revenue which they might be disposed to afford him. But however free from the wish to obtain wealth by any indirect means, Napoleon appears to have expected that in return for public services of such an unusual magnitude, some provision ought to have been made for him. An attempt was made to procure a public grant of the domain of Chambord and a large hotel in Paris as an acknowledgment of the national gratitude for his brilliant successes, but the Directory thwarted the proposal. Nov. 5. The proposition respecting Chambord was not the only one of the kind. Malibran, a member of the Council of 500, made a motion that Bonaparte should be endowed with a revenue at the public charge of 50,000 livres annually, with a reversion to his wife of 1/2 of that sum. It may be supposed that this motion had not been sufficiently considered and preconcerted, since it was very indifferently received, and was evaded by the swaggering declaration of a member that such glorious deeds could not be rewarded by gold, so that the Assembly adopted the reasonable principle that because the debt of gratitude was too great to be paid in money, therefore he to whom it was due was to be suffered to remain in comparative indigency and economical mode of calculation. And not unlike that high-sounding doctrine of the civil law, which states that a free man being seized on and forcibly sold for a slave shall obtain no damages on that account, because the liberty of a citizen is too transcendently valuable to be put to estimation. Whatever might be the motives of the Directory, whether they hoped that poverty might depress Buonaparte's ambition, render him more dependent on the government, and oblige him to remain in a private condition for want of means to put himself at the head of a party, or whether they acted with the indistinct and confused motives of little minds who wish to injure those whom they fear. Their conduct was alike ungracious and impolitic. They ought to have calculated that a generous mind would have been attached by benefits, and that a selfish one might have been deterred from more doubtful and ambitious projects by a prospect of sure and direct advantage, but that marked ill will and distrust must in every case render him dangerous who has the power to be so. Their plan, instead of resting on an attempt to conciliate the ambitious conqueror and soothe him to the repose of a tranquil indulgence of independence and ease, seems to have been that of devising for him new labors like the wife of Eurystheus for the juvenile Hercules. If he succeeded, they may have privately counted upon securing the advantages for themselves. If he failed, they were rid of a troublesome rival in the race of power and popularity. It was with these views that they proposed to Napoleon to crown his military glories by assuming the command of the preparations made for the conquest of England. Chapter Roman 12 View of the respective situations of Great Britain and France at the period of Napoleon's return from Italy. Negotiations at Lille. Broken off army of England decreed, and Buonaparte, named to the command, he takes up his residence in Paris. Public honors. The real views of the Directory discovered to be the expedition to Egypt. Armies of Italy and the Rhine compared and contrasted Napoleon's objects and motives in heading the Egyptian expedition, those of the Directory regarding its actual impolicy. Curious statement by Miet. The armament sails from Toulon on 19th May 1798. Napoleon arrives before Malta on 10th June. Proceeds on his course, and escaping the British squadron lands at Alexandria on the 1st July. Description of the various classes who inhabit Egypt. 1. The Fellahs and Bedouins. 2. The Copts. 3. The Mamelukes. Napoleon issues a proclamation against the Mamelukes, marches against them on the 7th July. Discontent of the French troops. Battle of the Pyramids on 21st of July. Cairo surrenders. It might have been thought such was the success of the French arms on the land and of the British upon the sea that the war must now be near its natural and unavoidable termination, like a fire when there no longer remain any combustibles to be devoured. Wherever water could bear them, the British vessels of war had swept the seas of the enemy. The greater part of the foreign colonies belonging to France and her allies, among whom she now numbered Holland and Spain, were in the possession of the English, nor had France a chance of recovering them. On the contrary, not a musket was seen pointed against France on the continent, so that it seemed as if the great rival nations, fighting with different weapons and on different elements, must at length give up a contest in which it was almost impossible to come to a decisive struggle. Negotiations at Lille. An attempt accordingly was made by the negotiation of Lille to bring to a period the war which appeared now to subsist entirely without an object. Lord Malmesbury, on that occasion, gave in on the part of Britain an offer to surrender all the conquests she had made from France and her allies on condition of the cession of Trinidad on the part of Spain and of the Cape of Good Hope, Cochin, and Ceylon on the part of Holland, with some stipulations in favor of the Prince of Orange and his adherents in the Netherlands. The French commissioners, in reply, declared that their instructions required that the English should make a complete cession of their conquests without any equivalent whatever, and they insisted as indispensable preliminaries that the King of Great Britain should lay aside his titular designation of King of France, that the Toulon fleet should be restored, and that the English should renounce their right to certain mortgages over the Netherlands for money lent to the Emperor. Lord Malmesbury, of course, rejected a sweeping set of propositions, which decided every question against England even before the negotiation commenced, and solicited the French to offer some modified form of treaty. The 18th Fructidor, however, had in the interim taken place, and the Republican party being in possession of complete authority broke off the negotiation, if it could be called such, abruptly, and ordered the English ambassador out of the dominions of the Republic with very little ceremony. It was now proclaimed generally that the existence of the English Carthage in the neighborhood of the French Rome was altogether inadmissible, that England must be subdued once more, as in the times of William the Conqueror, and the hopes of a complete and final victory over their natural rival and enemy, as the two nations are but overapt to esteem each other, presented so flattering a prospect that there was scarce a party in France, not even amongst the royalists, which did not enter on what was expected to prove the decisive contest, with the revival of all those feelings of bitter animosity that had distinguished past ages. Towards the end of October 1797, the Directory announced that there should be instantly assembled on the shores of the ocean an army to be called the Army of England, and that the Citizen General Bonaparte was named to the command. The intelligence was received in every part of France, with all the triumph which attends the anticipation of certain victory. The address of the Directory numbered all the conquests which France had won, and the efforts she had made, and prepared the French nation to expect the fruit of so many victories and sacrifices when they had punished England for her perfidy and maritime tyranny. It is at London where the misfortunes of all Europe are forged and manufactured. It is in London that they must be terminated in a solemn meeting held by the Directory for the purpose of receiving the treaty of peace with Austria, which was presented to them by Berthier and Monge on the part of Bonaparte, the latter, who had been one of the commissioners for pillaging Italy of her pictures and statues, and who looked doubtless to a new harvest of rarities in England, accepted on the part of the army and general the task imposed by the French rulers. The government of England and the French Republic cannot both continue to exist. You have given the word, which shall fall already. Our victorious troops brandish their arms, and Scipio is at their head. Paris, Madame de Staeldeck 5. While this farce, for such it proved, was acting in Paris, the chief of the intended enterprise arrived there, and took up his abode in the same modest house which he had occupied before becoming the conqueror of palaces. The community of Paris, with much elegance, paid their successful general the compliment of changing the name of the street from Rue Chantereine to Rue de la Victoire. In a metropolis where all is welcome that can vary the tedium of human life, the arrival of any remarkable person is a species of holiday, but such an eminent character as Bonaparte, conqueror, sagath, politician, undaunted braver of every difficulty, invincible victor in every battle, who had carried the banners of the Republic from Genoa till their approach scared the pontiff in Rome, and the emperor in Vienna was no everyday wonder. His youth too added to the marvel, and still more the claim of general superiority over the society in which he mingled, though consisting of the most distinguished persons in France, a superiority cloaking itself with a species of reserve, which inferred, "You may look upon me, but you cannot penetrate or see through me." Napoleon's general manner in society during this part of his life has been described by an observer of first-rate power, according to whom he was one for whom the admiration which could not be refused to him was always mingled with a portion of fear. He was different in his manner from other men, and neither pleased nor angry, kind nor severe, after the common fashion of humanity. He appeared to live for the execution of his own plans, and to consider others only in so far as they were connected with, and could advance or oppose them. He estimated his fellow mortals no otherwise than as they could be useful to his views, and with a precision of intelligence which seemed intuitive from its rapidity, he penetrated the sentiments of those whom it was worth his while to study. Bonaparte did not then possess the ordinary tone of light conversation in society. Probably his mind was too much burdened or too proud to stoop to adopt that mode of pleasing, and there was a stiffness and reserve of manner which was perhaps adopted for the purpose of keeping people at a distance. His look had the same character when he thought himself closely observed. He had the power of discharging from his countenance all expression save that of a vague and indefinite smile, and presenting to the curious investigator the fixed eyes and rigid features of a bust of marble. When he talked with the purpose of pleasing, Bonaparte often told anecdotes of his life in a very pleasing manner. When silent, he had something disdainful in the expression of his face. When disposed to be quite at ease, he was, in Madame de Staël's opinion, rather vulgar. His natural tone of feeling seemed to be a sense of internal superiority and of secret contempt for the world in which he lived, the men with whom he acted, and even the very objects which he pursued. His character and manners were upon the whole strongly calculated to attract the attention of the French nation, and to excite a perpetual interest even from the very mystery which attached to him as well as from the splendor of his triumphs. The supreme power was residing in the Luxembourg ostensibly, but Paris was aware that the means which had raised and which must support and extend that power were to be found in the humble mansion of the newly christened Rue de la Victoire. Some of these features are perhaps harshly designed as being drawn recentibus odiis. The disagreement between Bonaparte and Madame de Staël, from whom we have chiefly described them, is well known. It originated about this time, when as a first-rate woman of talent, she was naturally desirous to attract the notice of the victor of victors. They appear to have misunderstood each other, for the lady, who ought certainly to know best, has informed us that far from feeling her fear of Bonaparte removed by repeated meetings, it seemed to increase, and his best exertions to please could not overcome her invincible aversion for what she found in his character. His ironical contempt of excellence of every kind operated like the sword in romance which froze while it wounded. Bonaparte seems never to have suspected the secret and mysterious terror with which he impressed the ingenious author of Corinne. On the contrary, Las Cases tells us that she combined all her efforts and all her means to make an impression on the general. She wrote to him when distant, and, as the Count ungallantly expresses, it tormented him when present. In truth, to use an established French phrase, they stood in a false position with respect to each other. Madame de Staël might be pardoned for thinking that it would be difficult to resist her wit and her talent when exerted with the purpose of pleasing, but Bonaparte was disposed to repel rather than encourage the advances of one whose views were so shrewd and her observations so keen, while her sex permitted her to push her inquiries farther than one man might have dared to do in conversing with another. She certainly did desire to look into him with considerate eyes, and on one occasion put his abilities to the proof by asking him rather abruptly, in the middle of a brilliant party at Talleyrand's, whom he esteemed the greatest woman in the world, alive or dead, her madam, that has borne the most children, answered Bonaparte with much appearance of simplicity. Disconcerted by the reply, she observed that he was reported not to be a great admirer of the fair sex. "I am very fond of my wife, madam," he replied with one of those brief and yet piquant observations which adjourned a debate as promptly as one of his characteristic maneuvers would have ended a battle. From this period, there was enmity between Bonaparte and Madame de Staël, and at different times he treated her with a harshness which had some appearance of actual personal dislike, though perhaps rather directed against the female politician than the woman of literature. After his fall, Madame de Staël relented in her resentment to him, and we remember her during the campaign of 1814, presaging in society how the walls of Troyes were to see a second invasion and defeat of the Huns, as had taken place in the days of Attila, while the French emperor was to enact the Second Theodoric Paris public honors. In the meantime, while popular feeling and the approbation of distinguished genius were thus seeking to pay court to the youthful conqueror, the Directory found themselves obliged to render to him that semblance of homage which could not have been withheld, without giving much offense to general opinion, and injuring those who omitted to pay it much more than him who was entitled by the unanimous voice to receive it. On the 10th of December, the Directory received Bonaparte in public with honors which the Republican government had not yet conferred on any subject, and which must have seemed incongruous to those who had any recollection of the liberty and equality once so emphatically pronounced to be the talisman of French prosperity. The ceremony took place in the great court of the Luxembourg Palace, where the Directory, surrounded by all that was officially important or distinguished by talent, received from Buonaparte's hand the confirmed Treaty of Campo Formio. The delivery of this document was accompanied by a speech from Buonaparte, in which he told the Directory that in order to establish a constitution founded on reason, it was necessary that 18 centuries of prejudices should be conquered. The Constitution of the year 3, and you have triumphed over all these obstacles. The triumph lasted exactly until the year 8, when the orator himself overthrew the Constitution, destroyed the power of the rulers who had overcome the prejudices of 18 centuries and reigned in their stead. Deck 28. The French, who had banished religion from their thoughts and from their system of domestic policy, yet usually preserved some perverted ceremony connected with it on public solemnities, they had disused the exercises of devotion and expressly disowned the existence of an object of worship, yet they could not do without altars and hymns and rites upon such occasions as the present. The general, conducted by Barras, the president of the Directory, approached an erection termed the altar of the country, where they went through various appropriate ceremonies and at length dismissed a numerous assembly, much edified with what they had seen. The two councils, or representative bodies, also gave a splendid banquet in honor of Buonaparte, and what he appeared to receive with more particular satisfaction than these marks of distinction, the Institute admitted him a member of its body in the room of his friend Carnot, who was actually a fugitive and believed at the time to be dead, while the poet Chenier promulgated his praises and foretold his future triumphs and his approaching conquest of England. There is nothing less philosophical than to attach ridicule to the customs of other nations, merely because they differ from those of our own. Yet it marks the difference between England and her continental neighbor, that the two Houses of Parliament never thought of giving a dinner to Marlborough, nor did the Royal Society choose his successor in the path of victory, a member by acclamation, although the British nation in either case acquitted themselves of the debt of gratitude which they owed their illustrious generals in the humbler and more vulgar mode of conferring on both large and princely domains. Meantime, the threat of invasion was maintained with unabated earnestness, but it made no impression on the British, or rather, it stimulated men of all ranks to bury temporary and party dissensions about politics and bend themselves with the whole energy of their national character to confront and resist the preparations made against them. Their determination was animated by recollections of their own traditional gallantry, which had so often inflicted the deepest wounds upon France, and was not now likely to give up to anything short of the most dire necessity. The benefits were then seen of a free constitution, which permits the venom of party spirit to evaporate in open debate. Those who had differed on the question of peace or war were unanimous in that of national defense and resistance to the common enemy, and those who appeared in the vulgar eye engaged in unappeasable contention were the most eager to unite themselves together for these purposes, as men employed in fencing would throw down the foils and draw their united swords if disturbed by the approach of robbers. Buonaparte, in the meanwhile, made a complete survey of the coast of the British Channel, pausing at each remarkable point, and making those remarks and calculations which induced him to adopt at an after period the renewal of the project for a descent upon England. The result of his observations decided his opinion that in the present case the undertaking ought to be abandoned. The immense preparations and violent threats of invasion were carried into no more serious effect than the landing of about 12 or 1,400 Frenchmen under a General Tate at Fishguard in South Wales. They were without artillery, and behaved rather like men whom a shipwreck had cast on a hostile shore than like an invading enemy, as they gave themselves up as prisoners without even a show of defense to Lord Cawdor, who had marched against them at the head of a body of the Welsh militia hastily drawn together on the alarm. the measure was probably only to be considered as experimental, and as such must have been regarded as an entire failure. The demonstrations of invasion, however, were ostensibly continued, and everything seemed arranged on either side for a desperate collision betwixt the two most powerful nations in Europe. But the proceedings of politicians resemble those of the Indian traders called Banians, who seem engaged in talking about ordinary and trifling affairs, while with their hands concealed beneath a shawl that is spread between them, they are secretly debating and adjusting by signs bargains of the utmost importance, while all France and England had their eyes fixed on the fleets and armies destined against the latter country. The Directory and their general had no intention of using these preparations, except as a blind to cover their real object, which was the celebrated expedition to Egypt. While yet in Italy, Bonaparte had suggested to the Directory 13th September 1797 the advantage which might be derived from seizing upon Malta, which he represented as an easy prize. The nights, he said, were odious to the Maltese inhabitants, and were almost starving to augment which state of distress and increase that incapacity of defense. He had already confiscated their Italian property. He then proceeded to intimate that, being possessed of Corfu and Malta, it was natural to take possession of Egypt. 25,000 men, with 8 or 10 ships of the line, would be sufficient for the expedition, which he suggested might depart from the coasts of Italy. Expedition to Egypt. Talleyrand, then Minister for Foreign Affairs, in his answer of 23 September, saw the utmost advantage in the design upon Egypt, which as a colony would attract the commerce of India to Europe, in preference to the circuitous route by the Cape of Good Hope. This correspondence proves that even before Bonaparte left Italy, he had conceived the idea of the Egyptian expedition, though probably only as one of the vast and vague schemes of ambition which success in so many perilous enterprises had tended to foster. There was something of wild grandeur in the idea, calculated to please an ambitious imagination. He was to be placed far beyond the reach of any command superior to his own, and left at his own discretion to the extending conquests, and perhaps founding an empire in a country long considered as the cradle of knowledge and celebrated in sacred and profane history as having been the scene of ancient events and distant revolutions, which through the remoteness of ages possess a gloomy and mysterious influence upon the fancy. The first specimens of early art also were to be found among the gigantic ruins of Egypt and its time-defying monuments of antiquity. This had its effect upon Bonaparte, who affected so particularly the species of fame which attaches to the protector and extender of science, philosophy, and the fine arts. On this subject, he had a ready and willing counselor at hand. Monge, the artist and virtuoso, was Bonaparte's confidant on this occasion, and there is no doubt encouraged him to an undertaking which promised a rich harvest to the antiquarian among the ruins of temples and palaces hitherto imperfectly examined. But although the subject was mentioned betwixt the Directory and their ministers and Bonaparte, yet before adopting the course which the project opened, the general was probably determined to see the issue of the revolution of the 18th Fructidor, doubting not unreasonably whether the conquerors in that struggle could so far avail themselves of the victory which they had obtained over the majority of the national representatives, as to consolidate and establish on a firm foundation their own authority. He knew the Directory themselves were popular with none. The numerous party, who were now inclined to a monarchical government, regarded them with horror. The army, though supporting them rather than coalesce with the royalists, despised and disliked them. The violent republicans remembered their active share in Robespierre's downfall, and the condemnations which followed the detected conspiracy of Babeuf, and were in no respect better disposed to their domination. Thus despised by the army, dreaded by the royalists, and detested by the republicans, the directorial government appeared to remain standing only because the factions to whom it was unacceptable were afraid of each other's attaining a superiority in the struggle which must attend its downfall. This crisis of public affairs was a tempting opportunity for such a character as Bonaparte, whose almost incredible successes, unvaried by a single reverse, which deserved that name, naturally fixed the eyes of the multitude, and indeed of the nation at large, upon him, as upon one who seemed destined to play the most distinguished part in any of those new changes, which the mutable state of the French government seemed rapidly preparing. The people, naturally partial to a victor, followed him everywhere with acclamations, and his soldiers in their camp songs spoke of pulling the attorneys out of the seat of government and installing their victorious general, even already for the first time since the commencement of the Revolution. The French, losing their recent habits of thinking and speaking of the nation as a body, began to interest themselves in Napoleon as an individual, and that exclusive esteem of his person had already taken root in the public mind, which afterwards formed the foundation of his throne. Armies of Italy and the Rhine. Yet in spite of these promising appearances, Napoleon, cautious as well as enterprising, saw that the time was not arrived when he could without great risk attempt to possess himself of the supreme government in France. The soldiers of Italy were indeed at his devotion, but there was another great and rival army belonging to the Republic, that of the Rhine, which had never been under his command, never had partaken his triumphs, and which naturally looked rather to Moreau than to Bonaparte as their general and hero. Madame de Staël describes the soldiers from these two armies as resembling each other in nothing save the valor, which was common to both the troops of the Rhine returning from hard-fought fields, which if followed by victory had afforded but little plunder, exhibited still the severe simplicity which had been affected under the Republican model, whereas the army of Italy had reaped richer spoils than barren laurels alone, and made a display of wealth and enjoyment, which showed they had not neglected their own interest while advancing the banners of France. It was not likely, while such an army as that of the Rhine existed opposed by rivalry and the jealousy of fame to the troops of Bonaparte, that the latter should have succeeded in placing himself at the head of affairs. Besides, the forces on which he could depend were distant. Fortune had not afforded him the necessary pretext for crossing, as he termed it, the Rubicon, and bringing 20,000 men to Lyon. Moreau Jurden Kleber had all high reputations scarce inferior to his own, and the troops who had served under them were disposed to elevate them even to an equality with the conqueror of Italy. Bonaparte also knew that his popularity, though great, was not universal. He was disliked by the middle classes from recollection of his commanding during the affair of the sections of Paris, and many of the Republicans exclaimed against him for his surrendering Venice to the Austrians. In a word, he was too much elbowed and incommoded by others to permit his taking with full vigor the perilous spring necessary to place him in the seat of supreme authority, though there were not wanting those who would fain have persuaded him to venture on a course so daring. To such counselors he answered that the pear was not ripe, a hint which implied that appetite was not wanting, though prudence forbade the banquet. Laying aside, therefore, the character of general of the army of England, and adjourning to a future day the conquest of that hostile island, silencing at the same time the internal wishes and the exterior temptations which urged him to seize the supreme power, which seemed escaping from those who held it, Napoleon turned his eyes and thoughts eastward and meditated in the distant countries of the rising sun, a scene worthy his talents, his military skill, and his ambition. Expedition to Egypt. The Directory, on the other hand, eager to rid themselves of his perilous vicinity, hastened to accomplish the means of his expedition to Egypt upon a scale far more formidable than any which had yet sailed from modern Europe for the invasion and subjection of distant and peaceful realms. It was soon whispered abroad that the invasion of England was to be postponed until the conqueror of Italy, having attained a great and national object by the success of a secret expedition fitted out on a scale of stupendous magnitude, should be at leisure to resume the conquest of Britain. But Bonaparte did not limit his views to those of armed conquest. He meant that these should be softened by mingling with them schemes of a literary and scientific character, as if he had desired, as someone said, that Minerva should march at the head of his expedition, holding in one hand her dreadful lance, and with the other introducing the sciences, and the muses the various treasures of art which had been transferred to the capital by the influence of his arms, gave the general of the Italian army a right to such distinctions as the French men of literature could confer, and he was himself possessed of deep scientific knowledge. As a mathematician, he became apparently much attached to learned pursuits, and wore the uniform of the Institute on all occasions when he was out of military costume. This affectation of uniting the encouragement of letters and science with his military tactics led to a new and peculiar branch of the intended expedition. The public observed with astonishment a detachment of no less than 100 men who had cultivated the arts and sciences, or to use the French phrase savants, selected for the purpose of joining this mysterious expedition, of which the object still remained a secret, while all classes of people asked each other what new quarter of the world France had determined to colonize, since she seemed preparing at once to subdue it by her arms and to enrich it with the treasures of her science and literature. This singular department of the expedition, the first of the kind which ever accompanied an invading army, was liberally supplied with books, philosophical instruments, and all means of prosecuting the several departments of knowledge. Bonaparte did not, however, trust to the superiority of science. To ensure the conquest of Egypt, he was fully provided with more effectual means. The land forces belonging to the expedition were of the most formidable description: 25,000 men, chiefly veterans, selected from his own Italian army, had in their list of generals subordinate to Bonaparte the names of Kleber de Saix, Berthier, Rignier, Murat, Lannes, Andreassi, Menu Belliard, and others well known in the Revolutionary Wars. 400 transports were assembled for the conveyance of the troops, 13 ships of the line, and 4 frigates commanded by Admiral Bruys, an experienced and gallant officer, formed the escort of the expedition, a finer and more formidable one than which never sailed on so bold an adventure. We have already touched upon the secret objects of this armament. The Directory were desirous to be rid of Bonaparte, who might become a dangerous competitor in the present unsettled state of the French government. Bonaparte, on his side, accepted the command, because it opened a scene of conquest worthy of his ambition. A separate and uncontrolled command over so gallant an army seemed to promise him the conquest, and the sovereignty not of Egypt only, but of Syria, Turkey, perhaps Constantinople, the Queen of the East, and he himself afterwards more than hinted that, but for controlling circumstances, he would have bent his whole mind to the establishment of an Oriental dynasty and left France to her own destinies. When a subaltern officer of artillery, he had nourished the hope of being king of Jerusalem. In his present situation of dignity and strength, the sovereignty of an emperor of the universal East, or of a caliph of Egypt at the least, was a more commensurate object of ambition. The private motives of the government and of the general are therefore easily estimated, but it is not so easy to justify the Egyptian expedition upon any views of sound national policy. On the contrary, the object to be gained by so much risk, and at the same time by an act of aggression upon the Ottoman Porte, the ancient ally of France, to whom Egypt belonged, was of very doubtful utility. The immense fertility of the alluvial provinces irrigated by the Nile no doubt renders their sovereignty a matter of great consequence to the Turkish Empire, which, from the oppressed state of their agriculture everywhere, and from the rocky and barren character of their Grecian provinces, are not in a condition to supply the capital with grain, did they not draw it from that never-failing land. But France herself, fully supplied from her own resources, had no occasion to send her best general and hazard her veteran army for the purpose of seizing a distant province, merely to facilitate her means of feeding her population. To erect that large country into a French colony would have required a drain of population, of expense, and of supplies of all sorts, which France, just recovering from the convulsion of her revolution, was by no means fit to encounter. The climate, too, is insalubrious to strangers, and must have been a constant cause of loss, until in process of time the colonists had become habituated to its peculiarities. It is farther to be considered that the most perfect and absolute success in the undertaking must have ended not in giving a province to the French Republic, but a separate and independent kingdom to her victorious and ambitious general. Bonaparte had paid but slight attention to the commands of the Directory. When in Italy had he realized his proposed conquests in the East, they would have been sent over the Mediterranean altogether in vain. Lastly, the state of war with England subjected this attempt to add Egypt to the French dominions to the risk of defeat, either by the naval strength of Britain interposing between France and her new possessions, or by her land forces from India and Europe making a combined attack upon the French army which occupied Egypt, both which events actually came to pass. It is true that so far from dreading the English forces which were likely to be employed against them, the French regarded as a recommendation to the conquest of Egypt that it was to be the first step to the destruction of the British power in India, and Napoleon continued to the last to consider the conquest of Egypt as the forerunner of that of universal Asia. His eye, which like that of the eagle saw far and wide, overlooking however obstacles, which distance rendered diminutive, beheld little more necessary than the toilsome marches of a few weeks to achieve the conquests of Alexander the Great. He had already counted the steps by which he was to ascend to Oriental monarchy, and has laid before the world a singular reverie on the probabilities of success. If St. John d'Acre had yielded to the French arms, said he, a great revolution would have been accomplished in the East. The General-in-Chief would have founded an empire there, and the destinies of France would have undergone different combinations from those to which they were subjected. In this declaration, we recognize one of the peculiarities of Bonaparte's disposition, which refused to allow of any difficulties or dangers save those of which, having actually happened, the existence could not be disputed. The small British force before Acre was sufficient to destroy his whole plans of conquest, but how many other means of destruction might Providence have employed for the same purpose? The plaguey desert mutiny among his soldiers, courage and enterprise, inspired by favorable circumstances into the tribes, by whom his progress was opposed. The computation of these and other chances ought to have taught him to acknowledge that he had not been discomfited by the only hazard which could have disconcerted his enterprise, but that had such been the will of God, the sands of Syria might have proved as fatal as the snows of Russia, and the scimitars of the Turks, as the lances of the Cossacks. In words, a march from Egypt to India is easily described, and still more easily measured off with compasses upon the map of the world, but in practice, and with an army opposed, as the French would probably have been at every step, if it had been only from motives of religious antipathy. When the French general arrived at the skirts of British India, with forces thus diminished, he would have had in front the whole British army, commanded by officers accustomed to make war upon a scale almost as enlarged as he himself practiced, and accustomed to victories not less decisive. We should fall into the same error which we censure did we anticipate what might have been the result of such a meeting, even while we claim the probability of advantage for the army most numerous and best provided with guns and stores. We allow the strife must have been dreadful and dubious. But if Napoleon really thought he had only to show himself in India to ensure the destruction of the British Empire, there he had not calculated the opposing strength with the caution to have been expected from so great a general. He has been represented, indeed, as boasting of the additions which he would have made to his army by the cooperation of natives trained after the French discipline. But can it be supposed that these hasty levies could be brought into such complete order as to face the native troops of British India, so long and so justly distinguished for approaching Europeans in courage and discipline, and excelling them perhaps in temperance and subordination? In a word, the Egyptian expedition, unless considered with reference to the private views of the Directory and of their general, must have been regarded from the beginning as promising no results in the slightest degree worthy of the great risk incurred by draining France of the flower of her army. Meanwhile, the moment of departure approached. The blockading squadron, commanded by Nelson, was blown off the coast by a gale of wind, and so much damaged that they were obliged to run down to Sardinia. The first and most obvious obstacle to the expedition was thus removed. The various squadrons from Genoa, Civita Vecchia, and Bastia set sail, and united with that which already lay at Toulon. Yet it is said, though upon slender authority, that even at this latest moment Bonaparte showed some inclination to abandon the command of so doubtful and almost desperate an expedition, and wished to take the advantage of a recent dispute between France and Austria to remain in Europe. The misunderstanding arose from the conduct of Bernadotte, ambassador for the Republic at Vienna, who incautiously displayed the national colors before his hotel, in consequence of which a popular tumult arose, and the ambassador was insulted in their first alarm lest his incident should occasion a renewal of the war. The Directory hastily determined to suspend Bonaparte's departure, and dispatch him to Rastatt where the Congress was still sitting with full powers. To adjust the difference, Bonaparte accepted the commission, and while he affected to deplore the delay or miscarriage of the greatest enterprise which he had ever meditated, wrote in secret to Count Cobenzl, now Minister of Foreign Affairs at Vienna, inviting him to a conference at Rastatt, and hinting at political changes, by which the difficulties attending the execution of the Treaty of Campo Formio might be taken away. The tenor of this letter having become known to the Directory, and it appearing to them that Bonaparte designed to make that mission a pretext for interesting Cobenzl in some change of government in France, in which he deemed it advisable to obtain the concurrence of Austria, they instantly resolved, it is said, to compel him to set sail on the expedition to Egypt. Barras, charged with the commission of notifying to the general this second alteration of his destination, had an interview with Bonaparte in private, and at his own house. The mien of the director was clouded, and contrary to his custom, he scarcely spoke to Madame Bonaparte. When he retired, Bonaparte shut himself up in his own apartment for a short time, then gave directions for his instant departure from Paris for Toulon. These particulars are given as certain by Miet, but he alleges no authority for this piece of secret history. There seems, however, little doubt that the command of the Egyptian expedition was bestowed on Bonaparte by the Directory as a species of ostracism or honorable banishment from France. At the moment of departure, Bonaparte made one of those singular harangues which evince such a mixture of talent and energy with bad taste and bombast. He promised to introduce those who had warred on the mountains and in the plains to maritime combat, and to a great part of the expedition he kept his word too truly, as Abdication could witness. He reminded them that the Romans combated Carthage by sea as well as by land, had proposed to conduct them in the name of the goddess of liberty to the most distant regions and oceans, and he concluded by promising to each individual of his army 7 acres of land. Whether this distribution of property was to take place on the banks of the Nile, of the Bosphorus, or the Ganges, the soldiers had not the most distant guess, and the commander-in-chief himself would have had difficulty in informing them. Sails from Toulon, May 19. On the 19th of May 1798, this magnificent armament set sail from Toulon, illuminated by a splendid sunrise, one of those which were afterwards popularly termed the Sons of Napoleon. The line of battle ships extended for a league, and the semicircle formed by the convoy was at least 6 leagues in extent. They were joined on the 8th June, as they swept along the Mediterranean, by a large fleet of transports, having on board the division of General de Saix. The 10th June brought the armament before Malta, once the citadel of Christendom and garrisoned by those intrepid knights, who, half warriors and half priests, opposed the infidels with the enthusiasm at once of religion and of chivalry, but those by whom the order was now maintained were disunited among themselves, lazy and debauched voluptuaries, who consumed the revenues destined to fit out expeditions against the Turks in cruises for pleasure, not war, and giving balls and entertainments in the seaports of Italy. Bonaparte treated these degenerate knights with a want of ceremony which, however little it accorded with the extreme strength of their island, and with the glorious defense which it had formerly made against the infidels, was perfectly suited to their present condition. Secure of a party among the French knights with whom he had been tampering, he landed troops and took possession of these almost impregnable fortresses with so little opposition that Caffarelli said to Napoleon, as they passed through the most formidable defenses, "It is well, General, that there was some one within to open the gates to us. We should have had more trouble in entering if the place had been altogether empty." A sufficient garrison was established in Malta, destined by Bonaparte to be an intermediate station between France and Egypt, and on the 16th the daring general resumed his expedition on the coast of Candia, while the savans were gazing on the rocks where Jupiter, it is said, was nurtured, and speculating concerning the existence of some vestiges of the celebrated labyrinth. Bonaparte learned that a new enemy of a different description from the Knights of St. John was in his immediate vicinity. This was the English squadron. Voyage to Egypt. Nelson, to the end, as unconquerable on his own element as Bonaparte had hitherto shown himself upon shore, was now in full and anxious pursuit of his renowned contemporary, reinforced by a squadron of 10 ships of the line. A meeting with Napoleon was the utmost wish of his heart, and was echoed back by the meanest sailor on board his numerous fleet. The French had been heard of at Malta, but as the British admiral was about to proceed thither, he received news of their departure, and concluding that Egypt must be unquestionably the object of their expedition, he made sail for Egypt. It singularly happened that although Nelson anticipated the arrival of the French at Alexandria, and accordingly directed his course thither, yet keeping a more direct path than Brueys, when he arrived there on the 28th June, he heard nothing of the enemy, who in the meanwhile were proceeding to the very same port. The English admiral set sail therefore for Rhodes and Syracuse, and thus, with the two large and hostile fleets traversing the same narrow sea, without being able to attain any certain tidings of each other's movements. This was in part owing to the English admiral having no frigates with him, which might have been detached to cruise for intelligence, partly to a continuance of thick misty weather which at once concealed the French fleet from their adversaries, and obliging them to keep close together, diminished the chance of discovery which might otherwise have taken place by the occupation of a larger space. On the 26th, according to Denon, Nelson's fleet was actually seen by the French standing to the westward, although the haze prevented the English from observing their enemy, whose squadron held an opposite direction. Escaped from the risk of an encounter so perilous, Buonaparte's greatest danger seemed to be over on the 1st July, when the French fleet came in sight of Alexandria, and saw before them the city of the Ptolemies and of Cleopatra, with its double harbor, its pharos, and its ancient and gigantic monuments of grandeur. Yet at this critical moment, and while Buonaparte contemplated his meditated conquest, a signal announced the appearance of a strange sail, which was construed to be an English frigate, the precursor of the British fleet. What said Napoleon, I ask? But 6 hours and fortune wilt thou abandon me? The fickle goddess was then, and for many a succeeding year, true to her votary. The vessel proved friendly. The disembarkation of the French army took place July 2, about a league and a half from Alexandria, at an anchorage called Marabouts. It was not accomplished without losing boats and men on the surf, though such risks were encountered with great joy by the troops who had been so long confined on shipboard. As soon as 5,000 or 6,000 men were landed, Buonaparte marched towards Alexandria, when the Turks, incensed at this hostile invasion on the part of a nation with whom they were at profound peace, shut the gates and manned the walls against their reception. But the walls were ruinous and presented breaches in many places, and the chief weapons of resistance were musketry and stones. The conquerors of Italy forced their passage over such obstacles, but not easily or with impunity. 200 French were killed. There was severe military execution done upon the garrison, and the town was abandoned to plunder for 3 hours, which has been justly stigmatized as an act of unnecessary cruelty, perpetrated only to strike terror and extend the fame of the victorious French general. But it was Napoleon's object to impress the highest idea of his power upon the various classes of natives, who, differing widely from each other in manners and condition, inhabit Egypt as their common home. These classes are first the Arab race, divided into Fellahs and Bedouins, the most numerous and least esteemed of the population. The Bedouins, retaining the manners of Arabia proper, rove through the desert and subsist by means of their flocks and herds. The Fellahs cultivate the earth and are the ordinary peasants of the country. The class next above the Arabs in consideration are the Kafs, supposed to be descended from the pristine Egyptians. They profess Christianity, are timid and unwarlike, but artful and supple. They are employed in the revenue and in almost all civil offices, and transact the commerce and the business of the country. Mamelukes. The third class in elevation were the formidable Mamelukes, who held both Kafts and Arabs in profound subjection. These are, or we may say, were a corps of professed soldiers having no trade excepting war. In this, they resemble the Janissaries, the Sterlitzes, the Praetorian bands, or similar military bodies, which, constituting a standing army under a despotic government, are alternately the protectors and the terror of the sovereign, who is their nominal commander. But the peculiar feature of the constitution of the Mamelukes was that their corps was recruited only by the adoption of foreign slaves, particularly Georgians and Circassians. These were purchased when children by the several beys or Mameluke leaders, who 24 in number, occupied each one of the 24 departments into which they had divided, Egypt the youthful slave purchased with a heedful reference to his strength. Personal appearance was carefully trained to arms in the family of his master. When created a Mameluke, he was received into the troop of the Bey, and rendered capable of succeeding to him at his death, for these chiefs despised the ordinary connections of blood, and their authority was upon military principles transferred at their death to him amongst the band, who was accounted the best soldier. They fought always on horseback, and in their peculiar mode of warfare they might be termed individually considered the finest cavalry in the world. Completely armed and unboundedly confident in their own prowess, they were intrepid, skillful, and formidable in battle. But with their military bravery began and ended the catalogue of their virtues. Their vices were unpitying cruelty, habitual oppression, and the unlimited exercise of the most gross and disgusting sensuality. Such were the actual lords of Egypt. Yet the right of sovereignty did not rest with the beys, but with the pacha or lieutenant, a great officer dispatched from the port to represent the grand signia in Egypt, where it was his duty to collect the tribute in money and grain, which Constantinople expected from that rich province, with the additional object of squeezing out of the country as much more as he could by any means secure for the filling of his own coffers. The pacha maintained his authority sometimes by the assistance of Turkish troops, sometimes by exciting the jealousy of one bey against another. Thus this fertile country was subjected to the oppression of 24 piartors, who, whether they agreed among themselves, or with the pacha, or declared war against the representative of the sultan, and against each other, were alike the terror and the scourge of the unhappy Arabs, and coughed the right of oppressing whom, by every species of exaction, these haughty slaves regarded as their noblest and most undeniable privilege. From the moment that Bonaparte conceived the idea of invading Egypt, the destruction of the power of the Mamelukes must have been determined upon as his first object, and he had no sooner taken Alexandria than he announced his purpose. He sent forth a proclamation in which he professed his respect for God the Prophet, and the Koran his friendship for the sublime port of which he affirmed the French to be the faithful allies, and his determination to make war upon the Mamelukes. He commanded that the prayers should be continued in the mosques, as usual, with some slight modifications, and that all true Moslems should exclaim glory to the Sultan, and to the French army, his allies accursed be the Mamelukes, and good fortune to the land of Egypt. March to Cairo. Upon the 7th of July, the army marched from Alexandria against the Mamelukes. Their course was up the Nile, and a small flotilla of gunboats ascended the river to protect their right flank, while the infantry traversed a desert of burning sands at a distance from the stream, and without a drop of water to relieve their tormenting thirst. The army of Italy, accustomed to the enjoyments of that delicious country, were astonished at the desolation they saw around them. Is this, they said, the country in which we are to receive our farms of 7 acres? Each the general might have allowed us to take as much as we chasino. One would have abused the privilege. Their officers too expressed horror and disgust, and even generals of such celebrity as Murat and Lannes threw their hats on the sand and trode on their cockades. It required all Bonaparte's authority to maintain order, so much were the French disgusted with the commencement of the expedition. To add to their embarrassment, the enemy began to appear around them. Mamelukes and Arabs concealed behind the hillocks of sand interrupted their march at every opportunity, and woe to the soldier who straggled from the ranks. Were it but 50 yards, some of these horsemen were sure to dash at him, slay him on the spot, and make off before a musket could be discharged at them. At length, however, the audacity of these incursions was checked by a skirmish of some little importance near a place called Chebres, in which the French asserted their military superiority. An encounter also took place on the river between the French flotilla and a number of armed vessels belonging to the Mamelukes. Victory first inclined to the latter, but at length determined in favor of the French, who took, however, only a single galliot. Meanwhile the French were obliged to march with the utmost precaution. The whole plain was now covered with Mamelukes mounted on the finest Arabian horses, and armed with pistols, carabines, and blunderbusses of the best English workmanship, their plumed turbans waving in the air, and their rich dresses and arms glittering in the sun, entertaining a high contempt for the French force, as consisting almost entirely of infantry. this splendid barbaric chivalry watched every opportunity for charging them, nor did a single straggler escape the unrelenting edge of their sabers. Their charge was almost as swift as the wind, and as their severe bits enabled them to halt or wheel their horses at full gallop, their retreat was as rapid as their advance. Even the practiced veterans of Italy were at first embarrassed by this new mode of fighting, and lost several men especially when fatigue caused anyone to fall out of the ranks, in which case his fate became certain. But they were soon reconciled to fighting the Mamelukes when they discovered that each of these horsemen carried about him his fortune, and that it not uncommonly amounted to considerable sums in gold. During these alarms, the French love of the ludicrous was not abated by the fatigues or dangers of the journeys. The savans had been supplied with asses, the beasts of burden easiest attained in Egypt to transport their persons and philosophical apparatus. The general had given orders to attend to their personal safety, which were of course obeyed. But as these civilians had little importance in the eyes of the military, loud shouts of laughter used to burst from the ranks. While forming to receive the Mamelukes, as the general of division called out with military precision, "Let the asses and the savans enter within the square," the soldiers also amused themselves by calling the asses demisavans. In times of discontent, these unlucky servants of science had their full share of the soldiers' reproaches, who imagined that this unpopular expedition had been undertaken to gratify their passion for researches in which the military took very slender interest. Battle of the Pyramids. Under such circumstances, it may be doubted whether even the literati themselves were greatly delighted when, after 14 days of such marches as we have described, they arrived, indeed, within 6 leagues of Cairo, and beheld at a distance the celebrated pyramids, but learned at the same time that Murad Bey, with 22 of his brethren at the head of their Mamelukes, had formed an entrenched camp at a place called Mbebe with the purpose of covering Cairo and giving battle to the French on the 21st of July. As the French continued to advance, they saw their enemy in the field and in full force. A splendid line of cavalry under Murad and the other beys displayed the whole strength of the Mamelukes. Their right rested on the imperfectly entrenched camp, in which lay 20,000 infantry defended by 40 pieces of cannon. But the infantry were an undisciplined rabble. The guns, wanting carriages, were mounted on clumsy wooden frames, and the fortifications of the camp were but commenced and presented no formidable opposition. Bonaparte made his dispositions. He extended his line to the right in such a manner as to keep out of gunshot of the entrenched camp, and have only to encounter the line of cavalry. Murad Bey saw this movement, and fully aware of its consequence, prepared to charge with his magnificent body of horse, declaring he would cut the French up like gourds. Bonaparte, as he directed the infantry to form squares to receive them, called out to his men, "From yonder pyramids, 20 centuries, behold your actions." The Mamelukes advanced with the utmost speed and corresponding fury, and, charged with horrible yells, they disordered one of the French squares of infantry, which would have been sabred in an instant, but that the mass of this fiery militia was a little behind the advanced guard. The French had a moment to restore order, and used it. The combat then in some degree resembled that which nearly 20 years afterwards took place at Waterloo, the hostile cavalry furiously charging the squares of infantry, and trying by the most undaunted efforts of courage to break in upon them at every practicable point, while a tremendous fire of musketry, grapeshot, and shells, crossing in various directions, repaid their audacity. Nothing in war was ever seen more desperate than the exertions of the Mamelukes. Failing to force their horses through the French squares, individuals were seen to wheel them round and rein them back on the ranks, that they might disorder them by kicking. As they became frantic with despair, they hurled at the immovable phalanxes, which they could not break, their pistols, their poniards, and their carabines. Those who fell wounded to the ground dragged themselves on to cut at the legs of the French with their crooked sabers, but their efforts were all vain. The Mamelukes, after the most courageous efforts to accomplish their purpose, were finally beaten off with great slaughter, and as they could not form or act in squadron, their retreat became a confused flight. The greater part attempted to return to their camp from that sort of instinct, as Napoleon termed it, which leads fugitives to retire in the same direction in which they had advanced. By taking this route, they placed themselves betwixt the French and the Nile, and the sustained and insupportable fire of the former soon obliged them to plunge into the river in hopes to escape. By swimming to the opposite bank, a desperate effort, in which few succeeded, their infantry at the same time evacuated their camp, without a show of resistance, precipitated themselves into the boats, and endeavored to cross the Nile. Very many of these also were destroyed. The French soldiers long afterwards occupied themselves in fishing for the drowned Mamelukes, and failed not to find money and valuables upon all whom they could recover. Murad Bey, with a part of his best Mamelukes, escaped the slaughter by a more regular movement to the left, and retreated by Gizeh into Upper Egypt. Thus were in a great measure destroyed the finest cavalry considered as individual horsemen that were ever known to exist. Could I have united the Mameluke horse to the French infantry, said Buonaparte, I would have reckoned myself master of the world. The destruction of a body hitherto regarded as invincible struck terror, not through Egypt only but far into Africa and Asia, wherever the Moslem religion prevailed. After this combat, which to render it more striking to the Parisians Buonaparte termed the Battle of the Pyramids, Cairo surrendered without resistance. The shattered remains of the Mamelukes, who had swam the Nile and united under Ibrahim Bey, were compelled to retreat into Syria. A party of 300 French cavalry ventured to attack them at Salahi, but were severely handled by Ibrahim Bey and his followers, who, having cut many of them to pieces, pursued their retreat without farther interruption. Lower Egypt was completely in the hands of the French, and thus far the expedition of Buonaparte had been perfectly successful, but it was not the will of heaven that even the most fortunate of men should escape reverses, and a severe one awaited Napoleon. Chapter Roman 13 French fleet. Conflicting statements of Buonaparte and Admiral Ganthaume. Battle of Aboukir on 1st August 1798. The French Admiral Brueys killed, and his ship L'Orient blown up. The victory. Complete effects of this disaster means by which Napoleon proposed to establish himself in Egypt. His administration, in many respects, praiseworthy; in others, his conduct absurd. He aspires to be regarded an envoy of the deity. His endeavors to propitiate the fort of El Arish falls into his hands. Massacre of Jaffa admitted by Buonaparte himself. His arguments in its defense replies to them. General conclusions. Plague in the French army. Napoleon's humanity and courage upon this occasion proceeds against Acre to attack Cesar Pacha. Sir Sidney Smith. His character captures a French convoy and throws himself into Acre. French arrive before Acre on 17th March 1799 and effect a breach on the 28th, but are driven back, assaulted by an army of Moslems assembled without the walls of Acre, whom they defeat and disperse. Personal misunderstanding and hostility betwixt Napoleon and Sir Sidney Smith explained. Buonaparte is finally compelled to raise the siege. French fleet. When Buonaparte and his army were safely landed in Egypt, policy seemed to demand that the naval squadron by which they had been escorted should have been sent back to France as soon as possible. The French leader accordingly repeatedly asserts that he had positively commanded Admiral Brueys, an excellent officer for whom he himself entertained particular respect, either to carry his squadron of men of war into the harbor of Alexandria, or that being found impossible instantly to set sail for Corfu, the harbor, by report of the Turkish pilots, was greatly too shallow to admit without danger vessels of such a deep draught of water, and it scarce can be questioned that Admiral Brueys would have embraced the alternative of setting sail for Corfu had such been in reality permitted by his orders. But the assertion of Buonaparte is pointedly contradicted by the report of Vice Admiral Ganthaume, who was himself in the Battle of Aboukir, escaped from the slaughter with difficulty, and was entrusted by Buonaparte with drawing up the account of the disaster, which he transmitted to the Minister of War. Perhaps it may be said, so the dispatch bears, that it would have been advisable to have quitted the coast as soon as the disembarkation had taken place, but considering the orders of the Commander-in-Chief and the incalculable force afforded to the land army by the presence of the squadron, the Admiral thought it was his duty not to quit these seas. Looking at the matter more closely, considering the probability of Nelson's return and the consequent danger of the fleet, considering, too, the especial interest which naval and military officers attach each to their peculiar service, and the relative disregard with which they contemplate the other, we can see several reasons why Bonaparte might have wished, even at some risk, to detain the fleet on the coast of Egypt, but not one which could induce Bruys to continue there, not only without the consent of the commander-in-chief, but as Napoleon afterwards alleged against his express orders. It is one of the cases in which no degree of liberality can enable us to receive the testimony of Bonaparte, contradicted at once by circumstances and by the positive testimony of Ganthaume. We now approach one of the most brilliant actions of the English navy, achieved by the admiral whose exploits so indisputably asserted the right of Britain to the dominion of the ocean. Our limits require that we should state but briefly a tale at which every heart in our islands will long glow, and we are the more willingly concise that our readers possess it at length in one of the best written popular histories in the English language. Battle of Aboukir. Although unable to enter the harbor of Alexandria, the French admiral believed his squadron safely moored in the celebrated Bay of Aboukir. They formed a compact line of battle of a semicircular form, anchored so close to the shoal water and surf that it was thought impossible to get between them and the land, and they concluded, therefore, that they could be brought to action on the starboard side. Only on the 1st August, the British fleet appeared, and Nelson had no sooner reconnoitered the French position than he resolved to force it at every risk. Where the French ships could ride, he argued with instantaneous decision, there must be room for English vessels to anchor between them and the shore. He made signal for the attack accordingly. As the vessels approached the French anchorage, they received a heavy and raking fire to which they could make no return, but they kept their bows to the enemy and continued to near their line. The squadrons were nearly of the same numerical strength. The French had 13 ships of the line and 4 frigates, the English 13 ships of the line and 1 50-gun ship. But the French had 3 80-gun ships, and L'Orient, a superb vessel of 120 guns. All the British were 7-4s, the van of the English fleet 6 in number, rounded successively the French line and dropping anchor betwixt them, and the shore opened a tremendous fire. Nelson himself and his other vessels ranged along the French ships on the outer side, and thus placed them betwixt 2 fires, while the rest of the French line remained for a time unable to take a share in the combat. The battle commenced with the utmost fury, and lasted till the sun having set, and the night fallen. There was no light by which the combat could be continued save the flashes of the continuous broadsides. Already, however, some of the French vessels were taken, and the victors, advancing onwards, assailed those which had not yet been engaged. Meantime, a broad and dreadful light was thrown on the scene of action by the breaking out of a conflagration on board the French admiral's flagship. L'Orient Bruys himself had by this time fallen by a cannon shot. The flames soon mastered the immense vessel, where the carnage was so terrible as to prevent all attempts to extinguish them, and the L'Orient remained blazing like a volcano in the middle of the combat, rendering for a time the dreadful spectacle visible. At length, and while the battle continued as furious as ever, the burning vessel blew up with so tremendous an explosion that for a while it silenced the fire on both sides, and made an awful pause in the midst of what had been but lately so horrible a tumult. The cannonade was at first slowly and partially resumed, but midnight it raged with all its original fury. In the morning, the only 2 French ships who had their colors flying cut their cables and put to sea, accompanied by 2 frigates, being all that remained undestroyed and uncaptured of the gallant navy that so lately escorted Bonaparte and his fortunes in triumph across the Mediterranean. Such was the victory of Aboukir, for which he who achieved it felt that word was inadequate. He called it a conquest. The advantages of the day, great as they were, might have been pushed much farther if Nelson had been possessed of frigates and small craft. The storeships and transports in the harbor of Alexandria would then have been infallibly destroyed. As it was, the results were of the utmost importance, and the destinies of the French army were altered in proportion. They had no longer any means of communicating with the mother country, but became the inhabitants of an insulated province, obliged to rely exclusively on the resources which they had brought with them, joined to those which Egypt might afford. Bonaparte, however, surprised by this reverse, exhibited great equanimity. 3,000 French seamen, the remainder of nearly 6,000 engaged in that dreadful battle, were sent ashore by cartel, and formed a valuable addition to his forces. Nelson, more grieved almost at being frustrated of his complete purpose than rejoiced at his victory, left the coast, after establishing a blockade on the port of Alexandria. We are now to trace the means by which Napoleon proposed to establish and consolidate his government in Egypt, and in these we can recognize much that was good and excellent mixed with such irregularity of imagination as vindicates the term of Jupiter Scapin by which the Abbé de Pratt distinguished this extraordinary man. Administration in Egypt. His first care was to gather up the reins of government, such as they were which had dropped from the hands of the defeated Beys. With two classes of the Egyptian nation, it was easy to establish his authority, the fellahs, or peasantry, sure to be squeezed to the last penny by one party or other. Willingly submitted to the invaders as the strongest, and the most able to protect them, the Khafts, or men of business, were equally ready to serve the party which was in possession of the country, so that the French became the masters of both, as a natural consequence of the power which they had obtained. But the Turks were to be attached to the conqueror by other means, since their haughty national character and the intolerance of the Mahometan religion rendered them alike inaccessible to profit, the hope of which swayed the Khafts, and to fear which was the prevailing argument with the fellahs. To gratify their vanity and soothe their prejudices seemed the only mode by which Napoleon could insinuate himself into the favor of this part of the population. With this view, Bonaparte was far from assuming a title of conquest in Egypt, though he left few of its rights unexercised. On the contrary, he wisely continued to admit the Pacha to that ostensible share of authority which was yielded to him by the Beys, and spoke with as much seeming respect of the Sublime Porte as if it had been his intention ever again to permit their having any effective power in Egypt. Their imams, or priests, their ulamats, or men of law, their cadis, or judges, their sheiks, or chiefs, their janissaries, or privileged soldiers, were all treated by Napoleon with a certain degree of attention, and the Sultan Kebir, as they called him, affected to govern like the Grand Signia by the intervention of a divan. This general council consisted of about 40 sheiks, or Moslems of distinction by birth or office, who held their regular meetings at Cairo, and from which body emanated the authority of provincial divans established in the various departments of Egypt. Napoleon affected to consult the superior council and act in many cases according to their report of the law of the Prophet. On one occasion he gave them a moral lesson which it would be great injustice to suppress. A tribe of roving Arabs had slain a peasant, and Bonaparte had given directions to search out and punish the murderers. One of his Oriental counselors laughed at the zeal which the general manifested on so slight a cause. "What have you to do with the death of this fellow Sultan Kebir?" said he ironically. "Was he your kinsman?" "He was more," said Napoleon. "He was one for whose safety I am accountable to God, who placed him under my government." "He speaks like an inspired person," exclaimed the sheiks, who can admire the beauty of a just sentiment, though incapable from the scope, they allow their passions to act up to the precepts of moral rectitude. Thus far the conduct of Bonaparte was admirable. He protected the people who were placed under his power. He respected their religious opinions. He administered justice to them according to their own laws, until they should be supplied with a better system of legislation. Unquestionably, his good administration did not amend the radical deficiency of his title. It was still chargeable against him that he had invaded the dominions of the most ancient ally of France, at a time when there was the most profound peace between the countries, yet in delivering Egypt from the tyrannical sway of the Mamelukes, and administering the government of the country with wisdom and comparative humanity, the mode in which he used the power which he had acquired might be admitted in some measure to atone for his usurpation. Not contented with directing his soldiers to hold in respect the religious observances of the country, he showed equal justice and policy in collecting and protecting the scattered remains of the great caravan of the Mecca pilgrimage, which had been plundered by the Mamelukes on their retreat. So satisfactory was his conduct to the Moslem divines that he contrived to obtain from the clergy of the mosque an opinion declaring that it was lawful to pay tribute to the French, though such a doctrine is diametrically inconsistent with the Quran. Thus far Napoleon's measures had proved rational and successful, but with this laudable course of conduct was mixed a species of artifice, which while we are compelled to term it impious has in it, at the same time, something ludicrous and almost childish. Bonaparte entertained the strange idea of persuading the Moslems that he himself pertained in some sort to their religion, being an envoy of the deity sent on earth not to take away, but to confirm and complete the doctrines of the Quran, and the mission of Mahomet he used in executing this purpose, the inflated language of the East, the more easily that it corresponded in its allegorical and amplified style with his own natural tone of composition, and he hesitated not to join in the external ceremonial of the Mahometan religion, that his actions might seem to confirm his words. The French general celebrated the feast of the Prophet, as it recurred with some sheik of eminence, and joined in the litanies and worship enjoined by the Quran. He affected too the language of an inspired follower of the faith of Mecca, of which the following is a curious example. On entering the sepulchral chamber in the pyramid of Cheops, glory be to Allah, said Bonaparte, "There is no God but God, and Mahomet is his prophet," a confession of faith, which is in itself a declaration of Islamism. "Thou hast spoken like the most learned of the prophets," said the Mufti who accompanied him. "I can command a car of fire to descend from heaven," continued the French general, "and I can guide and direct its course upon earth. Thou art the great chief to whom Mahomet gives power and victory," said the Mufti. Napoleon closed the conversation with this not very pertinent Oriental proverb, "The bread which the wicked seizes upon by force shall be turned to dust in his mouth." Though the Mufti played his part in the above scene with becoming gravity, Bonaparte overestimated his own theatrical powers, and did too little justice to the shrewdness of the Turks, if he supposed them really edified by his pretended proselytism. With them, as with us, a renegade from the religious faith in which he was brought up is like a deserter from the standard of his country, and though the services of either may be accepted and used, they remain objects of disregard and contempt, as well with those to whose service they have deserted, as with the party whom they have abandoned. Insurrection in Cairo. The Turks and Arabs of Cairo soon afterwards showed Bonaparte, by a general and unexpected insurrection, October 22, in which many Frenchmen were slain, how little they were moved by his pretended attachment to their faith, and how cordially they considered him as their enemy. Yet when the insurgents had been quelled by force, and the blood of 5,000 Moslems had atoned for that of 300 Frenchmen, Napoleon, in an address to the inhabitants of Cairo, numedaling the General Council or Divan, held still the same language as before of himself and his destiny's sheriffs. He said, "Ulamats, orators of the mosque, teach the people that those who become my enemies shall have no refuge in this world or the next. Is there anyone not blind enough to see that I am the agent of destiny, or incredulous enough to call in question the power of destiny over human affairs? Make the people understand that since the world was a world, it was ordained that having destroyed the enemies of Islamism and broken down the cross, I should come from the West to accomplish the task designed for me. Show them that in more than 20 passages of the Quran my coming is foretold. I could demand a reckoning from each of you for the most secret thoughts of his soul, since to me everything is known, but the day will come when all shall know from whom I have my commission, and that human efforts cannot prevail against me." It is plain from this strange proclamation that Bonaparte was willing to be worshipped as a superior being as soon as altars could be built and worshippers collected together. But the Turks and Arabs were wiser than the Persians in the case of young Ammon, the Sheikh of Alexandria, who affected much devotion to Bonaparte's person. Came roundly to the point with him. He remarked the French observed no religious worship. "Why not, therefore," he said, "declare yourself Moslem at once, and remove the only obstacle betwixt you and the throne of the East?" Bonaparte objected the prohibition of wine and the external rite which Mahomet adopted from the Jewish religion. The officious sheikh proposed to call a council of the Moslem sages and procure for the new proselytes some relaxation of these fundamental laws of the Prophet's faith. According to this hopeful plan, the Moslems must have ceased to be such in two principal articles, of their ritual in order to induce the French to become a kind of imperfect renegades, rejecting in the prohibition of wine the only peculiar guard which Mahomet assigned to the moral virtue of his followers, while they embraced the degrading doctrine of fatality, the licentious practice of polygamy, and the absurd chimeras of the Quran. Napoleon appears to have believed the Sheikh serious, which is very doubtful, and to have contemplated with eager ambition the extent of views which his conversion to Islamism appeared to open. His own belief in predestination recommended the creed of Mahomet, and for the Prophet of Mecca himself he had a high respect as one of those who had wrought a great and enduring change on the face of the world. Perhaps he envied the power which Mahomet possessed of ruling over men's souls as well as their bodies, and might thence have been led into the idea of playing a part to which time and circumstances, the character of his army and his own, were alike opposed. No man ever succeeded in imposing himself on the public as a supernatural personage, who was not to a certain degree the dupe of his own imposture, and Napoleon's calculating and reflecting mind was totally devoid of the enthusiasm which enables a man to cheat himself into at least a partial belief of the deceit which he would impose on others. The French soldiers, on the other hand, bred in scorn of religion of every description, would have seen nothing but ridicule in the pretensions of their leader to a supernatural mission, and in playing the character which Alexander ventured to personate. Bonaparte would have found in his own army many a Clitus, who would have considered his pretensions as being only ludicrous. He himself, indeed, expressed himself satisfied that his authority over his soldiers was so absolute that it would have cost but giving it out in the order of the day to have made them all become Mahometans. But at the same time he has acquainted us that the French troops were at times so much discontented with their condition in Egypt that they formed schemes of seizing on their standards and returning to France by force. What reply, it may be reasonably asked, were they likely to make to a proposal which would have deprived them of their European and French character, and leveled them with Africans and Asiatics, whose persons they despised and whose country they desired to leave? It is likely that reflections on the probable consequences prevented his going farther than the vague pretensions which he announced in his proclamations, and in his language to the sheiks. He had gone far enough, however, to show that the considerations of conscience would have been no hindrance, and that notwithstanding the strength of his understanding, common sense had less influence than might have been expected in checking his assertion of claims so ludicrous as well as so profane. Indeed, his disputes with the Ottoman Porte speedily assumed a character which his taking the turban and professing himself a Moslem in all the forms could not have altered to his advantage. Ottoman Porte. It had been promised to Bonaparte that the abilities of Talleyrand as Minister of Foreign Affairs should be employed to reconcile the Grand Signia and his counselors to the occupation of Egypt, but the efforts of that able negotiator had totally failed in a case so evidently hopeless, and if Talleyrand had even proceeded to Constantinople, as Napoleon alleged the Directory had promised, it could only have been to be confined in the Seven Towers. The Porte had long since declared that any attack upon Egypt, the road to the holy cities of Mecca and Medina, would be considered as a declaration of war, whatever pretexts might be alleged. They regarded therefore Bonaparte's invasion as an injury equally unprovoked and unjustifiable. They declared war against France, called upon every follower of the Prophet to take the part of his vicegerent upon earth-collected forces, and threatened an immediate expedition for the purpose of expelling the infidels from Egypt. The success of the British at Aboukir increased their confidence. Nelson was loaded with every mark of honor which the Sultan could bestow, and the most active preparations were made to act against Bonaparte, equally considered as enemy to the Porte, whether he professed himself Christian, infidel, or renegade. Meantime, that adventurous and active chief was busied in augmenting his means of defense or conquest, and in acquiring the information necessary to protect what he had gained, and to extend his dominions. For the former purpose, corps were raised from among the Egyptians, and some were mounted upon dromedaries the better to encounter the perils of the desert. For the latter, Bonaparte undertook a journey to the Isthmus of Suez, the well-known interval which connects Asia with Africa, he subscribed the charter or protection granted to the Maronite monks of Sinai, with the greater pleasure that the signature of Mahomet had already sanctioned that ancient document. He visited the celebrated fountains of Moses, and misled by a guide had nearly been drowned in the advancing tides of the Red. See, this, he observes, would have furnished a splendid text to all the preachers in Europe, but the same deity who had rendered the gulf fatal to Pharaoh had reserved for one who equally defied and disowned his power the rocks of an island in the midst of the Atlantic. Feb 17. When Napoleon was engaged in this expedition, or speedily on his return, he learned that two Turkish armies had assembled, one at Rhodes and the other in Syria, with the purpose of recovering Egypt. The daring genius, which always desired to anticipate the attempts of the enemy, determined him to march with a strong force for the occupation of Syria, and thus at once to alarm the Turks by the progress which he expected to make in that province, and to avoid being attacked in Egypt by two Turkish armies at the same time. His commencement was as successful as his enterprise was daring. A body of Mamelukes was dispersed by a night attack. The fort of El Arish, considered as one of the keys of Egypt, fell easily into his hands. Finally, at the head of about 10,000 men, he traversed the desert so famous in biblical history, which separates Africa from Asia, and entered Palestine without much loss, but not without experiencing the privations to which the wanderers in those sandy wastes have been uniformly subjected, while the soldiers looked with fear on the howling wilderness which they saw around. There was something in the extent and loneliness of the scene that corresponded with the swelling soul of Napoleon, and accommodated itself to his ideas of immense and boundless space. He was pleased with the flattery which derived his Christian name from two Greek words signifying the lion of the desert. Massacre of Jaffa. Upon his entering the Holy Land, Bonaparte again drove before him a body of the Mamelukes belonging to those who, after the battles of the Pyramids and of Salahi, had retreated into Syria, and his army occupied without resistance Gaza, anciently a city of the Philistines, in which they found supplies of provisions. Jaffa, a celebrated city during the time of the Crusades, was the next object of attack. It was bravely assaulted and fiercely defended, but the French valor and discipline prevailed. Its place was carried by storm. 3,000 Turks were put to the sword, and the town was abandoned to the license of the soldiery, which by Bonaparte's own admission never assumed a shape more frightful. Such, it may be said, is the stern rule of war, and if so, most of our readers will acquiesce in the natural exclamation of the Marechal de Montluc, certes, we soldiers stand in more need of the divine mercy than other men, seeing that our profession compels us to command and to witness deeds of such cruelty. It was not, however, to the ordinary horrors attending the storm of a town that the charge against Bonaparte is on this occasion limited. He is accused of having been guilty of an action of great injustice, as well as of a special barbarity. Concerning this, we shall endeavor to state, stripped of coloring and exaggeration, first the charge, and then the reply of Napoleon himself. After the breach had been stormed, a large part of the garrison, estimated by Bonaparte himself at 1,200 men, which Miet raises to betwixt 2,000 and 3,000, and others exaggerate still more, remained on the defensive, and held out in the mosques and a sort of citadel to which they had retreated, till at length, despairing of succor, they surrendered their arms, and were in appearance admitted to quarter of this body. The Egyptians were carefully separated from the Turks, Maghrebins and Arnauts, and while the first were restored to liberty and sent back to their country, these last were placed under a strong guard. Provisions were distributed to them, and they were permitted to go by detachments in quest of water. According to all appearance, they were considered and treated as prisoners of war. This was on the 7th of March. On the 9th, 2 days afterwards, this body of prisoners were marched out of Jaffa in the center of a large square battalion commanded by General Bon Miet. Assures us that he himself mounted his horse, accompanied the melancholy column, and witnessed the event. The Turks foresaw their fate, but used neither entreaties nor complaints to avert it. They marched on silent, and composed, some of them of higher rank, seemed to exhort the others to submit, like servants of the prophet, to the decree which, according to their belief, was written on their forehead. They were escorted to the sandhills to the southeast of Jaffa, divided there into small bodies, and put to death by musketry. The execution lasted a considerable time, and the wounded, as in the fusillades of the Revolution, were dispatched. With the bayonet their bodies were heaped together, and formed a pyramid which is still visible, consisting now of human bones, as originally of bloody corpses. The cruelty of this execution occasioned the fact itself to be doubted, though coming with strong evidence, and never denied by the French themselves. Napoleon, however, frankly admitted the truth of the statement both to Lord Ebrington and to Dr. O'Meara. Well might the author of this cruelty write to the Directory that the storming of Jaffa was marked by horrors, which he had never elsewhere witnessed. Buonaparte's defense was that the massacre was justified by the laws of war. That the head of his messenger had been cut off by the governor of Jaffa when sent to summon him to surrender. That these Turks were a part of the garrison of El Arish, who had engaged not to serve against the French, and were found immediately afterwards defending Jaffa in breach of the terms of their capitulation. They had incurred the doom of death, therefore, by the rules of war. Wellington, he said, would have in his place acted in the same manner. To this plea the following obvious answers apply. If the Turkish governor had behaved like a barbarian, for which his country and the religion which Napoleon meditated to embrace might be some excuse, the French general had avenged himself by the storm and plunder of the town, with which his revenge ought in all reason to have been satisfied. If some of these unhappy Turks had broken their faith to Buonaparte, and were found again in the ranks which they had sworn to abandon, it could not, according to the most severe construction of the rules of war, authorize the dreadful retaliation of indiscriminate massacre upon a multitude of prisoners, without inquiring whether they had been all equally guilty. Lastly, and admitting them all to stand in the same degree of criminality, although their breach of faith might have entitled Buonaparte to refuse these men quarter, while they had arms in their hands, that right was ended when the French general received their submission, and when they had given up the mean of defense on condition of safety for life at least. This bloody deed must always remain a deep stain on the character of Napoleon, yet we do not view it as the indulgence of an innate love of cruelty, for nothing in Buonaparte's history shows the existence of that vice, and there are many things which intimate his disposition to have been naturally humane, but he was ambitious, aimed at immense and gigantic undertakings, and easily learned to overlook the waste of human life, which the execution of his projects necessarily involved. He seems to have argued not on the character of the action, but solely on the effect which it was to produce upon his own combinations. His army was small, it was his business to strike terror into his numerous enemies, and the measure to be adopted seemed capable of making a deep impression on all who should hear of it. Besides, these men, if dismissed, would immediately rejoin his enemies. He had experienced their courage, and to disarm them would have been almost an unavailing precaution, where their national weapon, the saber, was so easily attained. To detain them prisoners would have required a stronger force than Napoleon could afford, would have added difficulty and delay to the movement of his troops, and tended to exhaust his supplies. That sort of necessity, therefore, which men fancy to themselves when they are unwilling to forgo a favorite object for the sake of obeying a moral precept, that necessity, which might be more properly termed a temptation, difficult to be resisted, that necessity, which has been called the tyrant's plea, was the cause of the massacre at Jaffa, and must remain its sole apology. It might almost seem that heaven set its vindictive brand upon this deed of butchery, for about the time it was committed the plague broke out in the army. Buonaparte, with a moral courage deserving as much praise as his late cruelty deserved reprobation, went into the hospitals in person, and while exposing himself without hesitation to the infection, diminished the terror of the disease in the opinion of the soldiers generally, and even of the patients themselves, who were thus enabled to keep up their spirits and gained, by doing so, the fairest chance of recovery. Saint Jean d'Acre, meanwhile determined to prosecute the conquest of Syria. Buonaparte resolved to advance to Saint Jean d'Acre, so celebrated in the wars of Palestine, the Turkish Pacha, or governor of Syria, who, like others in his situation, accounted himself almost an independent sovereign, was Achmet, who, by his unrelenting cruelties and executions, had procured the terrible distinction of Jezar, or the butcher. Buonaparte addressed this formidable chief in 2 letters offering his alliance and threatening him with his vengeance if it should be rejected. To neither did the Pacha return any answer in the second instance. He put to death the messenger. The French general advanced against Acre, vowing revenge. There were, however, obstacles to the success of his enterprise on which he had not calculated. The Pacha had communicated the approach of Napoleon to Sir Sidney Smith, to whom had been committed the charge of assisting the Turks in their proposed expedition to Egypt, and who for that purpose was cruising in the Levant. He hastened to sail for Acre with the Tigray and Theseus ships of the line, and arriving there 2 days ere the French made their appearance, contributed greatly to place the town, the fortifications of which were on the old Gothic plan, in a respectable state of defense. Sir Sidney Smith, who so highly distinguished himself on this occasion, had been long celebrated for the most intrepid courage and spirit of enterprise. His character was besides marked by those traits of enthusiasm at which cold and vulgar minds are apt to sneer, because incapable of understanding them, yet without which great and honorable actions have rarely been achieved. He had also a talent uncommon among the English, that of acting easily with foreign, and especially with barbarous troops, and understanding how to make their efforts availing for the service of the common cause, though exerted in a manner different from those of civilized nations. This brave officer, having been frequently entrusted with the charge of alarming the French coast, had been taken on one occasion and contrary to the laws of nations, and out of a mean spirit of revenge was imprisoned in the Temple, from which he was delivered by a daring stratagem effected by the French royalist party. He had not been many hours at Acre, when Providence afforded him a distinguished mark of favor. The Theseus, which had been detached to intercept any French vessels that might be attending on Buonaparte's march, detected a small flotilla stealing under Mount Carmel, and had the good fortune to make prize of 7 out of 9 of them. They were a convoy from Damietta bound for Acre, having on board heavy cannon platforms, ammunition, and other necessary articles. These cannon and military stores, destined to form the siege of Acre, became eminently useful in its defense, and the consequence of their capture was eventually decisive of the struggle. General Philippot, a French royalist and officer of engineers, immediately applied himself to place the cannon, thus acquired to the amount of betwixt 30 and 40, upon the walls, which they had been intended to destroy. This officer, who had been Buonaparte's schoolfellow, and the principal agent in delivering Sir Sidney Smith from prison, possessed rare talents in his profession. Thus strangely met, under the walls of Acre, an English officer late a prisoner in the Temple of Paris, and a French colonel of engineers, with the late general of the army of Italy, the ancient companion of Philippot, and about to become almost the personal enemy of Smith's. Siege of Acre. On the 17th March, the French came in sight of Acre, which is built on a peninsula advancing into the sea, and so conveniently situated that vessels can lie near the shore and annoy with their fire whatever advances to assault the fortification, notwithstanding the presence of 2 British ships of war, and the disappointment concerning his battering cannon, which were now pointed against him from the ramparts. Buonaparte, with a characteristic perseverance, which on such an occasion was pushed into obstinacy, refused to abandon his purpose, and proceeded to open trenches, although the guns which he had to place in them were only 12-pounders. The point of attack was a large tower, which predominated over the rest of the fortifications. A mine at the same time was run under the extreme defenses. By the 28th March, a breach was effected. The mine was sprung, and the French proceeded to the assault. Upon that day, they advanced at the charging step under a murderous fire from the walls, but had the mortification to find a deep ditch betwixt them and the tower. They crossed it nevertheless by help of the scaling ladders which they carried with them, and forced their way as far as the tower, from which it is said that the defenders, impressed by the fate of Jaffa, were beginning to fly. They were checked by the example of Djezzar himself, who fired his own pistols at the French, and upbraided the Moslems who were retreating from the walls. The defenses were again manned. The French, unable to support the renewed fire, were checked and forced back, and the Turks, falling upon them in their retreat with saber in hand, killed a number of their best men, and Meili, who commanded the party sorties, were made from the place to destroy the French works and although the cries with which the Turks carry on their military maneuvers gave the alarm to the enemy, yet assisted by a detachment of British seamen, they did the French considerable damage, reconnoitred the mine which they were forming anew, and obtained the knowledge of its direction necessary to prepare a countermine. While the strife was thus fiercely maintained on both sides with mutual loss and increased animosity, the besiegers were threatened with other dangers, an army of Moslem troops of various nations, but all actuated by the same religious zeal, had formed themselves in the mountains of Samaria, and uniting with them the warlike inhabitants of that country now called Naples, formed the plan of attacking the French army lying before Acre on one side, while Djezzar and his allies should assail them upon the other. Kleber, with his division, was dispatched by Bonaparte to disperse this assemblage, but though he obtained considerable advantages over detached parties of the Syrian army, their strength was so disproportioned that at last, while he held a position near Mount Tabor with 2,000 or 3,000 men, he was surrounded by about 10 times his own number, but his general-in-chief was hastening to his assistance. Bonaparte left 2 divisions to keep the trenches before Acre, and penetrated into the country in 3 columns. Murat, at the head of a 4th, occupied the pass called Jacob's Bridge. The attack, made on various points, was everywhere successful. The camp of the Syrian army was taken, their defeat, almost their dispersion, was accomplished, while their scattered remains fled to Damascus. Bonaparte returned crowned with laurels to the siege of Acre. Here too the arrival of 30 heavy pieces of cannon from Jaffa seemed to promise that success which the French had as yet been unable to attain. It was about this time that, walking on the mount, which still retains the name of Richard Coeur de Lion, Bonaparte expressed himself to Murat in these terms, as he pointed to Saint Jean d'Acre: "The fate of the East depends upon yonder petty town. Its conquest will ensure the main object of my expedition, and Damascus will be the first fruit of it." Thus it would seem that while engaged in the enterprise, Bonaparte held the same language which he did many years after its failure when at St. Helena. Repeated and desperate assaults proved that the consequence which he attached to taking Acre was as great as his words expressed. The assailants suffered severely on these occasions, for they were exposed to the fire of 2 ravelins or external fortifications, which had been constructed under Philippot's directions, and at the same time enfiladed by the fire of the British shipping, at length employing to the uttermost the heavy artillery now in his possession. Bonaparte, in spite of a bloody and obstinate opposition, forced his way to the disputed tower, and made a lodgment on the 2nd story. It afforded, however, no access to the town, and the troops remained there, as in a cul-de-sac, the lodgment being covered from the English and Turkish fire by a work constructed partly of packs of cotton, partly of the dead bodies of the slain, built up along with them. At this critical moment, a fleet bearing reinforcements long hoped for, and much needed, appeared in view of the garrison. They contained Turkish troops, under the command of Hassan Bey. Yet near as they were, the danger was imminent that Acre might be taken ere they could land. To prevent such a misfortune, Sir Sidney Smith in person proceeded to the disputed tower at the head of a body of British seamen, armed with pikes. They united themselves to a corps of brave Turks who defended the breach rather with heavy stones than with other weapons. The heap of ruins which divided the contending parties served as a breastwork to both. The muzzles of the muskets touched each other, and the spearheads of the standards were locked together. At this moment, one of the Turkish regiments of Hassan's army, which had by this time landed, made a sortie upon the French, and though they were driven back, yet the diversion occasioned the besiegers to be forced from their lodgment. Abandoning the Aloman tower, which had cost the besiegers so many men, Bonaparte now turned his efforts towards a considerable breach that had been effected in the curtain, and which promised a more easy entrance. It proved indeed but too easy for Djezzar Pacha. Opposed to the assault on this occasion, a new mode of tactics, confiding in his superior numbers, he suffered the French, who were commanded by the intrepid General Lannes, to surmount the breach without opposition, by which they penetrated into the body of the place. They had no sooner entered than a numerous body of Turks mingled among them with loud shouts, and ere they had time or room to avail themselves of their discipline, brought them into that state of close fighting. Strength and agility are superior to every other acquirement. The Turks, wielding the saber in one hand and the poniard in the other, cut to pieces almost all the French, who had entered General Rambard, lay a headless corpse in the breached lands, was with difficulty brought off. Severely wounded, the Turks gave no quarter, and instantly cutting the heads off of those whom they slew, carried them to the Pacha, who sat in public distributing money to those who brought him these bloody trophies, which now lay piled in heaps around him. This was the sixth assault upon these tottering and blood-stained ramparts. Victory, said Napoleon, is to the most persevering, and contrary to the advice of Kleber, he resolved upon another, and yet more desperate attack. On the 21st May, the final effort was made. The attack of the morning failed, and Colonel Venu renewed it at midday. Be assured, said he to Buonaparte, Acre shall be yours tonight, or Venu will die on the breach. He kept his word at the cost of his life. Bonn was also slain, whose division had been the executioners of the garrison of Jaffa. The French now retreated, dispirited and despairing of success. The contest had been carried on at half a musket-shot distance, and the bodies of the dead lying around, putrefied under the burning sun, spread disease among the survivors. An attempt was made to establish a suspension of arms for removing this horrible annoyance. Miet says that the Pacha returned no answer to the proposal of the French. According to Sir Sidney Smith's official reports, the armistice for this humane purpose was actually agreed on, but broken off by the French firing upon those who were engaged in the melancholy office, and then rushing on to make their last unsuccessful charge and assault upon the breach. This would have been a crime so useless, and would have tended so much to the inconvenience of the French themselves, that we cannot help suspecting some misunderstanding had occurred, and that the interruption was under a wrong conception of the purpose of the working party. This is the more probable, as Sir Sidney Smith, who reports the circumstance, was not at this time disposed to put the best construction on any action of Buonaparte's, who, on the other hand, regarded the British seamen with peculiar dislike, and even malignity. The cause of personal quarrel betwixt them was rather singular. Buonaparte had addressed the subjects of Achmet Jezar's Pachalik in terms inviting them to revolt and join the French, yet was much offended when, imitating his own policy, the Pacha and Sir Sidney Smith caused letters to be sent into his camp before Acre urging his soldiers to mutiny and desertion. Sir Sidney also published a proclamation to the Druses and other inhabitants of the country, calling on them to trust the faith of a Christian knight rather than that of an unprincipled renegado. Nettled at these insults, Buonaparte declared that the English commodore was mad, and according to his account, Sir Sidney replied by sending him a challenge. The French general scornfully refused this invitation, unless the challenger would bring Marlborough to meet him, but offered to send one of his grenadiers to indulge the Englishman's desire of single combat. The good taste of the challenge may be doubted if indeed such was ever sent, but the scorn of the reply ought to have been mitigated, considering it was addressed to one, in consequence of whose dauntless and determined opposition Buonaparte's favorite object had failed, and who was presently to compel him for the first time to an inglorious retreat. Another calumny circulated by Buonaparte against the English commodore was that Sir Sidney Smith had endeavored to expose his French prisoners to the infection of the plague by placing them in vessels where that dreadful contagion prevailed. This charge had no other foundation than in Buonaparte's wish, by spreading such a scandal, to break off all communication between the commodore and the discontented of his own army after the heat excited by their angry collision had long subsided. It is amusing to find Napoleon, when in the island of St. Helena, declaring that his opinion of Sir Sidney Smith was altered for the better since he had become acquainted with the rest of his countrymen, and that he now considered him as a worthy sort of man for an Englishman. The siege of Acre raised. The siege of Acre had now continued 60 days. Since the opening of the trenches, the besiegers had marched no less than 8 times to the assault, while 11 desperate sallies were evidence of the obstinacy of the defense. Several of the best French generals were killed, among the rest Caffarelli, for whom Buonaparte had particular esteem, and the army was greatly reduced by the sword, and the plague which raged at once among their devoted bands. Retreat became inevitable, yet Buonaparte endeavored to give it such a coloring as might make the measure seem voluntary. Sometimes he announced that his purpose of going to Acre was sufficiently accomplished. When he had battered down the palace of the Pacha at other times, he affirmed he had left the whole town a heap of ruins. And finally he informed the Directory that he could easily have taken the place, but the plague being raging within its walls, and it being impossible to prevent the troops from seizing on infected clothes for part of their booty, he had rather declined the capture of Acre than run the risk of introducing this horrid malady among his soldiers. What his real feelings must have been, while covering his chagrin with such flimsy pretexts, may be conjectured from the following frank avowal to his attendants in St. Helena. Speaking of the dependence of the most important affairs on the most trivial, he remarks that the mistake of the captain of a frigate who bore away, instead of forcing his passage to the place of his destination, had prevented the face of the world from being totally changed. Acre, he said, would otherwise have been taken. The French army would have flown to Damascus, and Aleppo in a twinkling of an eye. They would have been on the Euphrates. The Syrian Christians would have joined us Druzes. The Armenians would have united with us. Someone replied, we might have been reinforced to the number of 100,000. Men say 600,000. Said the emperor, who can calculate the amount. I would have reached Constantinople, and the Indies I would have changed the face of the world. Chapter Roman 14. Discussion concerning the alleged poisoning of the sick in the hospitals at Jaffa. Napoleon, acquitted of the charge. French army re-enter Cairo on the 14th June. Retrospect of what had taken place in Upper and Lower Egypt during Napoleon's absence. Incursion of Murad. Turks occupy Aboukir, attacked and defeated. This victory terminates Napoleon's career in Egypt. Admiral Ganthome receives orders to make ready for Sion. The 22d August. Napoleon embarks for France, arrives in Ajaccio on the 30th September and lands at Fréjus on the 9th October. Poisoning of the sick at Jaffa. The retreat from before Acre was conducted with equal skill and secrecy, though Bonaparte was compelled to leave behind his heavy cannon, which he either buried or threw into the sea. But by a rumor which long prevailed in the French army, he was alleged to have taken a far more extraordinary measure of preparation for retreat, by destroying with opium the sick in the hospitals who could not march along with the army. This transaction is said to have taken place under the following circumstances: the siege of Acre being raised on the 21st of May 1799. The French army retreated to Jaffa, where their military hospitals had been established during the siege. Upon the 27th, Bonaparte was under the necessity of continuing his retreat, and in the meantime such of the patients as were convalescent were sent forward on the road to Egypt under the necessary precautions for their safety. There remained an indefinite number, reaching at the greatest computation to betwixt 20 and 30, but stated by Bonaparte himself to be only 7, whose condition was desperate. Their disease was the plague, and to carry them onward seemed to threaten the army with infection, while to leave them behind was abandoning them to the cruelty of the Turks, by whom all stragglers and prisoners were cruelly murdered, often with protracted torture. It was on this occasion that Bonaparte submitted to Desgenet's, chief of the medical staff, the propriety of ending the victim's misery by a dose of opium. The physician answered with the heroism belonging to his profession that his art taught him how to cure men, not to kill them. The proposal was agreeable to Bonaparte's principles, who, advocating the legality of suicide, naturally might believe that if a man has a right to relieve himself of intolerable evils by depriving himself of life, a general or a monarch may deal forth that measure to his soldiers or subjects, which he would think it advisable to act upon in his own case. It was consistent also with his character rather to look at results than at the measures which were to produce them, and to consider in many cases the end. As an excuse for the means, I would have desired such a relief for myself. In the same circumstances, he said to Mr. Warden to O'Meara, he affirmed that he would have taken such a step even with respect to his own son. The fallacy of this reasoning is demonstrable, but Bonaparte was saved from acting on it by the resistance of Desgenets. A rearguard was left to protect these unhappy men, and the English found some of them alive who, if Desgenets had been more compliant, would have been poisoned by their physician. If Bonaparte was guilty of entertaining such a purpose, whether entertained from indifference to human life, or from wild and misdirected ideas of humanity, he met an appropriate punishment in the general belief, which long subsisted, that the deed had been actually carried into execution, not in the persons of a few expiring wretches only, but upon several hundred men meet. Says the report was current in the French army. Sir Robert Wilson found it credited among their officers when they became the English prisoners, and Count Las Cases admits it was generally believed by the soldiers, but though popular credulity eagerly receives whatever stories are marked by the horrible and wonderful, history, on the contrary, demands direct evidence, and the existence of powerful motives for whatever is beyond the ordinary bounds of credibility. Poisoning of 500 or 600 men is neither easily managed nor easily concealed, and why should the French leader have had recourse to it, since, like many a retreating general before him, he had only to leave the patients, for whom he had not the means of transportation, to poison the sick and helpless, must have destroyed his interest with the remainder of his soldiers, whereas to have left them to their fate was a matter too customary and too much considered as a point of necessity to create any discontent among those whose interest, as well as that of their general, consisted in moving on as fast as possible again. Had such a horrible expedient been had recourse to, it could not have escaped the knowledge of Sir Sidney Smith, who would not have failed to give the horrid fact publicity, were it only to retaliate upon Bonaparte for the scandalous accusations which he had circulated against the English. But though he mentions various complaints which the prisoners made against their general, and though he states himself to have found 7 men alive in the hospitals at Jaffa, being apparently the very persons whom it had been proposed to dispatch by opium, he says not a word of what he would doubtless have told not unwillingly, had there been ground for believing it. Neither among the numerous persons to whom the truth must be known has anyone come forward since Bonaparte's fall who could give the least evidence to authenticate the report otherwise than as a rumor that had sprung out of the unjustifiable proposal, which had indeed been made by Bonaparte to Desgenets, but never acted upon. The same patient and impartial investigation, therefore, which compels us to record that the massacre of the Turkish prisoners in cold blood is fully proved, induces us to declare that the poisoning of the sick at Jaffa has been affirmed without sufficient evidence. Bonaparte continued his retreat from Syria, annoyed by the natives who harassed his march, and retaliating the injuries which he received by plundering and burning the villages which lay in the course of his march. He left Jaffa on the 28th May, and upon the 14th June re-entered Cairo, with a reputation not so much increased by the victory at Mount Tabor as diminished, and sullied for the time by the retreat from Acre. Lower Egypt, during the absence of Bonaparte, had remained undisturbed unless by partial insurrections. In one of these, an impostor personated that mysterious individual, the Imam Mohadi, of whom the Orientals believe that he is not dead, but is destined to return and combat Antichrist before the consummation of all things takes place. This pretender to supernatural power, as well as others who placed themselves at the head of insurrections without such high pretensions, was completely defeated, and the French showed the greatest severity in punishing their followers and the country which had furnished them with partisans. In Upper Egypt there had been more obstinate contention. Murad Bey, already mentioned, as the ablest chief of the Mamelukes, had maintained himself in that country with a degree of boldness and sagacity which gave the French much trouble. His fine force of cavalry enabled him to advance or retreat at pleasure, and his perfect acquaintance with the country added much to his advantage. Desaix, sent against Murad after the Battle of the Pyramids, had again defeated the Mameluke chief at Sedanan, where was once more made evident the superiority of European discipline over the valor of the irregular cavalry of the East. Still, the destruction of the enterprising Bey was far from complete. Reinforced by a body of cavalry, Desaix, in the month of December 1798, again attacked him, and after a number of encounters terminating generally to the advantage of the French, the remaining Mamelukes with their allies, the Arabs, were at length compelled to take shelter in the desert. Egypt seemed entirely at the command of the French, and Qasr, a seaport on the Red Sea, had been taken possession of by a flotilla fitted out to command that gulf. 3 or 4 weeks after Bonaparte's return from Syria, this flattering state of tranquility seemed on the point of being disturbed. Murad Bey, re-entering Upper Egypt with his Mamelukes and allies, descended the Nile in 2 bodies, one occupying each bank of the river. Ibrahim Bey, formerly his partner in the government of Egypt, made a corresponding movement towards the frontiers of Syria, as if to communicate with the right hand. Division of Murad's army Lagrange was dispatched against the Mamelukes, who occupied the right bank, while Murat marched against those who, under the Bey himself, were descending the Nile. The French were entertained at the idea of the two Murats, as they termed them from the similarity of their names, meeting and encountering each other. But the Mameluke Murad retreated before Lebo Sabruath handsome swordsman of the French army. The Turkish army at Abauku. Meantime, the cause of this incursion was explained by the appearance of a Turkish fleet off Alexandria, who disembarked 18,000 men at Abauku. This Turkish army possessed themselves of the fort, and proceeded to fortify themselves, expecting the arrival of the Mamelukes, according to the plan, which had previously been adjusted for expelling the French. From Egypt this news reached Buonaparte near the pyramids, to which he had advanced in order to ensure the destruction of Murad Bey. The arrival of the Turks instantly recalled him to Alexandria, whence he marched to Abauku to repel the invaders. He joined his army, which had assembled from all points within a short distance of the Turkish camp, and was employed late in the night, making preparations for the battle. On the next morning Murat was alone with Buonaparte, when the last suddenly made the oracular declaration, "Go how it will, this battle will decide the fate of the world." "The fate of this army, at least," replied Murat, who did not comprehend Buonaparte's secret meaning. "But the Turks are without horse, and if ever infantry were charged to the teeth by cavalry, they shall be so charged tomorrow by mine." Napoleon's meaning, however, referred not to Egypt alone, but to Europe, to which he probably already meditated an unexpected return, which must have been prevented had he not succeeded in obtaining the most complete triumph over the Turks. The leaving his Egyptian army, a dubious step at best, would have been altogether indefensible had there remained an enemy in their front. Next morning, being the 25th July, Buonaparte commenced an attack on the advanced posts of the enemy, and succeeded in driving them in upon the main body, which was commanded by Said Mustafa Pacha. In their first attack, the French were eminently successful and pursued the fugitive Turks to their entrenchments, doing great execution. But when the batteries opened upon them from the trenches, while they were at the same time exposed to the fire from the gunboats in the bay, their impetuosity was checked, and the Turks, sallying out upon them with their muskets slung at their backs, made such havoc among the French, with their sabres, poniards, and pistols, as compelled them to retreat in their turn. The advantage was lost by the eagerness of the barbarians to possess themselves of the heads of their fallen enemies, for which they received a certain reward. They threw themselves confusedly out of the entrenchments to obtain these bloody testimonials, and were in considerable disorder, when the French suddenly rallied, charged them with great fury, drove them back into the works, and scaled the ramparts along with them. Turks defeated at Abauku. Murat had made good his promise of the preceding evening, and had been ever in the front of the battle. When the French had surmounted the entrenchments, he formed a column which reversed the position of the Turks, and pressing them with the bayonet threw them into utter and inextricable confusion. Fired upon and attacked on every point, they became, instead of an army, a confused rabble, who, in the impetuosity of animal terror, threw themselves by hundreds and by thousands into the sea, which at once seemed covered with turbans. It was no longer a battle but a massacre, and it was only when wearied with slaughter that quarter was given to about 6,000 men. The rest of the Turkish army, originally consisting of 18,000, perished on the field, or in the waves. Mustafa Pacha was taken and carried in triumph before Buonaparte. The haughty Turk had not lost his pride. "With his fortunes, I will take care to inform the Sultan," said the victor, meaning to be courteous of the courage you displayed in this battle. "Though it has been your mishap to lose it, thou mayest save thyself." "The trouble," answered the prisoner haughtily, "my master knows me better than thou canst." Buonaparte returned in triumph to Cairo on the 9th August, having, however, as he continued to represent himself friendly to the Porte, previously set on foot a negotiation for liberation of the Turkish prisoners. This splendid and most decisive victory of Abauku concluded Napoleon's career in the East. It was imperiously necessary ere he could have ventured to quit the command of his army with the hope of preserving his credit with the public, and it enabled him to plead that he left Egypt for the time in absolute security. Military views had indeed been uniformly successful, and Egypt was under the dominion of France, as completely as the sword could subject it for 2 years afterwards. Like the strong man in the parable, they kept the house which they had won, until in there came a stronger by whom they were finally and forcibly expelled. Situation and prospects. But though the victory over the Turks afforded the French, for the time, undisturbed possession of Egypt, the situation of Bonaparte no longer permitted him those brilliant and immense prospects, in which his imagination loved to luxuriate. His troops were considerably weakened, and the miscarriage at Acre dwelt. On the recollection of the survivors, the march upon Constantinople was now an impossibility. That to India an empty dream to establish a French colony in Egypt, of which Bonaparte sometimes talked, and to restore the Indian traffic to the shores of the Red Sea, thus sapping the sources of British prosperity in India, was a work for the time of peace, when the necessary communication was not impeded by the naval superiority of England. The French general had established, indeed, a chamber of commerce, but what commerce could take place from a closely blockaded harbor? Indeed, even in a more propitious season, the establishment of a Pacific colony was no task for the ardent and warlike Napoleon, who, although his active spirit was prompt in striking out commercial schemes, was not possessed of the patience or steadiness necessary to carry them to success. It follows that if he remained in Egypt, his residence there must have resembled the situation of a governor in a large city, threatened indeed, but as yet in no danger of being besieged, where the only fame which can be acquired is that, due to prudent and patient vigilance, this would be a post which no young or ambitious soldier would covet, providing he had the choice of being engaged in more active service. On the other hand, from events which we shall endeavor to trace in the next chapter, there opened a scene of ambition in France, which permitted an almost boundless extent of hopes and wishes. Thus Napoleon had the choice either of becoming a candidate for one of the greatest prizes which the world afforded, supreme authority in that fine country, of remaining the governor of a defensive army in Egypt, waiting the arrival of some new invaders, English, Russians, or Turks, to dispute his conquest with him. Had he chosen this latter line of conduct, he might have soon found himself the vassal of Moro, or some other military adventurer, perhaps from his own Italian army, who, venturing on the course from which he had himself withdrawn, had attained to the government of France, and might soon have been issuing orders from the Luxembourg or the Tuileries to General Bonaparte, in the style of a sovereign to his subject. There remained to be separated those strong ties which were formed betwixt Napoleon and the army which he had so often led to victory, and who unquestionably thought he had cast his lot to live or die with them. But undoubtedly he might palliate his departure by the consideration that he left them victorious over their boastful enemy, and without the chance of being speedily summoned to the field. And we can see no reason for supposing, as has been alleged, that anything like fear had an influence in inducing Napoleon's desertion, as it has been termed, of his army. We cannot indeed give him credit for the absolute and pure desire of serving and saving France, which is claimed by his more devoted adherents as the sole motive of his return to Europe. But we have no doubt that some feelings of this kind, which, as we are powerful in deceiving ourselves, he himself might afford more weight than they deserved, mingled with his more selfish hopes, and that he took this important step with the desire of serving his country as well as of advancing his own interest. Nor should it be forgotten that the welfare even of the Egyptian army, as well as his own ambitious views, required that he should try his fortune at Paris. If he did not personally exert himself there, it seemed highly probable some revolution might take place, in which one of the consequences might be that the victors of Egypt, deserted by their countrymen, should be compelled to lay down their arms. The circumstances in which Bonaparte's resolution is said to have originated, as related by himself, were singularly fortuitous. Some intercourse took place with the Turkish fleet, in consequence of his sending the wounded Turks on board, and Sir Sidney Smith, by way of taunting the French general with the successes of the Russians in Italy, sent him a set of newspapers containing an account of Suwarrow's victories and a deplorable view of the French affairs on the continent. If we may trust other authorities, however, to be quoted in their proper place, He already knew the state of affairs both in Italy and France by his own secret correspondence with Paris, informing him not only of the military reverses which the armies of the latter country had sustained, but of the state of parties and of the public mind intelligence of greater utility and accuracy than could have been communicated by the English newspapers. However his information was derived, Bonaparte lost no time in acting upon it with all the secrecy which a matter of such importance required. Admiral Ganthaume, who had been with the army ever since the destruction of the fleet, received the general's orders to make ready for sea with all possible dispatch 2 frigates, then lying in the harbor of Alexandria. Meantime, determined to preserve his credit with the Institute and to bring evidence of what he had done for the cause of science, Bonaparte commanded Monge, who is said to have suggested the expedition, and the accomplished Denon, who became its historian, with Berthollet, to prepare to accompany him to Alexandria of military chiefs. He selected the generals Berthier Murat, Lannes Marmont de Saix Andreassi, and Bessières, the best and most attached of his officers. He left Cairo as soon as he heard the frigates were ready, and the sea open, making a visit to the Delta. The pretext of his tour, Kleber and Menou, whom he meant to leave first and second in command, were appointed to meet him at Alexandria, but he had an interview with the latter only. Kleber, an excellent soldier and a man of considerable parts, was much displeased at the hasty and disordered manner in which the command of an important province and a diminished army were thrust upon him, and remonstrated in a letter to the Directory upon the several points of the public service which by his conduct on this occasion Bonaparte had neglected or endangered. Napoleon afterwards labored hard to answer the accusations which these remonstrances implied, and to prove that in leaving the Egyptian army he had no intention of abandoning it. On the contrary, that he intended either to return in person or to send powerful succors. He blamed Ganthaume at a later period for not having made his way from Toulon to Alexandria with reinforcements and supplies, but Bonaparte, slow to see what contradicted a favorite project, could never be made to believe unless, when in the very act of experiencing it, that the superiority of the British naval power depends upon circumstances totally different from those which can be removed by equal courage or even equal skill on the part of the French naval officers, and that until it be removed, it will be at great hazard that France shall ever attempt to retain a province so distant as Egypt. Napoleon left behind him a short proclamation apprising the army that news of importance from France had recalled him to Europe, but that they should soon hear tidings of him. He exhorted them in the meantime to have confidence in their new commander, who possessed, he said, his good opinion and that of the government, and in these terms he bade them farewell. 2 frigates, La Muiron and La Cara, being ready for sea, the general embarked from an unfrequented part of the beach. On the 22 August, Menou, who had met him, there came to Denon and others, who had attended the rendezvous without knowing exactly its purpose, as they were gazing in surprise at the unusual sight of 2 French frigates ready to put to sea, and informed them with agitation that Bonaparte waited for them. They followed as in a dream, but Denon had already secured that mass of measurements, drawings, manuscripts, and objects of antiquarian and scientific curiosity, which afterwards enabled him to complete the splendid work, which now contains almost the only permanent or useful fruits of the memorable expedition to Egypt. Ere the frigates were far from land, they were reconnoitered by an English corvateer, circumstance which seemed of evil augury. Bonaparte assured his companions by his usual allusions to his own destiny. "We will arrive safe," he said. "Fortune will never abandon us. We will arrive safe, in despite of the enemy." Ayatio. To avoid the English cruisers, the vessels coasted the shores of Africa, and the wind was so contrary that they made but 100 leagues in 20 days. During this time, Bonaparte studied alternately the Bible and the Koran, more solicitous, it seemed, about the history of the countries which he had left behind, and the part which he was to play in that to which he was hastening. At length they ventured to stand northward, and on the 30th September they entered by singular chance the port of Ajaccio in Corsica, and Bonaparte found himself in his native city. On the 7th October they again put to sea, but upon approaching the French coast, they found themselves in the neighborhood of a squadron of English men of war. The admiral would have tacked about to return to Corsica. To do so, said Bonaparte, would be to take the road to England. I am seeking that to France. He probably meant that the maneuver would attract the attention of the English. They kept on their course, but the peril of being captured seemed so imminent that, though still several leagues from the shore, Ganthome proposed to man his longboat in order that the general might attempt his escape in her. Bonaparte observed that that measure might be deferred till the case was more desperate. At length they passed unsuspected and unquestioned through the hostile squadron, and on the 9th October at 10 in the morning, he on whose fate the world so long seemed to depend landed at St. Rapho near Fregis. He had departed at the head of a powerful fleet and a victorious army on an expedition designed to alter the destinies of the most ancient nations of the world. The result had been far from commensurate to the means employed. The fleet had perished. The army was blockaded in a distant province when their arms were most necessary at home. He returned clandestinely and almost alone, yet Providence designed that in this apparently deserted condition he should be the instrument of more extensive and more astonishing changes than the efforts of the greatest conquerors had ever before been able to effect upon the civilized world. Chapter Roman 15 Retrospect of public events since the departure of Napoleon for Egypt, invasion and conquest of Switzerland, seizure of Turin, expulsion of the Pope. The Neapolitans declare war against France. The French enter Naples. Disgraceful avarice exhibited by the Directory, particularly in their negotiations with the United States of America. Russia comes forward in the general cause. Her strength and resources. Reverses of the French in Italy and on the Rhine. Insurrections in Belgium and Holland against the French. Anglo-Russian expedition sent to Holland. The Chouans again in the field. Great and universal unpopularity of the Directory. State of parties in France. Law of hostages, abdication, becomes one of the Directory. His character and genius. Description of the constitution proposed by him for the year. 3 Ducos, Goya and Moulins, also introduced into the Directory family of Napoleon, strive to keep him in the recollection of the people. Favorable change in the French affairs. Holland, evacuated by the Anglo-Russian army. Corsica, defeated by Massillon. Suwarrow retreats before Lecourbe. When Napoleon accepted what was to be considered as a doom of honorable banishment in the command of the Egyptian expedition, he answered to those friends who advised him rather to stay and assert a preeminent station in the government at home, that the fruit was not ripe. The 17 months or thereabouts of his absence had done much to complete the maturity which was formerly imperfect. The French government had ceased to be invariably victorious, and at times had suffered internal changes, which instead of restoring the national confidence, had only induced a general expectation of some farther and decisive revolution that should forever overthrow the directorial system. When Bonaparte sailed for Egypt, he left France at peace with Austria, and those negotiations proceeding at Rastatt, which no one then doubted would settle on a pacific footing. The affairs of Germany. England alone remained hostile to France, but the former being victorious on the sea and the latter upon the land, it seemed as if the war must languish and die of itself unless there had been a third element of which the rivals might have disputed the possession. But though the interests of France, as well as of humanity, peremptorily demanded peace, her rulers, feeling that their own tottering condition would be rendered still more precarious by the disbanding their numerous armies, resolved to continue the war in a new quarter. Under the most flimsy and injurious pretexts, they attacked the neutral states of Switzerland, so eminent for their moderation, and the French troops levied in the name of freedom were sent to assail that country which had been so long her mountain fortress. The ancient valor of the Switzers was unable to defend them against the new discoveries in the art of war by which the strongest defiles can be turned, and therefore rendered indefensible. They fought with their ancient courage, particularly the natives of the mountain cantons, and only gave way before numbers and discipline. But these gallant mountaineers sacrificed more than thrice their own amount ere they fell in their ranks, as became the countrymen of William Tell. The French affected to give the Swiss a constitution on the model of their own, but this was a mere farce. The arsenals, fortresses, and treasures of the cantons were seized without scruple or apology, and the Swiss were treated in all respects like a conquered nation. The fate of this ancient and unoffending people excited deep and general fear and detestation, and tended more perhaps than any other event to raise the animosity of Europe in general against France, as a country which had now plainly shown that her ambition could be bounded by no consideration of justice or international law. The King of Sardinia, who had first acknowledged the superiority of Bonaparte and purchased his existence as a continental sovereign by surrendering all his fortresses to France and permitting her troops to march through his country as their own, had surely some claim to forbearance, but now without even a pretext for such violence, the French seized upon Turin, the capital of this, their vassal monarch, and upon all his continental dominions, sending him and his family to the island of Sardinia. Expulsion of the Pope. Another victim there was of the French grasping ambition, in whose fate the Catholic world was deeply interested. We have seen already that Bonaparte, though he despoiled the Pope of power and treasure, judged it more prudent to permit him to subsist as a petty prince, than by depriving him of all temporal authority to drive him to desperation, and oblige him to use against the Republic those spiritual weapons to which the public opinion of Catholic countries still assigns strength. But the Directory were of a different opinion, and though the Pope had submitted passively to every demand which had been made by the French ambassador, however inconsistent with the Treaty of Tolentino, the Directory, with the usual policy of their nation, privately encouraged a party in Rome which desired a revolution. These conspirators arose in arms, and when dispersed by the guards, fled towards the hotel of Joseph Bonaparte, then the ambassador of the French to the Pope. In the scuffle which ensued, the ambassador was insulted, his life endangered, and General Dufat actually killed by his side. This outrage, of course, sealed the fall of the Pope, which had probably long been determined on. Expelled from his dominions, the aged Pius Roman VI retired to Siena, more the object of respect and veneration in his condition of a dethroned exile than when holding the semblance of authority by permission of France. In place of the pontiff's government arose the shadow of a mighty name, the Roman Republic. But the Gauls were in possession of the capital, nor did the ancient recollections connected with the title of the new Commonwealth procure for the Romans more independent authority than was possessed by any of the other ephemeral republican governments. In the fall of the Pope and the occupation of the Roman territories by a French army, the King of Naples saw the nation whom he feared and hated, and by whom he knew he was considered as a desirable subject of plunder, approach his frontiers, and become his neighbors. War, he perceived, was unavoidable, and he formed the resolution to be the first in declaring it. The victory of Nelson and the interest which that distinguished hero acquired at what might be called a female court, with the laurels of the Nile fresh upon his brow, confirmed the Neapolitan government in the resolution. Mack, an Austrian general who had got the reputation of a great tactician and a gallant soldier, was sent by the emperor to discipline and command the Neapolitan army. Nelson's falcon, I measured the man's worth at once. General Mack said, he cannot move without 5 carriages. I have formed my opinion. I heartily pray I may be mistaken. He was not mistaken. The Neapolitan army marched to Rome, was encountered by the French, fought just long enough to lose about 40 men, then fled, abandoning guns, baggage, arms, and everything besides. The Neapolitan officers did not lose much honor, said Nelson, for God knows they had little to lose, but they lost what they had. The prescient eye, which was as accurate by land as by sea, had also foreseen the instant advance of the French to Naples. It took place accordingly, but not unresisted. The naked rabble called Lazzaroni showed the most desperate courage. They attacked the French ere they came to the city, and notwithstanding a murderous defeat, they held out Naples for 2 days with their irregular musketry, only against regular forces, amply supplied with artillery. What can we say of a country where the rabble are courageous, and the soldiers cowards? What, unless that the higher classes from whom the officers are chosen must be the parties to be censured? The royal family fled to Sicily, and in Naples a new classic, also unding government, was created at the command of the French general. The Parthenopean Republic. The French were now possessed of all Italy excepting Tuscany, and that was exempted from their authority in name only and not in effect. The French people, notwithstanding the success of these several undertakings, were not deceived or flattered by them in a degree equal to what probably their rulers expected. Their vanity was alarmed at the meanness of the motives, which the Directory exhibited on almost every occasion. Even the dazzling pride of conquest was sullied by the mercenary views with which war was undertaken. On one occasion, the veil was raised, and all Frenchmen who had feelings of decency, not to say of probity or honor remaining, must have held themselves disgraced by the venal character of their government. Negotiations with America. Some disputes existing between France and the United States of America commissioners were sent by the latter country to Paris to endeavor to restore a good understanding. They were not publicly acknowledged by France in the character of ambassadors, but were distinctly given to understand that they could only be permitted to treat on condition that the States of America should lend to the Republic the sum of £1,000,000, to which was added the unblushing demand of £50,000 as a douceur for the private pocket of the directors. The astonishment of the envoys was extreme at this curious diplomatic proposal, and they could hardly credit their ears when they heard it repeatedly. And grossly urged, the essential part of the treaty, said one of the French agents, is il faut de l'argental faut, beaucoup d'argent, and to render the matter palatable, he told the Americans of other countries which had paid large sums to obtain peace, and reminded them of the irresistible power of France. The transatlantic republicans, unmoved by these arguments, stoutly answered that it belonged only to petty states to purchase independence by payment of tribute, that America was willing and able to protect herself by arms, and would not purchase with money what she possessed by her powerful means of self-defense. They added that they had no power whatever to enter into any engagements concerning a loan. The agents of France lowered their tone so far as to say that if the commissioners would pay something in the way of fees, they might be permitted to remain in Paris, whilst one of their number returned to America to obtain instructions from their government. But not even to that modification of bribery would the Americans listen. They would not, according to the expression used in incendiary letters, put £5 in a certain place. The treaty became public to the scandal, alike of France and of Europe, which joined in regarding a government that made war on such base principles as standing in comparison to those who warred in the spirit of conquest. In the relation of footpads to highwaymen, the only attempt made by Talleyrand towards explanation of this singular transaction was a shuffling denial of the fact, which he strengthened by an insinuation that the statement of the American envoys was a weak invention suggested to them by the English. Not to multiply instances, the rapacity and domineering insolence with which the Directory conducted themselves towards the new republics, who were at every moment made sensible of their total dependence on the great nation, merciless exactions which they imposed, together with the rapacious peculations of many of their generals and agents, made them lose interest almost as fast as they could acquire territory. Their fair pretexts of extending freedom and the benefits of a liberal government to states which had been oppressed by the old feudal institutions were now valued at no more than their worth, and it was seen that the only equality which republican France extended to the conquered countries was to render all classes alike degraded and impoverished. Thus the successes which we have hastily enumerated rather endangered than strengthened the empire of France, as they rendered her ambition the object of fear and suspicion to all Europe. The Catholic nations beheld the degradation of the supreme pontiff with abhorrency. Very king in Europe feared a similar fate. With the sovereigns of Sardinia and Naples, after the fate of Switzerland, no people could rely upon a peaceful, unoffending, and strictly neutral character as ground sufficient to exempt them from French aggression. Thus a general dread and dislike prepared for a new coalition against France, in which Russia for the first time was to become an active cooperator. Suwarrow. The troops of this powerful empire were eminently qualified for encountering with the French, for added to their hardihood, courage, and discipline, they had a national character, a distinction, less known to the Germans, whose subdivision into different states, often at war with each other, has in some degree diminished their natural spirit of patriotism, accustomed also to warfare on a great scale, and to encounter such an enemy as the Turk. The Russians, while they understood the modern system of tactics, were less servilely bigoted to it than the Austrians. their ideas more readily went back to the natural and primitive character of war, and they were better prepared either to depart from strict technical rules themselves or to see them departed from and calculate the results. These new enemies of France, moreover, were full of confidence in their own character and unchecked in their military enthusiasm by the frequent recollections of defeat, which clouded the spirit of the Austrians. Above all, the Russians had the advantage of being commanded by Suwarrow, one of the most extraordinary men of his time, who possessed of the most profound military sagacity, assumed the external appearance of fanatical enthusiasm. As in society, he often concealed his perfect knowledge of good breeding under the show of extravagant buffoonery. These peculiarities, which would not have succeeded with a French or English army, gained for him an unbounded confidence among his countrymen, who considered his eccentric conduct, followed, as it almost always was, by brilliant success, as the result of something which approached to inspiration.